Narrated by Kylie Stewart. Manhunt. On a Manhunt, Book 1. Written by Vanessa Vale. Narrated by Kylie Stewart. Chapter 1. Bridget. Friday, 6:05 p.m. The last thing I wanted to do at work on a Friday at 6 was fill out a sex quiz. On a scale of 1 to 10, how kinky are you? I glanced at the question on my computer screen and rolled my eyes. Then they snagged on the time in the upper right corner, and I panicked. Fuck, I don't have time for this, I muttered to myself. I didn't finish updating the graph on my desk in front of me or adjusted the project schedule or any of the other things that got pushed back because of the meeting earlier, just like everything else on the James Inn build. Instead, I rushed to finally fill out a sex quiz my BFF was forcing me to complete. It was after 6 and no one else was in the office, the others having cut out for the weekend already. It wasn't that I was more diligent, but I was dreading going to happy hour. Yeah, that was me. The weird woman who didn't want to meet up with her bestie and others for ladies' night. I liked my friends. But the friends were bringing friends, and the bar would be crowded. Men on the prowl, ladies on a manhunt. I wasn't interested. It made me nervous, uncomfortable. And I really didn't want to have my quiz shared, like all of them would. My sex life sucked, and I didn't need to share it. I typed my answer about being kinky with no comment, then scanned the next question. If you didn't answer, is it because you are a virgin? Jesus. I couldn't believe Mallory had come up with this. No, I could. It was just like her to be so bold and insane. To take something from an 80s movie and put a modern and adult spin on it. I jammed the N and the O keys extra hard. How many partners have you had? My cell rang and I jumped when I saw the display. I grabbed it up and answered. I can't believe you're making me take this stupid quiz. I told my best friend instead of hello. I can't believe you haven't answered any of my calls, Mallory countered, but wouldn't be distracted. And the quiz is for ladies' night. That I already knew. She'd been pestering me about it for almost a week. Yes, I'd been holding off that long. As for ignoring her, I'd seen she'd called 3 times and left 4 texts, but had been too crazy to reply. I had to hear from Gemma about the gorgeous man in your office. Of course, Mallory would get the latest from Gemma, the office manager, who she knew since she came to the office sometimes. I want to hear all about it. Sex quiz or details on Maverick James. I offered her the options, but I wasn't sure which one she was going to pick. Shit, that's a tough call. It's going to be so much fun reading all the sex quiz answers. She replied with enthusiasm that bordered on giddy. But from what I heard from Gemma, a woman can orgasm by the sound of that man's voice. That wasn't too far from the truth. I hate you, I growled, playing with my ponytail and remembering I had a pencil behind my ear. I tossed it onto my desk. What's got your panties in a twist? What's wrong with being horny for the hot boss? I rested my forehead in my hand and shook my head. It's been a long day, I explained, leaving out the fact that a lot of my frustration really did have to do with the guy. My boss's boss. The hot one. Who I was really horny for. Not that I would admit that to Mallory. She'd make me go shopping and wear makeup to work for him to notice me. I'd done all that by myself earlier. No makeup needed. Tell me all about it. She continued on a sigh. Especially if it involves Maverick James. That gorgeous piece of man meat. How do you know? I looked him up online after I talked to Gemma. Of course she had. She wasn't lying about him, except, if you want me to get to the bar on time, or any time tonight, I need to finish the quiz. It was the only way I could think of to get her to stop talking about him. Talk about a guy making me nervous and uncomfortable. She and I had watched the 16 Candles 2 weeks ago and decided that making a sex quiz, like in the movie, and sharing answers tonight with a bunch of girlfriends was happening. You haven't finished it yet? Don't tell me you're still at work. Fine, I won't tell you. Another sigh came through the phone. You need to take that physics teacher job at the high school. You'd have your summers off like me. Not all of us can teach first grade, I countered. Whatever. I thought you were going to go home and change into the cute top. The cute top she was talking about was hanging in the back of my closet and never to appear. It was banished there as Mallory forced me to order it. It wasn't something I ever planned on wearing. Not that it was over the top or inappropriate. It just wasn't me. Or it showed too much of me. I glanced down at myself. Jeans and a long-sleeved white t-shirt. Plain, boring. The project is behind schedule, I told her, instead of continuing the conversation about why I didn't want to wear the cute top. I was content being less seen, blending in. The clusterfuck earlier today was an example of that. Being a woman on a huge construction site was bad enough. I didn't want to look good. I wanted to work and get on with my unexciting little life. Besides the coffee spill, the framers are going to add a second crew. I continued, pushing the point home that things were hectic. The electrical team is on hold until next Thursday, and my boss got fired. Maverick James was fired? She screeched. Out of all the issues, she focused on that. Not him. He's the owner, remember? Maverick James, as in James Corporation. My boss's boss. So your boss's boss fired your boss. That had been a scene, and I curled in on myself even remembering it. I didn't like confrontations, and that had been a doozy. And about me. Yes. Good. That guy is a total sleaze. In the past, I'd shared with her how much of a dick the guy was. I was going to have a drink, or two, later to celebrate his departure and the spectacular way it was done. I'll see you in a few at Kincaid's, I told her. Hell no, she replied. I imagined her holding her hand up in front of her. I'm not letting you off the phone until you finish the quiz and email it to me. Then you'll drive your butt right over here to the bar. I rolled my eyes at the ceiling, then back to the screen. Fine. I set the call to speaker mode and sat it on my desk so I could type with two hands. To the number of partners question, I typed in 1. It was a sad number at 22, and my prospects to change it weren't on the horizon. What's the one thing you wish you got from your partners? That was easy. Orgasms. I hear the keyboard clacking. I hope that means you're doing the quiz and not some fancy math validating the vertical structural integrity of an I-beam. Vertical structural integrity? I asked, my fingers stilling. What does that even mean? I have no idea. You're the math and engineering brainiac. I sighed, trying to keep up with Mallory's busy thoughts. I was the quiet, shy one, and she was the extrovert, constantly trying to pull me out of my shell. It had worked since elementary school when our desks were side by side, but after high school I'd gone to MIT College, far from Hunter Valley, Montana. When everyone wanted to know why I'd returned a semester early and without my degree, it hadn't helped. Mallory was trying, but it was going to take more than a sex quiz and ladies' night to get me out there again. Do you want me to finish this quiz or not? Finish, 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 she began to chant. I laughed, then pushed on. What do you want a guy to do to you in bed? This is anonymous, so share your darkest fantasy. I exhaled loudly. You're on the fantasy question, aren't you? Yep. I paused, staring at the blinking cursor, then typed. What the hell, I thought. It was anonymous, since no name was on top and Mallory was going to print them all out and bring the stack to the bar. Knowing the other ladies who were joining us and answered their own sex quizzes, my fantasy response would sound like it came from a nun in comparison. They weren't tramps or anything. Not that any woman was a tramp, but these were more Mallory's friends than mine since I'd been gone for 3 years, and I always felt like I was tagging along. I may have left the time zone, but I was back now, home with my proverbial tail between my legs. What does it matter? I mean, guys go for pretty women like you and your friends. High maintenance. Like you said, I'm just the smart one not wearing the cute top. Bridget Jane Beckett, we need to find a man who will spank your ass for me for saying that. My mouth fell open. I can't believe you just said that. I can't believe you just put yourself down. Again. I frowned, then typed my answer. My secret fantasy. Moving on. Who do you want to do it with? Name your dream lay. Bridge, come on. What the hell is taking so long? She poked. I typed in the first thing that came to mind to get this over with and Mallory off my back. Jake Ryan, the cute hero from 16 Candles. The same answer that Samantha gave in the movie. My first true, fictional love. Done, I say, saving the document. Send it and let's go already. I'm wearing that new push-up bra and I have to tell you, my girls never looked so perky. Mallory regaled me all about the benefits of her new bra, as if she worked with structural engineers instead of me. She moved on to making the Jeopardy countdown music, which was as annoying as someone filing their nails in front of you, as I attached the document and hit send. Done, I shouted, hoping she stopped. Finally, see you in a few. And don't get sidetracked by some report. I will hunt you down. She hung up. Hopping up, I grabbed my things and headed out, ensuring the office's entry door was locked. Climbing into my car, I slumped in my seat and took a breath. Friday night. Thank God. I didn't hate my job, but there were aspects of it that sucked. Like my boss. Now my ex-boss. The lech. I didn't want to think about him now or ever again. I shifted my thoughts to my latest and greatest fantasy instead and put all my mental power on my ride across town to Maverick James. Big, manly, hot, brash. And I didn't realize until earlier today, a badass. A gorgeous older badass. Broad shoulders, muscular-like exercise was his religion. Square jaw, dark penetrating eyes that didn't just look at you, but into you and made you squirm. I did just that now in my car thinking of him. My panties didn't stand a chance when he was around, or on my mind. 10 minutes later, I searched the interior of Kincaid's for Mallory and the others. Happy hour was in full swing and the crowd spilled out onto an exterior deck. You're not getting away with it, Mallory said, setting her hands on my shoulders once I found the group at 2 high-top tables pushed together out on the deck. Her blue gaze raked over me as she spoke. She shook her head, and I knew she was taking in my outfit. Are those boots even sold in women's sizes? Of course, she looked adorable in a pair of high-waisted jeans and pale blue, low-cut top that only validated everything she said about the push-up bra. Her light hair was styled and she had on makeup, like a normal 20-something on a Friday night. Getting away with what? My shoes? I glanced down at my feet. It's a law that I have to wear steel-toed shoes at a construction site. Not the shoes, although they are god-awful. Leave a pair of non-construction site shoes in your car or something. I'm talking about the quiz. I frowned as I waved to Zoe, one of Mallory's friends, over her shoulder. What are you talking about? You didn't send it. I blinked at her. Yes, I did. She shook her head, her hair swinging along with cute dangly earrings. I reached up and felt the tiny stud in my ear. Well, I didn't get it, she said, sounding put off. My eyes widened as I felt a trickle of panic. What do you mean you didn't get it? She held up her phone, and I grabbed her wrist so I could see her inbox on the screen. I didn't get it. My mind started to spin, wondering where did it go. I stared at Mallory. She stared at me. If it didn't go to you, then where did I send it? I grabbed myself from my crossbody purse and opened up my own email, swiped to the sent folder, and screamed. Right there in the middle of Kincaid's, like I was trying out for a horror flick. All talking on the deck ceased and everyone turned to face me. I didn't pay them any attention. All my focus was on the name in the to section of my email, along with the attachment titled Sex Quiz. Oh my God. My heart was trying to beat right out of my chest and my hands shook. Mallory snagged the phone from my hand as I willed the ground to open up and swallow me down. A single-person sinkhole would be perfect. Holy shit, she whispered, eyes widening, then meeting mine. How did that happen? Since I didn't seem to be actually dying, the bar patrons went back to their fun while I was going to have a stroke, or expire from mortification. I grabbed the cell back, stared at it, willing my eyes to be wrong. You're Mallory. He's Maverick. They both start with the same 2 letters, M-A. You were doing that annoying Jeopardy music and it must have autofilled the rest of the address and I wasn't paying any attention. With your boss's name. I nodded, trying not to vomit, because she didn't know everything that happened today. Mal, I just sent a sex quiz to Maverick James. Chapter 2. Maverick. Friday, 10:18 a.m., 8 hours before the scream. The last thing I expected this week was to be in Montana, since the project in Hunter Valley wasn't going smoothly, meaning it was somehow ridiculously over budget and behind schedule. I had my assistant rearrange my appointments for me to be here. It had been my idea to convert a local ranch property into a posh inn, to shift the development of our corporate chain of hotels from large mega properties, like on the Las Vegas Strip, New York's Fifth Avenue, or Belgravia in London, to exclusive destinations with only a handful of guests. These new additions offered top amenities with unusual and custom excursions. The first one in the San Juan Islands in Washington state had a wait list after only being open 3 months. The latest in Banff opened last month. The project here in Hunter Valley was the third, and while I'd been monitoring it closely, I doubted it was going to be ready for prime ski season. Not with a long list of issues. That wasn't going to work. I'd had enough excuses and cost overrides from the project manager. Not for me and not for the board of directors who'd backed me. I flew up here to get it back on schedule and figure out what the hell was going on. While it was my family's last name on the side of the corporate headquarters in Denver, it was my ass and personal reputation at stake. I was CEO, and it was my, and my brother Silas's company. I didn't like to fail, and it wasn't going to start now. The jet landed an hour ago, and my first stop in town was for coffee. I'd driven down the quaint main street, found Steaming Hotties, which was one hell of a name for a coffee shop, and parked out front. I took in the exposed brick walls, high-beamed ceilings inside. Eclectic tables and chairs were filled with even more eclectic customers, ranging from old-timers in overalls to 2 moms wrangling toddlers with chocolate mustaches and crumbling muffins in their little fists. The scent of coffee made me start to perk up. This wasn't the 23rd floor of James Corp. This right here, this caffeine and sugar-scented business was the reason I chose this valley for the resort. It was like a break from the real world without any big chain stores or restaurants. It was near the state's national parks, but off the beaten path to have too many tourists. A ski resort was nestled in the mountains at the edge of town, meaning the valley offered both summer and winter activities. I'd skied here a number of times and knew from those visits this town would be on the list for one of my boutique inns. This town was calm, quaint, easygoing. Friendly, too, based on the big smile and welcome from the barista. "Hey there, what can I get you today?" "Coffee black, to go." I glanced at the bakery case. "Are those cinnamon rolls homemade?" She smiled. "Sure are." My stomach rumbled. "One of those." "Good call. Want it warmed up? It'll be better that way." "Sounds good, thanks." I leaned against the counter as she began to fill my order, checking emails on my cell. No, something's off with that calculation. The length and width of the space is what? The soft voice had me glancing over my shoulder. A woman was on the phone, papers tucked under her arm. She had glasses on her nose, dark hair pulled into a somewhat sloppy ponytail. The barista handed me my to-go cup, and I passed her some cash as she said, "I'll let you know when the cinnamon roll is ready." 8.7 by 29.5, the woman behind me said. "Right." I stuffed the change I was given into a vintage teapot, serving as a tip jar, grabbed my coffee and made my way over to the napkin dispenser at the milk and sugar station. If the cinnamon roll was as gooey and frosting covered as it looked in the case, I was going to need several. That's $25.66.5 for square footage, the woman continued. Wait, did she do that math in her head? I glanced to see if she was reading something on those papers. Nope, they were still stuffed beneath her arm. She bit her lip, clearly thinking. While her gaze was on the list of coffee drinks on the chalkboard on the brick wall behind the counter, she wasn't seeing any of it. Doesn't the report say 28 something? I started listening more intently to her half of the conversation. I grabbed a stir stick to look busy with my coffee, even though I liked it black and not like I was eavesdropping. I had no idea what she was talking about, but I was fascinated. Whatever the math problem, she wasn't using a calculator or one in her cell phone. "Hey, Bridge, usual?" the barista asked. Bridge, an odd name. She, Bridge, moved the phone away from her head as she answered. "You got it. Thanks, Eve." Bridge moved to a high top beneath the large picture window looking out onto the street, set her papers down with a sigh. "That's one of the problems," she continued with whomever was on the call. "The math's way off. They're overcharging by over 200 square feet. Yes, I'm sure." She tipped her head up at the tin ceiling, and while I could only see her back, I knew she was probably rolling her eyes. I had to smile. "Yes, I understand you have to check my math. Pull out your calculator and see. I'll wait." As she did that, she glanced around the shop and her gaze snagged on me. Her mouth dropped open and her eyes widened. I was used to the reaction. I was a big guy. Around here, all I was missing was a flannel shirt and an axe to be considered a lumberjack. I reached for a napkin and tugged it from the dispenser. What I hadn't noticed the first time her eyes met mine was that they were green, like emeralds, fringed by dark lashes and only magnified by her glasses. She pushed them up her nose, and I found the action strangely endearing, right along with the pencil tucked behind her ear. She was a tiny thing, maybe an inch or two over 5 feet, just a little peanut in comparison to me. And young. Early 20s, I guessed, which was practically robbing the cradle since I was pushing 40. Fuck, I felt old. Maybe she was in college and working on some group project? Shit. Was I eyeing a college co-ed? Unlike most women I was used to who wore perfectly fitted dresses or suits at corporate, or even tighter yoga pants and snug tops out and about, this half-pint had on loose-fitting jeans and a simple long-sleeved shirt. Not one part of her caught my eye, at first. Now, with a second and third glance, everything about her was intriguing, worth another look, which I took. Those jeans couldn't hide rounded hips or a perfect ass, and while her top was simple, the swell of pert breasts was enough to make me need to wipe drool with the napkin I held. When she realized she was staring, even though I was staring right back, she blushed and looked away, shifted her gaze to the worn wood flooring and her work boot-covered feet. On top of all that about her, she was shy, definitely not trying to catch my interest. My smile grew at her naturalness. Was that even a fucking word? I had no idea, but that was this woman. Young, pretty, great. She was exactly what my father used to like, and that made me feel like shit for even looking her way. The last thing I wanted was to be anything like him. "Yes, I'm still here. Yes." She spun back to the table, her ponytail whipping around her neck, clearly flustered. I knew I was reasonably good-looking and fit, but my size was intimidating. I was, at 37, still very single. After all these years, that meant I wasn't much of a catch to anyone who wasn't a money-hungry bitch. I steered well clear of those. Who was this woman and why was I curious about her? Why was I suddenly interested in learning more about her? I pulled out another napkin. "That was my math, too," she continued. "Yes, I'm glad the discrepancy was found." The barista held up a glass of iced coffee to catch her attention, then to me with a cinnamon roll, big and gooey enough to fill the plate it sat on. "Look, I have to go," she said. "The meeting's this afternoon. Yes, I'll have all the data ready." She ended the call, set her cell on the table beside her papers, and went to the counter. "Problems?" the barista Eve asked her. Bridge shrugged as I stepped up behind her to get my cinnamon roll. "Nothing more than usual. Just a big meeting later and problems to solve." "They're lucky to have you in that big brain of yours," Eve said sweetly. It was clear they knew each other, close in age too. Probably grew up together. Bridge smiled and paid for her drink. "You're sweeter than your baked goods for saying that, and this brain's gotten me into nothing but trouble." She tapped her temple as she spoke and spun on her heel and turned right into me. The glass of iced coffee hit my chest and splashed all over it. I took a step back instinctively. She gasped. "Shit, I'm so sorry," she said, setting the now empty glass on the counter, then grabbed the napkins out of my grip. She started to pat at my shirt to sop up the chilly coffee. I wore jeans with a dress shirt, my sleeves rolled up because even in Montana it was a warm summer day. Now the white cotton had a huge swath of brown, and it was dripping down my stomach. It was cold against my skin, but I barely felt it since Bridget's little hand was pressing over and over against my abs. Left, right, then moved lower. And lower. I can't believe I did that. Her gaze didn't lift to mine as she tried to tackle the spill. I'll pay for your dry cleaning, and I grabbed her wrist as she worked her way south toward the button on my jeans. A few inches lower and she'd be patting my dick. While I was all for her becoming acquainted with it, I didn't want that to happen here. It seemed I needed more than an iced coffee bath to cool off from this woman's touch because I was getting hard. I kept my hold gentle, but needed to ensure she didn't work her way any lower. She was already freaked out enough. I might want to get her better acquainted, but I liked the woman who touched my dick, or wrote it, to know at least my name. Shh, it's okay, I murmured. All I saw was the top of her head, but she shook it. Her hair wasn't just brown, but had hints of red and copper in it. I wondered how silky soft it would feel, how it would fall over her shoulders if I tugged out the tie. It's not, your shirt's ruined, she practically moaned. Baby, look at me. I had no idea where that endearment came from, but it fell from my lips as easily as the smile I offered her when she finally looked up, the pencil behind her ear, her glasses perched on her nose and her hand clutching damp napkins. God, she was cute. I never knew I had a thing for nerdy 20-somethings. No, not all of them, just this one in particular. I instantly wanted to reassure her, to make her see it wasn't anything to be upset about. It was an accident. I'm just glad you like iced coffee. I offered her a smile so she knew I wasn't upset, rubbed my thumb against her palm. I shouldn't be doing this. It was like robbing the fucking cradle just talking to her, but I couldn't help it. Her eyes widened and she blinked. A flush spread across her cheeks. I didn't pull away. I couldn't. Still, I'm sorry. Your shirt's ruined, I'm sure. She whispered, glancing away, but not moving since I still held her. Eyes up here. She responded immediately to my request, and I liked that. Too fucking much. I wondered how she'd respond when I took charge in other ways. Oh shit, no, not a good idea. Fuck yes. It's just a shirt, I said, my voice rough. Eve came around the counter and handed me a clean dishcloth. I let go of Bridge to take it, but she snagged it out of her friend's hand before I could get it. She dropped to her knees to wipe up the floor. There wasn't much of a mess since it had landed squarely on me, and I was a big guy. Bridge glanced up at me from her knees, sank her teeth in her plump lower lip, and my dirty mind went immediately to her before me, just like this. But I was feeding her my dick. How her lips would spread around it. How her eyes would go wide when she realized she wouldn't be able to take all of me. I was at least a head taller and weighed close to 250. Big. I was definitely proportionate. Shit, I was trying to be a good guy, a gentleman, but she was on her fucking knees. She was testing the hell out of my restraint, and she didn't even know it, because it was fucking obvious she sure as shit was a good girl, and I wanted to do very bad things to her. The very young woman. Now I could see why my dad liked them young. I stifled a groan. I was going to hell. I hadn't realized Eve had left us until she came back and handed me a t-shirt. On the house. The moment was broken, and I took the shirt, held it up. The coffee shop's name, Steaming Hotties, was across the chest in a decorative font with Hunter Valley, Montana beneath it, and it was pale pink. Might be a little snug, she added, but I'm not sure what would fit on you, big guy. I had my suitcase in the rental car. I could go out and grab a clean shirt, but it was a kind gesture, and I didn't want to decline it or her hospitality. Maybe I'd get her to supply the coffee beans for the inn. I might only be here a short time to get the construction project back on track, but I'd be in Hunter Valley often and wanted to get to know the community, perhaps one member of it in particular. One who seemed to be very talented at math, had a knack for blushing at the smallest things, was a touch awkward and didn't realize how amazing she looked on her knees. On top of all that, I had a feeling the sooner I was out of the stained shirt, Bridge would stop looking at me like she kicked my puppy. I wanted her to look at me with those bewitching eyes in other ways that made me feel like an old fucking man, but one whose dick was rock hard. So standing in the middle of the coffee shop, I took my shirt off, one button at a time. Chapter 3. Bridget. Oh my God, he was taking off his shirt. I'd never been to an all-male review, but I had a feeling it would be like this, and I had a very close-up review. I hopped from my knees and Eve snagged the dirty cloth from my hands as I stared, and tried not to drool as the man's bare chest was revealed, one chiseled inch at a time. "Holy fuck," Eve whispered, then fled behind the counter to help another customer. I had never seen a guy his size before. I worked on a construction site and was surrounded by men all day. Some were big, but not like this. I barely came up to this guy's shoulder. His wide, muscular shoulders. I knew they were muscular because they were bare, and tanned, and toned, and all the adjectives that were not coming to mind because I couldn't think straight at the sight of him, and his thick chest, the smattering of dark hair, the flat discs of his nipples. I wanted to run my hand over one, then slide down over those abs. I stared, and while I was one semester shy of getting a mathematics degree from MIT, I couldn't count if he had a 6, 8, 12-pack or whatever number he had if my life depended on it. His jeans hung low on his narrow hips, and there were those 2 deep lines that dipped beneath the waistband, that V thing, the one that made a woman's ovaries pop out an egg or two. He slipped his arms, yeah, they were corded and toned too, through the t-shirt and pulled it over his head, tugging it down over his body, where it barely fit. "Eyes up here," he murmured, his voice deep and rumbly. I flicked my gaze up to his instantly, just as I had the last time he'd said that to me. But I hadn't been entranced by the sliver of skin that was still exposed between the hem of the t-shirt and the top of his jeans. Now it was hard to stare at anything else. Gah! I could feel my cheeks burning, and I glanced quickly away, biting my lip. I'd been ogling him, like a huge slab of meat. Long fingers lifted my chin back up. The look in his dark eyes when mine met his didn't show anger. Little crinkles formed at the corners. He was smiling at me. Me! The woman who'd— "This spill," he said. "It's over. I got a cool new shirt out of it." He tugged at the cotton that stretched taut over his abs, at least a size too small. I doubted Eve carried lumberjack size. The pink color only amplified his manliness. His grin was lethal. So was the rest of him. Tanned, toned, and totally hot. A giant. He made my brain short-circuit, and I opened and closed my mouth a few times. I had no idea what to say. He was trying to reassure me, which I wasn't used to. He was being nice. And he called me baby. Of course he called me an endearment. He didn't know my name. It was probably how he kept all the women who threw themselves at him, or threw coffee on him, happy without having to remember their names. An easy way not to mess up. That made the most sense, him calling every woman he encountered the same thing. "Sit with me?" he asked. Sit with him? What? Come on. He snagged my hand in his big one and pulled me over to the table where I abandoned my work papers. I settled onto a stool and he sat across from me, never letting go of my hand. His was like a dinner plate, mine lost in his hold. The touch was warm, gentle. His fingers offered mine a small squeeze. I processed all this as I stared at it in his left that didn't have a ring, then thought, he's holding my hand. Chillbridge. I pulled it away, tucked it into my lap so I didn't reach out and run my fingers through his dark hair. Threads of gray at the temples caught the sunlight through the window, an indication he was older than me, by a lot, late 30s probably. I'll be right back. Before I could question what he meant, he took 3 big steps and grabbed his coffee from the high counter. Then the plated cinnamon roll, with a fork poked into the frosting, Eve held out for him. Her smile was a little too big and a little too bright, proving that he could strike all women dumb. Eve was my friend since 4-H back in 2nd grade. We knew each other well, although I couldn't miss her response to him since she fanned herself behind his back. I totally agreed. He could melt any woman's hard drive. Work problems? He asked once seated, eyes on my papers. They were an amalgamation of invoices, scribbled notes, jotted math workings, and blueprint printouts. So many problems. Like my dumbass boss Jason who couldn't use a calculator. That would involve work and he didn't like to do it. So as his assistant, I did it for him. When I started back in the winter, I just moved back and was desperate for a job. I figured it out, I replied neutrally. Unlike my inability to hold a glass of iced coffee, my job wasn't his problem. I didn't need to dump anything else on him. I heard you doing some math, he mentioned, pulling the fork from his cinnamon roll like he was Arthur pulling the sword from the cream cheese frosting-covered stone. I couldn't help but roll my eyes at his comment. I was used to being made fun of for what some considered a strange talent. Ever since I was little and advanced math couldn't challenge me. I considered it normal, although I was far from that. The nerdy girl, the brainiac. Heard? My brain isn't that loud. A slow smile crept across his face and my mind blanked. His good looks actually made me stupid. I'm impressed. I shrugged and stood, not interested in being considered a sideshow for him. That happened to me enough without it being done by the most handsome man I'd ever seen. It was only even more insulting. It's just math. With a swipe of my hand, I corralled my papers. I'll let you enjoy your coffee and roll. No, stay. He hopped to his feet, which had him looming over me once more. I swallowed hard at his command and the earnestness behind it. You never even got your drink. Yeah, I didn't get it. He did. All over him. He twisted and raised his arm to signal Eve, who somehow understood the hand gesture and held up a replacement iced coffee she'd already made, this time in a to-go cup. He grabbed it from her and brought it to the table, setting it beside my papers. There. Like nothing happened, except I now get to have coffee with a beautiful woman. My mouth fell open. Then I snapped it shut and bit my lip to keep it that way. Beautiful? Me? Right. I didn't dare look at him because I didn't want him to be a bullshitter. My sister Lindy always pointed out I could be beautiful if I put some effort in, and I knew I hadn't put any effort in this morning, not with my boss always eyeing my ass. It was better and smarter to look as unfeminine as possible around him. Aren't you going to have some of your drink? He asked, sitting back down. He cut off a section of cinnamon roll and ate it. I'm afraid to touch it and spill it on you again, I admitted, looking down. I was afraid I would be clumsy, but not afraid in general. He didn't give off that vibe. In fact, he oddly felt safe. I was also in a coffee shop in broad daylight with Eve as a chaperone. He seemed nice, except for the lie about me being beautiful. I couldn't figure out what he wanted from me for saying that. I ran my hand over my hair absently and came across the pencil I tucked behind my ear. God, so beautiful with my geeky pencil. I practically whimpered in mortification. He set his fork on his plate so the tines faced down. Did it ever occur to you that getting covered in coffee was just as much my fault? I stood right behind you. I lifted my gaze and met his, surprised. What? He narrowed his eyes in such a way that had me snapping my mouth shut once more before I could argue. Drink your coffee, baby. I took a sip of my drink. Why? To appease him? Because I was too stunned by the endearment again to do anything else? I really do have to get back to work, I told him, holding the full to-go cup between my hands. I did, but I wanted to leave because sticking around made me feel desperate, that I was lingering because I wanted some scraps of praise from him, that I really did want to be beautiful. Except after what I did to him, sticking around only made me feel like I was desperate for exactly that, attention and affection from a handsome man. Besides, we learned last night the owner of the company, my boss's boss, was coming to town to inspect the progress of the resort and to go through the issues we were having. Jason, who didn't know his ass from his elbow because he consistently looked at mine, ass, not elbow, but I wouldn't be surprised if he eyed that too, expected a report to share, which meant I had papers to review, numbers to crunch. This guy was only being kind, nothing more. It wasn't as if he'd be interested in me, regardless of the compliments he gave. Thinking there could be anything real was stupid, and everyone knew I wasn't that. I wasn't looking for a man. In fact, after what happened at college and with Jason, all I wanted to do was hide. I definitely wasn't on a manhunt like my sister. Lindy wanted a husband and a family, and she wanted them 5 years ago. Of course, she was 13 years older, and as she said, her clock was ticking. Me? I wasn't even remotely close to getting my own shit together, let alone be girlfriend material. If Lindy saw me right now, she'd lose her shit that I was sitting here in public and hadn't done anything with my hair this morning besides pull it back up in a hair tie. Or that I hadn't touched any of the makeup she'd given me as a passive-aggressive Christmas present last year. Or any of the other reasons she'd find flaws with my appearance. In front of this guy. God, I was being ridiculous, drooling over him, feeling things from his words when I shouldn't. Beautiful, baby. It was definitely time to go and get back to reality. "Thanks for the cool shirt," he replied, pointing at his chest. But all I took notice of was how it highlighted every muscular inch of a man I couldn't have. Even though he did everything he could to downplay what happened, I was embarrassed. So I tucked the pencil back behind my ear, pushed my glasses up and fled, which I was as good at doing as math. Chapter 4. Maverick. Friday, 11:35 a.m. I couldn't get the woman out of my head. Bridge. The quietly beautiful, ridiculously smart, nerdy little thing from the coffee shop, who'd spilled cold fucking coffee all over me and tried to dry me off with a handful of napkins. She was skittish and wary, sassy and shy, and fucking young. She also eyed me behind those thick glasses like I was a piece of candy and she wanted to get a lick. Then she'd run out, bolted like a horse out of the gate at the Kentucky Derby. She wasn't like any woman I knew, and I'd been all over the world. Why did a tiny thing like her, who kept a pencil tucked behind her ear, distract me? Like now talking to Silas. "Did you hear me?" he asked. I blinked, getting visions of freckles and green eyes out of my head and on my brother's scruffy face. "No, what?" "I asked you what the hell are you wearing?" I had him on video chat as I leaned against my car. I was at the site, getting my first glimpse of the resort since groundbreaking 2 months earlier. His face, so similar to mine, filled my cell's screen. There were 4 of us James brothers, with me being the oldest, but only Silas ran the family business with me. Theo and Dex never had any interest. Theo decided to save the world by being a doctor, and Dex got all the athletic genes and played pro hockey. I frowned, glanced down, then grinned. "Coffee shop, t-shirt." I told him, remembering how I got it. How Bridge's little hands patting me down was the closest contact I've had to a woman in far too long. "It's pink." "Sure is. Going local already? You've been there 3 hours. Someone ran into me with a cup of coffee. A wince crossed his face. "You look way too happy for having your nipples burned off." I rolled my eyes. "Iced coffee, thankfully." "So what gives, then?" "A pretty woman did it." My mind drifted to those full lips and wide hips. He laughed. "What about Farah?" My smile dropped. "What about her?" "Word on the street is you're together." "You know we're not. At all." Farah and I had grown up together, and our parents had playfully suggested that we should marry. That never went away. These days, we ran interference for each other, being each other's date as needed to social events. I only had sisterly affection for her, and she didn't want me in return. The fact that Silas brought her up was another reminder as to the gossip mill of the rich and famous. Being in Montana would hopefully avoid that. Mom wants grandchildren, and as the oldest, she's not getting them from me and Farah. I countered. I had the baby convo with my mother on a consistent basis. She had 4 single sons with no grandchildren on the horizon. Fine. You were almost drowned by a cup of iced coffee and a pretty woman. Have a fling. When was the last time you were laid? I frowned, not sure if I should feel good he thought I could pick up a woman at a coffee shop and then fuck her, or depressed that he pointed out I hadn't gotten any in such a long-ass time. I'm not that much of a player. I wasn't. I didn't want to think about how long it'd been since I had a woman in my bed. Not that I wasn't up for a little fun, but a quickie just didn't do it for me any longer. Nameless hookups had been fine in my 20s. I wasn't that shallow, but some women were, especially when they learned my last name and the number of zeros in my bank account. They wanted to fuck their way into a billion-dollar marriage, so I always kept it casual. And it hasn't been that long. I added on a grumble. He only laughed because he knew I lied. Besides, she's young. I followed that with a frown, thinking of how incompatible Bridge and I were. So, is she legal? I didn't know for sure, but based on the conversation I overheard, she had a job that involved math, not a trig test in high school. Yes. Then what's the issue? I didn't answer right away, and he caught on. You think because your dick gets hard for a younger woman that you're like Dad? He didn't fuck anyone over the age of 25. After my mom finally divorced him for having an affair with yet another secretary or caddy girl, he kept right on going with the young ones, even having died of a heart attack while fucking one of them. Well, you have, and you're nothing like him. He told me, you're 37 years old, go fuck who you want, move away from home. Seriously, stay there, have babies with a 20-something hottie, make mom happy. Babies. She spilled coffee on me and I'm attracted. I'm not planning on inseminating her. Jesus. Fine, leave the semen out of it. Wear a condom. But go for it. Go for it. The idea of peeling Bridget's clothes off and seeing all her secrets beneath was what I wanted to do now. I imagined, and with pretty dirty fucking thoughts, she would be lush and soft and perfect. I wondered how far her blush spread beneath her shirt. I also wondered what she'd look like with my cum splashed all over her. I think I scared her off, I admitted. I wasn't sure how I did that, since I hadn't said any of my dirty thoughts aloud. Doing everything I could to reassure her, I wasn't mad about the spill. I even held her hand and called her baby. I'd never done that before, called anyone baby, but it just seemed right. You are a big scary motherfucker. Was that it? Was it because at first glance I really was a big scary motherfucker? I tried to be gentle to protect her, even from me. You're an inch taller, I countered. The James men all ate their vegetables as kids. It's a small town. Maybe you'll run into her. Your wardrobe hopes, not literally. Pink definitely isn't your color. I'd sacrifice another shirt to see her again. What's the status with the project? He asked, steering away from my encounter earlier and onto why I was in Montana in the first place. Definitely behind. Turning my cell away from me, I offer him a slow scan of the site before facing him again. A crew was busy building out the second story, a few men pushing up a section of wall and anchoring it in place. The hum of an air compressor, followed by the thwap of a nail gun, filled the air. The resort would have 15 rooms, a 5-star restaurant, spa, outdoor adventure center. Now, it didn't even have a roof. It'll get done. Before you retire, he poked. We were close, too fucking close sometimes, especially since we worked side by side. I may be CEO, but he ran James Corp just as much as me. We were close with Theo and Dex, too, up in each other's business non-stop, and I was surprised one or both weren't also on this call. Fuck you, I'm not that old. 37 wasn't ancient, except when I seemed to have the hots for someone at least a decade younger. Maybe Bridge thought I was old. My dick didn't care. I'd had a semi since she patted me down, and thinking of her naked with just a pencil behind her ear had me shifting my dick in my jeans. The project's that behind, he clarified. I sighed because he was right. I have a meeting in a few with the contractor. I flicked my gaze to the resort, currently was nothing more than framed out. I'll come up. I shook my head. To do what, kick someone's ass for me? You are scrawny. No response was needed for that because I hadn't been scrawny since the 2nd grade. Let me see what the hell's going on. Unless you can build trusses or operate a crane, you aren't going to be of much help. That was the next step. Once the 2nd floor framing was done, trusses would be lowered to build out the roof line. Then it could be enclosed and the roof put on. Hopefully before the snow started. Here in Montana, that came sooner than later. You can't do that shit either. I smirked. No, but I can hopefully scare the project manager into getting his shit together. I'll be back in the office by lunchtime tomorrow. You're not that scary in pink, but go bust some balls, brother. I'd do it because I wasn't having this project fail. I could throw more money at it, and I would, but that wasn't my way. The project team was failing at their job, and I needed to find out why. Chapter 5. Bridget. Friday, 12:18 p.m., 6 hours before the scream. I entered the office, loaded down with bags from the deli. The meeting with Maverick James from Denver had started 10 minutes ago, but my job wasn't to sit in on it, but to feed everyone. After the coffee shop fiasco, I'd settled in at my desk and finalized the reports for my boss. He'd taken the printout I handed him, tore it off the top sheet with my name on it, tossed it into the recycle bin, then told me to get everyone's lunch order. Gemma, the office receptionist, had given me a commiserating look and helped. She couldn't leave her desk since she had to answer phones. I, on the other hand, had free time to run out since I hadn't been invited to the meeting. She was well aware of how much of a little shit Jason was, but neither of us had any way to complain. There was no human resources locally, only at James Corp headquarters in Denver. Since he'd come from that office, it didn't seem like they were interested in him being an asshole. He was a misogynist who treated me like an assistant so he could ogle my ass and use my brain to his advantage. Gemma and I were the only locals hired to James Corp for the project. The rest of the crew came from Denver with Jason to be the core crew. A local general contractor dealt with the various elements of the work, such as subcontracting for concrete and electrical. I didn't want to lose my job, but Gemma was a single mother who needed the steady paycheck and didn't dare complain. While I didn't have kids, I was saving up money so I didn't have to live with my sister for much longer. So when I pushed through the front entry, barely able to see over the tops of the bags, Gemma dashed around her desk and opened the conference room door for me. "The shingles are behind at the manufacturers in Salt Lake. Delivery delays." I didn't look up as I set the bags down on the large table as Jason spoke, pulling out wrapped sandwiches and reading the scrawl on them to figure out what kind they were. It was the lack of response that had me lifting my gaze. Everyone was staring at me. Jason, Ed the engineer, Bixby the local general contractor, and him, the guy from the coffee shop. He was the only person in the room I didn't know, which meant he was... Holy crap! Maverick James. I spilled coffee all over my boss's boss, one of the James Corporation's owners. I made a billionaire boss wear a pink Steaming Hotties t-shirt. I stared at him. He stared at me. I tried not to cower because, God, his eyes narrowed. "Bridget's brought lunch. Your assistant shared that you liked roast beef." Jason's words had me blinking, and I'd never been so thankful for the task of playing waitress, pulling out and dispersing the sandwiches, bags of chips, and cans of soda. "Bridget." His deep voice had me swallowing. Now I couldn't look his way if my life depended on it. "Yes, my assistant," Jason prompted. Ed and Bixby offered thanks as I handed them their food. We'd worked together earlier on the issues, and I finalized them into the report. I liked them both, unlike Jason the jerk. I went around the table, set the roast beef before Maverick James. He stood, and I had to tilt my head back to meet his gaze. I pushed my glasses up. "Bridget Beckett." I reached my hand out to introduce myself, not because I hadn't done so at the coffee shop, which I hadn't, but because I was at work and it was the appropriate thing to do. His big hand engulfed mine once again. "Maverick James," he said, offering me a smile. He stared. I stared. He stared some more. I noticed his eyes were so brown as to be almost black, that whiskers had come in across his strong jaw since I saw him last, 2 hours earlier. That someone was clearing their throat. It wasn't me. It wasn't Mr. James. It was Jason. Shit. I yanked my hand back and spun on my heel. Heat filled my cheeks and I bolted out the door and leaned against the wall just outside the conference room, as if my body weight was needed to hold it up. Gemma swiveled her chair around behind her desk and grinned. "He's gorgeous, right?" She whispered so only I could hear and fanned herself, just like Eve had. "What about the cost increases?" I heard Mr. James's voice through the open doorway. "I've been working on a report for you," Jason replied. I looked up at the ceiling tiles, thinking of the report I'd worked on. "Can I see it?" Mr. James asked. "I own the company and came personally from corporate, Jason, because the cost is up 22% and my assistant has it," he said, cutting him off and trying to quickly placate. "She fetches reports as well as she does food. Bridget?" "Asshole." His shout had me pushing off the wall, then taking a deep breath. I could do this. I could swallow down Jason's patronizing and misogyny while being in a room with Mr. James, who'd held my hand and called me beautiful. I grabbed a copy of the report from my desk and carried it in. I need the report, Jason said, although I had no idea why he hadn't brought in the one I gave him earlier. I held the stapled pages up, letting him know I had them, then handed them to Mr. James. Mr. James's eyes met mine. Thank you, he said, his voice much softer than what he'd used for Jason's scolding. I was halfway to the door when he called out, Take a seat, Bridget. I glanced his way, then at Ed and Bixby, who only shrugged. They were both easygoing and helpful, and also not big fans of Jason. Since he ran the project, they did what he said, even if it had been messing with the entire project. Enough that the CEO himself was here. I pulled out a chair and settled into it at the far end of the huge table from Mr. James. Mr. James unwrapped his sandwich and Ed and Bixby followed after. I sat with my hands folded in my lap. Aren't you eating, Bridget? Mr. James asked when he noticed I was the only one without a lunch. I pushed my glasses up again. I'll eat later, Mr. James. Maverick, he corrected. And your answer means you didn't get a sandwich for yourself. He picked up one half of his sub and stood, carrying it along with a few napkins around the table and set it in front of me. Eat. I looked from him to the others, then looked down, not wanting to draw attention to myself. The last thing I expected was to be part of this meeting. Mr. James, Maverick, settled in his seat, waiting for me to take a bite of the sandwich before he took one of his own. As he chewed, he opened the report and scanned it. Tell me about this, he said to Jason. Bixby, Jason said, diverting. He shoved a huge bite of ham and cheese into his mouth, most likely so he wouldn't have to answer anything else. Bixby was in his late 30s, a few years older than my sister. He grew up here in the Valley like I had, but we were far enough apart in age that we didn't cross paths much. He'd been running his family's construction company with his father since college, but his dad had retired a few years ago and he ran it solo now. He loved to ski and played the banjo of all things. There was some confusion with the size of the event space, Bixby explained. The square footage was off. That was the basis for the cost variation. The event space was for weddings and other celebrations, and connected to the inn by an enclosed breezeway. 2,566.5 square feet instead of 2,800 something, Maverick said, making my head whip up. Maverick wasn't looking at the report. He was looking at Bixby as he shared the numbers. A piece of shredded lettuce fell from my mouth, and I grabbed a napkin to conceal my chewing. And amazement. Because those were the numbers I'd told Bixby on the phone at the coffee shop. Maverick had heard my half of the conversation and remembered them. Bixby's eyes widened. Then he grinned. That's right. You'll find the costs will be more in line with the original projections with that fix. Schedule, too. Maverick nodded. Good. That's good news, Jason. I set my sandwich down, watched as Jason preened under Maverick's praise. For work he didn't do. Suddenly I wasn't hungry. Or happy. Chapter 6. Maverick. Jason Jimenez was a dick. I didn't like him the second he gave me a limp handshake, and I still didn't like him now. I knew his type. Middle management that coasted for decades on doing as little work as possible. It was clear he considered Bridget, a name a hell of a lot better than Bridge, nothing more than a servant instead of an assistant, made me wonder how he hadn't gotten fired before now. It was obvious he'd been hired during my father's tenure as CEO and hidden himself and his behavior well since I took over. Not any longer. It was the way he looked at Bridget's ass that had me furious. Knowing Bridget from the few minutes at the coffee shop, she wouldn't speak up about his behavior, wouldn't knee him in the balls and tell him to fuck off. I wanted to do it, to tell him to fuck off, but not yet. I was thankful I'd overheard Bridget's conversation earlier. It was clear now that it was with Bixby, the local contractor she'd been talking to. He seemed a decent sort, knowing his stuff and admitting when there was a mistake. He wasn't planning on billing tens of thousands of dollars for a math error. As I listened to Ed the engineer and Bixby give updates on everything from wiring codes to truss delivery, I didn't miss a thing Bridget did, which was nothing. When she'd first come in with food, I'd been stunned, amazed that fate had made it easy for me to see her again. When she'd finally looked my way, she'd been just as surprised. She had no idea who I was when she'd run into me. That was clear. I'd thought she was beautiful before, and I'd told her that. But now, fuck, she was lovely. I'd been right to be distracted. With her hair pulled back, her high cheekbones were prominent. Those green eyes were even more brilliant behind her glasses than earlier. She wore not a lick of makeup, which only highlighted how naturally beautiful she was. A spray of freckles across her upturned nose wasn't hidden by thick foundation. Her lips were the prettiest shade of pink and not from a tube of color. They were full, kissable. I tried to get her to eat, because no way in hell was she serving us and then not having any herself. But she'd stopped the second I gave Jimenez a little credit. The petty fucker hadn't shared who really earned the praise when I tested him. He took it and kept it for himself. Because of that, Bridget had shut down. Her gaze never left the sandwich in front of her as her shoulders slumped, as if she hid herself away behind her glasses and plain clothes. Her brightness was gone. When Ed and Bixby finished their sandwiches, they ducked out to get back to work. I'd agreed to stop by the job site later so they could walk me through it. They seemed happier with that than stuck here with Jason. Bridget left the room with them, trying not to be noticed, but that was impossible. I caught Jimenez's eyes on her retreating form. I cleared my throat and gripped the edge of the table. He turned back, a smirk on his face. He leaned in, lowered his voice. That young ass is a piece of work. So are her tits. I'm not sure if I like her better coming or going. From outside the open door, I heard a little gasp. I stood, pissed. I didn't like Jimenez's locker room talk, clearly done to seem like we were buddies. Two guys sitting around while the little woman served them, and then moved on to ogle and demeanor. Jesus, he reminded me of my father's behavior. Women had to be pretty, willing to fuck and dump. Interchangeable. This was not fucking happening, especially when Jimenez didn't give a shit that Bridget overheard what he'd just said about her. Not with me as CEO of James Corp. Not with any woman, and especially not Bridget. His words I completely agreed with, which made me feel like an asshole. An old asshole lusting after someone so young. I wasn't sure if I liked her ass or tits better either, but that wasn't something I was going to share. With anyone. I wanted to get my hands on her, but to make her feel good. To make her feel beautiful. Special. Not degraded. Tell me, Jason, how did you discover the square footage discrepancy? I asked, trying not to grip my teeth or put my fist through his. He hopped to his feet, the wheelchair rolling back. Well, the math didn't add up. Right, but you shared a cost increase last week. Didn't you think that was a big jump? Yes, He sputtered, but I cut him off. I didn't need to have him spew any more of his bullshit. It was enough that I flew up here to meet with you. The report shows the fix, he countered. Because your assistant found it, isn't that right? I might have been in a pink t-shirt, but I was still the boss, and pissed. I crossed my arms over my chest, and Jimenez swallowed hard. It's her job to assist me when issues like these arise. Like doing the math. I grabbed the report and tossed it, so it slid across the table to stop in front of him. Show me where the fix is. He picked up the papers, leafed through them. His face flushed as he fumbled. I waited. Just give me a moment, he said. You can't show me because you have no clue. He dropped the papers and rolled his shoulders back. My assistant pulled the document together. Bridget! She slinked into the doorway but entered no further. Show Mr. James where the fix is in the report. With a hand raised, I stopped her. No need. It's clear who's done the work on this project. Bridget looked up and her eyes widened. Her surprise made me realize her upset over lunch wasn't because of Jimenez, but because of me. I'd backed the fucker when I'd tested him, only she didn't know it was a test. Shit. Knowing I'd made her weak was like a kick to the gut. The last thing I wanted was for her to hate me, or worse, lump me in with a fucker like Jason Jimenez. That wasn't going to happen because I wanted to see her smile. I wanted to be the one to make her do it, and so many other things. Jimenez was going to be on the next flight out of the Valley and off my payroll, and as far away from Bridget as possible. I stepped toward him, and he retreated. It's also clear that you haven't taken the sexual harassment class that's required annually for all employees. I pushed, referring to the one I'd put in place the first week I took over the company after my father died. Because if you did, you'd know there's a zero-tolerance policy for comments like yours. That shit doesn't fly with me. I stepped around him, stopped in front of Bridget and winked. The only person who was going to think dirty thoughts about her was me. At the same time, I wanted to pull her into my arms, hug her and tell her she was safe from assholes. But she didn't need a man touching her right now. Not me. At least not until I made things right. "Excuse me, Gemma," I called. She stood from her desk and faced me. I could clearly see hope in her eyes. Yeah, she'd been fucked over by Jimenez too. I was sure of it. "Can you please book Jason a flight today back to Denver?" Her mouth dropped open, but she snapped it shut, then smiled. "My pleasure, Mr. James." I had no doubt that was true. "Are you fucking kidding me?" Jimenez shouted. "You're firing me because these women can't handle a little talk?" His arms flailed as he spoke, then wiped spit from his mouth with the back of his hand. "I'm firing you because not only do you not do your job, you're a little shit who has to demean women to make his dick seem big," I said. It was really fucking hard not to toss him out, but I was the boss, and this was a James Corp office, no matter how small. Jimenez pulled his arm back with a blatant haymaker I could see coming, and I let it fly. I could have blocked it, but I didn't. It glanced off my jaw and barely rocked my head back. Bridget hadn't moved from the doorway, but her hand was over her mouth watching the confrontation. "You saw that, right?" I asked her, making sure it was clear who threw the first punch. She nodded, her eyes wide behind her glasses. Not eager to fight in front of her, because this side of me was the last version I wanted her to see, but I had no choice. I wouldn't let this go. I couldn't, and I wanted her to know it. I fucking needed her to know I would protect her. I gave Jimenez one quick jab in return. His head rocked back and he fell to his ass. Secretly, the sound of his nose breaking gave me immense satisfaction. Immediately, I turned to Bridget. "Are you okay?" I asked. She seemed fine, but I had no idea how long this had been going on for, or what he'd said or done in the past. Had it just been words, or had he touched her? She nodded. "Can you call the sheriff for me, Bridget?" I wanted to call her baby, but after the way I had just outlined the sexual harassment rules of the company, I didn't want to break them myself. Bridget nodded and went to her desk. "I won't press charges if they can escort him to the plane and ensure he gets on it," I added, keeping my eyes on Jimenez. He wasn't getting up, which was the smartest thing he probably did all day. I settled my hands on my hips and took a breath. Fuck. I was supposed to be in and out of Hunter Valley. Not only was the project behind, but now there was no project manager. It looked like I was staying in town for a while, and surprisingly, I wasn't bothered by the idea. In fact, it was Bridget, on the phone with the sheriff, who had me looking forward to staying. Chapter 7. Bridget. Friday, 6:18 p.m. I screamed. In the middle of Kincaid's, the bar's outdoor patio loaded with people. Not because I saw a mouse or a spider, but I just realized I'd sent a sex quiz to the guy who signed my paychecks, the same guy who I'd been lusting after for the past 8 hours. It was more frightening than the scariest horror film ever made. Worse than leaving MIT ashamed and broken. Worse than anything that had ever happened to me, and there had been a lot. Everyone on the deck stopped talking and stared, and I couldn't be any more embarrassed if I tried. I stared at my emails sent folder, the recipient's name crystal clear. Maverick James. Not Mallory Mornay. The little paperclip and sex quiz file name confirmed the worst. I looked up at Mallory, freaking out. Oh my God. Mallory snagged my phone while I wondered if it was possible to actually die from mortification. I just sent a sex quiz to Maverick James. Is everything okay? Peyton asked when she came over. The other women clustered around me and Mallory in a full circle, blocking out the entire bar. Did you see a rat or something? Nora wondered, glancing down at the floor. I pleaded with my eyes to Mallory not to tell them what happened. I couldn't bear it if all of them knew. Being best friends since forever, she winked, then offered the group an eye roll and a toss of her blonde hair. A sale on her favorite calculator ended yesterday, Mallory said, waving a hand in the air. You know how Bridge is about her electronics. If I was thinking clearly, I'd take time wondering why they bought into that lie so easily, and went back to the high-top table where they'd been settled. I hadn't seen Maverick for hours. Not since he'd walked beside Hunter, the sheriff. Yes, he'd been named after the town, as he escorted Jason to the patrol car. Maverick had gotten into his own car and followed out of the lot. I didn't know if he'd gone to the station or gone to the job site as planned, or both. What Maverick had done had been exhilarating. Not only had my douchey boss been fired and kicked out of the state, he'd been called out because he hadn't done any work, and because he was a creep. I didn't usually like confrontation, but this one had made me hot. He'd been like a cowboy in a white hat in a gunfight, or a knight saving a maiden from a dragon, or a really hot man taking care of his woman. Not that I was his woman. I wasn't. Not at all. But my panties had gotten wet from it. From the way Gemma fanned herself all afternoon, I was sure hers had too. But I didn't want to think about that. In fact, I didn't want any other woman thinking Maverick was hot. Because I sure as hell did. There wasn't a thing about Maverick James that I didn't find attractive. None of it was diminished by him in a pink t-shirt either. Was I any better than Jason, ogling and thinking naughty thoughts about a coworker, one who'd been nothing but kind to me? He'd read the email I'd mistakenly sent him and question my integrity, perhaps even assume I was like Jason, who sexually harassed people. God, what if he thought I'd led Jason on, that his inappropriate words weren't one-sided? It could be like MIT all over again. My professor had seduced me into his bed so he could take my theoretical math research and use it in a professional paper of his own, only discovering this after I submitted my thesis for review and been accused of plagiarizing. That had been bad. My stomach lurched and so much adrenaline was pumping through my bloodstream that my fingers tingled. I grabbed Mallory's arm. I have to get that email. She winced and pried my fingers off. Easy there, she said, looking over her shoulder, and made a finger-curling gesture to Peyton, who came over with a shot glass filled to the brim with a clear liquid. Mallory passed it to me. First off, drink that. Getting me drunk isn't going to help, I snapped. Her pale brow winged up. It's not going to hurt, she countered. Conversation on the deck returned as if some crazy lady hadn't just made a scene. I'm going to lose my job, I told her, staring at the shot, then tossing it back. I coughed, then winced as it burned all the way down. Worse, Mel. He's going to think I'm just like my professor. She leaned in close so all I could see was her. Your professor lied, got you into bed, and took your research and used it as his own. How is that even the same? Hearing her give a shoddy recap of why I left MIT didn't make me feel any better. Maverick James will think Jason's sexual harassment wasn't one-sided. I sent him a sex quiz. The title alone could get me fired, and if he reads it? I swallowed hard, willing the shot not to come back up. He'll find it funny. I do. Unless you put his name on the last question. Her eyes widened in panic. Oh my God, please tell me you wrote you want to have sex with him. She was too excited about my stupidity for me to admit that if there was any guy I would want to sleep with, it would be Maverick James. But I kept that to myself. No, I didn't put him. She stilled, frowned. Wait, then who did you put? Are you hot for a local I don't know about? I'm your best friend and you're supposed to... I put Jake Ryan. She blinked, then laughed. The hero from 16 Candles? You put in the exact same answer as Samantha Baker did in the movie? I know. You were rushing me and he's hot. He wears a sweater vest. He's still hot and you know it. She sighed. Ugh, he is, but God, Bridge, this would only happen to you. I ignored the fact that she was humored by my fuck-up. He told Jason there's a zero-tolerance policy for sexual harassment. 0. I am going to lose my job, I repeated. I need that job. I mean, I can't tell Lindy I dropped out of MIT so I can work for Eve at the coffee shop. Lindy needs to chill the fuck out. Mal countered. My sister was wound tighter than anyone I knew, and I'd never known her once, ever, chill the fuck out. Who cares if you lose your job? It's been shitty from the start. I mean, you can be a teacher. The physics teacher at the high school is going on maternity leave. Teenagers have to be better than sleazy bosses. Besides, you're the only person I know who loves that shit. Physics and math, not sleazy bosses. While I agree with that, about Lindy chilling out, and the fact that I loved physics class in high school, it doesn't solve my problem. Neither does the teaching job since it's summer break. I have to deal with the one I currently have, the one I think I currently have. The only way to do that is to delete that email. But you didn't name your boss as the guy you want to bang, so you didn't specifically sexually harass him. Will you quiet down? I breathed, glancing around. The music's too loud for anyone to hear us, and besides, everyone in here is talking about banging. Probably true. You're freaking out more than usual. She held up her hand. I'm not diminishing the issue with your professor, but not every guy is a dickwad like him. What's the deal with Maverick James? I saw that he's hot and big, like break your vagina big. I winced and gave her the full story. I ran into him at the coffee shop this morning. So? I didn't stop wincing. I mean, literally ran into him. I drowned him in my iced coffee. Mallory pinched her lips between her teeth to keep from laughing at me. Then he told me it was no big deal. Maverick held my hand and called me beautiful and baby and... Maverick, not Mr. James? Whoa, I think you should marry this guy. Don't write your maid of honor speech yet. I'm your maid of honor? She asked, a sappy smile on her face. At my not real wedding? Yes. I countered, my words laced with sarcasm. Back to the point. I embarrassed myself this morning with the coffee and now this. I have to delete that email. If my eyes could glow red, she'd finally get how serious I was. She thought for a moment. Fine, we have to get that email. How? A guy walked by and Mal took a moment to eye him up and down. Speaking of banging... I tapped her on the forehead, gave her a pointed look. He left his laptop at the office when he left earlier. He hadn't come back for it when I came here. It's probably still there. I'll go on it, find the email, and delete it. She tipped her head to the side and studied me. What? I asked, wiping my mouth, thinking I dribbled the shot or something. Who are you and what happened to my best friend? I straightened my spine. What, you think I'm boring Bridget? She tucked her hair behind her ear. No, you idiot, this is a reckless idea. You don't do reckless. You calculate the risks on everything. Remember the time you analyzed the data on losing bikini tops on that water slide at Splash Mountain? It was a smart review, because my 15-year-old self did not want to flash the entire water park because of a dangerous combination of velocity, angle of slope, and durability of spandex. I'd rather show my boobs to this bar than have Maverick James see the email. Her mouth fell open because I was that serious. What did you put in that sex quiz? I ignored her question. I calculated the risk you're talking about. It's being fired. If I don't delete that email, I will be fired. I remembered how serious Maverick was about Jason's behavior. No chance would he let this slide with me, or anyone. Okay, brave Bridget, she said, oddly triumphantly, hooking my arm through hers. Let's go get that email. Hopefully he hasn't read it yet. Chapter 8. Maverick. I read the email. Well, the email itself was blank, but the attachment. Holy shit. If the sender hadn't been listed as Bridget Beckett, I wouldn't have believed it came from her. Not after the other email she'd sent me with the updated cost breakdown and schedule, which had been boring, mathematically accurate and thorough. It was a fucking sex quiz. Or a quiz on fucking. After reading the answers twice, it gave me a shit ton of insight into my latest obsession. And it made sense. And I'd never been so hard. I read the first question. On a scale of 1 to 10, how kinky are you? I dropped into the office chair, then winced, because my dick pressed painfully against the zipper of my jeans. This wasn't porn. Nothing remotely like that. But it was an insight into someone's mind, into their naughtiest thoughts. And they were Bridget's. I'd seen interest in her eyes when she wasn't blushing and looking away. But this, knowing the woman I wanted to get beneath me and scream my name had completed a sex quiz, I was in big fucking trouble. Why would she send it to me? She wouldn't. There was no text in the main email, only the attachment. She'd sent it to me by mistake. It was the only answer. There was no way in hell she'd emailed me this, which made me a dirty old man reading the responses of a woman who had to be 21 or 22. I might have weighed over 200 pounds, but I was only so strong. It was ridiculous how a woman so small, so perfect, could bring me to my knees. So I read it with the eagerness of a 12-year-old with his first Playboy. No comment. Bridget hadn't given a rating for how kinky she was. Maybe she didn't know. That meant she needed to find out, and I was going to be the one to show her. Would she like toys, blindfolds? Fuck, would she like to be tied to the headboard and have her pussy licked? What about exhibitionism? Hell no. No one would see her body or what she looked like getting fucked besides me. Shit. I was in trouble here and I was hard from a no-comment response. If you didn't answer, is it because you are a virgin? Bridget had typed no in all caps, meaning she slept with every guy in Hunter Valley, or that she had her caps lock stuck on. While my own kink of popping her cherry was making me shift in my chair, there was nothing wrong with her having had sex before. She wasn't that young. How many partners have you had? She typed in 1. 1. Fuck yes, 1. Her no-comment answer to the kink question made more sense. It wasn't like someone figured out their naughtiest kinks with their first sexual partner, unless that partner was really skilled and kinky. Now I needed to go on a manhunt and kill number 1. What's the one thing you wish you got from your partners? Orgasms. I groaned. Literally closed my eyes and groaned. Now I really wanted to track down Mr. 1 and beat the shit out of him for not being a gentleman. A lady always came first. Always. Or I should thank him because the first time she came with a guy was going to be with me. On my fingers, my mouth, my dick, any of them, all of them. I was suddenly very possessive of Bridget Beckett's orgasms. I stood, adjusted my dick, then paced. Fuck, it was hot in here. Leaning down, I set a hand on the desk beside my laptop, read the next quiz question. What do you want a guy to do to you in bed? This is anonymous, so share your darkest fantasy. Yes, Bridget. What was your darkest fantasy? To get on my knees. I pushed up to standing, blinked, leaned back down, read it again. To get on my knees? To what? Suck a guy's dick? To pray? I had no fucking idea, but the thought of her praying to my dick while it was touching the back of her throat had pre-cum dampening my boxers. I had a problem. I wasn't any better than Jason. Probably a hell of a lot worse. Jason just wanted to make women feel like shit by seeing them only as sexual objects. I wanted Bridget, in a sexual way, on her knees like her fantasy. Hell, it was turning into my darkest fantasy as well, but only with Bridget, in private, where I gave her all the orgasms she'd never received. It was completely different. Who do you want to do it with? Name your dream lay. Who the fuck is Jake Ryan? I snapped, my voice echoing off the empty office walls. I ran a hand through my hair, stared at the name. Was that her boyfriend? A guy she was dating? A man in town she had the hots for? Fuck, I shouted. I was lusting after a woman whose dream lay was some fucker named Jake Ryan. Jesus, I'm totally messed up. I closed the quiz, then slapped my laptop closed, went down the hall to the bathroom to splash some cold water on my face, because a tiny little math nerd had brought me to my knees. Chapter 9. Bridget. Which one is his? Mallory asked, following me into the empty office. It was just as I'd left it not even 30 minutes earlier. It wasn't dark out, so the overhead lights weren't needed to see. I pointed to the far desk, the one no one ever used. When James Corp rented out this space in a small office building on the south edge of town, they'd overestimated on office size. Or someone got the math wrong. How are you going to get past his password? She wondered. I hate you, I told her when she pointed out an obvious roadblock in my plan. I can go in the back way to the company's firewall and access the password system. I dropped into the chair behind the desk. You can do that? She asked, sidling up beside me. You're like the computer geek on that TV show. I didn't know which show she meant, and I wasn't going to ask. I really didn't want to know the comparison. It was probably some nerdy guy with a pocket protector. I lifted the lid and the display illuminated. Huh. I pushed my glasses up and blinked. It's not protected. That shot I had back at the bar was long burned off. My heart was pumping so frantically that the liquor never had a chance to make me buzzed. But was I seeing this correctly? No password. There was only his home screen, which had a background photo of Maverick with 3 other guys. One looked a lot like him, but had a beard, so I assumed he was a brother. Were the other 2 brothers as well? Holy hot lineup, Mal murmured, leaning down for a closer look. I'm not sure which one I'd pick. I looked over my shoulder at her. I didn't realize that was an option. She rolled her eyes at me, then hip-checked me in the shoulder since it was at just the right height. Come on, have some fun. Your kind of fun got me in this situation in the first place, I reminded. She wasn't to be distracted. I won't pick Maverick because he's yours. He's not mine, I countered. He totally is. If you sent some random guy that sex quiz, you wouldn't be this freaked out. Yes, I would. She turned and leaned against the edge of the desk so she faced me. You're telling me if you sent the quiz to Bixby that you'd freak? Bixby isn't random and would know you put me up to it. True. I'd pick him. She turned and pointed at the brother on the far right of the photo. With his light brown hair and wide grin, he was good-looking, but nothing like Maverick. God, I got hot just staring at him in a group photo. That wavy hair, that smile, those eyes. I clicked on his email icon and waited a second for his inbox to fill the screen. There! Mallory shouted and pointed again. A thrill shot through me. There was the email. I clicked on the little box beside it, a checkbox filling it when I did so, then slid my finger over the trackpad toward the delete button and... Looking for something? I hit delete before I launched to my feet, knocking Mallory back a few steps, bumping into the water cooler and making the half-full water jug wobble. Maverick, I just... The corner of his mouth turned up, probably thinking Mallory and I were 2 of the 3 stooges the way we'd reacted. He was still in the pink t-shirt and jeans. Every time I saw him, he was even more handsome. Maybe it was the lack of harsh fluorescent lighting, or maybe it was just my ovaries telling me he was the one they wanted to give an egg to. Email, I blurted. I was checking your email. I couldn't lie to save my life. Oh, I received the updated report. I slapped the laptop lid down. Yes, good. I sent it and worried you didn't get it, since you're leaving tomorrow and all. He took a step closer. That's the thing about emails. I can get them wherever I am. You're Maverick James, Mallory said with all her extroverted powers. The way she was eyeing him like a pile of Halloween candy after a few hours of hardcore trick-or-treating made me have feelings, like jealousy, I didn't want to think about. Maverick's gaze lingered on mine another moment, then met Mallory's. I am, but I don't know who you are. She shrugged, waved her hand. Oh, I'm Bridget's best friend. She wouldn't be here without me. I glanced down at the desk, only looking at him through my lashes. And glasses? Yes, I have a feeling you're right, he murmured. It was amazing how someone so big could temper his voice to be almost gentle. Bridge is more exciting and alluring than her shoes let on, Mallory told him. My head whipped up. Mallory! She shrugged. What? It's true. Those shoes are awful. Maverick was full on smiling now. I like your shirt, she said, pushing on. Maverick looked down at his sculpted chest. Thanks. You've only been here, what, a day and you're getting involved in the community? How do you know I just got to town? Bridge told me all about you. Mallory! I yelled again. I was probably the new world record holder for the most embarrassing day. Can you just stop talking? You meet incredible people at this coffee shop, he murmured, referring to steaming hotties. Oh my God. His gaze was still on me. I could feel it. About getting involved in the community. I meant that you're participating in the parade of pooches. She replied, pointing at his broad chest. He frowned, tugged at the shirt as if he missed something in the steaming haughty script. Parade of pooches. Tomorrow is Hunter Valley's summer parade, she explained. The county animal welfare group pairs up with volunteers to walk in the parade, with shelter dogs to get them seen and adopted. Mallory twirled her finger. On the back, it says you're a participant. He glanced over his shoulder as if he could read what it said, then back at Mallory. A pet charity? Sure, sounds like fun. What do I have to do? Mallory set her hands on her hips and did a weird lean. Not sure, but I just show up at the shelter in the morning. The parade starts at 10, so before that. She turned to me, gave me a stupid thumbs up. He's handsome and nice. Good job, Bridge. I let my eyes bug out, telling her without words to shut up. Are we all set with that email? Mallory asked, finally getting us on track to get out of here. I nodded. Yes, all set. Definitely. As if. Absolutely not. She sighed and grinned. Great. So tell me, Maverick, those guys in your wallpaper photo. He jammed his thumbs into the front pocket of his jeans, clearly not expecting her whiplash of topics. My brothers. 3 brothers. Wow. You're all hot as fuck because what's that line in that movie? Your father's a weatherman? A deep laugh ripped from him, and I was stunned, comparing him to the growly, pissed-off version from earlier. I'm not sure which movie you're talking about, but no. Our father was definitely not a weatherman. Another film reference? The whole movie thing was what got me in this trouble in the first place. I needed to limit Mallory's screen time like a parent would a toddler. Since you're taken by Bridge and all, tell me about the guy on the right. She pushed as I gasped at her boldness. Light brown hair? Maverick asked. She nodded. Needs a trim, a dimple in the right cheek, and a shave, although I don't mind a guy with a little scruff. Green shirt with sunglasses tucked into the pocket. You sound like a detective. First grade teacher. I'm just observant about some things. Like my brother. Mm-hmm. She replied, her eyes glazing over at only the thought of the man. I'll be sure to tell Theo you asked after him. Theo? She repeated, as if testing his name on her tongue. Yes, tell Theo all about me. I didn't say a word through all of this. I'd been caught red-handed on my boss's computer. If Mallory wanted to try to pick up Maverick's brother, she could have at it. Well, I should get going, I prodded. Ladies' night, remember? I never once been so eager to get back to a crowded bar than right now. If you're done, sure. Mallory said with a shrug as if what was happening wasn't a big deal, stepping around the desk. I frowned. Bridget, Maverick called. I stilled, spun on my ugly shoe-covered foot. Yes? Can I talk to you for a minute? About that email. Oh shit. My pulse kicked up a notch and my palms began to sweat. Right, the email. Sure. He stared at me. I stared at him. Then the industrial carpet-covered floor. Then the water cooler, then back at him. Okay then, Mallory said, cutting into the uncomfortable silence. I'll wait outside. She bolted before I could tell her not to leave me. Maverick took a step closer, then another, until he loomed over me. The email, he said. Right. I licked my lips and his gaze dropped to my mouth. If he hadn't seen the sex quiz one, then he was talking about the project one I'd sent. I'm happy to go over the schedule with you, or I can connect with your assistant to set up a meeting. I don't need Bradley to make dates for me. I looked up at him confused. He makes dates for you all the... Oh, you mean dates. Yes, a date. You. Me. I pushed my glasses up. You're leaving tomorrow. He shook his head. He wasn't the only brother who needed a haircut. While the sides were clipped fairly short, the top was long, and it swooped over his forehead. I'm not going back to Denver. I'm staying here. With Jimenez fired, I'll lead the project. He wasn't leaving? Oh. He would be here for months. So the email. He prodded. I want to make those things happen. I want to do that with you. I nodded. Okay, well, I'm just the assistant, and like I said, I can go over the schedule, the math again, but I feel confident it's accurate. I didn't want to add that, but he was now not only my boss's boss, but he was now my boss. God, that barely made any sense. The last thing I wanted to do was remind him of my freakish ability with numbers, because I'd be seeing him every day. I'm talking about the other email. The other... My face flushed so hotly I was surprised the pink t-shirt didn't catch fire. Oh, God. Tell me, Bridget. He moved to stand in front of me, crossed his arms over his chest. Who the hell is Jake Ryan? Chapter 10. Bridget. Who is Jake Ryan? Oh my God, he was jealous of a movie character. I tried not to smile, biting my lower lip. Boyfriend? I shook my head. Fuck buddy. I was so stunned by the term that I huffed out a laugh. What? You heard me. I want to know what I'm up against here. I stared at him, blinked again. You think you have competition? He shrugged. You put his name down on an anonymous sex quiz as the guy you want to fuck. He's the guy in the movie 16 Candles. It's an 80s classic. He stared at me like I was crazy, eyes wide, mouth hanging a little open. Clearly he needed more details. Samantha Baker fills out a sex quiz in study hall, and instead of it getting to her best friend, Jake Ryan, her dream guy, picks it up and reads it. He becomes curious about her. I explained. There were so many side stories to the movie, I made sure to stay focused on the important parts. This is because she put his name on it as the guy she wants to do it with. Plus, it's her 16th birthday and her family forgets, and, well, you know it? He scratched the back of his neck. The movie? I nodded. No. Oh, well then you should see it. It's good. Why are you completing a sex quiz? He asked. It was a really good question. I sighed and glanced at the office door. Mallory's a little crazy if you didn't notice. We watched the movie recently and she got the ridiculous idea that all of her friends should complete a sex quiz, and we'd share the answers at girls' night, which is tonight. So you two took the movie plot more seriously than the others. I frowned, then realized what he meant. You mean me filling it out and it actually getting into the wrong person's hands? Definitely. Then I'm your Jake Ryan, he said simply. I took a step back, held up my hand. There was no way I was admitting that. Nope. He advanced. I am. You sent it to me. I read it. I'm curious about you, Samantha Baker. I'm not Samantha Baker, and there's no way in hell you're Jake Ryan. Why not? Not cute enough? He asked, mock offended. I looked over his perfect big body. You're definitely not in high school. Besides, I don't think they make a sweater vest in your size. Sweater vest? He looked down at himself, probably wondering where he could even buy one these days. Can't be worse than a pink t-shirt. He was probably right. He'd look good if he wore a potato sack. His hair was a little messier this late in the day, and I wondered if that 5 o'clock shadow would be soft or raspy against my thighs. Ugh. Still, the guy who I was imagining eating me out had seen the email before I deleted it. He knew the quiz was mine. He'd read it. Knew personal details about me, like my secret fantasy. This was so bad. Look, I said, glancing at the ground and then up into his dark eyes. I'd made an epic mistake and it was going to cost me. But I wasn't going to deny or push blame or anything like Jason did. I owned my mistakes to the point of dropping out of college. I didn't know what I was going to do, and I dreaded the inevitable explanation to my sister, but I'd been through worse. I'm sorry. I apologize about the email. It was obviously not my intention to send it to you, but that doesn't matter in a situation like this. Situation like this? He wondered. He scratched the side of his neck with a finger. I know your zero-tolerance policy on sexual harassment, and I understand that I'm out of a job. I'll clean out my desk. I turned and made my way over to it because the sooner I was out of here, the better. I didn't have many personal effects, but I did have a lip balm and a few hair ties in the drawer. What? He asked, following me to my desk. You're not fired. I looked up at him. His brow was creased and he looked very, very confused. You own the company and I sent you an inappropriate email, I explained. I'd imagined Jason's actions earlier in the day were still fresh. By mistake, he added. I shook my head. It doesn't matter. I've offended you. That's not what it did to me. And you shouldn't be subjected to that kind of... Because if you just look at the front of my jeans, you'd see that... What? I snapped my mouth shut and my gaze dropped to his crotch. His jeans were well molded and I couldn't miss that he was hard. And big. The thick bulge of his dick curved down the side of his thigh. I didn't even know they could do that. I stared, then blinked. Realized staring at him like this was worse probably than the email. Sorry! I spun around, staring at the whiteboard on the wall behind my desk. Bridget, baby, stop. He sighed, came over and turned me to face him. The heat of his gentle touch made my heart skip a beat. His eyes shifted between mine and my mouth, then back. You're not fired. You can subject me to that kind of thing whenever you want. I'm not offended. I'm aroused. Reaching out, he took my hand and placed it over his... Holy shit. I could feel the massive size of him, and I would swear it grew beneath my palm. I had to wonder if that thing would fit inside of me. The ridged edge of the crown was obvious, and he would definitely be too big to handle, right? My pussy clenched with an eagerness to give it a shot. With his hand on top of mine, he pressed and I inadvertently squeezed. He groaned. I made him hard. I made him groan. Me. He dropped my hand, then reached up. He tucked a strand of hair behind my ear. I was too stunned to retreat or respond. I'm going to kiss you now. His voice was deep and low as if telling me a secret. Oh my God. Slowly he leaned in. He was waiting for me to tell him no, and I couldn't say it. He brushed his lips with mine. I wanted him to kiss me. God, I did. His lips were soft, gentle, a caress. Then he groaned. Then they weren't. Gentle or a caress. His lips settled on mine, claimed, devoured. His big hand cupped the back of my neck, the other circling my waist and pulling me in tight. I felt every hard inch of him, including that supersized cock pressing into my belly. I moaned because what woman wouldn't moan from a Maverick James kiss, and his tongue plunged, found mine. Holy shit! Now this was a kiss. The world spun and I felt the wall at my back as he pressed me against it. Maverick's leg nestled between mine, then lifted so I was practically riding his hard thigh. No, I was actually riding it. One big hand hooked behind my knee to lift my leg even further, and I wrapped both of them around his waist. He was so large I couldn't cross my ankles. His hands cupped my butt and rolled me into him. Through our jeans, his dick rubbed just right over my clit. I was wild and needy and craved the contact because if we kept this up, I might come. I felt small and protected, desired. God, you're big, I murmured. I mean, not compared to you, baby, fuck. You're tiny. He countered, kissing along my jaw to my ear. Then a spot behind it, and holy crap, was this what it was supposed to feel like? Oh, I whispered, angling my head for him because I was so turned on and we were only kissing. His scent swirled around me, dark, and I couldn't think enough to describe it. Baby, fuck, you feel so good. His soft breath fanned my heated skin. I'm going to be the man to make you come. That was so hot and so... Oh my God. It was just what I had been thinking, but him saying those words aloud made me remember. Wait, stop. Maverick lifted his head and he lowered me to my feet and stepped back. A tiny bit. What's the matter? He wasn't touching me in any way, but I could feel the heat radiating from him. My nipples tingled from lack of contact. What you said. I licked my lips. An aroused Maverick had a flush to his cheeks, a wildness to his gaze. Slick lips, ragged breathing. What? His dark eyes were fixed on my mouth. Why did you say you were the one to make me come? Because no one has before, right? He eyed me with clear determination that this was a problem he wanted to solve, could solve. I was a math whiz, but I had a feeling Maverick was a genius with a woman's body. What I wrote on the sex quiz. I whispered, clarifying that he knew secrets about me because of it. ones I hadn't wanted to share. Suddenly I felt ashamed all over again. I'd lost my head, like in Boston. I was so smart that sometimes I saw things too closely, too clearly, that everything on the periphery was a blur, like reasons why people did things. Professor Diego had used that weakness to get what he wanted. I thought he wanted me, not my work. Jason had also wanted my brain to do his work for him. He wanted to have sex with me not because of me, but because I had the holes he liked to fuck. I meant nothing to him. I'd meant nothing to Professor Diego. I'd vowed to learn from my mistakes, returning to Hunter Valley with my tail between my legs, ashamed. I'd hid, tried my best not to attract attention of assholes like Jason and what they wanted from me by wearing plain clothes, by hiding my femininity. It hadn't worked because I hadn't missed the things he told Maverick, that he liked my ass and tits even beneath baggy clothes. I didn't think Maverick was like Jason or Professor Diego, but I'd only met him this morning, not even 12 hours earlier, and I'd spilled coffee all over him, and because of me, he had to stay in Montana. If I'd been a guy, Jason wouldn't have behaved as he had and wouldn't have been fired. Maverick would be heading back to corporate and his regularly scheduled life. It made no sense, his interest. Why would a guy like Maverick James, a handsome billionaire, want me after all that had happened? The answer was the sex quiz. I'd given him the inside knowledge on how to fuck me, a printed report. What? He asked, running the back of his hand over his mouth. You don't want to come. I'll make it so good. I knew he would. So did my pussy, that clenched at his dirty words. I'm not letting you fuck me because you mistakenly received the sex quiz. Understanding dawned on his face. Oh, baby, no. I was embarrassed this morning, stunned and a little scared of what happened with Jason earlier. This? Right now? I felt shame. Like I was easy because I was naive. Why else, Maverick? I mean, look at me. I moved to the side and he gave me room. I waved my arms in the air, then glanced down at my feet. I'm wearing shit kickers. Mallory yelled at me earlier over them pretty much being cock blockers. I'm not wearing makeup, and God, my clothes have no color or silky fabric or reveal a hint of cleavage. You can have any woman you want, so the only reason why you'd stoop to touch me is the quiz. His eyes narrowed, and I could tell he was mad. I don't like how you're talking about yourself. I will take you over my knee if you keep that up, baby. He and Mallory were in sync about how I should be punished, which pissed me off more. I'm not your baby, I shouted. Want to bet? I practically screeched and rubbed my hands over my face. God, this was like MIT all over again. I learned, though, and even with that hot and heavy kissing, I wouldn't have sex with Maverick because of the email. Wouldn't feel trapped. I won't have sex with you because of that quiz. Is that why you aren't firing me, using it as leverage? His eyes widened and it looked like I struck him speechless. Leverage? Fuck, baby. Let's get something straight, he said eventually. His voice was soft, calm, as if not to upset me further. I want you. I've made that very obvious. My dick's hard enough to pound nails at the project site. I want you. You, not because of the quiz. If I've made you feel bad, that's on me, not you. So don't for 1 second think that my lack of control means I think you're easy, or cheap, or come with a sex quiz manual. It's because you're hot as fuck and I want that date. A date between a man and a woman, not boss and employee. I had no idea what to say to that, so I said nothing at all. This date couldn't possibly get any worse. My lips tingled from the kiss and my panties were ruined. My pussy throbbed and didn't understand why we stopped. You don't believe me. I shook my head. I wanted to, but I'd been burned before. I couldn't flee my hometown like I did Boston to escape my stupid mistake. That's for me to fix. I will, Bridget. I'll fix this. All of it. Chapter 11. Maverick. The hot water pounded my back as I stroked my dick from root to tip. I had to lean down because I was too tall for the shower head, bracing my forearm on the tile. My dick ached with the need to come, throbbing as I ran my thumb over the tip, smearing a drop of pre-cum. I imagined it was Bridget gripping me, knowing her little fingers wouldn't fit all the way around. That she'd look up at me with those green eyes wondering if she was doing it right. I'd cover her hand with mine, show her how I liked it. A groan escaped as the base of my spine tingled. I was going to come. Fucking finally. On the ride back to the hotel room my assistant reserved for me, my dick hadn't gotten the inner office memo that Bridget was mad at me. That it wasn't getting inside her until I got some shit figured out. That my right hand was going to be tackling the job, just like it had for a while now. Only I had plenty of new images in my spank bank. Even though she thought I was just using a position of power to get in her panties, just like my father had often enough with a decade or two of secretaries, my dick hadn't gone down since Bridget rode my thigh back at the office. I groaned again, remembering how she felt, smelled, how she tasted, how she responded even for such a short time. The sound of my strokes mixed with the hot spray. I tightened my grip, stroked faster. Then I remembered the way she moaned and whimpered. She'd been right there with me. The chemistry between us was off the charts. I couldn't remember a woman so responsive, although I couldn't remember any other woman. My balls got tight and I rested my forehead against the tile. With a rough growl, I came in thick spurts, gritted my teeth. The release was so fucking powerful, little black dots clouded my vision. Fuck, I said, trying to catch my breath. I vowed to get her beneath me because it was going to be so good. Explosive. If I felt like this just thinking of her, having her might just kill me. I shut off the water, sighed, stepped out and grabbed a towel. I was an asshole. I was an old man in comparison to her, her boss. Hell, worse than that. I owned the fucking company, and I kissed her. In the office. No, that hadn't been kissing. If she hadn't stopped me, I'd have had her jeans dangling from one ankle and my dick so deep inside her, she'd be squirming because it would be too much for her to take. I had zero control with her. Why her? Why did she have to be so fucking young? I didn't understand how she made me this insane, because that was the only explanation for how I was feeling. She was clumsy and a touch awkward, which was endearing. She was also the victim of, from what I could tell, a serial harasser for a boss. Clearly, she hadn't felt able to defend herself or felt she had a resource for help. The fact that she thought I would use her sex quiz as leverage over her made me wonder if Jimenez was the only asshole in her life, if she dealt with other men like him, like my dad. That last thought had me feeling ruthlessly protective of her. It wasn't because it was my responsibility as business owner to foster an environment of safety for all employees. She was young, a tiny thing. I wanted to hold her and listen to the list of men who fucked her over, then take that list and go beat the shit out of them. I wanted to do it because I knew the kind of man who did this shit, and I refused to be like him. I wanted to solve all her problems, shoulder all her worries and fears, because I was big enough to handle all of them. Jason Jimenez. The fucker was gone. I solved one of them. And that quiz? It was no doubt meant to be silly and fun like her friend Mallory. But for Bridget, it really was grounds for firing, as she said. It also revealed her naughtiest thoughts, which made my dick stir all over again. She was exposed, unprotected, and with no safety net. How my father maintained his control, he made women vulnerable. Didn't give them a way out that offered them any kind of respect. I had to give her one. I was the only person who could ease her mind, let her know she was safe with me. In her job, with her secrets and with her heart. Yeah, that too. Because I was somehow falling for this woman, age be damned. The James Inn wasn't the only thing I had to work on here. I realized just how to start fixing this mess as I left the steamy bathroom and traded the towel for boxers. My cell pinged. I picked it up from the charger on the bedside table and read the text. Farah, call me. I sighed. Not happening now. It was the second one from her today. She was my friend, but she'd have to wait. I had a different woman I had to tackle first. Grabbing my laptop, I got to work. Chapter 12. Bridget. I reached into the dryer and pulled out a shirt, folded it, and added it to the pile in my laundry basket. Lindy came in as I reached inside to grab the small pile of undies and socks that were left. "Did you make a second pot of coffee?" she asked, leaning against the doorframe. She was in a pink nightie that skimmed her knees and matched her toenail polish. It had delicate lace edging around the neckline. Where I wore an old t-shirt to bed, Lindy wore actual bed things. Since she was a girly girl, that meant nighties. No sleep shorts, no pajamas, short ones in summer, long ones in winter. If there were two women any more opposite, it was me and my older sister. I had dark hair and green eyes like our father. She was blonde and blue-eyed like our mother. I was small everywhere, and she was tall and curvy. She was a perfectionist. I was not. Even on a Saturday morning and having just rolled out of bed, she looked perfect. Her hair wasn't even messed up from her pillow because it was long and sleek, and yeah, perfect. She was always perfect. Because I was considered ridiculously smart, everyone imagined me to be perfect too. Except that was such a bunch of shit. I was always a mess. The day before was a realistic indicator of how my life went. I was in my running shorts and tank top, my sports bra straps showing. On my feet were my older sneakers, worn out from pounding the pavement around Hunter Valley. My hair was in a sloppy ponytail, and my skin was sticky with dried sweat. I'd already had my morning iced coffee, run 6 miles, and started a second pot all before Lindy woke up. It wasn't that she slept late, but that I hadn't. After being caught by my boss snooping on his laptop, then making out with him, I drove Mallory back to the bar, but I hadn't gotten out of the car. I'd driven straight home afraid of anything else happening. She hadn't complained, probably because she knew I couldn't handle anything else about the printed sex quizzes. I'd gone home and gone to bed, although I hadn't been able to sleep. I tossed and turned, thinking about the kiss. No, that had been full-on making out, the adult version. There was no fumbling like teenagers. That had been hot and fuck insane. After that, I shifted my thoughts to how Maverick had only wanted to kiss me and press me against the wall and let me ride his thigh, because the sex quiz had given him permission to break out of the confines of what was office appropriate. I'd called him on it, but he denied that was the reason for his actions, or at least his half. I had 0 reasons for mine other than I was obscenely attracted to him, and I'd been momentarily crazy. Then he'd said he'd fix it. I had no idea how he'd do that because the email had been sent. He'd read it. Thoughts of how he'd accomplish that lingered until dawn, so I climbed from bed and decided to burn off my frustration and anger on a run. It hadn't helped. I wasn't sure what would. He'd said I wasn't fired. But what would it be like working with him every day after that kiss? With him knowing no man had given me orgasms. What my secret fantasy was. How could I work with a man, Maverick especially, who thought my secret fantasy was to suck his dick? Where was my credibility, my integrity, when all he would probably think of was me on my knees? He would never see me as a professional. I'd be demeaned and diminished like I had with my professor. Like Jason, even though he'd never touched me. What I wrote was, in one context, exactly what I didn't want. A hard no, a safe word kind of limit. It was why I pushed Maverick away the night before. "Earth to bridge," Lindy said, waving her hand in the air. I realized I'd thought all of that after she asked me after the coffee, socks dangling from my fingers. "Sorry, yes, I didn't sleep well." "Things going okay at work?" The question held concern, but also had the tinge of motherly worry. While Lindy was my sister, she'd been my parent since I was 10 when our parents died. I frowned, tossing the socks into the basket. Tried not to panic that the sex quiz fiasco got back to her. "Why, what did you hear?" She pushed off the wall and walked into the kitchen. The laundry was in a little hallway between it and the garage. "Nothing. I just assumed that's why you couldn't sleep. You're putting in a lot of hours." "You said I could stay here as long as I had a job." This was a reminder of her tough love approach when I returned from Boston in the winter. She sighed. "I didn't mean it like that." "Yes, you did," I countered. "No." She countered quickly, us falling into our usual pattern of her being disappointed in me and me defending myself. "You dropped out of school, walked away from a full ride to MIT 6 months before graduation. It's school or real life, and you made your choice." Ouch, again. I hadn't told her about what happened, about my professor. I told Mallory, but I knew she'd keep my secret. When I left Boston, my plan was to leave the anger, the heartache, all of it behind. It hadn't worked as I hoped, but I was getting better. Knowing I wasn't getting credit for all that work would piss me off forever. That a man was not only being lauded for it, but gotten one over on me. The fucker. So no, I hadn't told Lindy. Pseudo-mom. She was a perfectionist, always striving, always pushing. A control freak. Everything had to be just so, including me. Except I'd never been just as she wanted, no matter what I did. Whether I was a kid she was raising or a grown-up, it didn't matter. So me leaving MIT only made me look like the wayward dropout that I officially was. Gotcha, I said, swallowing my pride. I'll find an apartment soon. She came over and hugged me. That's not what I mean. God, I need more coffee. This is your house, too. It was the house our parents bought when they got married. When they died, it went to Lindy, and since I'd been 10 when the accident happened, I went to her too. As for why I couldn't sleep, I was out with Mallory. I said, diverting her away from our usual argument of my off-track life. I grabbed the basket and set it on the kitchen table. Ladies' night, remember? Lindy had been invited, like usual, but never joined us, telling me she felt too old to go out with my friends. She was 13 years older and more mother than sister to me, so she had a point. It was probably weird for her to drink with me and Mallory since she had been the one who took us to ski lessons and bra shopping. Now I was thrilled that she hadn't joined us the night before. I didn't want to know her answers to the sex quiz, and I definitely didn't want her to know what happened with mine. She returned to her coffee, grabbing milk from the fridge to top it off. She liked her coffee pale. Right. She took a sip, closed her eyes, and sighed. Maybe I should have gone with you. The guy last night was a disaster. That bad? I asked, remembering she had a first date. His picture was from at least 5 years ago. She grumbles. I don't care if a guy is losing his hair as long as he embraces it. Shave it all off. It's hot. No embracing? I asked, trying to imagine this guy she'd swiped right on in a dating app. Comb over. Or more like Homer Simpson's 3 strands of hair. There was no embracing. Of me either. I crossed the kitchen, set my hand on her forearm. She smelled like Lily of the Valley, her favorite scent. Sorry, there's a guy out there for you. I'm 35 and I know every guy in Hunter Valley. They're either too old, too young, or too wrong. She was right. Pickings were slim around here. Not that I was picking. Or I've done their taxes and know their bottom line. You'd be surprised who shouldn't be driving around in an expensive SUV. For college, I'd had a full-ride scholarship. Everything was fully paid. I never liked living in the dorms, but I didn't turn down free housing in Boston. I worked as a math tutor to pay for food and incidentals. When I returned home broke, I didn't owe student loans either. I got the job with James Corp and the Inn Project 2 weeks after I returned because I was qualified, and the position was hiring immediately. I'd been socking away the paychecks ever since. I wanted to move out as I was sure Lindy wanted her little sister out of the house after having it to herself for 3 years. Looking back, I was sure she hadn't found a guy because of me. She'd been 23 when she'd become the mom to a 10-year-old. What guy that age wanted a tween to raise? For now, and until we wanted to strangle each other, or she found a guy she wanted to bring home, I'd stay in my old bedroom. That's a good thing, then, I told her, trying to give her dating challenges a positive spin. You can screen out the overspenders before the first date. Hello! We turned toward the front door when Mallory called out. She came into the kitchen, carrying a box of donuts from Deerdorf's, the local shop that was amazing. I brought your favorites, she said, lifting the lid and grabbing her own favorite, a cruller with strawberry glaze. She gave my sister a once-over, then said, Cute nighty, Lind. Thanks. I'm up 3 pounds. No way am I eating a Boston cream. Lindy said, crossing her arms over her chest, as if to keep her hands away from grabbing one. I had no such issues with weight or self-control. Besides, I ran this morning and could definitely use some sugar. I grabbed the one with the rainbow sprinkles Mal had gotten for me and took a big bite. The donut dissolved on my tongue. Heaven. Did you figure out how to solve the problem from last night? She asked me, arching a brow. What, a math problem? I wondered, chewing the sugary confection. Right, math problem. Oh, she was talking about Maverick. Still working on it, I said, wanting to end the conversation. Until I had clear answers and knew for a fact my job wasn't over, I wasn't sharing any of it with Lindy. The last thing I wanted to do after what we just talked about was to be fired for inappropriate behavior. After dropping out of college, then Lindy would lose her shit. I did get a side-eye from her, though. She might not be as crazy good at math as I was. She was an accountant and knew how to use a calculator. She also knew we were up to something, because knowing Mallory, we usually were. "Go get ready," Mallory prompted, licking glaze off her lips. "The parade starts in 30 minutes. "You're going to the parade?" Lindy asked, surprised. I hadn't been in a couple years because I'd been in Boston and hadn't considered going this morning. I was now. "You should come with us," Mal offered. Lindy shook her head. Work, tax extensions, IRS letters. While Lindy worked for a company in town as their in-house accountant, she also took on side clients. She worked all the time and carried her laptop around with her as if it was an extension of her body. "We're going because Bridge is thinking about adopting a dog," Mallory commented, grabbing a napkin from the holder in the center of the kitchen table. I coughed because I sucked a sprinkle into the back of my throat. She'd practically grown up here, just as I'd spent tons of time at her parents' house and made herself at home. And made ridiculous comments like that one. "A dog? What?" Lindy screeched, holding up her hands. "I don't think that's a good idea. The shedding alone will—" Lindy liked dogs, but other people's. She'd raised me, so she'd done her time and had no interest in taking care of anything else. Although she did want kids. That she birthed herself, not stuck with when she was 23, a year older than me now. "I'm not getting a dog," I said loud enough so she knew I was serious. Mallory's being ridiculous. "Well, I, for one, want to see those dogs walking in the parade." She waggled her eyebrows at me. I'd gone 2 whole minutes without thinking about Maverick James, and she'd ruined it. Now I thought of him in that tight t-shirt, and him pressing me into the wall. Overpowering me, but making me feel good. His mouth on mine, the hard length of him as I rolled my— "Since when do you like dogs?" Lindy asked Mallory. "I thought your family loved cats. Don't your parents have 2? Mallory nodded and took another bite of her donut. "Yes, Cy and Am. Siamese cats like in Lady and the Tramp." We'd watched the Disney movie all those years ago and she'd begged her parents for the cats. Maybe that was where her overindulgent nature started. Maybe it was also where her obsession with things from movies began. "I'll take a quick shower," I said, knowing I wasn't getting out of the parade and I needed to escape the kitchen before Mallory blabbed. If I argued, she might have said something about Maverick being in the parade of pooches. "I'll have another donut while I'm waiting." "Oh my God, this one is so good," Mal said with a mouthful of gluten, carbs, and sugar. "Come on, Lind, you know you can't resist." "Oh, all right," was Lindy's reply as I shut the bathroom door. Chapter 13. Maverick. The parade was a big deal in Hunter Valley. The group of us with the animal shelter were between the high school marching band and the scouts. Both sides of Main Street were filled with residents clapping, little kids ready to grab candy tossed from the various floats, and, well, probably everyone in the county. It was noisy, especially behind kids with instruments. The weather was amazing, sunny and not too hot. It was everything I imagined small-town life to be like, and I had to admit, I was completely sold. I was loving Hunter Valley more and more. Montana wasn't always like this, I knew. I'd skied at Hunter Mountain, and there'd been snow piles lining the streets taller than me. For today, I'd enjoy the hell out of it. There were about 30 of us walking with shelter dogs, waving to the crowd, all of us in our pink t-shirts promoting the coffee shop. My furry sidekick was Scout. Every time I looked down at him, I couldn't help but smile. He was a very obvious result of an Australian shepherd and a corgi getting together for a good time. He looked just like the sheep-herding dog, only with legs 5 inches long. I would swear he smiled up at me, thrilled to be out of the shelter. He'd ridden in the passenger seat of my car to the start of the parade, head out the open window taking in every scent that we drove past. He didn't need a leash, responding instantly to any command I gave. He sat, laid down, rolled over, fetched a ball, and even tried to herd me when I tried to step off the curb. He was awesome. There was no way in hell I was giving him back to the shelter. It seemed I had a thing these days for wanting to keep the quirky ones. Like Bridget, who I'd emailed last night. It was my first step to making things right, and getting to kiss her again. I'd like to think I'd have spotted her in the crowd due to a change in the force or a spidey sense, but it was just too crowded. It was her friend, Mallory, shouting my name that had me turning. Beside her was Bridget, and fuck me. She stopped me in my tracks. A woman and a black lab mix cut around us. I apologized and moved out of the way, Scout following. As I approached, I took a few seconds to take in all 5 feet nothing of Bridget Beckett, my latest obsession. She wore shorts and a sleeveless top. Unlike the day before, her legs were bare. Her arms were bare. Her clothes fit her. While she might be small, every inch of her I could see, which was a lot, was toned and tanned. She had slim hips and small high breasts I'd felt against my chest the night before. I knew her shape now and wanted to touch every inch of her, to memorize. "Hi," I said, stopping right in front of her. Was it rude to ignore Mallory? Maybe, but she was ignoring us, having crouched down to pet Scout. "Who's a handsome guy?" she crooned, rubbing behind his ears. "Yep, that big daddy up there sure is, but you are too." Bridget tipped her head back to look at me and pushed her glasses up. Her cheeks flushed prettily and rolled her eyes. I grinned because I couldn't decide who was more adorable, her or Scout. Her. It was definitely her. When her gaze flicked to the side to whatever was passing in the parade behind me, then back, I couldn't miss how she was still nervous and wary. That hadn't changed. It was as if she remembered everything about last night, from the feel of my dick beneath her hand to the fact that she was freaked about accidentally sharing the sex quiz. "Hi," I said. "Hi," she said back, then bit her lip. It was obvious she hadn't seen my email yet, because if she read the attachment, she'd either slap me, jump me, or run away screaming. I knew which one I preferred, but having her do none of them was also a win. "What's the square root of 3,458? I asked, picking a random number. Her eyes met mine and she frowned. 58.8, why? My dick twitched at the fact that she answered that within a second. I had no idea if that was the correct number, but I was sure she had it right. The number didn't care. I only wanted her to think of something, anything besides her nerves. I shrugged, studied the freckles on her nose. "No reason. Just wanted to hear your brain at work." The corner of her mouth tipped up. "My brain's not that loud," she countered, remembering that we'd said the same thing at the coffee shop. Fuck, she made me smile. I reached out, I couldn't help myself, and gave her bun a gentle tug. Yeah, I was definitely keeping her. Chapter 14. Bridget. How did he get better looking every time I saw him? He had on the same ridiculous t-shirt that Eve gave him, but today it was paired with gray shorts and worn sneakers. His eyes were hidden behind a pair of aviator sunglasses. I knew he was a billionaire, but he didn't look it. Nor did he look like a corporate CEO. In fact, he blended in with the casual lifestyle of Hunter Valley. It almost seemed, besides the fistfight with Jason the day before, that it was relaxing for him to be here. He even had a dog with him. Mallory stood and brushed off her hands. "How's Theo?" she asked him. If my friend's forwardness about his brother bothered Maverick, he didn't let it show. "I tried calling him this morning, but he didn't answer." A group of gymnasts doing front walkovers and cartwheels passed in the parade. A mom or a coach pulled a wagon with a speaker that blasted the Olympics theme song. "You were going to tell him about me, right?" she asked, raising her voice. "Mallory, Jesus," I muttered. "Have you no shame?" "None," she said proudly, lifting her chin, then grinning. A piece of candy bounced off Maverick's shoulder and he caught it, then handed it to a little boy standing on the curb beside us. "Don't you have to keep up with the rest of the dogs?" I glanced at the parade and the gymnasts had passed a convertible, with the town mayor sitting in the back was next. The sheltered dog group was almost a block down. He shrugged a broad shoulder, ran a hand over the back of his neck, and looked down at the dog. He smiled, and I would swear the dog smiled back at him. "Nah, I'm keeping him so there's no reason to show him off." "You are?" I asked. I couldn't imagine a dog fitting into his jet-setting lifestyle. "Awesome," Mallory said, clapping her hands. The dog gave a single bark of agreement, his small tail wagging. I'd never seen a dog like him before. He was clearly a mutt and put together as if someone had misassembled two different breeds. He was adorable and clearly attached to Maverick. I didn't blame him. I wiped my mouth to make sure my tongue wasn't lolling out as I looked at him, too. "I've always wanted a dog," he admitted. "My father was too much of an asshole to have something that would bring joy to the house. My mother liked them well enough but wouldn't dream of getting slobber or hair all over the house. 4 crazy boys was enough." "Lindy, my sister, is like that too," I admitted. A clean freak. He leaned down and petted the dog on the head. "The maids did the cleaning, but my brothers and I were hell to raise. Having a dog, too, may have pushed her over the edge. Now, it's the only grandchild, grandpet, grand anything she has, so she'll probably spoil him rotten." "What's his name?" I asked, not wanting to delve into our family histories. "Scout." Scout cocked his head. "He's thinking that we should go to lunch." His dark doggy eyes were looking up at Maverick as if he was his new best friend. Knowing dogs, he probably did want something to eat. Still. "Go with me, Bridget?" Maverick asked. My mouth dropped open and I didn't know what to say. "Oh, look, there's Mary Jackson," Mallory said, pointing down the line of people at the curb. I looked that way but didn't see her parents' neighbor in the crowd. My thoughts shifted. "You haven't liked that woman since the 7th grade when she yelled at you for cutting across her yard on your bike," I reminded, doubting the truth behind her words. "What better time to make things right?" She gave me a wink, then weaved around the kids snagging candy at the curb. "See ya, Maverick." "She's a terrible friend," I muttered, watching her dart off. Intentionally. "You sure about that?" he asked, offering me a small smile as if he knew a secret. "I asked you to lunch. You. She left for you to do just that. What better time for me to make things right?" I was all nerves, jittery as if I drank too much coffee. He took off his sunglasses and tucked them into the collar of his shirt. Then he leaned down to speak, although the parade in the crowd was too noisy for anyone to really hear us. His dark eyes met mine and must have noticed my apprehension. "Your job is safe, Bridget. You're safe. With me." I looked up at him, then worried my lip between my teeth. I didn't trust easily. Not with men. I liked Maverick a lot. Too much for someone I met the day before. But there was something about him. Something different. Unique. I was drawn to him, and I didn't know how to stop. Not even after all that had happened. Did that make me reckless or fearless? "You don't believe me," he said. A car horn tooted behind him and he didn't even flinch at the surprise sound. "That's okay. I respect that you're cautious. I'm proud of you for knowing your boundaries." For some reason that made me smile. His praise didn't seem hollow, and it made me feel good. "Really?" I glanced at the curb and his fingers tipped my chin up. "Really. Have lunch with me. A picnic." He looked down at Scout. "You want a picnic, right?" Scout woofed and neither of us could resist laughing. I couldn't resist saying yes either. Chapter 15. Maverick. Before we grabbed lunch, Bridget guided me to a local pet shop and we began walking the aisles, collecting everything a new pet owner would need. We were in the dog food section, comparing organic versus fresh meals in a refrigerated case. Scott was beside us, sniffing everything he passed. "I have a feeling this dog's gonna eat better than me," I said, reviewing the options, and their ridiculous costs. Bridget pointed to a 20-pound bag. "Do you have a photographic memory?" I asked as I grabbed it, not paying attention to what it was and trusting her choice. I set it in the cart and we moved further down the aisle. She shook her head. "No, I just excel at STEM." I eyed her, but she was studying the rawhide bones. She had to be downplaying her intelligence because it wasn't every day someone could do complicated math in her head. I couldn't imagine her knowledge being limited to only STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math, as she said. She grabbed a smaller-sized bone with knots on the ends and held it up for me to approve. I nodded and she bent down to give it to Scout. After a quick lick of his lips, he took it and pranced down the aisle with it in his mouth, head up. He was fucking proud of that bone. "You grew up here in Hunter Valley?" I asked, following, pushing the cart which now had the dog food, a collar, and doggy shampoo. Yes.
Where did you go to college? I found a set of stainless steel food and water bowls and added them to the quickly growing pile.
You didn't see it in my personnel file?
She threw that out there to test me, to see how much info I dug up on her, if I'd been talking about her to HR. I could have. I considered it, but whatever was in her paperwork didn't give me a picture I was getting now, here in the pet store. That's not the Bridget I want to know, I said.
Oh,
she replied, looking a little contrite. Her wariness was still showing, and it only pissed me off. If she'd only have read my email by now, I'd have eased her mind. Maybe. Hopefully.
I went to MIT.
I couldn't help but look surprised. Wow, impressive. She glanced at me, then added,
What else do you think he needs?
The he she was talking about wasn't me but Scout. I needed her, only too eager to be tossed scraps of her smiles and kisses. She couldn't see that through her own insecurities. I had to fix that. I told her I would, but it seemed it was going to take time. Didn't she know she was dragging me around? The 6-foot-plus guy by the fucking balls? I stopped walking and she turned back. I needed her to know how I saw her. Baby, why do you do that? I asked. A frown marred her brow as she cocked her head, met my eyes.
What?
Lessen your value.
I'm not. That's.
You're a math genius. I said, cutting off anything she might say negatively about herself. Probably an all-around one. You went to MIT. That's something to be proud of. Hell, I'm proud of you. Her cheeks flushed and she looked down, scuffed her sneaker across the floor.
Don't be. Trust me.
Her voice was soft, small, like she was trying to make herself that size. Why the hell not? I asked, suddenly frustrated and a little angry. Why shouldn't I be impressed with her? She sighed and glanced away.
It doesn't matter.
I waited for her to say more, to explain, but she didn't. When she finally looked up at me, she smiled, but it was totally fake.
What else does Scout need?
She asked again.
A dog bed. He definitely needs a bed.
She spun on her heel and left me in the aisle, confused, and more intent than ever. I was going to figure out what was going on, like Scout with his bone. I wasn't giving Bridget up, and I needed to move things along.
Chapter 16. Bridget.
I sent you an email.
Maverick said once we'd put all of Scout's new things in the trunk and settle into his car. The dog was in the back seat, pushing his head out the open window, bone in his mouth. He hadn't set it down since I handed it to him. I didn't know how long he'd been in the shelter, but if I'd had been locked up like he had, offered freedom and a big treat, I probably wouldn't let it go either.
Oh?
Maverick pulled his car out of the parking spot, glancing over his shoulder as he did so. The windows were down and the warm air swirled around us. This had to be a rental, but it was more muscle than the usual loaner. Being CEO of a billion-dollar company, I assumed he didn't fly commercial to get here, so whoever arranged his travel arranged for this as well. His assistant, I assumed, who'd also shared his favorite sandwich for the meeting yesterday.
Can you pull it up on your phone?
He asked, his gaze on the road. Yes. Is it about the report? We can go over the details over lunch. I shouldn't be surprised he wanted to work, even on a Saturday. I'd hoped that when he'd met with Ed and Bixby at the site the day before, he'd have gotten all his issues resolved. Obviously not. If you want sandwiches, turn here and go down a block. He drove where I pointed and within a minute, parked in front of my favorite deli. It was where I'd gotten lunch for the meeting the day before, but since the sandwiches were so good, I could eat them all the time. After shutting off the engine, he turned in his seat, setting his forearm on the steering wheel.
I'll get the food and you can read it.
I could only nod because he was my boss. If he wanted to work over lunch, then that was what we would do. Okay, sure. His eyes met mine.
Promise me that whatever you read, you won't run, that you'll be here when I come back out.
A shot of worry had me panicking. Why would he ask that of me? You're not firing me. I mean, you could just tell me, right? It doesn't need to be all official in an email. I asked, wondering if running was exactly what I should do. Except he'd had plenty of time to terminate my job already today, and hadn't yet, but I still had to ask. His eyes softened and so did his voice. No, baby, I'm not firing you. He reached up, stroked a finger down my cheek. Heat sizzled in the same path. You'll be here. His dark eyes held mine as he asked. I nodded, and seemingly satisfied, he unfolded himself from the car. I stared after him as he went inside. Scout hopped into the front and sat in the driver's seat, watched out the window. Grabbing my cell, I pulled up my work email, then scrolled through my inbox and opened the one from Maverick. He'd sent it last night. Baby, now you have leverage over me. You can take this to HR at any time. While I do own the company, the board of directors can fire me. You can make a hefty settlement from using this. I know your email was a mistake, but what you wrote was the truth. This is all true, too. Mav. I read it twice, then opened the attachment called Sex Quiz. Who do you want to do it with? Bridget Beckett. Oh my God. It was a quiz just like the one I sent him, but it seemed he reorganized the questions so I knew right away it was about me. No, him and me, together. On a scale of 1 to 10, how kinky are you? I'll do anything from sweet to wild. I can do slow all the way up to fuck her in front of others. If Bridget has a need, it's my job to meet it. Fuck me in front of others? I whispered to Scout, who tilted his head toward me. Dropping the bone on the seat, he hopped into my lap as if he wanted to read it with me. Oof, you are short, but you're not a little dog. I told him, shifting his body so his butt was by the window and not in my face. Setting my hand on his furry back, I kept reading. Now I knew why Maverick worried I'd run. This was unbelievably inappropriate for work, and I'd only read 2 answers, fireable and naughty. The kiss the night before had been one thing, but learning about Maverick's darkest fantasies was hot. So I pushed on, duh. What's the one thing you wish to get from your partner? Everything. No holding back. I want to know everything about Bridget. What color her nipples are, where she's ticklish, if she shivers when I lick the inside of her thigh, the sound of her moan, what she looks like when she takes my big dick for the first time, if it'll make her squirm. Holy shit. I fanned myself because that was insanely hot and nothing the board of directors of James Corp should know about. That's why he sent it. This took you show me yours and I'll show you mine to a different level. I sent mine to him by mistake. He sent his to me on purpose. What's your darkest fantasy? I can't pick one. Bending Bridget over my bed as I wrap her hair around my fist. I'll fuck her from behind as I admire a green gem-topped plug in her ass. Telling her she's a good girl for taking my dick so well and she'll spread her legs to take even more. What? Okay, maybe. Watching as she tries to take all of me down her throat. Tears would well in her eyes because I'm too much, but still opening wider because she knows I love it. Bridget climbing in my lap and working herself onto my dick. I'll watch her face as I cram her little pussy full. Too full that it hurts a little as my baby comes. Bridget sitting on my face and I suck on her aching clit as I finger fuck her until she screams, then squirts all over me. Squirts? I couldn't even come for a man, let alone squirt. Could he do that? I wasn't sure about squirting, but he could definitely get me to squirm, because I was doing that right now. Seeing her take off her cum-soaked panties, knowing she was covered in me all day, and asking me to be filled up with more. My baby on the kitchen counter spread wide and... The driver's side door opened and I jumped. Maverick settled into the driver's seat, then leaned to the side and tugged the bone from beneath them. He tossed it in the back and Scout went after it, his little claws digging into my thighs. Maverick set the bag of food at my feet, but kept his dark eyes locked on mine. They couldn't hide how vulnerable he felt. This email was dangerous for him. Professionally, the email was suicide. Personally, he put it all out there. Unless he moonlighted as an erotic author, he really was sharing what he wanted to do with me. To me. For only knowing each other 24 hours, he'd spent a lot of time fantasizing. About me. We could fuck or I could fuck him over. He was leaving it up to me. Trusting me. Just as he wanted me to trust him in return. It was a strange dichotomy, his intention versus his words. He'd made it so I wasn't embarrassed or ashamed or worried my email mistake would affect my employment. He was a gentleman, protective even. But he wanted to put a plug in my butt and fuck me from behind? Not a gentleman.
Baby,
he murmured, seemingly losing patience for me to make a decision. Why did you write this? I wondered.
Because you needed something to feel safe. If me admitting what I want to do with you will do that, then it's worth it.
I couldn't help but laugh. You know that kind of doesn't make sense. I took a moment to think about it all. You're not firing me. You're not mad that I sent the email. You laughed off the coffee spill, and you're not mad that you have to stay in Hunter Valley since it was my fault Jason was fired. He sighed and the muscles in his body relaxed. A big hand settled on my thigh, his palm on my bare skin, his fingers on my shorts.
Let's go down your list. I'm not firing you. I'm not mad about the email. Thank you for spilling coffee on me. If not for that, I wouldn't have the coolest dog ever.
I hadn't thought about that. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Scout sitting in the middle of the back seat watching us.
Yes, I'm staying in Hunter Valley. He continued. Yes, it's because of Jason Jimenez, but it's not your fault he was fired. He was an asshole, a shit leader, a shit human. I don't employ men like him.
His fingers squeezed gently.
You need to tell me what he said and did.
I frowned. Like what?
You heard what he said to me. That locker room talk?
I swallowed. Yeah?
What else did he do?
I shrugged, then looked out the window. Wonder how I could be so smart and have such a nice ass. Things like that. His fingers clenched, then he pulled his hand away to rub it down his face.
Did he ever touch you, Gemma?
No.
Why didn't you report him?
Because I need my job. That it's his word against mine. Against Gemma's. I'm just his assistant.
Right.
He was angry. A blood vessel throbbed at his temple.
You did his work for him, too.
I licked my lips, nodded.
Even though he's already fired on Monday, you and Gemma, and anyone else he fucked with will file formal complaints with HR. Trust me, I'll make sure he doesn't find a job, anywhere.
I believed him. The fact that he had the power and ability to protect not just me, but other women, he would work with.
You need to tell me if something's bothering you, whatever it is.
I give my head a slight shake. You can't fight my battles.
Like hell I can't. Look at me.
He pointed to himself, but his finger tapped the words steaming hotties on his pink t-shirt.
You think I'm not big enough to handle it?
I laughed. You can handle anything.
There's one thing I'm struggling with,
he said softly, glancing at the gear shift, then at me through his dark lashes. Oh? He was powerful, successful, handsome, and every other adjective I couldn't think of right now.
You. Chapter 17. Maverick. I wanted to punch Jimenez all over again for the way Bridget looked at me right now. Unsure. Her confidence dented. That was fucking wrong. She was brilliant and beautiful, and I wanted to make her see that, to believe it. Any other woman who read my sex quiz would be naked and riding my dick by now. Every word of it had been accurate, and I'd thought of Bridget, and only Bridget as I typed it out. The fact that she wasn't just clothed but unsure meant she wasn't a fling kind of woman. She didn't do casual. Neither did I, because if that was what I still wanted, and I'd lost interest in that back in my 20s, I'd have gone to a bar and picked up someone, fucked her, left her. All of that and not learning her name. Was my age showing? Was that her holdup?
Did you mean what you wrote?
She asked, a flush creeping up her neck. My dick got hard, and I shifted in my seat. Every word. She was thinking. Sexy thoughts based on the way she bit her lip and wouldn't look me in the eye. I had to wonder what specifically. Did you like it? I prodded. She gave the slightest of nods, and I wanted to reach into the back and high-five the dog who was staring at us as if he were following along. I gave him a look, and he went to the window and stuck his head out. Was there something specific you liked the best? I reached out, stroked her hair, leaned close so I could breathe in her sweet scent. Be a good girl and tell me. Her gaze lifted and, fuck, that right there. In those sparkling green eyes, eagerness that couldn't be hidden by her glasses. I hadn't asked her if she wanted to sit on my face. or if she wanted to try to get my dick down her throat. No, I hadn't said anything but be a good girl. Those simple words had her running hot. It was what she meant in her quiz about her fantasy, being on my knees. It didn't seem like it, but it all made sense, and fuck, would I satisfy her. Because her making me happy made her hot. She was a people pleaser. No wonder she didn't file a complaint about Jimenez. No wonder she wanted to make sure I didn't see the email, because sending it to a coworker was wrong. She'd been bad at making the mistake, and she tried to fix it so I wouldn't know about it. Wouldn't think she'd done something wrong. She wanted to be a good girl. Needed to be. And that made my dick ache because she was good. Perfect, even, in all her quirks and blunders. My chest swelled with pride. You want that, don't you? I whispered, curving my palm around so it cupped the back of her neck. To be my good girl. Her pink tongue flicked out and she licked her lips again. Yes, she admitted. Pre-cum soaked my boxers at her admission. Tell me then, what you liked best. I want to sit in your lap. The breathy way she said that, fuck, and slide down onto my dick. I finished for her. Is your pussy wet, baby? I gave her neck a little squeeze and her eyes met mine. Yes. Take me to your place so I can show you. I groaned at her boldness. She didn't have to tell me twice.
Chapter 18. Bridget. This is amazing, I commented, taking in the house. It was situated at the base of Hunter Mountain, but on the west side, nowhere near the ski slope. That meant nowhere near other people. Towering pines were on either side of the log house and had views of the entire valley from the wall-to-wall windows at the back. A 2-story river rock fireplace was along one wall, with a plush sectional facing it. It could seat at least 6 or one of Maverick. It was professionally decorated with tans and blues and lots of wood. By the size, I assumed there had to be 6 or more bedrooms. Probably a walkout basement. All of it came with a hefty price tag. My assistant found it for me. It's better than a hotel. This is where you'll stay, then? His cell chimed and he pulled it from his pocket, read the screen. His jaw clenched, but he didn't give whatever he read much thought, because he set the phone and his car keys on the granite counter in the kitchen, then joined me by the window. Scott was sniffing around, checking out his new home. This is the first time I've been in it, he admitted. After I knew I was staying yesterday, I got him to find me a rental. He texted me the address and the door code first thing. I drove by earlier to see where it is, but yeah, it seems nice. Seemed nice? It was perhaps 10 steps above nice, 20. Taking my hand, he tugged me to the sofa, dropped on it, spread his knees wide and pulled me to stand between them. His hands cupped my hips and we were eye to eye. Hi, I whispered, suddenly a little nervous. We hadn't said much on the ride here from the deli, but the air had been charged. It had practically crackled. I'd had sex before, but it hadn't been like this. The anticipation, the need. I wanted him. He wanted me. I was wet and I told him so. He was hard. It was impossible to miss. That bulge. Hi. A small smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Can you see without your glasses? I wasn't expecting the question. Do you need me to drive anywhere? His lips twisted in amusement. No. Then I'm good. He reached up and carefully took them off, reached out and set them on the side table. Come here, he murmured, patting his thigh. Aren't I supposed to be naked? I asked, referring to his quiz. Come here, he whispered. I set one knee on the couch beside his thigh and straddled him. His hands went to my hips and pulled me closer, so I could feel how hard he was against my center. There's my good girl. A curl of lust rolled through me. Fuck, why did that do something for me? His praise, his hold, sitting in his lap. It was like coming home, this feeling. Comfortable, easy. I think we need to talk, he murmured. I swallowed, suddenly nervous. My heart hammered and I couldn't hold his eyes. Whenever someone said we need to talk, it was never good. I'm sorry,
Hey,
he murmured, then tipped my chin back to his. His palm cupped my jaw.
What are you sorry for?
I thought you wanted to talk. He angled his head, studied me.
So you assumed you did something wrong?
Exactly, but I offered him a small shrug.
Oh, baby, no. No, you're perfect.
I met his gaze now, not because he was holding my head in place. His gentle words had me relaxing, and I knew he felt my body ease.
I don't know what the hell this is between us, but I feel it,
he admitted, his hands moving from my hips to gently coast up and down my thighs.
You feel it too, or you wouldn't be in my lap right now.
It wasn't worded as a question, so I didn't answer. Except he was right. I felt it, the tingling of need, the desire to be with him, to have him look at me, just the way he was right now. It was desire, definitely, but something more. Like he craved me. His touch warmed my skin, awakened me better than caffeine.
I held your hand at the coffee shop. I wanted to sit with you and talk, get to know you, but you ran off. You ran off again last night.
I had, both times.
Whatever this is, it's not because of any email. I wanted you before I even knew who you were. We'd be right here, right now, if you sent your email to Mallory.
His hands slid around my back. One drifted up my spine to cup the back of my neck. The other settled low to cup my ass. I'm a foregone conclusion? I asked, licking my lips. He shook his head, squeezed his fingers.
No, baby. We are.
There was a distinct difference, and I really liked that he pointed it out.
You wrote that a man never gave you an orgasm.
I shifted, tried to get up, suddenly embarrassed.
Be a good girl and sit still.
This time his words weren't as soft, but deep and low and commanding. I instantly stilled. His hands began to roam again, now up and down my sides, his thumbs brushing the swells of my breasts. His knees parted farther, and my thighs widened. Because of our size difference, I was completely open to him, even fully clothed. When he cupped me there through my shorts and panties, I startled at the heat of his palm, the intimacy of his touch. His other hand palmed my breast, then skated over to the other, pinching the nipple. I gasped at the feel. His touch was potent, gentle but insistent, roaming and touching as if he had to learn my body.
I should get the names of any man who touched you so I can beat the shit out of them, he said. Or thank them for being such shit lovers, because I'll be the one to give them to you. That's not ego talking. It's my job now to satisfy you. Why? Because you climbed in my lap where you belong. I will give you whatever you want. It's my job to satisfy you. You'll come, baby. I promise.
Holy shit. I'd say he was a dirty talker, but it wasn't all that dirty. It was all promise. From a focused lover who only had one thing in mind. Me. His hands continued to roam, caressing every inch of me, as if he couldn't stop himself. I was melting, like a s'more over a fire, getting all gooey and soft, dripping even. I had no idea over-the-clothes petting was so hot. He leaned in, nuzzled his nose along my neck, then whispered in my ear.
You just have to tell me how you want to do it. One question multiple choice quiz. Do you want to come on my A, fingers, B, mouth, C, dick, or D, all of the above? Chapter 19. Maverick. She was so fucking sweet, and sexy as hell. My dick was going to have a seam line imprinted in it. I couldn't stop touching her. Her little shorts and t-shirt allowed me to see her body, feel her silky skin. I could do this all day, have her in my lap and just touch her over her clothes. In the car she'd been bold, brave, told me she was wet. Coming here to this amazing house Bradley had found for me to live made her shy. That was okay. I wasn't going to rush her. She was right here with me on all of this. The only difference was that my dick and my brain were in sync. Hers wasn't quite yet, but she was getting there. She had a lot to lose if I was the asshole she expected me to be. So she'd sit in my lap all fucking day until she caught on that I was different. I wasn't the selfish lover who neglected her, the asshole who'd made her doubt herself, the fucker who'd made her apologize even when she didn't know what she did wrong. Breathing in her scent, I kissed along her neck. I couldn't help myself. I pulled my head back and met her eyes. Without her glasses, they were so bright, a shimmery green, slightly dazed. There was a spray of freckles across her nose and color bloomed in her cheeks. What? I stroked the ends of her hair, the silky strands sifting through my fingers. Her gaze dropped to my shirt and she lifted a finger to trace over the lettering on my chest. I want to come, but I don't want to decide. I murmured, considering. Maybe she was worried about choosing wrong, that I wouldn't like the answer. That was impossible because mouth, fingers, or dick were all correct options. Still, it was an insight into her. Letting go, giving up the need to think or decide, that pretty head of hers must churn all the time. You want me to take charge? She nodded, then glanced up at me through her lashes. So fucking pretty. With her sweet consent given and a plan in place, I was energized. Fuck yes. My mission was to get Bridget to come any way I wanted. Choice E it is, then, I replied. Take your hair down. She blinked, expecting me to say something different. Reaching up to work the hair tie from her bun made her tits lift beneath her t-shirt. I couldn't resist cupping them and running my thumbs back and forth over her nipples. They hardened beneath my touch. Her hair fell in soft tendrils over her shoulders, down her back and brushed my fingers. Fuck, baby. You should wear it down. I rubbed the ends of a silky strand, imagined the dark curtain spread over my pillow. Scout trotted over and nudged Bridget's thigh. She laughed and gave him a pet. If we're going to be roommates, I told him, you can't be poaching my girl. Scout looked up at me, tongue hanging out with happiness. Bridget laughed. This one's mine, go take a nap. I pointed toward the thick rug in front of the fireplace. We didn't pull his things out of the trunk yet, but he'd be just fine until we did. Lifting his chin as if insulted, he turned and did as I said, circling 3 times before settling in, eyes closing. Where was I? I asked, tucking my fingers into the hem of her shirt, slowly worked it up, meeting her eyes and ensuring this was what she wanted. When she raised her arms over her head, I got the green light and stripped it from her. Her bra was pale pink and simple. But it was fucking hot as hell because it was perfectly sheer, her nipples completely visible. There was no lace, no satin, no ribbons. I groaned because, fuck me. Pre-cum spurted from my dick just looking at her. Take it off, I said, my voice husky and deep. Reaching behind her, she undid the clasp, let the bra slip off her shoulders, then dropped it on the floor forgotten. Setting my big hands at her back, I pulled her in closer, bent my head and took one lush tip into my mouth, licked and sucked at that hard tip. Bridget cried out and her fingers tangled in my hair. Mav! I kissed my way from one to the other. That's right, say my name. With my mouth on one breast, I cupped the other, played with her nipple, then switched, back and forth until she was squirming, riding my dick through our shorts. I bet you can come if I play with these beauties enough. I guessed, my voice deep and rough like sandpaper. But there's more of you I want to explore. Up. I gripped her hips and lifted her off my lap. Standing before me, she was perfection. Her hair was wild and long, her eyes blurry with arousal. Her breasts were pink from my play and her nipples hard little raspberries, all slick from my mouth. I flicked open the button on her shorts, slid down the zipper. She took over, shimmying the cotton down her hips so they pooled around her ankles. Her panties matched her bra and was equally sheer. I could see she wasn't shaved or waxed bare, but had a trim little thatch of dark hair above her pink pussy lips. And I could see a dark spot, proving she wasn't just wet but soaked. I growled, ran a finger over that drenched fabric. You are wet. That for me? I lifted my gaze from her panty-covered pussy to her eyes. She bit her lip, nodded. Show me. I growled. Her eyes flared and she pushed her panties down. Give me your foot. I patted my thigh and she lifted her leg and did as she was told. Undoing the laces on her sneaker, I pulled it off, then her sock. She set her foot back down on the wood floor, then switched. This time when I was done, I held her ankle. shook my head so she knew not to move. Look at you. With her leg raised, I could see her perfect pussy, glistening and swollen, her clit peeking out from full pink lips. I breathed in her sweet scent. My mouth watered to taste her. I set her foot beside my thigh on the couch so she was more stable, but still wide open. Settling my hand back on her hip, I cupped her pussy with the other. This time there was nothing between my fingers and her sopping core. Fuck. I breathed as she startled. Shh. Like I had with her body, I stroked over her folds, spreading her wetness and circling her clit. I felt her stiffen then wobble. This wouldn't do. I lifted her so she was back on my lap, straddling me once more, this time completely bare. I thanked Bradley later for the floor-to-ceiling windows so it was nice and bright. I could see every inch of her pale skin, her upturned breasts, those dark curls that couldn't hide my pussy. Setting my legs wide once more, she hovered. Better? She nodded, bit her lip. Look at you, my good girl, on my lap, showing me everything. Where was I? With one barely there fingertip, I circled her clit, then slid inside her. Tight, wet heat surrounded the digit. A clench of her inner walls squeezed. Fuck. She looked at me, eyes wide. Mav? She said on a shaky breath. Like that? I was barely touching her, just my finger slowly pumping in and out of her. Wet sounds accompanied the small movement, and we both knew how much she liked it without her saying a word. She set her hand on my shoulder and arched her back. More. I loved that she told me what she wanted, so I gave it to her. Pulling out, I slid my ring finger in beside my middle one, stretching her wide. Fuck, she was tiny, tight. My dick pulsed at the idea of trying to fit. She groaned and I pressed deep, my palm rubbing her clit. Then she began to move, although only little rolls of her hips because she had no traction propped on my thighs. Her tits thrust up with every shift, and with my free hand I began to play with them. Cup, knead, a gentle squeeze, then a pluck and tug on a nipple, switch sides. She was going to come. That was my mission, and she was on her way there based on the sounds coming from her and the way she tried to roll her hips, but I wasn't sure if I could make it. This sexy make-out petting session was the hottest thing I've ever done with a woman, and I was already close to coming. I dropped my hand from her tits, opened up my shorts, reached in and pulled my dick up so it stuck out the top of my boxers, in the V of space of the parted zipper. The relief was immediate, but so was the need to get inside her. Bridget watched and then stared. My fingers were still deep inside her, but now still. You're big, she said, commenting on only what she could see of the throbbing head. There were inches and inches that hadn't been revealed. A drop of precum appeared at the tip, and I swiped it with my thumb. Reaching up, I smeared it across her plump bottom lip, then pushed my thumb into her mouth. Her tongue swirled around it. I growled at the wet suck, and I pulled it free. She frowned. Keep doing that, and I'll come all over myself, I warned. She smiled, this time with a vixen's twist to her lips. This is all about you, baby. I want you to come all over my hand. I slid my fingers up and down her front wall as I watched her face and knew the second I found her special spot. Mav! She cried, her eyes wide with surprise. Yet no one had taken care of my baby. I curled my fingers right there. Her hips rolled and a moan slipped from her lips. Concentrating on that spot, I got my other hand involved, resting low on her belly so my wet thumb circled her clit. It was slick and swollen, and I watched as I pushed her right to the edge. Mav, please, I... Her head tilted back, eyes closed, but when she was close, her inner walls fluttered. A flush spread over her skin and looked to me, eyes wide and full of panic. So I talked her through it so she knew I was right there with her, that I had her. Shh, such a good girl. You're going to come so hard. Your pussy was made for me. That's it, let go for me. Yes, fuck yes. Her gaze went blurry as she came, but she kept it locked on mine. Breathy little moans filled the room, and the nails that she dug into my shoulder were going to leave marks. Fuck me. I had a feeling she already had. Chapter 20. Bridget. Oh my God. Oh my God. It
Wow. I blinked and I couldn't help the slow smile that crept across my face. My body was like taffy, pliable and soft. I felt amazing. Mav had rocked my world, and it had been with his fingers. I could only imagine what it will be like when he got inside me. Mav, I said, leaning back a little and then laughing with joy. Relief, happiness, pleasure. He slipped his fingers from me, and I watched as he licked my wetness from them. I should be mortified by how wet I was, that pretty much his entire hand was covered. But I wasn't, because watching him clean the fingers that had brought me to orgasm was unbelievably hot. He was virile, manly, and probably really proud of himself. He should be. I had an orgasm. My words were so darned happy. Yep, he said. Lick. By a man. By me, baby. Lick. That was... It was. Lick. I'm not done. He said, the determination in his eyes more like a vow than a statement. Good. With a move too fast for me to do more than squeak, I was on my back sideways on the couch. With a hand pressed into the leather by my head, he loomed over me. I got a taste. Now I want it right from the source. He shifted down my body, set one leg high on the back of the couch, the other so it hung off the edge, then settled in between, and went to town. And by town, I meant my pussy. I'd never had a man go down on me before. I'd made out with a few guys in high school and college, but my professor was the only man I'd slept with. And I was quickly learning he was a very selfish, very bad lover. Mav hadn't said anything about reciprocation, and his dick was still, mostly in his shorts. He wasn't in any rush to do anything but satisfy me. When his tongue licked up my center in one long swipe, I pushed on his shoulders, then tugged on his hair. I was really sensitive from the first orgasm. Mav? He didn't lift his head or stop, only looked up at me with those intense dark eyes and kept right on going, as if it was his mission in life to get me off. It didn't take more than a few seconds for him to do so, because his tongue circled and flicked at my clit. Then he sucked on it, and that was it. I arched my back, clamped my thighs around his ears, and screamed. Chapter 21. Maverick. I was the only person to see her like this, to make her this way. It was headier than taking over the company when my father died, more exhilarating than seeing my boutique hotel idea become reality. Hell, it was more amazing than becoming a dog owner. I'm not done, I warned, because I wasn't letting her out of my sight, or dressed, for the foreseeable future. I sat back on my heel and wiped my slick mouth with the back of my hand. I knew what she tasted like now, and I was addicted. Bridget Beckett was like crack. She hadn't moved since she came, her legs still thrown over the back of the couch, one I was probably going to have to replace or immortalize. I did A, I told her, and B. We're not stopping until we tackle C, which then means we'll have done D. All of the above. I fucking love doing a quiz together. I hadn't kissed her in too long, so I leaned down and took her mouth. No doubt she could taste herself because it was on my tongue, my lips, my skin. It took a while, but I lifted my head, then knelt above her. There was that sly smile again, and she looked up at me, relaxed and sated, not a self-conscious thought in her head. If we're doing C, does this mean I get to see more than just the tip? Her gaze dropped to my dick. I pushed down the boxers and it sprang free. Gripping the base, I squeezed firmly, then stroked from root to tip. Baby, you'll get more than just the tip. Using her elbows, she pushed up, then came to her knees. Can I? She asked, biting her lip and having her hand hover between us. You can do anything you want, but not here. I leaned forward, tossed her over my shoulder, and headed in the direction I assumed was a bedroom. I didn't care if it was the master or not, as long as there was a bed. She giggled and I slapped her ass. She froze, then wiggled. Again, she said. Holy shit, she liked it. I gave her another playful swat because I liked it too.
Naughty girls get spanked. I dropped her on the bed, and as she bounced, I reached behind my neck and tugged off the t-shirt, let it drop to the carpeted floor. From her sprawled position on the bed, she eyed my torso like she wanted to get her hands on it. Then her gaze dropped to my dick, which curved up toward my navel from the open zipper. It was so hard it was almost painful. Pre-cum smeared across my stomach. Reaching into my boxers, I gripped it at the base, squeezed hard to hold off the need to cum all over her bare skin and mark her. Maybe I should do that, take the edge off. Then I'd be ready to fuck her for hours. Stroking from root to tip, I set one knee on the bed so she could do whatever the fuck she wanted when the doorbell rang. Her gaze shifted to the open bedroom door behind me, alert. Distracted, which pissed me off. Whoever it is will go away, I said. It rang again, then once more immediately after. Fuck. Stay here, I said, carefully tucking my dick back into my boxers and wincing as I worked the zipper up. Fuck the button. After closing the door behind me, I stalked through the house, Scout circling my ankles, and threw open the front door, ready to tell off the religious cult or tree-trimming service. Instead, I found my brothers, all three of them.
Chapter 22. Bridget. When Maverick didn't come back right away, which to me, bare-assed naked, was 30 seconds or less, I ripped the bedding apart and wrapped the top sheet around me. Going to the door, I opened it a few inches. Maverick was talking to someone, in the house from the sound of it.
Bradley called me last night.
The man who rang the doorbell said. I knew this because it wasn't Mav's voice.
Recommended I fly up here and see what the fuck was up.
He said that, Maverick asked.
He left fuck out, but yeah. Why?
Because he's worse than a virgin's chaperone all up in your business.
I didn't mean why he didn't say fuck.
Maverick snapped.
Why are you here? Farah called him. Told me to tell you to call her. You're not here because of that.
No, but I wanted to tell you before I forgot. He sent us because of some email. Maverick swore long and thoroughly. I didn't know who Farah was, but I couldn't linger on that. An email. Every bit of orgasmic satisfaction was worn off, and apprehension was kicking in.
Hey, who's this guy? Hey, buddy.
A loud bark from Scout was followed by laughing.
That's Scout, my new dog, Maverick explained. What? You got a dog?
That was two different guys asking questions. Not one, but two men had been at the door.
Yes,
Maverick replied.
What the hell's up with his short legs? I thought border collies were taller than this. I think his father had an affair with a corgi,
Maverick explained. More laughter.
You got a dog and Bradley sent us up here because of an email. What the hell, Mav?
That was another male voice, so there were three of them. None of them sounded like they were selling something or planned to leave.
Bradley is too efficient. He went through my inbox,
Maverick told them.
Oh my God.
Even though I was naked, I started to sweat. Bradley was his assistant and he read his work emails. That meant...
So he... Wait, what the hell are you doing here?
Maverick shouted at one of them.
Me? I'm your brother too. Clearly you need us here if you got a dog. Hey, Scout, who's a good boy?
The third male voice that went from sarcastic to sweet. It seemed all three of them loved dogs.
You work 80 hours a week in an operating room, Maverick countered. Since when do you have time off? Since Silas called me,
countered the one who was obviously a doctor.
Don't look my way.
It sounded like the third brother, and I pictured him holding his hands up in front of him.
You know it's the off-season. The boys want to head to Montana to see our fucked-up brother. I'm in.
No, there were 4 of them out there. From their banter, they were familiar with each other. I had to assume they were his brothers. The James brothers. The ones from the laptop photo Mallory drooled over.
I got a dog. How was that fucked up? Not the dog. He's pretty cool. It's the fact that your assistant thought you needed an intervention. Where the fuck's your shirt? One of them asked. I was getting undressed when you rang the doorbell, over and over.
Maverick countered, and I felt my cheeks flame. He hadn't mentioned that he had a woman here, but why would he now? They were here because Maverick's assistant read his work emails. Clearly, it was part of his job to maybe screen them for Maverick, answer less important ones for him, delete unnecessary ones, read some for crazy women trying to sexually harass him. I turned and leaned against the wall while holding the sheet around my chest. Had the assistant read my email? Of course he had. It was the biggest red flag for a CEO, and clearly found it, me, a problem. Enough to call in the second-in-command at the company to look into it personally. I closed my eyes. This thing wasn't me and Maverick now. It wasn't our little secret. He'd said he'd fix it, and he had, by sending me his own sex quiz. But that had been when it was only the two of us involved. Obviously, mine wasn't private any longer. "Fine, you're all here," Maverick snapped. "Because Bradley does his job too well. You saw the email then." Maverick sounded grim, nothing like how he talked to me. "Fuck, dude, that's serious shit." I had no idea which brother spoke, but it didn't matter. Not when I heard a whistle of agreement from someone else. They knew about the sex quiz. They'd read it. Thought it was serious shit. I thought the mortification last night was bad, but this was worse, which I thought wasn't even possible. I was naked, in Maverick's house. Once they saw me, the brothers were going to find me and think I was a slut, or worse, a power-hungry gold digger. "It's none of your fucking business," Maverick growled. "Not going to argue with you there. That was TMI, another brother said. "Look, I got off an overnight on-call shift and flew up here. I need a shower, then some golf, a hike, something outside since I don't think I remember what fresh air feels like." The doctor brother, I assumed. "Fine, follow me. You can crash in bedrooms upstairs." 4 big men were heavy and loud, so it was easy to follow their path up the steps and moving around upstairs. Now was my chance. I had to get the hell out of here before they saw me. It was one thing to read a sex email from a random, faceless woman. It was another to find her naked in their brother's house. If that wasn't enough, shit! My clothes were in the other room. If they saw them, they wouldn't think I had stripped them off to take a shower. Not in front of the couch and tossed randomly about. It would be obvious what we'd been up to. His 3 brothers were here to make sure Maverick didn't get involved with me, because it seemed not only did they care about him, but his assistant was ruthlessly protective to send them all this way. I opened the bedroom door and tiptoed down the hall, then dashed to the couch with the sheet whipping around my ankles and started picking up my clothes. Shorts, t-shirt, sock, sneaker. A throat cleared and I leapt in the air, stifled a scream, then froze. Shit! Shit! Sitting in a leather chair by the fireplace was one of the men from Maverick's laptop background photo. This one wasn't Theo, if Mallory's obsession and his attractiveness from the photo was correct. It was the one who looked the most like Maverick. Same dark hair and eyes, but he had a neatly trimmed beard. His elbow was on the armrest, and dangling from his finger was my bra. The grin made me hate him. The fucker was enjoying himself. If the others came back... Whipping my head around, I glanced up the stairs. No sign of Maverick or the other 2. I ran over to the brother, snagged the bra, then bolted. I wasn't staying here a second longer to get dressed. I could do it behind a pine tree or something where I was alone. If a neighbor saw me, which I doubted since the multi-million-dollar price tag on the house ensured privacy, it wouldn't be any more mortifying than being caught by one of his brothers. Maverick drove and I had no way of getting home, but I was a runner. The distance back to town was less than what I did for my workout earlier this morning. I opened one of the glass doors out onto a stone patio and took off, holding my clothes to my chest with one hand and the bottom of the sheet up off the ground with the other. Chapter 23. Maverick. My brothers were the biggest bunch of cockblockers. I was a minute away from sinking inside a sated, uninhibited Bridget, and they rang the fucking doorbell. I should be thankful for Bradley's diligence at his job and concern for my well-being, but sending Silas, Dex, and Theo, that was a little much. I was 37 years old, not 17. If I wanted to look on the bright side, he didn't send our mother, but he knew that would have been a fireable offense because she meddled enough trying to get grandchildren out of us.
She divorced our asshole father years ago, and had lived well off the revenge money she'd gotten out of the settlement. Where he'd been a selfish prick, our mother was a saint. After pushing Theo and Dex into the first 2 bedrooms I found, I turned around and headed back downstairs. I wanted to introduce Bridget to them, to show her off like Scout was proud of the dog bone. They'd like her, find her as unique and amazing as I did. Except she was mine, and they could find their own brilliant, sexy woman. They'd meet her, dressed would be good. Her clothes were all over the place by the couch. That had me thinking of stripping her bare, and I was pissed all over again. My dick wasn't all too happy either. Silas stood by the windows looking out at the view. I just handed a very pretty, very young woman her bra. I narrowed my eyes and glared. He held Bridget's bra, meaning she hadn't been in it when he met her. What the fuck? He raised his hands. Whoa, just saying. I spun in a circle, took in the fact that Bridget's clothes were missing, then headed toward the downstairs bedroom to tell her what was going on. That our little Saturday afternoon fuckfest was postponed, and while my balls were going to be fucking blue, I was eager to show her off. I'd spoken briefly to Silas about her the day before, right after meeting at the coffee shop, but so much had happened since then. "She's not in there," Silas called. I stopped, turned around again. He was pointing out the window. "I think we may have scared her off." Then he winced. Naked. The idea of Silas seeing Bridget's perfect body had me losing my shit. "What the fuck?" I said again, this time a few decibels louder. I stormed over to the window and caught sight of Bridget sprinting across the open field to a pocket of ponderosa pines. A white sheet was wrapped around her and flowed out behind her like the hem of a long dress. "Jesus Christ, Si, why didn't you stop her?" I opened the door and ran after her. "Bridget!" For a little thing, she was fucking fast and disappeared into the greenery. I followed, grabbing one of her socks that she dropped on the way. "Bridget!" I called again, weaving through the grove of trees. Branches were low to the ground, so once surrounded by them, I could barely see the field or the house. I followed the rustling and found her with her shorts on and working her bra straps over her shoulders. She wasn't crying, but she was freaked. Bright spots of red were on her cheeks. Her skin was dotted with sweat and her eyes were angry and wild. For running so fast, she wasn't breathing all too hard. I was. "Baby, stop." Ignoring me, she fought with her bra even more at my words, finally getting it to clasp. Earlier, I'd barely had time to take in her long hair, but like this, it was wild and dark over her shoulders. Her chest rose with her ragged breaths. "Where are your glasses?" I asked. While I was riled, I tried to keep my voice calm. Her shoulders slumped, and she ran a hand over her face. "They're by the couch. Shit." I grabbed the t-shirt off the ground at her feet, turned it right side out, and handed it to her. I loved seeing her in that peekaboo bra, but now wasn't the time. I wanted her covered and safe. Reassured because she'd been spooked enough to bolt. "Why did you run?" "Why did I? Are you serious right now?" She shouted, staring at me as if I asked her if she thought the earth was round. A bird squawked overhead. In the shade of the tall trees it was cooler, but I was sweating. "I want you to meet my brothers. They showed up unexpectedly." She shook her head. "No way, I'm going home." "I'll take you home, but I want you to meet them first." "Why?" She snapped, but the hurt look in her eyes said she was more wounded than angry. "So they can laugh at me since they know my sex secrets? So they can do your assistant's work and tell you to steer clear of a woman who sends a guy a sex quiz?" Fuck, she'd overheard. Me talking with 3 men she didn't know, while she was naked. It had boys will be boys overtones of Jimenez from the stupid meeting the day before, where she'd left the room and he'd talked about how fine her ass was, laughing as he did so. I clenched my molars together, angry that not only had Bradley read her quiz, but my brothers knew about it too. No worse. Shit. They'd said they read it and it was TMI. Too much information. No wonder she'd run off. Shame wrapped around her more thoroughly than the sheet had. It was a repeat of the night before, but so much worse. I understood now. Could see how cruel it was and how the words hurt her. I was so fucking big and it hadn't been my size that scared her off. "Baby." I whispered, taking a careful step toward her. You should have just fired me, she admitted. HR at least would have been diplomatic. Your brothers are here because they think I'm a stalker or sex-crazed woman who wants you for your body and came to Montana to get me as far away from you as possible. You're not fired, I said. We won't go over that one again. As for my brothers, I promise you that if they think you're a sex-crazed woman who wants me for my body, they'll leave and let us get back to it. A stick snapped beneath my heel as I closed the distance between us. She was skittish but held still. That is not funny, she countered. I took my bra from one of them and I was in just a sheet. You already used me for your body, I reminded her. You rode my fingers, wiggled your pussy all over my mouth, and you were about to use me for my dick. She rolled her eyes and her cheeks flushed the same color pink as her nipples. As for you being sex-crazed, I pushed on. As long as you're sex-crazed with me, I'm fucking fine with that. I got close enough to wrap her in my arms, to feel her shaking. I cupped the back of her head, held her against my chest. This felt so fucking right, having her in my arms, trying to soothe her. Yet I hated that she was so upset. I thought my attempt at wit and self-deprecation would make her feel better, but her next words slayed me. Your brothers read my sex quiz. Nothing you say is going to make that better. Fuck, she was right. I didn't give a shit what my brothers thought. It was what they knew. I told her I would fix this, me getting her email and what it meant to others. I had. Or I thought I had. Then I went and blew it all over again.
Chapter 24. Bridget. Out of all of the things I imagined doing with Maverick, and I'd thought of a lot, hugging him wasn't one of them. But even angry and upset, it felt amazing. Maybe it was that good because I was angry and upset. I couldn't remember the last time I'd been hugged, held like this just for the sake of being comforted. I couldn't be mad at Maverick. It wasn't his fault. The fact that his assistant read my email and then shared it with Maverick's brothers was a result of my mistake. The person who was the hardest on myself was me. Rightfully so. I'd made a stupid mistake and the fallout was growing. He was trying to make it better, to make me feel better, when it wasn't his job to do that. Maybe that was why I clung to him a little more, and realized he wasn't wearing a shirt. My bra-covered chest pressed to his bare one, even though he'd had his head between my thighs. Holy shit, that had been amazing. This was the closest skin-on-skin we'd gotten. Against my cheek, he was smooth and warm, but beneath, he was muscular and solid. A smattering of chest hair tickled my nose. His scent was stronger this close, some kind of woodsy soap. Or it could be the soap combined with the fact that we were actually in the woods. I'm sorry, I said, trying to step back. Stay. Just a little longer. He murmured, softly stroking my hair, then kissing the top of my head. I shouldn't have run. I admitted against his bare chest. I need to face this. It's my fault. His hold loosened and I stepped back. Your fault? That my brothers are here? I sent the email. I did this to myself. Fuck that, he said, his gaze dropping to my breasts. I took him in, all broad, bare-chested, and the button on his jeans was open. He grabbed my shirt from my fingers and fiddled with it, so it was all bunched up and worked the open neckline over my head. Those three are meddlers. They're not here because they want to protect me from you. He gave me a heated look, as I tucked my arms into the short sleeves, and he pulled it down my body, as if dressing a child. Maybe Bradley's concerned, but I'm a big boy. They're here because Bradley clued them in that I was acting strange because of a woman. Therefore, they're curious about you. Me? I asked, pointing at my chest. That's laughable, especially if they read the quiz. Using one finger, he tipped my chin up so I had no choice but to meet his dark eyes. Baby, what did I say would happen if you talked about yourself like that again? I swallowed. He said he'd spank me. Shit. Based on the way you're looking at me right now, and how you asked for more earlier. Spanking your ass a pretty shade of red isn't going to be much of a punishment. His finger shifted to tuck my hair back behind my ear. He was probably right. As if he couldn't help himself, he leaned down and kissed me. It was heated but quick. He stepped back, snagging my hand. Come on. No matter how much I want to, I'm not fucking you in the woods. My brothers are harmless. They're not assholes. I promise whatever teasing they do, it'll be at my expense, not yours. I couldn't stay in the pine trees forever, and Mav wasn't letting me run home. Okay. He turned around and gave me his back and crouched down. As he looked over his shoulder, he said, Climb on. I laughed. What? You're going to give me a piggyback ride? You only have one shoe. Besides, this way I know you won't run off again. Chapter 25. Maverick. I wasn't kidding when I didn't want Bridget running off. Again. She'd bolted from the coffee shop, from the office the night before, and now. Enough running. I was going to end this sex quiz email shit once and for all, and I needed her to agree that it was fixed. There was no way to make my brothers or Bradley forget what they read in her quiz, but like I told Bridget, they weren't assholes and would treat her with respect. If they didn't, they would after I broke their noses. When I went back in the house, I found the three of them sitting at the kitchen island. That was our lunch, I said, spotting Bridget's glasses where I'd left them next to the couch. I grabbed them and handed them to her over my shoulder as I went into the kitchen and set her on the counter by the deep farmer's sink. You weren't eating it, Dex said with his mouth full, eyeing Bridget with surprise. I leaned against the counter right next to Bridget, not leaving her side. Scout came over, nudged my shin with his nose. I leaned down to stroke his ear. That idiot is Dex, I told Bridget. What? He asked, licking a dollop of mayo off his lip. I'm a growing boy. He's 27, not 7, although it's hard to tell. He grinned and preened under the sarcasm and gave Bridget a wink. I glared. The one eating all the chips is Silas. He offered her a little wave. The other is Theo. I pointed at both of them. Silas and I kinda already met. Bridget said, her voice soft. I glared his way, knowing he'd held her bra. This is Bridget Beckett, I said, setting my hand on her knee. 3 sets of eyes followed the action, although based on the fact she'd run from the house in just a sheet, they knew there was something going on between us. Something naked. She offered a little finger wave, her glasses perched back upon her nose. I guess you never got to do that fantasy in the email, Silas commented. Bridget gasped, and I lost my shit. I was beside him in 2 steps and had him hoisted off the stool before he had a chance to react. It slid across the hard wood, then tipped over with a loud clatter. Hey! He shouted as I shoved him against the wall. What the fuck? I heard the slide of the other stools, Dex and Theo standing. Scout barked. That was uncalled for. I growled and gave him a shove, even though there wasn't anywhere for him to go. Apologize to Bridget, now. I was right in his face and his eyes were wide with shock. I didn't usually go off like this, especially with him. But he also shouldn't be disrespectful. I'm sorry, Bridget, he said, looking in her direction. But for what? I mean, you wrote all sex stuff in a fucking email and I was messing with you. His eyes, dark just like mine, shifted to me. I didn't take you for a butt plug kind of guy. Too uptight. Size right, Dex said from behind my back. I'm not into knowing what you do with your dick, but your email was like reading a bunch of romance novels. Bridget, if he does half the stuff he wrote, you're going to have some fun with my older brother. I let go of Silas and stepped back. Wait, you read my email? I asked, setting my hands on my hips. Silas adjusted his shirt, then gave a lazy smile. Yes, your email. Bradley sent it to me first thing this morning. He figured since you sent something like that to an employee, which is completely unlike you, it was like a secret message saying you'd been kidnapped and needed help. I called X and Theo to come along and rescue you. Clearly he doesn't need rescuing, Theo said, his voice deadpan. Why do you need to write that shit down? Dex asked. Just do it like everyone else. Theo chuckled. It's been a while for him. He told Dex, referencing me and my sparse dating history. Maybe he had to write it down to remember. He's old. All 3 of them laughed and I glanced at Bridget.
This I could take. I didn't give a shit that they were making fun of me. She was smiling, somehow enjoying the stupid banter. I went over to her where she was still perched on the counter and settled right in front of her, set my hands on her thighs. Just touching her calmed me. They read my email, I said, confirming she was following along. She nodded, tucked her hair back. I met her green eyes but spoke to the guys. Bradley only sent you that one email? I asked them. You wrote her more than one, Silas asked. If it involves animals or how you like to be pegged, I'm out. I took a deep breath, rolled my eyes, but focused on Bridget. They don't know about mine, she whispered. I shook my head and leaned in close, my nose brushing over her ear. They wouldn't say any of this shit if they knew how it all started. I think you deleted yours before Bradley saw it. Maybe he was eating dinner. I shrugged, having no idea, but was relieved. No, thrilled mine was the only one he found. Yeah. Earlier when I answered the door and you overheard. It was my email they were talking about, not yours. They're here to give me shit, nothing to do with you. You good now? I asked, pulling back so I could meet her eyes. My thumb stroked over the tops of her thighs. I couldn't resist touching her. She lifted her hand, cupped my jaw. I tilted my head, kissed the palm. I'm good, she said, no longer whispering. Thank fuck. I want to get rid of them and get back to what we were doing, I said. We can hear you. Dex said, the words garbled because he was eating again. You're not getting rid of us, so go put a shirt on. Silas added, Sorry, Bridget. I winked at her, then went to get that shirt off the floor in the bedroom. When I came back, she was perched on a stool between Silas and Dex, eating a section of sandwich and laughing at something Dex was saying. As a businessman. And he held out a briefcase to put the candy in. Didn't Farah go as your secretary? He was talking about Halloween and me dressing up for trick-or-treating. I'd forgotten Farah had done that. Who's Farah? She asked, popping a barbecue-flavored chip in her mouth. I grew up with her. Our parents are friends. I caught Silas's look, but I wasn't doing anything wrong. Farah wasn't anything more than a friend, no matter what he heard. I knew it. Farah knew it. That was all that mattered. You weren't even born when I did that, I told Dex, reminding him that he was young as hell. Then I glanced at Bridget, who was even younger. 5 years younger. Shit. I'd been in high school when she was born. The guys caught on too, but didn't comment. What I don't understand is why you wanted to be like Dad. Dex continued. I reached between him and Theo and snagged a section of sandwich from the counter. I'd bought several subs at the deli because I didn't know what Bridget liked. With 3 extra mouths to feed, I was glad I did that. Because I didn't know then how much of an asshole he was. Our father was a dick. Silas explained. Is your father a dick? Dex asked. I bet he's not. You're really nice, although there's probably something wrong with you if you're into Mav and not me. I'm younger. Cuter, too. Jesus, Dex. I muttered, going around the counter and leaning against it. They were using the 4 stools. Bridget gave Dex a little eye waggle and a playful grin. No, you're right. My dad was a nice guy. We all picked up on the past tense. Did he pass away? Theo asked, using his soothing doctor voice. She nodded. When I was 10, my parents died in a car accident. I'm sorry, baby, I said. I went around to her, scooped her up and hugged her close. There was nothing I could do to make it better, but she'd know I would comfort her. For a stunned moment, she was stiff in my hold. Then she relaxed and hugged me back. The guys offered murmurs of agreement. I finally let her go, when all I wanted to do was toss her over my shoulder again and carry her off to some quiet, non-brother-filled room. But I didn't. I set her back on the stool and gave her room. Our father's dead, too, Dex told her, as if he was telling her he also liked mustard. Did you get hit in the head during practice? I asked. He had zero tact, but it had turned the conversation off of Bridget's parents' deaths. It's the off-season, he reminded. His summers, besides working out to stay in shape, were his own. But when training camp started in September, his life belonged to his team. Don't listen to anything he says, Silas told Bridget. He plays professional ice hockey, and obviously got hit by a puck a few too many times. Wow, which team? She asked. He told her, and they started up a conversation about the sport. Silas looked over at me, then stood and started searching the cabinets. He found where the glasses were and filled one from the dispenser in the fridge door. I followed him with a glass of my own. "I know what you're thinking," I whispered. "What, that those two are better matched?" He whispered back. "Scout's less of a puppy than he is," I replied. "She doesn't need a puppy." "No, she needs someone to give her gentle guidance, reassurance, orgasms." Silas glanced at Dex and Bridget, how Dex was waving his arms around, talking about carrying the Stanley Cup trophy, with Theo listening on, amused by our little brother's antics. I was ridiculously proud of Dex. We'd known he'd play professionally when he was 10 and carried his Pee-wee team to state champs. He just had that ridiculous innate talent and was drafted out of college in Minnesota because of it. "She doesn't look at him like she does at you," he replied. Bridget's eyes widened when she laughed at Dex, then put her fingers over her lips. He had a knack for making any story sound exciting. "How's that? Like he's her brother, and you're her—" "Don't even say it," I prompted. "I'm not that fucking old." He shrugged. "Fine, doesn't matter anyway. Daddy Kink wasn't on your quiz." "Definitely not. Based on her response to the praise I doled out and being called a good girl, it made sense she was into someone so much older. Learning about her parents. I didn't think she had a daddy thing either, but she did crave reassurance, affection, approval. Dex couldn't give her what she needed. That was for fucking sure. He was too young for her, too into himself to pay close enough attention to her subtle tells. I saw them all and was working on responding to them correctly. It seemed in the past day I fucked up. A lot. But she was here in my house and she was meeting my brothers. A big deal for a first unofficial date. "I want to know what was on her quiz," he said, pulling me from my thoughts. I growled, backed up with a glare, then said, "Only if you want to die." "So there really is one," he added. He played me and got the answer he wanted. The fucker. I figured as much. You wouldn't share that shit in an email without a very good and strategic reason. I just didn't expect Bradley to be so good at his job. I muttered. I would make sure he only worked regular business hours from now on, so I could fuck up without anyone knowing.
Chapter 26. Bridget. We went to the pet store to get things for Scout, then got deli sandwiches, didn't end up eating them because Maverick ate me, and then his brothers interrupted because they read his email and I ran off in a sheet. But it turns out they read Maverick's sex quiz, and not mine, and we're going out to dinner later, and I need your help picking an outfit. I didn't take a breath when I blurted all that to Mallory after Maverick had dropped me at home. Since I sprinted across a field barefoot and pretty much naked, I needed a shower and a change of clothes. Hang on, she said. "I have questions. Many questions. First one." "Yes?" "Theo is in town and you're going out to dinner with him." That was what she got out of my word vomit. One photo of the guy and she wanted to marry him. "Yes. Can I come?" I stood in my bathroom looking at myself in the mirror. My hair was snarled from making out and then my mad dash. I had dirt on my cheek and, holy shit, was that a hickey on my collarbone? I tugged down the neckline of my t-shirt for a better look. Yes, it was. I grinned. Maverick had marked me. Why I liked that, I had no idea. "Yes, you can come." Next question, and I want to make sure I heard you correctly. Maverick wrote a sex quiz. Yes. I have sub-questions about that, but I need to stay focused. Did you say Maverick ate you? Jake Ryan ate your pussy? He's not Jake. I closed my eyes, then said, "Yes." Her scream had me pulling myself from my ear. "I'll be right over." She hung up and I hopped in the shower. By the time I was done, Mal was pulling clothes from my closet. Her long hair was half up, half down in a cute look. She'd changed since that parade and now wore a pale blue sundress that bared her shoulders and made the color of her eyes pop. She had on makeup and earrings. She was ready for dinner with zero notice, and I had no idea how she did it. I went to my dresser for panties and a bra. When Lindy first took me and Mallory bra shopping when we were 12, she told me to always get pretty matching bra and panty sets, because no one was going to see them but me, and it made a girl feel pretty. She said it was one thing to be pretty for others, with fancy clothes to show off in, but another to be pretty in secret. Obviously, the talk was when I was young and years away from any boy ever seeing me in my underwear. But her lesson then made sense. I didn't have to make myself pretty for any guy. I hadn't. Not even for Professor Diego. Until Maverick. For him, I wanted to. "Why are all these things so big?" she asked, studying a black long-sleeve top I wore to work. Because my boss was a pervert and I wasn't offering him a free show. She lowered the shirt she held and cocked her head to the side. "That's fucked up all around. None of your clothes are the least bit revealing, and I mean the ones that fit. But he's gone now thanks to one particular sexy guy." While I hid my body and my pretty underwear sets from Jason the Jerk beneath baggy clothes, Maverick got to see them, my underwear and my body. And he liked them. A lot. Lindy was right way back and she was right now. I pulled out lavender lace panties and pulled them on beneath my towel. You know, calling Maverick James sexy is being hypocritical. That's what got Jason fired. "There's no similarity at all," she replied, "because it's not a power thing. You called me because you want to tease your new boss with that little hot bod of yours." I grabbed my glasses and frowned while I did it. I hated when she was right. "You're wearing this green top with this skirt." It was the shirt I'd ordered online and a jean skirt, and she wasn't asking, she was telling. "As for makeup, let me see what you've got." She went into the bathroom and I got dressed. "Don't think for 1 second I've forgotten that you got eaten out by Maverick James," she said from the bathroom. I didn't think she would. I was impressed she held off this long to bring it up. I pulled the shirt over my head, then smoothed it down. It had a V neckline, and while it wasn't inappropriate, looking down I had a good view of my cleavage. What there was of it, at least. She came out holding a lip gloss. "Didn't we get this for a 7th grade dance?" She sniffed it. "It's cherry-flavored. Okay, that's just wrong." I bit my lip and nodded. She went to the trash can and dropped it in. "We'll raid Lindy's stash. Where is she, anyway?" "Not sure. She wasn't here when I got back." "So, Maverick's pussy snack. Did you sit on his face, or were you at the edge of the bed, or— Mal!" I cried, my cheeks heating. "I'm not telling you that." "Yes, you are." "No, I'm not. We kissed last night." I began, giving her something. "Last night?" Her perfectly arched eyebrows went up. "You mean at the office? You kissed Jake Ryan after I walked out?" I nodded, then bit back a smile. It was nothing like the movie. At the end of 16 Candles, Jake and Samantha kissed sweetly and innocently over a birthday cake. What Mav and I did was far from innocent or sweet. Late last night, he emailed me a sex quiz back. I told her, catching her up. She frowned and then her eyes widened. Holy shit, that didn't happen in the movie. I bet every word was hot. I couldn't help but grin. It was. God, yes. He did it so I have it as protection, so that I'm comfortable because he read mine. I can sue him or get a shit ton of money out of the guy if you wanted. Wow. Mal's enthusiasm softened. Bridge, I like this guy. I licked my lips, dropped onto my bed. I do too. So he went downtown before you had sex? I shook my head. We didn't have sex. We were going to, but his brothers showed up. Including Theo. I rolled my eyes. God, yes, including Theo. Is he nice? Theo? Yes, Theo. Quiet. He's a doctor. Trauma surgeon. Ooh, hot and a doctor. Mal fanned herself. I wonder if he's hungry. I've got something for him to eat. I popped up from the bed. Oh my God. The way you talk, you'll get along great with Dex. He's the youngest and a professional hockey player. 2 billionaire CEOs, a doctor, and a pro hockey player? She ticked them off with her fingers. God, their parents must be proud. I went to the mirror and fiddled with my hair. Up? Down? They said their father died, but they weren't the least bit upset by it. I guess he was an asshole. As for his mother, Mav mentioned... Mav? It's Mav now. I guess if he's had his face between your thighs, you can call him that. That she's nice and interested in grandkids. I remembered my parents, although through the memories of a 10-year-old. They'd been in love, were happy, fun. My dad was a teacher, my mom a florist. I remember carpool and swim lessons, skiing and sledding. I would never have a relationship with them as an adult, and I wondered if I'd think of them differently, like Lindy probably did, since she'd been 23 when they died. "Don't touch your hair," she ordered. "Leave it down and don't even think about putting it back in a hair tie. I bet Mav will like it that way. So, back to his eating habits. He's not done with you." I spun around to face her. She was hugging my rainbow pillow I'd gotten when I was 12. "How do you know that?" "You said you were interrupted by his brothers. Did he come?" "No. That man is either a superhero or has the worst case of blue balls." I hadn't seen his balls, but his dick had been all kinds of hard. "He's not done with you." She glanced at her watch. "Let's get your makeup done. I can't wait to meet Theo." "I think Dex is a better match," I told her, although two hardcore extroverts getting together could be a natural disaster. "We're meeting him at the restaurant?" I shrugged. "I guess so. We didn't decide when he dropped me off." "Because you two were probably playing tonsil hockey at the door." I didn't say anything, because that was completely accurate. Chapter 27. Maverick. I knocked on Bridget's front door to pick her up for dinner and waited. I'd been doing that for the past 2 hours since I dropped her off to shower and change clothes. I kissed her thoroughly, but that hadn't been enough. After what we did on my couch, fuck, I was going crazy, craving to be with her, aching to be in her. Dinner plans could go fuck themselves because as soon as Bridget opened her door, I'd push her inside and make her come all over my cock in all the ways I'd imagined. And even though it had been a short time since we met, I had lots of ways. My brothers could amuse themselves without us. Hunter Valley had plenty to keep them entertained that didn't involve me or Bridget for the rest of the night, or their time in the state. But it wasn't Bridget that answered, but a pretty blonde. "Hello," she said, her voice smooth and warm that matched her smile. I guessed her age to be close to mine, mid-30s. She wore a pretty green sundress, and her hair was pulled up and back somehow with wisps that artfully framed her face. Her makeup was light but expertly applied. She looked perfect. My mother would love her. I took in the house again, confirming I didn't actually knock on the wrong one. My dick had been in charge earlier, and it was driving me now. "Hi, I'm here for Bridget." "She's not here. Can I help you?" she asked, her blue eyes raking over me as she considered all the ways she might be able to help, like out of my pants. I couldn't miss her thorough review, appreciatively and not subtly. It wasn't appropriate, but the gaze of a woman who saw something she liked. I might have been interested because she was pretty, age-appropriate, and had no ring on her finger. But that was before Bridget. It seemed my dick and I had a thing for petite, shy brunettes who came just for me. "I'm Maverick James. I paused for a second because I wanted to say boyfriend, but I felt too old for that term. Besides, Bridget and I hadn't talked about a relationship, which we were in even if she didn't know it, for me to share it yet with anyone. "Boss." Awareness lit the woman's eyes. "Oh, right, James Corp. I'm her sister Lindy." Bridget's sister, the one who had probably taken care of her after their parents died. Her much older, very blonde sister. Shit. She was the one I should be into. A woman who wasn't 15 years younger. I didn't need this woman to think I was a dirty old man finger-fucking her little sister. Shit, I was one. But Bridget liked it. No, loved it. Coming for me and only me. She didn't care about my age. I had a feeling it got her hot, me being older. Being in charge and watching out for her. Because a 22-year-old boy wasn't going to be able to do that for her. He wouldn't give her what she needed. The proof of it had been in her sex quiz. I offered my hand and she shook it. "Nice to meet you," she said. "I was out this afternoon, so I don't know what she's doing. Would you like to come in and wait for her? I can get you some coffee. A drink, perhaps?" She just asked me in for a drink. Yes, she was interested in me, and I admired her for her efforts, but I felt uncomfortable because of it. I'd had my head between her little sister's thighs only a few hours earlier. "Thanks, but no. I think Bridget and I got our wires crossed." I stepped back and Lindy looked disappointed. "I'll tell her you stopped by," she said. "Maybe I'll see you again." "You definitely will," I replied confidently, only because Lindy was Bridget's sister, and if I kept Bridget, I kept her sister. "Thanks." Her eyes brightened, and I realized she may have misunderstood. I wasn't going to fix it now, and hopefully it would become clear to everyone, including Bridget, soon enough. I went back to my car to figure out where the hell Bridget was. If she'd run again, I wouldn't spank her, because as we both learned, she'd like it too much. Maybe a plug in her ass. It would be awfully hard to run with one of those nice and deep. Chapter 28. Bridget. When Mav came into the restaurant, my first thought was, God, he was hot. The second was that he was angry. I swallowed hard. "I told you he wanted to pick you up." Dex leaned close and murmured as his brother weaved around the tables. We were at a local brew pub that was popular for its outdoor seating, like Kincaid's the night before. Since it was Saturday, the place was already full. Since the place was owned by Mal's brother Arlo, she'd called ahead and he kept a prime table for us. We had drinks in front of us but hadn't ordered any food. Mallory's obsession with Theo was short-lived when he told her he was dating someone. Silas and Dex frowned, practically grimaced, when he shared that, so I had to assume they didn't like her. Her name was Maud, and she was a podiatrist who worked at the same hospital. Mallory had taken it in her usual laid-back way and was enjoying Dex's stories, which he never seemed to be short of. Mav stopped right in front of my chair, reached down and pulled me to my feet. He cupped my jaw, then kissed me. Like, seriously kissed me, right in the middle of the patio. Someone whistled. Mav only lifted his head when he was good and finished with the kiss. I was wobbly and hot all over. He'd given me 2 orgasms earlier while he'd had none. I thought of Mallory's comment about his blue balls and blamed his grumpy attitude on that. "Baby, why didn't you wait for me?" he asked. With him leaning down, his dark eyes were right in front of mine. I couldn't see anyone else but him. I didn't know you were coming back." "I'm sorry I didn't make things clear," he said. "But know this, you're my girl, I pick you up." "See?" Silas called, but I didn't look his way, neither did Mav. I blinked at him, surprised and confused. "I'm your girl?" His jaw clenched and, yep, blue balls. Leaning in a little further, he put his mouth right by my ear so only I could hear his next words. "Whose pussy did I lick earlier?" I flushed from the top of my head to the tips of my toes. "Mine," I whispered. "Then you're my girl." "But do you want to be my good girl or bad girl tonight? Either way, you're getting fucked. Remember, I have a fantasy list." My mouth dropped open and my pussy clenched, remembering what he'd done to me, and that hadn't even touched his email list. He wasn't fazed, talking dirty right in the middle of a restaurant, with people all around. With his brothers and Mallory right there. He didn't care. I wasn't a secret. And that was the difference between him and my professor. Mav was proud of me, proud of whatever us was, and it had only been one day. "I want to be your good girl," I admitted, a little scared and a little thrilled. I jumped in with my professor and I'd gotten hurt. No, fucked over. Completely and totally fucked over. Jason Jimenez had been a weekday reminder of how men could be dicks. Mav, though, he wasn't a dick. Or didn't seem to be. Mallory had pretty good radar when it came to assholes, unlike mine, which seemed to be broken, and wasn't telling me to tell Mav to fuck off. No, she wanted me to fuck him. It seemed so did his brothers. Mav's hand curled around and cupped my nape in a possessive hold. The corner of his mouth tipped up in a smile that was just for me. "That's right, baby. Some of us aren't getting any, so sit the fuck down." That was Silas grumbling. Mav settled in the chair I'd been in, then pulled me onto his lap. "Mav!" I cried. "I can't sit here all night." He leaned in again, kissed my temple.
Be a good girl and hide how hard I am from your friend and my brothers. Hell, the entire bar."
I wiggled my butt and felt him twitch, rock hard and ready beneath me. Grabbing my drink, I took a big sip, needing to cool off, but I didn't think that was going to cut it.
Chapter 29. Maverick.
She said that her mommy and daddy were wrestling upstairs in bed.
Mallory was sharing stories her first graders had told her, making me wonder how she kept a straight face when she ran into the parents around town. She'd just finished her first year as a teacher, having finished college a year early since she'd taken summer classes. "Did you always want to teach?" Silas asked, listening to her closely. Mallory nodded.
"I did. Bridge and I used to play school when we were little. I, of course, was the teacher. It never went well because Bridge is too fucking smart and knew all the answers."
Bridget squirmed in my lap, which felt amazing and like the worst kind of torture. While I'd been hard since I first saw her at the coffee shop, my dick had been throbbing since we were interrupted earlier. I wasn't kidding when I needed her to hide my heart on, but feeling her perfect ass wiggle around wasn't helping. I wanted to toss her over my shoulder and carry her out of here. Hopefully that would make enough of a scene that no one would pay any attention to the lead pipe I had down the inside of my leg, and maybe that caveman-like action would get the fact that Bridget was my girl through that smart head of hers. It was as if the connection we'd shared earlier was forgotten. No, not forgotten. Questioned. Again. Leaving her off at her house with only a kiss and no further direction or intention had been a mistake. I needed to tell her, straight out, what was going to happen next. Maybe she should be a teacher then instead of working for my dumbass brother. Hey, she works for me too, Silas added. Silas and I both left college and went right into the family business. Even though I was CEO, he and I worked side by side, making all the important decisions together.
"That's what I've said,"
Mallory explained.
"I've been wanting her to take the job teaching physics at the high school."
All four of us grimaced, even Theo, who'd had to take all kinds of science classes to be a doctor, at the idea of having to do high school physics again, let alone teaching it.
"I don't have a teaching license,"
Bridget reminded her. Mallory waved that off.
"You'll be a long-term sub and won't need one. Mrs. Birdsong is having her baby in September and plans to be out at least through January." The fact that the school district gets away with having someone teach kids for that long without any credentials is a little scary,
Bridget muttered. Mallory leaned in, resting on her forearms on the table. I only saw this woman being bold and brash, but her gaze on Bridget was serious.
"The fact that you don't think you're qualified to teach the subject is a little scary. You have an eidetic memory and went to MIT for Christ's sake."
"You went to MIT?" Silas asked, whistling again, impressed. Bridget nodded. "Engineering, math, computer sciences?" Theo asked.
"Pure math,"
she said. I didn't even know what the hell that was. The blank look on everyone else's faces indicated they didn't either. "What's your job with James Corp?" Dex asked.
"Assistant."
"You're interested in the hospitality industry?" He wondered, meaning everything to do with hotels. Bridget shook her head.
"There was an opening and I applied. I needed the job."
"With a degree from MIT, you can probably take a few online college classes to get the teacher certificate," Theo said, returning back to the physics class. "That is, if that's what you want to do." Bridget squirmed some more, and I set my hands on her hips to hold her still.
"I didn't graduate."
She was in profile since she was on my lap, and I saw the words cost her. Glancing at Mallory, I noticed she was far from her usual happy self. She was biting her lip and looked angry. "How come?" Dex pushed. For once I was glad he did because I wanted to know.
"There was an issue with a paper."
"Bullshit," Mallory said, making it into a cough.
"Mal,"
Bridget said, her eyes imploring.
"Come on,"
Mallory said, dragging out the words.
"Enough already. There wasn't an issue with the paper. Your professor, that Diego fucker, published your thesis work in an academic journal as his own and let the school kick you out for plagiarism."
I went still beneath her. My fingers clenched her hips, even though I felt the ripple of Something moved through her. Anger, shame, frustration. I knew what I felt. Rage. Holy shit, that's a dick move, Dex said, running a hand through his hair. A dick move? A dick move? Why didn't you report him? Theo asked. If you had the notes, then you could prove... Bridget shook her head and tried to stand, but I kept her still because she wasn't running away. I had that part of her figured out. It was Mallory who cut him off. Because Professor Asshole seduced her and... Now it was my turn to interrupt because I knew how she was going to finish. Used his position of power to make her afraid. Now it all made sense. Her hesitancy with me. Her running. Holy fuck. Chapter 30. Maverick. Dex dragged Mallory off to the hatchet-tossing inside. I'd never been to a restaurant that had it before, but I took in the space when I cut through the restaurant. If there was anyone who wanted to throw sharp objects, it was me. Her professor had seduced Bridget to get her work, used it as his own, let her be expelled in what, her senior year for plagiarism? I didn't know anything about the jobs or field of math, but I assumed it had to be a small group, especially at that elite level. Being labeled a plagiarist couldn't be good for her chance of ever finishing her degree or a career. So she'd run, proverbial tail between her legs, back to Hunter Valley, and got a job at James Corp. Being an assistant on a construction project wasn't her dream job. Of course it wasn't, especially working day after day for a dick like Jimenez. I had to wonder if her dream had been destroyed by one careless, dickless fucker. The guy who was the one on her sex quiz. The only guy who she'd been with had used her. I'd get her to tell me what her dream was, then help her achieve it, because she'd been screwed over enough. No one was going to fuck with her now. Hell the fuck no. Yeah, I wanted to throw some shit, starting with a man in Massachusetts. But I couldn't. I had to focus on Bridget, on the here and now. Like right fucking now. With my hands on her hips, I lifted Bridget to her feet, then stood. I took her hand, ensuring she didn't run, but also so she knew my next move included her. We're getting out of here. Theo and Silas nodded, but didn't say anything, only gave me looks that told me without words that they were going to help finish that fucker. He was going down. Down. Come on, baby. I said, kissing her temple, then leading her out of the restaurant and to my car. Chapter 31. Bridget. Mav held the door for me and I climbed into his car. Instead of shutting it, he squatted down. Are you okay? He asked. His eyes were level with mine and they roved over my face, drifting from them to my mouth and back. I'm fine. I wasn't lying. I was used to the feel of living with what my professor did. Mallory was still obviously pissed, and now so were the James brothers. He reached out and took my hand, ran his thumb, in a very distracting way, over my knuckles. I want you to come home with me, because, well, I'm selfish and want you there, so I know you're safe. But I'll take you home instead if you're not comfortable. He needed to be reassured by me? That made no sense, except I'd had months to process it. Mav had 10 minutes. It was a while ago now. I'm over it. He frowned. No, you're not. I sighed. I'm not, but I'm moving on. I have no choice. Yes, you do. Fight him. Sue him. Prove he stole from you. I shook my head. It's his word against mine. A tenured professor versus a student. You're so smart that everyone there is smart. I'm not all that special. His eyes narrowed. What did I say about that kind of talk? I had to laugh. All I'm saying is that it's like the Olympics. Compared to everyone else at home, you're an incredibly fast skier or runner. Then when you show up at the Olympics, everyone is as good as you, or better. I'm not the only one good at math at MIT. Then you'd have won the Math Olympics gold medal because a tenured professor stole from you. He had a point. I don't have the money to sue him, or whatever. I'm done. I had the hottest pseudo-lumberjack in front of me. The last thing I wanted to talk, or think about, was Professor Diego.
The look Mav was giving me didn't indicate that it was done. At all. "I want you to kiss me," I told him, my gaze latched onto his lips. "That's what I want." I did. I wanted that really bad. We were interrupted earlier, and I wanted to know what Mav would have done if his brothers hadn't rang the doorbell. He'd given me orgasms, and I was addicted. I hadn't known what I'd been missing, but I craved it now. Maybe I was sex-starved after all. A slow smile crept across his face, and his dark eyes dropped to my lips. "That I can do." His hand slid up my arm and cupped the back of my neck, tugged gently on my hair, making me gasp. He kissed me then. Not gently, not sweetly. Hell no. This was as if I was his source of oxygen and he was taking. I moaned. He tipped my head, then growled, taking my lips again, then working along my jaw. He tasted me, licked, sucked, nipped. "Mav," I whispered. We were in a little pocket of quiet between cars in the parking lot. I felt sheltered and safe with him. "I like this shirt," he murmured, his finger sliding back and forth along the neckline. "I'd like it on my floor even more." "Okay," I whispered, liking that idea very much. Until earlier, I hadn't even known the level of pleasure Mav had given me, that it was even possible. He knew I hadn't come with or from a guy before, and seemed to have made it his mission to get me off. If I had to rate his job performance, he'd get a promotion and a raise and a corner office. He stood, and I had a quick view of the thick outline of his dick in his jeans before he closed my door, went around the car, and settled into the driver's seat. As he turned the car on, he looked at me. The stare was penetrating, filled with heat, need, intensity. I swallowed and rubbed my thighs together. He noticed, and a growl escaped through gritted teeth. Putting the car in gear, he looked over his shoulder and backed out of the parking lot. If I was horny, which was an adjective I never used on myself before, and a little frantic for more than just the kiss, then Mav had to be 10 times worse. Squared. Cubed. I'd been naked in his lap, sprawled on his bed. He'd had his big, ridiculously hard and amazing-looking dick in his hand, then denied. As he drove out of town, I set my hand on his thigh. The hard muscle clenched beneath my palm. I didn't linger there, but slid upward, higher and higher until I felt the swollen head and then the thick length. Cupping it, I gave it a squeeze. The car veered slightly, but he recorrected. "Baby," he said, his gaze torn from the road for a second to meet mine. "You can't do that while I'm driving." I bit my lip, felt brave. Stroked him again, then undid the button on his jeans and slid down the zipper to reach inside. Jesus, fuck. His hips bucked when I touched him directly for the first time. Hot, silky flesh over steel. Jesus, fuck, I thought. I had no idea dick went down a pant leg. I saw underwear models in magazine ads, and they didn't do that, obviously. And yes, I looked. Mav was bigger than any of those models. Longer, thicker. At least what I saw of it earlier and what I felt now. "Baby," he said again, and I swore he got bigger in my hold. My pussy clenched, and I wondered if he'd fit inside me because he was big. B-I-G. "Do you want me to stop?" I asked, watching as his knuckles turned white as he gripped the wheel. I definitely didn't, but I didn't want to be found in a ditch with my hand down his pants by firefighters. He moved a hand down to rest over mine inside the front of his jeans, pressed down, moved my hand how he liked it. Fuck. He growled again after a minute, then yanked my hand away and set it on my own thigh. He held it hostage there. "I'm not coming in my boxers. I'm coming in that hot little pussy, so be a good girl and don't tempt me." "Mav," I began, but he stopped me. "Shh. No talking, no more squirming like that. I see you squeezing those thighs together." I knew the way to his place now, and we took the last few turns practically on 2 wheels. When he turned off the car out front, he didn't linger, came around and helped me out. He hadn't even adjusted his jeans. The front was open, and his boxers pushed down, exposing him. So big and hard. It was a good thing he had no neighbors. Not just because of his dick, but because he turned and pushed me up against the car.
You've been a bad girl, baby.
His voice was a husky whisper.
Chapter 32. Maverick. I meant what I said. She was so fucking bad, sticking her hands in my pants as I was driving. I almost put us in a ditch twice. It was when she gripped me at the base and couldn't wrap her fingers all the way around me that I thought I was going to come. I'd had this exact fantasy in the shower the night before. I was ready to pull her hand free, but I'd showed her how to stroke me so good instead. Then I nearly came. I was 37 years old and almost blew like a teenager with zero control, and that made Bridget so fucking bad. She lifted her gaze and I saw the want in her green eyes. She didn't know her full power yet. The fact that I could see the upper swells of her perfect little tits with each pant of breath. That her cheeks were flushed and her hands were sliding over my chest without her even realizing. This woman could bring me to my knees. She almost had, and I needed to take a little fucking control back. I took a breath, then another, thought about baseball stats and any other boring thing to bring myself from spinning her around so she faced the hood of the car, bending her over it and ramming my dick home so she cried out loud enough even the neighbor way down the road would know I took my girl nice and deep. I growled again, because that had not helped. Taking her hand, I tugged her to the door, pushed her in the lock code, and got us inside. Strip, I told her as I kicked the door shut. I set my hands on my hips as she pushed her glasses up, licked her lips, thought. That wouldn't do. She wanted me to shut her thoughts down, and that was what I was going to do. Now, baby. She grabbed the hem of her shirt and pulled it off over her head. Her hair slid side to side as it settled back over her shoulders. Wait, I told her, holding up a hand as she reached behind her back. Fuck. She had on a pale purple bra that only covered the lower half of her tits. A hint of the upper curve of her nipples peeked out. The bottoms match. Looking up through her lashes, she nodded. Show me. After she toed off her sandals, she rid herself of her skirt. So fucking perfect. I murmured, looking into her eyes so she knew I meant it. Then I couldn't resist, raking my gaze down her. Pert tits, purple lace-covered pussy, toned legs. On your knees. I held out a hand and she took it to settle before me. There was a rug in the entryway so the floor would be soft beneath her. With my jeans open, it was easy to push them, along with my boxers, down enough, so my dick was completely free. Fuck, that felt good, but I knew what would feel better. You wanted my dick in the car. It's all yours, baby. I stepped close and gripped the base. She didn't have to move much, just rise up onto her knees fully and lean forward a few inches to lick me like a fucking ice cream cone. Shit. Then she took the head into her mouth, and my knees almost buckled. I locked them out and cupped the back of her head, careful not to ram my dick down her throat like I wanted. Look at you, baby, fitting my dick in that hot little mouth. With one hand braced on my thighs, she sucked, hollowing her cheeks. That's right. Make me feel good for how you treated me in the car. She took more of me, but there was no way she could swallow me down. I was too big. It was hot enough watching her attempt it, knowing she'd try and never get it all. My balls drew up with her enthusiasm and eagerness to please. As she wetly sucked, her hips began to squirm and her free hand moved down between her legs, slipping beneath her panties. I pulled my hips back and her lips slipped off of me. I tugged on her hair so her gaze lifted to mine. Who makes you come, baby? You, she whispered, licking her slick, swollen lips. That's right. Is that pussy all wet from me? She nodded. Show me. Her hand slipped from her panties and she lifted it up, 2 fingers raised. They were sticky and slick. Holding her wrist, I leaned down and sucked them clean. Good girl getting all wet from sucking my dick. I was in charge of her and it got her off. She wanted someone else to be in a position of power over her, but in the right way. All she'd had was shit men. That stopped now. Probably in that smart brain of hers, she knew she was the one guiding us. That while she was on her knees, she had all the fucking power. My dick was hard because she was aroused by the idea of an us. It was so complicated, yet so simple at the same time. I might be over 100 pounds bigger, but Bridget would always be in control because she had me by the fucking balls. If she wanted something, I'd give it to her. If she got wet from it, it was a guarantee I'd be hard. The more she gave me, the more I was the one crawling to her. You ready to get fucked, baby?
Please, Mav.
Her voice was a soft whisper, almost a beg. Since you asked so nicely. Carefully, I took off her glasses, then reached down and tossed her over my shoulder, carrying her to the master bedroom.
Chapter 33. Bridget. It seemed Mav liked to carry me around like a caveman. I was okay with that. Really okay. Slowly he lowered me down his body, and it only reminded me of how big and strong he was. With deft fingers, he reached behind me and unclasped my bra, and it fell to my feet. I want to see you too, I said. He took a step back, eyed me with open amusement and keen desire.
You want to see me?
I nodded. Reaching behind his neck, he tugged off his t-shirt in the sexy way that defined logic. Inch by inch, his chest was revealed, all tanned, toned perfection, and acres of it. With his jeans around his hips, they slouched, and if his dick wasn't curved up and bobbing by his navel, he'd look like one of those calendar models. I swirled my finger in the air, indicating the pants had to come off, and he arched a brow. A smirk curled in the corner of his mouth as he pushed them down and worked them along with his shoes off. Wow, I said, taking a step back and dropping onto the edge of the bed. He was an incredible specimen of a man. Bigger, bulkier, more muscles, more everything.
With that mouth hanging open like that, it makes me think you want me to fill it again, he said as he went over to the bedside table and grabbed the brand new box of condoms I hadn't noticed. He ripped it open and grabbed a strip, dropping it on the bed. I snapped my mouth closed, not because I didn't want to watch how he lost control as I sucked and licked him, but because my pussy throbbed, ached. You teased me earlier, I reminded, staring at the condoms. There were at least 5 connected together, and briefly wondered if he planned on using all of them tonight. A dark brow went up and he prowled closer. Yes, that look indicated he did plan to use all of them. With a hand on the center of my chest, he gave me a gentle push and I fell back on the bed. He hooked a finger in my panties and slid them down my legs. You were the one who came twice, he reminded. How was that teasing? With a hand at my hip, he shifted me so I was in the middle of the bed. Putting one knee up, he crawled over me, loomed. I glanced at his chest, set my palm there. Baby, you had my dick in your mouth. Don't go all shy on me now. With his big hand, he pushed my hair back from my face. How was that teasing? He asked again. His woodsy scent was heady. So was the heat from his body, the way he was settled between my thighs. You said I was your good girl but didn't give me your dick. His dark eyes flared and his jaw clenched. He pushed back so he sat back on his heels and grabbed the strip of condoms and ripped one off. With his teeth he opened the wrapper and I watched as he rolled it down his length. Then he set a hand by my head again and let the other roam, cupping my breasts, pinching my nipples, then sliding down and cupping me. So wet. All for me? I nodded, then he slipped one thick finger inside and my eyes fell closed. He worked me with it until I was writhing beneath him. Then he added a second. My back arched and I pulled my knees up because he wasn't touching my clit like I wanted. Mav! I cried. Gotta make sure you're ready. This little pussy needs to be all wet and greedy to take all of me. It's ready, I said, grabbing his wrist. It's so ready. He pulled his fingers away, then gripped himself, sliding the blunt head through my folds. It bumped my clit and I got closer to coming. Now that I knew what Mav could do, I was frantic and needy for it. Settling at my entrance, he dropped to his forearm, holding his weight off me, but now our chests touched. His hand cupped my face and gripped my hair. Look at me.
I did. He pushed in, one very fat inch at a time. Holy shit.
Chapter 34. Maverick. Holy fuck, she was tight. Her pussy was snug, and with every inch I gave her, she wiggled and squirmed as she stretched open. She began to pant, and every time her chest rose, her hard nipples brushed against me. I thought her mouth was perfect. This? Fuck. I gritted my teeth and carefully worked my way into her, pulling back, pushing deeper and deeper. She whimpered, clenched her inner walls. Just as I'd thought, I was a little too big and she had a difficult time taking me.
Mav,
she whispered. Her eyes were wide with every inch I filled her. Shh, baby. Fuck, you feel so good. That little pussy's taking me so well. Remember, good girls get every inch of my dick. You can do it. That's it. Oh, you took a little more. My girl loved dirty talk. It made her hot, and really fucking wet. To get in her, I had to take my time, which was the sweetest torture. But I'd get in her, and then I'd fuck her, mold her to my dick. Leaning on one arm, I licked my thumb, then worked it between us, circling over her swollen clit to soften her up even more.
Mav,
she cried at the additional sensation, and I sank in almost all the way. That's it. My baby's taking me so good. Open those legs even wider. She did, as far as she could. I thrust hard and finished the task. Her fingers clawed into my sides as she rippled around me. I kept working her clit as I slowly pulled back, then filled her again. It was so fucking good. I wasn't going to make it. In, out. A little harder, a little faster now that she fit all of me. My girl would always come first, so I watched her closely, felt her. The dig of her nails, the clench of her pussy, the sweet release of her arousal all over my dick, the throb of her clit. Come for me, baby. Come all over me. My voice was rough because I was trying to catch my breath.
Mav, Oh, yes, yes, yes!
She came so hard I would swear her pussy was strangling my dick. I grabbed an ankle, raised it to my chest, then hooked the other and did the same, her young body so flexible. In this position I could see my dick disappearing in her, then pulling out all covered in her cream. Her pussy lips were stretched wide around me, and I was angry to have the condom separating us. My balls drew up and I felt the release at the base of my dick. I wanted to come inside her, coat her in my seed, mark her inside and out. Fuck, make her mine in all ways. I was a bastard for wanting this, but I couldn't help it. I fucked in the past for release, to empty my balls, but not for this connection. It had never been like this, and I expected it would never be again. Squeezing her ankles, I leaned forward, sending her almost in half as I thrust deep and held still. Burying the head of my dick so far in her she'd feel it for a few days. I came on a growl, filling the condom with spurt after thick spurt of my release. Look what you did, making me come so hard. All for you, baby. I said when only little pulses of cum came from me. Lowering her legs, I settled over her, kissed her. Our sweaty skin clung, our breaths mingled. You'll take only my big dick from now on. She nodded and I pulled back enough to kiss her forehead. Then I looked down in her sated, sleepy eyes. I pulled out and took care of the condom. When I came back from the bathroom, I lifted her, pulling back the bedding so it was slung over the footboard, then settled her into the bed once again. I slid in beside her, pushed her hair back again. You sore? I couldn't miss the hot flush to her cheeks and the way it spread down her chest. Even after what we just did, she was shy.
A little,
she admitted. I moved lower, nudged her knees wider, and settled between them again.
Mav, what?
Don't worry. I'll make it better. I said right before I kissed her hot, swollen pussy. Licked it and gently brought her to not one, but 2 more orgasms. She was a sweaty, whimpering mess when I wiped my mouth with the back of my hand, then settled onto my back. She was so small, I pulled her on top of me. My hard dick nestled between her thighs. She wouldn't need a blanket with my heat.
Mav,
she said finally. Absently, I ran a hand up and down her spine. Why me? Why now? I mean, you're older and— You saying I'm too old for you, baby? I asked. She shook her head against my chest. No, but you. Why haven't you been taken? She wondered. I stilled, staring up at the coffered ceiling. I think I was waiting for you. I didn't know why I said that, but it was true. Maybe I had been living my life until it was time to find Bridget Beckett. Chapter 35. Bridget. Where were you? Lindy asked, coming out of the kitchen. I hadn't even shut the door behind me before she asked. She moved to the front window, saw Mav drive off. Is that your boss? She asked, eyes wide. I felt like I was floating on a cloud of happiness and Lindy was ruining it. Oh my God, last night, and this morning. My pussy ached and I was beyond happy and sated and— Yeah. Maverick James, yes. Her judging gaze raked over me. Oh my God, you spent the night with him! I was sure I looked like I was thoroughly ravaged, my hair a mess, and I was sure he left another hickey on me somewhere she could see. He's your boss! Don't make me feel bad about this, Lind, I said, shutting the door. I'd let go of my insecurities, my fear of being with a guy. I'd let go, let my mind go blank and just be. Mav knew what I needed and magically and skillfully gave it to me. You can't be serious. Do you know how old he is? She asked, waving her arms. With her wet hair and robe, she must have just gotten out of the shower. Yes. You're 22 years old. She was scolding me like I was 16 and snuck out to go to a party. I tipped up my chin. I know how old I am. He's my age. I stilled and realized something. How did you know he was my boss? I asked. She swallowed but still glared at me. He came to the house last night looking for you. When he came to pick me up to take me to dinner, of course she'd met him. Why did you have to pick the only eligible bachelor in town? She yelled. I processed her words and couldn't believe her reaction. Oh my God. You're mad at me because I stole a 30-something man from you? Have you seen him? She fanned herself. Of course I've seen him. I slept with him, I shouted back. Older men only want women your age for one thing. She countered. Her words stung and they were meant to. They made me feel silly and stupid. You don't have to remind me of that. My professor. I bit my tongue, the truth falling out by mistake. Mav's different. She set her hands on her hips, cocked her head. What about your professor? I turned away, set my purse on the table beside the door. I didn't want to get into this with her now, or ever, especially since she was mad. Irrationally so, but mad nonetheless. Bridge, what about your professor? She pushed. I wasn't going to get out of answering. Shit. I closed my eyes, sighed. He wanted my work, so he took it. What do you mean, took it? She asked, her voice missing that angry edge. Took it, I repeated. Claimed it as his. She sighed as if she were a balloon being deflated. That's why you left? I cut past her, went into the kitchen hoping there was a pot of coffee. I couldn't look her in the eye when I told her this. I didn't leave. I got kicked out because they said I plagiarized. Plagiarized what? She asked, frowning. I grabbed a mug from the cabinet and poured myself a cup. Took a big sip and burned my tongue. My professor's journal article. Oh my God, are you fucking kidding me? Now she was really mad. I know, I'm not perfect. I set my coffee down. That's what you think I'm upset about, she shouted. Jesus, Bridge, I'm your sister. I shook my head and stared down at the counter. No, you're my mother, and I can't ever live up to your expectations. I didn't mean to get expelled from MIT. Do you think I wanted to miss graduating? And I didn't finish because there were so many ands. I heard her drop into one of the kitchen chairs. Based on what you said, you slept with him, didn't you?
Her words were back to gentle. I nodded. Oh, Bridge, he used you. I spun around, pushed my glasses up. Now it was my turn to be angry, especially since she pointed out the most obvious thing ever. I know what he did. He stole from me, took my work, took my confidence, ruined my chances at a career in math. He stole everything. I started to cry because, well, it sucked. She came over and wrapped her arms around me. I'm sorry, she murmured, stroking my back. God, I'm so sorry you think you can't share something like this with me. You let me think you dropped out and I didn't understand why you'd throw it all away. I must have hurt you with what I said. That you gave it up and fuck. What else did I say to you? That I was throwing my life away. That I'm so smart but I'm wasting it. She pushed me back, set her hands on my shoulders. I'm mad at you, Bridget Beckett. You made me the bad guy here. You could have told me. I shook my head. I fell for the wrong guy and paid the price. I can't be perfect like you. She laughed. I am so far from perfect. Says the woman who lines her nail polish colors up by hue. Says the human calculator. She countered. I had to laugh. It was that or cry. So, Maverick James. It was my turn to sigh. I like him, Lindy. He's amazing. I don't want to hear about his magical dick. I'm talking about him. He's nice, sweet if you can believe that, ridiculously protective. He likes that I'm a nerd, and he has a magical dick. She poked me in the side and stormed off. I hate you, she called, going upstairs. I hate you too, I countered, smiling, happy.
Chapter 36. Maverick.
Finally, Ferris said when I answered her call. I wasn't sure if you were dead. The only reason I knew you weren't is because Bradley told me.
I'd just gotten back from dropping Bridget off at her house. I wanted to keep her all day, but that wasn't possible. I had work to do. Non-Hunter Valley tasks that had to get done. A call with Japan and other meetings that Bradley had pushed off on Friday. I pushed the button on the coffee maker and waited for it to brew. I'm alive. Busy. What's up? I asked. I'm getting married. I blinked, watched the dark brew drip into the pot. Excuse me? Elise asked me to marry her. Elise was her girlfriend of 2 years, her secret girlfriend. While they'd been privately together, I'd gone with Farah to dinners and events that required a date. Even my mother thought and hoped there could be something between us. We're getting married, she added. On Saturday. Saturday? As in 6 days from now? I asked. That's fast. Yes. Farah was a lawyer, direct and to the point. She paused for a moment, took a deep breath. I've been trying to get in touch with you. There's a problem. Okay. I assume you haven't been online? Now she sounded nervous. No, where should I look? She gave the name of a local Denver social site that provided more gossip than fact. It didn't cover the news as much as people. Page 6 type articles crossed with shady tabloids. I don't follow that shit. I didn't even want to check it out. I didn't want rumor and speculation. Well, you should. We're in it. A photographer saw my ring and assumed I'm engaged. That's true and all, but he also made the assumption that the groom is you. What? I ran my hand through my hair, the hair that was all tousled from Bridget's fingers. Are you fucking kidding me? No. I first called to let you know Elise proposed. Then I called you to tell you we set the wedding date as soon as possible. You know, so my father won't have much time to fuck with me. Her father and mine had been best friends, assholes together for decades. We also had that in common, dicks for dads. Except mine didn't bother me any longer, thank fuck. But then things blew up. I'd known Farah all my life. We'd been friends growing up, and I'd been her confidant when she told me she was gay the winter break of our freshman year in college. Her family wouldn't be accepting or understanding of her sexuality, and so she'd kept it a secret. I'd kept it a secret for her, with her. Surprise, she said, not sounding the least bit excited. We're getting married. No wonder my mother had left 4 voicemails since last night. To the world, I was engaged and about to be wed. It was a fucking nightmare.
Chapter 37. Bridget. The front door opened, then slammed shut with enough force for the dishes to rattle in the cabinets. "Bridge!" Mallory yelled. "Bridge!" I ran out of the kitchen, Lindy hot on my heels. Ever since our little heart-to-heart earlier, things were better between us. Not in any tangible way, but it was lighter. I didn't feel like I had to prove myself to her now. Mallory's breaths were ragged as if she sprinted from her house. Eyes wide, she looked panicked, wild. "What?" I asked, a little panicked. I didn't remember Mal like this before. "What happened?" "He's getting married," she said. I glanced at Lindy, who shrugged. "Who?" I asked. "Maverick." I frowned. He dropped me off 2 hours earlier. My pussy was still sore from what we did the night before. "You're Maverick?" Lindy asked. "How many Mavericks are there?" Mallory countered, then frowned, considering. "Besides the Top Gun movie, I don't know of any." I hadn't seen Mallory this freaked since we went prom dress shopping, and the one she'd been eyeing for weeks had been sold out in her size. She crossed the room to me and pressed her cell into my hand. "Remember I did a search for him on Friday when you told me about him?" I nodded, staring at the article on her phone, trying to process what I was reading. "I set up an alert and I just got this." She pointed to the screen. The title read "Denver Socialite Bags a Billionaire." Beneath it was a photo of Maverick with an exotically beautiful woman. They were dressed for a black tie event and she looked insanely good, like a Miss Universe pageant contestant in the evening wear competition. All she was missing was a sash. I had to admit they looked good together. How his hand rested on her waist in a possessive way. Perfect. I wasn't going to linger on how amazing Mav looked in a tuxedo. It had to be custom to have one in his size and fit so well. Below the photo was a caption. "Farrah Cohen with her fiancé, CEO Maverick James at the Children's Hospital fundraiser in May." I skimmed the article. Farrah Cohen was seen out and about in Denver yesterday with a 5-carat diamond ring gracing her left hand. Word on the street is that her longtime boyfriend, Maverick James, popped the question. Miss Cohen confirmed that the wedding is to take place this weekend. This reporter is thrilled to report this match made in heaven love story, but has to wonder as to the haste of the nuptials. Is there a baby James on the way? Only time will tell. Photos and details of the wedding to come next week. Oh my God. Farrah. He'd mentioned that name with his brothers. I let my hand fall to my side. I stared at Mallory, but not seeing her. I saw Maverick kissing me goodbye this morning, saw him hovering over me as he filled me for the first time last night. When he flipped me over and told me that while I was his good girl, he was going to fuck me like I was very bad. "He's getting married," Mallory repeated, for no apparent reason. "Married?" Lindy questioned in her what-the-fuck mom tone, snagging the cell. "Married," I replied, completely numb. "Jesus, this is just like in 16 Candles," Mallory said. "I'm never doing anything movie-related ever again." Mav was getting married to a gorgeous woman named Farrah, who'd he been dating for months and may have impregnated. "He's getting married," Lindy finally said. We stood in the living room, all of us silent. "I was with him last night, this morning. He didn't say a word." "He walked in the pooch parade," Mallory added, as if that was the clincher. I ran into the kitchen and grabbed my cell, called him. It rang and rang, then went to voicemail. I didn't leave one because what could I say? Mallory and Lindy stood in the doorway watching. I tried again. Voicemail. "Mav, This time, that was all I got out. Then hung up, still lost. Then I swiped into my work email, found one from Bradley, Mav's assistant, and grabbed his number from his signature footer. He answered before it rang twice. "Bradley, this is Bridget Beckett on the Hunter Valley project." I fiddled with a Montana State magnet on the fridge as I spoke. "Hello, Bridget." He was calm and confident for a Sunday. I'm trying to get in touch with Maverick, and he's not answering his phone.
He's on a flight back to Denver right now. I'm sure he'll be in touch.
The Chinese menu the magnet held fell to the floor. He left? I asked, my voice weaker than I wanted it to be. Maverick had dropped me off after having sex with me, then left. Not just me, but the state.
Yes, this morning. He has personal tasks to see to.
I had to admit, Bradley was the perfect assistant. Ever the diplomat. You mean to get married, I told him.
Yes.
I looked to Mal and Lindy. He's getting married. If Bradley said it was happening, it was happening. Tell Mav. My lips started to quiver and I swallowed hard. Tell him to fuck off. Saying that, it was like the dam burst on my hurt. That I trusted him. That he's the biggest fucking dick and I know a number of them. I'm sure you got all that word for word. Don't worry about going to HR with it because I quit. I hung up blindly since tears filled my eyes and I couldn't see. I started to cry. Serious, hardcore crying. How could I be so stupid? Again? Arms circled me, pulled me in for a hug as I sobbed. I let Maverick James in. Trusted him, believed his words. That I was his good girl. That I was what he wanted, needed. That he liked me just the way I was. That all he wanted from me was me. Yeah, right. All he wanted from me was to get laid, used and left, like usual. For being so smart, I was really fucking dumb.
Chapter 38. Maverick. I waited for the flight attendant to open the private jet's entry door, Scout at my heels. I gave a curt smile to the woman and descended the steps. It was hotter in Denver, especially on the tarmac. Brighter. I didn't want to be here. I wanted to be in Hunter Valley with Bridget. In bed. In my shower. Hell, in the group of fucking Ponderosa pines. I cut through the small terminal in a rush, Scout following, ready to deal with the shit that was going on. I'd had my head between Bridget's thighs at dawn, waking her up to me licking her clit and finger-fucking her to orgasm. Now, only a few hours later, I was in Colorado and dealing with a not-so-secret fake fiancé. I knew this might come up someday. Hoped for it, in fact. Farah deserved to fall in love and get married. But why now? Why this fucking week when I just met Bridget? Things were good. No, fucking great. But shit, she had a history with asshole men who used her and left her. Treated her like shit. Stole from her. Hurt her heart. Now she'd think it included me. Once she read about the wedding, she'd assumed the worst. That I was no better than the guys who'd fucked her over before. No, worse. Because I knew what had happened with them, what she'd been through. I'd blatantly told her I wasn't like them, that she was safe with me. I'd literally asked her to trust me with her body and her heart. She had, and it had been so fucking amazing. No doubt she thought I used her, lied. Fuck. Ever since I got to Montana, I'd ignored Farah's calls. She was a friend and important to me, but I had more important things going on, like being with Bridget. I stalked across the parking lot to my car where I'd left it on Friday, thinking too fucking hard as I did so. I had to be in Denver to keep up the ruse. I'd been her stand-in for so long I couldn't ruin it for her now. On the flight, I'd pulled up the first voicemail she'd left, told me to call her. The second said she needed to talk to me, that she had news. The next that her girlfriend Elise had proposed and she'd accepted, that they were getting married. Each message had ended with, "Call me," but I hadn't. All of it had been a recap of her phone call. After I hung up, Bradley had called. Said that the situation with Farah was something I had to handle in Denver, immediately. He told me about the same online article that Farah had mentioned. I'd pulled it up while talking with him. It showed Farah wearing a huge diamond ring, an engagement ring. Fuck. Then another article he directed me to that confirmed she was getting married. There was no outright mention that I was the groom, but since we'd been supposedly dating for months, I was the top choice. Our ruse had worked. No one, social media or her family, suspected she was gay. All we'd done was attend events together, posed side by side in photos. I never slept with her. Hell, I never kissed her. She was the sister I never had, and that was it. There was never news to share because we weren't really a couple. Everyone had assumed we were hush-hush about our private lives, which we were. But because of it, the press had filled in the blanks any way they wished. I clicked the button on the key fob and unlocked the door, let Scout jump in and onto the passenger seat. Then I climbed in. The windows slid down as soon as I started the engine, and Scout stood on the door's armrest and stuck out his head. My cell rang. Silas. "Where the fuck are you?" he snapped. "Denver." "It's true, then." I ran a hand over my face. "That I'm getting married?" "No." "Right. Bradley called me. It's everywhere." He said. "Mav, I mean fucking everywhere." I closed my eyes, slammed my hand down on the steering wheel. Fuck. Were you going to tell me that you're getting married? I mean, Farah. I'm not getting married. Tell that to Farah. She knows. Really? Because it sure as shit doesn't seem that way. Explain it to me. Explain the engagement ring that can be seen from space and your name tied to it. I closed my eyes, sighed. I can't. What the fuck do you mean you can't? He shouted. I can't. I said again. So fucking stuck. It's not my story to tell. It wasn't. I'd promised to keep Farah's sexual orientation a secret. Her family was loaded and homophobic. While she wasn't a money grubber, her father's ridiculous rule about her inheritance being tied to her marriage was archaic and ridiculous. But all it stated was that for her to receive the money, she had to be legally wed. In the state of Colorado, that included same-sex marriage. Farah could marry the person she loved and get the family money she deserved. While she'd been carefully and secretly dating women, I'd played the role of boyfriend on the occasions when she needed a date. It hadn't been an issue, until now. I hadn't dated anyone seriously in years, if really at all if I thought about it. It didn't matter to me if people thought Farah and I were together. It was how I could be a friend to her. Until fucking now. The news of who she was marrying had to stay secret until the wedding, until there was no chance for her father to change any legal paperwork. It probably would have remained a secret except for her ring and some very snoopy paparazzi. I couldn't deny any of it. I had to play along. Silas was quiet for a second. Jesus, Mav, what about Bridget? Did you at least explain it to her? Because she didn't seem to know you were engaged when she was screaming your name this morning. At this point, I didn't care that he'd overheard us, or that Dex and Theo probably had as well. I was cocky as hell that I was the man to bring Bridget pleasure, but I did care that he was right. When her pussy walls milked my fingers, I hadn't even known about the shit show earlier. Fuck. Yeah, fuck. After what we learned about her last night, about that douche nozzle professor, I don't think she's going to handle the news well. That was an understatement of epic proportions. It was going to crush her and everything we'd been building together. I'll call her, I said. Tell her. Tell her what if you can't even tell me? I'll tell her to wait, to trust me. Silas laughed. Yeah, right. That woman's going to trust you, the guy who fucked her and fled, who's all over the tabloids and social media as getting married to another woman in a few days, who got her to trust her and then fucked her 6 ways to Sunday and then walked away? You have to be fucking blind not to see she's fallen for you. She couldn't be any more used than a dirty dish at a Vegas buffet. I groaned, then swore because his words hit me hard, and too accurate. I'll make this right. I have to. I've fallen for her. That is really fucking obvious. But a guy who's fallen for a woman isn't marrying someone else. Chapter 39. Bridget. Maverick called, texted, multiple times. 37 to be exact, before I blocked his number. I didn't want to hear what he had to say. Any of it. The lies. The excuses. The sorry, baby, but you were fun for the weekend. Be a good girl and fuck off now. I gave my phone to Lindy so I didn't search the internet for him. My laptop, too. I cried through the rest of Sunday. Monday I didn't go to work. What was the point? I hadn't showered and didn't plan to. I hadn't slept. I wasn't going to be productive, and the only thing I was needed for was to be a human calculator. Go to HR with Maverick's sex quiz. File a complaint. Sue.
Lindy had advised in one of her angry, spiteful moments. She brought me a cup of coffee in bed, and I pulled the blanket back at the dark aroma. She and Mallory had been following the gossip columns for any change in the information, that Mav had gone to them and told them it was all wrong, that he wasn't marrying a Denver socialite on Saturday. But he hadn't, and that meant I didn't want anything to do with him. I was angry too, alternating between fits of crying and stomping around the house in bouts of rage. Then I'd climb back in bed and throw my covers over my head. I shook my head, laying on my side, not interested in the coffee or anything else. I'd have to talk to people about him, tell him how much of a dupe I was. They'd no doubt look me up and see I have a track record of being a dumbass. Not only that, I'd probably be pulled into meetings or legal things with him present. I don't want to face him. I don't want to look at him, hear his voice. I can't. I pulled the pillows over my head and started to cry. Through my tears, I heard Lindy shut the door.
Chapter 40. Maverick. "You're a dick," Dex said when I answered the phone. I ran a hand over my face because I'd been hearing that a lot from my brothers. From Silas, since he'd called me Sunday morning. From Theo, before he'd come back to town and gone back to his 16-hour days at the hospital. I was exhausted, unshaven. If not for Scout needing to go outside, I wouldn't have left the house. I ran a billion-dollar company and I'd been reduced to day drinking on my couch with a dog for company. Bradley had been running things for me. Who was I kidding, thinking that I accomplished anything with him as my assistant? These past few days proved that. And the fact that Silas had stepped in at the site meant I could be a sorry excuse for a human. Now I was hearing it from Dex. "Besides what you've done to Bridget," he pushed on. "But I didn't even get an invitation to the wedding. I'm going to hang here with Silas here in Hunter Valley, since it's a cool as fuck town and he's doing your job." I didn't miss the multiple low blows. They just kept on coming. "I'm not getting married," I told him, gritting my teeth. "That's what Silas told me, but I'm not sure how that works if every tabloid in the country says you are." The wedding was tonight, thank fuck. I couldn't wait much longer to make things right with Bridget, although I wasn't even sure after she learned the truth that she'd take me back, because, like Dex said, I was a dick. I felt like shit. I needed to tell someone because I was going out of my fucking mind, because the only person I wanted to know what was happening wouldn't listen to me. My mother had called 1,000,000 times, thrilled out of her head. That only made me feel even more like shit. I couldn't tell her I wasn't the groom because she'd blab it to the world, but all I was concerned about, and Farah too, was the truth getting back to her father, the asshole. "Because Farah's marrying someone else," I told him. "What? Then why doesn't she announce that? Why are you fucking moping around down there when you could be banging your young girlfriend? You're old and running out of time to keep getting it up." "Fuck Dex," I muttered. I had zero problem in that department with Bridget. I had a problem keeping it down. "Who's the guy?" he asked. "Elise," I muttered, rubbing my temple. "There, I fucking said it. Told Farah's secret. The guy's name is Elise?" "No, she's the woman Farah's marrying tonight. Her name is Elise." "Farah is marrying a woman?" "Yes. Not you. No." "Holy shit, she's a lesbian?" "Yes. No wonder she didn't sleep with me that time I hit on her at the Christmas party. Man, my dick and I are really relieved." I didn't want to know about him hitting on Farah or any woman, or why he was talking about his dick as if it was a person. "Then why is everyone saying you're marrying her?" "You know her dad." Dex growled. "He's an asshole. And homophobic." "Ah, so?" "Her trust money goes to her when she's married." "That's stupid," he said. I envisioned him shaking his head at the stupidity. "He'll find a way to cut her off if he finds out she's gay. The money should be hers regardless of who she loves. He can't do anything once she's married." "You're her beard." "Yes." "All this time?" "All this time." I sighed. "And Bridget?" "Right person, wrong fucking time." Call her. I have. Jesus, I've called, texted, emailed. Nothing. Okay, calm down. When I growl, he added. Or don't. It was like 2 days and all, but you love her, don't you? I tried to explain how I felt to Dex in a way he'd specifically understand. If love feels like someone hits you in the chest with a slap shot, then yeah.
Chapter 41. Bridget. I woke up when the side of my bed dipped. Leave me alone, I mumbled, snuggling into my covers even further. Let me ask you something. It was Mal. I pushed the pillow out of the way and reached for my glasses. What? It came out as a one-word grumble. No doubt I had horrible morning breath. If she got a whiff of it, that was her problem, not mine. I wanted to be left alone. What do you think your boss, the pervert, is doing right now? That was not a question I expected. I pushed up and leaned against my headboard. What? What do you think he's doing right now? Really? I pushed my hair out of my face and my fingers got caught in a snarl. It had fallen out of the hair tie yesterday, and I hadn't bothered to do anything about it. It's a little early, but probably at a strip club deciding if he likes a woman's tits or ass better. She pursed her lips but nodded. I can see that. What's your point? I asked. My point is he's not thinking about you. At all. Same goes for Professor Dipshit. They got what they wanted and moved on. Depressing much? Is this a motivational speech? Because it's not really making me feel all that great. If Maverick James is going to be lumped in with those two assholes, then he's not thinking of you either. Mal. I groaned, dragging her name out into 5 or 6 syllables. So not helping. She looked me over and wrinkled her nose. You've been in bed since Sunday. You need to live your life instead of letting them win. Professor Diego did win, I reminded. She shook her head. No, he didn't. He stole something from you, but he didn't win. Not if you don't let him. As for Maverick, it's time to stand up for yourself, not roll over in bed and play dead. I huffed. You're going to go to Denver, go to that wedding, and show him what he's missing by marrying Farah, the beauty pageant contestant. I'm not going to his wedding. I countered. No way in hell. She nodded and poked me in the chest with her finger. Yes, you are. You're going to go there, look gorgeous and keep your chin high. Show him you weren't broken. I am. Broken. She reached and took my hand. No, you're not. I looked at our joined hands, frowned. I think I love him. With a cock of her head, she gave me a sad smile. I know, sweetie. I've never seen anything like it, and I'm really fucking jealous. Except for this mopey shit part. She circled her finger at me. But you need to do this. For you. Show him what you're made of. I shook my head. I'm not that strong, I admitted. She looked at me with a steady gaze. Bridget Beckett, you're the strongest woman I know. You've survived 100% of your bad days. I sniffed. Pulling out the math? You know it. I thought about her words. Mav hurt me. God, it hurt. But I'd only known him for a weekend. That was crazy. A week ago, I didn't know he existed. I could do this. Couldn't I? I did want to see his face when he saw me there, to know that while he'd hurt me, how could he not know that? I wasn't broken. I was strong. I had to admit she was right. Kind of. It was going to suck really bad, but I did want to face him, to stand up to him, look him in the eye, then walk away. Then cry and eat a few pints of ice cream. Fine, but you have to dress me and do my makeup. Mallory clapped her hands and was back to her exuberant self. She agreed? Lindy yelled from downstairs, probably listening for Mallory's squeal. Yes, she called. You find the outfit, I'll grab my makeup. The flight leaves in 3 hours. Lindy bought me a plane ticket? I asked, stunned. While I'd been miserable in bed, thankfully, she left me alone. Unless that smart brain of yours has figured out teleportation, that's the only way you're getting to that wedding on time. She pointed toward the bathroom. Shower. You stink. I obeyed as she began to dig around in my closet. Beneath the spray, I was able to drown out Lindy's and Mallory's chatter about the perfect dress. I wanted to give Mav the proverbial finger and show him what he was missing marrying another woman. I felt petty, though, vindictive. Maybe I deserved to feel both because of the way he'd played me. Mal and Lindy thought so. Except somehow, I couldn't do that. I was sad, yes. I'd felt heartbroken for days. Hurt because I'd trusted someone so much in such a short time. Fell for him. He'd said he felt it too, that he was falling, that he'd been waiting for me. Me. I grabbed the soap and started scrubbing. Then I thought of his brothers. How could they hang with me like they had and know Mav was engaged to another woman? The wedding was today, not even a week after we ate deli sandwiches and went out to eat. I sat on Mav's lap. Hell, Silas held up my bra as I ran from the house. They knew we were together-ish. Turning, I got my hair wet and squeezed shampoo into my palm. How could 4 grown men spend all day Saturday with me knowing one of them was getting married a week later? Something wasn't right. I had shitty instincts when it came to men. The inability to stand up to them and fight for myself, to tell them to fuck off. I did exactly what they hoped. Nothing. Which meant they got away with it. And would probably do it again to some other guileless woman. With Mav, though, he hadn't diminished me. He'd built me up. Maybe that was why I was questioning myself. Obviously, I hadn't been an easy lay. He could have had any woman in Hunter Valley in his bed. Even my sister would have probably taken him for a ride. Why would he want to work so hard on someone who was far from a sure thing? If he wanted only sex, why pick Miss Complicated? I rinsed my hair and considered. Took the analytical approach. "Come on, Bridge," Mallory called. Mav was pissed at Jason when he treated me like shit. That he had to do because he was CEO. Well, he didn't have to, but it would fuck over his business if he hadn't. He'd sent me a sex quiz of his own, told me I could sue and take him for a lot of money. That was a shitty business move, telling a woman to seek legal action. Fucking me, then marrying someone else, would make the most scorned woman do just that. Seek revenge, take his money. Mav knew and did it anyway. Either he didn't care about his bank account, his company, his work integrity, or even his role as CEO, since he said the board of directors could vote him out, or he meant it as protection for me as he'd said, because he had faith that what was between us was real, that the quizzes meant nothing, which meant, holy shit, I meant something. I flipped off the water, grabbed a towel, and wrapped it around myself. When I opened the bathroom door, Mallory and Lindy each held a dress up as if debating between the two. I'd never seen either one before, so I had to assume Mallory had brought them with her from her own closet, in the hopes I'd go along with their revenge-seeking plans. "I believe him," I said. They stared at me, blinked. "That he's getting married?" Lindy asked. I shook my head, my wet hair dripping down my back. "No, that he's fallen for me." Mallory gave me a look of pity and concern. "That's what he wants you to believe." "Exactly. Something's not right about all this. I've been thinking. Finally, I know Mav, the real Mav." "You knew him for less than 3 days," Lindy reminded with a huff. I shrugged my bare damp shoulder. "Doesn't matter. This doesn't add up. Let me ask you this, Lind." She nodded, waited. "If he propositioned you, asked you for a fun time, would you have had a one-night stand with him?" "Hell yes." She didn't even take time to think. "Just look at him." "And I'd do him right after," Mallory added. "I'm sure he has the stamina to handle both of us." "Exactly, so why me?" I held up my hand. "I'm not putting myself down, but I've got some baggage, serious baggage. Any guy would go for easy, but he didn't." Neither said anything because they were considering. "I'm going there, to Mav. I'm going to confront him, hear him out." "What if you're wrong?" Lindy asked, her voice soft. I shrugged once more. "Then I'll be wrong and feel like shit, but at least I will have stood up for myself like you two wanted. I'll be able to look him in the eye and tell him he's a piece of shit, and he hasn't broken me." Lindy smiled and Mal pumped her fist. "But he's not a piece of shit," I added. "I think he needs me to believe in him just as he believed in me." Lindy cocked her head to the side, then raised a daring red dress. "Fine. Go. Look him in the eye. But you're going to look amazing when you do it.
Chapter 42. Maverick. I couldn't take it any longer, knowing I'd hurt Bridget, that my baby thought another man let her down, that I had. If she wasn't going to answer my calls or emails, I'd go to her, to tell her the truth in person. I felt like complete dog shit, and I'd seen a bunch of it lately. What kind of man was I hurting his girl like I was? Yes, I could wait until the news and the truth spread, but I wanted her to know from the start. I'd tried, and tried, but not hard enough. She might hate me, but I had to make it right. I had to try. I called Bradley. Did you get that investigator on the professor at MIT? You got his name, right? Yes. You said Bridget's friend mentioned the name Diego. He's on the faculty list, math department. The investigator is digging in and will get back to me when he's got something. Since Bridget wasn't going to get retribution for what happened to her at college, I was. There was no way I was going to sit back and let that fucker get away with what he did to my girl. I had the means and the motivation, Bridget's smile and confidence back, to make it happen. No matter what happened between us, if she never wanted to see me again, I'd see this problem taken care of. Good. I need the plane. I'm going back to Hunter Valley. I'm sorry, but the plane's not available. I wanted to throw my phone at the wall. Why was everything so fucking difficult? What do you mean it's not available? It's my plane. Your brother is using it. Brother. That didn't narrow it down. Dex. He made over $10 million a year playing hockey. He could get his own fucking plane. I can't get to Montana. I need to get there. I can put you on a commercial flight, but you'll have to fly to Bozeman and drive from there. That would take hours, and I had to show my face at the wedding. At least long enough for Farrah's father to believe it was still a go. Longer than it would take for the truth about the wedding to come out in the tabloids. It would, and fast. Bridget would learn the truth, but alone. I had to tell her. I had to hug her. I had to know I had a chance. I gritted my teeth, tried to calm my raging heart. Put on your to-do list this week to buy a plane. Sir? Buy me a fucking plane that I don't have to share with my brothers. I hung up, then did everything I could not to lose my shit.
Chapter 43. Bridget. I opened the front door to go to the airport, but jumped back when Dex stood right there. His finger was poised over the doorbell. He scanned my body, then whistled. Whew. Looking good, sis. I didn't know what he meant by sis. I had on the red dress Mal had picked out for me. She and Lindy both said I looked amazing in it, but I was barely thinking about my outfit. Ever since I decided to talk to Mav, to listen to him and discover if there was a different truth, I'd been distracted, eager, nervous, hopeful. What I wore wasn't going to change whatever he had to say. His gaze shifted over my shoulder, and his entire expression changed. Hi. I turned my head. Lindy was right behind me. Her eyes were on Dex. Dex stepped back from the doorway but didn't stop staring at Lindy. Going somewhere? The airport, I said, taking a few steps down the front walk to wait for Lindy and Mallory to come outside and lock up. Hey, Dex, Mallory told him. He offered her a finger wave, but still didn't look away from Lindy. It was as if his eyes were stuck on her. Introduce me, Bridge? Dex asked. That's Lindy, my sister. Dex James, he said. Your brother's an asshole, she told him, frowning. He is, but he's not the one you have to worry about. I'm the one who's going to marry you. I started to laugh because Dex liked to joke, but stifled it when he looked as serious as I've ever seen him. What? Mallory ran out the door and to my side. We need to hurry. Marry you? Lindy asked Dex. I raised one child. I don't need to marry another. Lindy lifted her chin and stared him down. Dex was much younger than Mav, probably 26 or 27, closer to my age than his or Lindy's. Dex was not deterred by her put-down and patted his broad chest. Today he had on gym shorts and a t-shirt for his NHL team.
This isn't the body of a child. He leaned toward Lindy. I'm all man, and I'll prove it to you. She rolled her eyes and sighed. Whatever, I can't deal with you today. We've got to get Bridge to the airport. Dex frowned. Why? I'm going to Mav, to find out the truth. Dex paused, ran his fingers over his lips. The truth. I nodded. It makes no sense. Didn't he call? Try to explain? I nodded. Yeah, a bunch of times, but I was too upset. I couldn't listen to the messages, or read his texts, or emails if he sent any. But now I want to hear it from him. Just read them then. No way, I want to hear it from him. And if he used me, then I'll give him the finger or knee him in the balls or something. Dex closed the distance between us, and I had to tip my head back to meet his gaze. He's as tall as Mav and probably formidable on the ice. I wasn't afraid of him. He'd shown he was too much of a goofball for that. Why? He asked. Why do you think it makes no sense? He asked, instead of deterring me from putting his brother's balls by his tonsils. Well, I believe in us. Dex sighed, his shoulders dropping, and he gave me a smile. Good, we'll take my plane. Your plane? Lindy asked, surprised. Dex scratched his head, then grinned sheepishly. Fine, it's Mav's, the company's. But I borrowed it. You're taking me to Mav? I asked him, surprised. He shook his head. I'm taking you to the wedding. Why do you think I'm here? Chapter 44. Maverick. I couldn't keep my mother away. The service was being held in the presidential suite of the James Hotel in Denver, and she was seated in a leather chair in the suite's large living room. The furniture had been pushed back to make space for the bride to stand before the justice of the peace. There were about 30 people present, all invited by Farah. I'd had no involvement in any of it, besides being the pretend groom. An event planner had been hired to tackle the details. A harpist playing pachelbel from the corner, a waiter circulating with glasses of champagne, floral arrangements dotting the suite. While to me this was all a ruse, it was Farah's big day. Regardless of her father, she wanted it to be memorable. I had a feeling it was going to that in more ways than one. She was in one of the bedrooms, the suite had 3, with her fiancé and 2 bridesmaids. I also couldn't keep my brothers away. At least Theo and Silas. I had no clue where Dex was. The last time I talked to him, he was still in Hunter Valley. My brothers stood at my side, silent and stoic. I had a feeling if I really was going to marry Farah, if I got up there ready to say my vows, they might just beat me up and drag me out of here. I hoped they would. They knew something was up but couldn't figure it out, especially since Scout was sitting at my feet. You brought your dog to your wedding? Silas asked. He leaned down and gave Scout a pat on the head. Dogs are ring bearers all the time, Theo reminded. He's not the fucking ring bearer. When I left the house, he'd wanted to come along, so I brought him. He was easy to like, especially this week. He didn't talk. He didn't annoy the shit out of me. More guests entered the suite, including Farah's parents, who were smiling and looked as pleased as any mother and father of the bride could be. They settled into a love seat beside my mother, who was a decades-old friend. I sighed with relief, knowing that with them here, my job here was done. There was no way her father could change the legalese for her inheritance now. Farah would marry Elise and live happily ever after. And me. I had no idea, but it was finally time to find out. Time to go, I said, leaning towards Silas. He looked at me like I was drunk, or crazy. Or both. What? Go. Theo added, glancing around. Scout hopped to his short feet. I headed toward the door, not stopping until I was in the hallway, and Theo grabbed my arm. What the fuck is going on? He asked, running his hand through his fair hair. I looked to Silas. I told you. I'm not marrying Farah. He pointed over his shoulder to the now closed door to the suite. Then who is? Elise Faraday. They stared at me, and stared some more. You're shitting me, Theo said. I shook my head and strode down the hallway to the bank of elevators. I pushed the down button, then again. There is gay? Silas whispered. Obviously you knew, Theo added. Yes. Why all this? Theo asked, waving his arm in the air, indicating the wedding, the suite, the tuxedo. The elevator doors finally opened and Scout dashed in first. I wasn't far behind. On our way to the lobby, I explained to them about her inheritance and how she'd be cheated out of it solely because her father was a homophobic asshole. "What are you going to do now?" Silas asked. The doors slid open. "I'm going to get my girl." I stepped out into the lobby and had to pause for a group of hotel guests walking past. Once they cleared, I lifted my head, then froze. Because standing 20 feet away was Bridget. She looked fucking insane in a red dress with a low neckline and a front slip that hinted at inches of toned thigh. "Holy fuck," I murmured and went instantly hard. The second she saw me, her eyes widened. I watched as her shoulders slumped, then she rolled them back and lifted her chin, as if she was ready to face me, to confront me and show me every fucking thing I'd been missing for the past 5 days. I was so fucking proud of her that my breath caught. Several feet behind her, I saw Dex. Hands tucked into his pockets, he glared, but didn't approach. Now I knew why he had the plane. I didn't want to kill him after all. He brought my girl to me. She gave a small, barely sure smile, then said hi. I couldn't hear her, she was too far away, but I could read that one word on her fuck-me red-painted lips. "Hi," I said back. Silas whistled and I elbowed him in the gut. "Groveling's best done on your knees." Theo leaned in and murmured. "So he's eating her pussy," Silas added, and that earned him another elbow. "If she stabs you with that stiletto, don't come to my ER. We can't just leave Mom up there. I'll go and explain. Take her home." Silas offered. "Thanks," I told him, not looking away from Bridget. "I'll take the dog," Theo offered. With that, they peeled off, Silas back to the elevators, Theo toward the exit with Scout happily trotting at his heels. I took a step toward Bridget. She took a step toward me. Closer and closer we got until she was right there in front of me. "Hi," I said. "Hi," she whispered back. I had no idea what to fucking say. I had too much that I was afraid to fuck it all up. Finally, I asked, "What are you doing here?" Maybe that was the dumbest thing of all because she flinched, then pasted on a smile. "I came to tell you I believe in us. That, well, maybe there's more here than it seems." I wanted to reach out, to touch her, to stroke her hair that was long down her back. My heart thumped, then skipped a beat. She hadn't told me I was an asshole, or to fuck off and die, or any of the possibilities I considered all week. I called, texted, emailed. With a nod, she said, "I know. I couldn't listen or read any of it." You didn't. She didn't know the truth, what I'd tried to tell her so many times. Yet you still came. She looked me over in my tuxedo, then stared at my bow tie. I guess I was wrong, and I should congratulate you on your marriage." And with that, I melted. My heart literally seeped from my chest. She came all the way to Denver to tell me that she believed in us and didn't even know the truth. The truth that had been right there for her to read or listen to at any time. Oh, baby, you... fuck. So fucking brave. I pulled myself from my pocket and pulled up the last thing I sent her. An email. A one-question quiz. Here, read this. A one-question quiz.
Chapter 45. Bridget. I looked down at the email, saw that Mav sent it to me on Thursday.
"I want to be with you and only you because A. I'm in love with you. B. I'm not marrying Farah because she's marrying the love of her life. C. I believe in us. D. All of the above."
I blinked back tears, then read it again. Mav was quiet and still before me, waiting. The busyness of the hotel lobby swirled around us, ignored. I took my time, then finally looked up at him. His dark eyes were filled with worry, a touch of hope, too. "You're not married?" I asked, my throat aching from unshed tears. I'd thought I cried them all out, but I was wrong. He shook his head and slowly raised his hand to caress my cheek.
I haven't asked the right woman yet.
He meant me. What about Farah? Before he could answer, a commotion had Mav pulling me close and seeing what was going on. There, swearing and shouting about a bad marriage, a very angry man cut across the lobby. He turned back to me and held me close and told me the truth. God, it was like a truth bomb the way he dropped it all on me. How he'd grown up with this Farah woman, their father's asshole-based friendship, her sexual orientation, having to hide it, the trust fund, Mav being her escort to events, all of it.
Last week she tried calling me, but I ignored her.
He explained. It seemed he had to make me understand completely why he did what he did.
Paid attention only to you.
If you responded to her, none of this would have happened, I said.
If you responded to me, we could have been together all week.
He countered. His words stung because it had been awful. All these days, and we could have been together. If I had taken the time to truly think about us, about what we'd built in such a short time.
She's been my friend since we were kids, and I told her I'd protect her and keep her secret. It wasn't mine to tell.
You're a really good friend, I told him. His loyalty to the woman showed his integrity.
I wasn't a good friend to you. I left too fast and didn't tell you. I didn't want to keep it a secret. I know we were only together for a little while, but I don't need longer to know you're it for me, baby. These past few days of hell proved it.
I did cry because of that, tears sliding down my cheeks. Hope and relief and happiness overflowed as he stroked my hair. They sure did, I confirmed.
What's 1 + 1?
He asked, leaning down and whispering it. His nose brushed along my neck and I shivered. I smiled against my cheek. 2. He shook his head and pulled back just enough so his eyes met mine. There was the warmth, the hope, everything I liked about him in just a glance.
1.
He kissed me, completely and thoroughly, right there in the hotel lobby.
We're definitely 1.
When he pulled back, I was breathless and ridiculously happy. I'm really good at math, so you're going to have to prove that answer, I said. He tugged my hand and pulled me toward the elevator. Mav, where are you taking me?
Hotel room. I own the place, remember? I'm going to prove it, baby. All night long.
Chapter 46. Bridget. As we rode in the elevator, up to some room in Mav's hotel, I studied him. The way he looked in a tuxedo. Insanely handsome in a way that had women looking twice at him in the lobby. There was an older couple and a woman with a young child with us, so we didn't do more than hold hands. I tried to process what Mav had shared, the truth of what he did this week. He was a good friend. He was honorable. He was nice. And it seemed he was mine. The woman and child got off on floor 10. Mav tugged my hand and pulled me into him. He wrapped an arm around me to hold me close. I rested my head on his chest. I felt his lips on the top of my head and closed my eyes for a moment. He broke Jason's nose. He manhandled his brother. Both times it had been to defend me. Yet now he was being gentle. Soft, if that would ever be something that defined him. I knew it and I wouldn't tell anyone. The doors opened again on 14 and the older couple exited. When we were on the move again, alone, he turned and pressed me into the elevator wall. His hand cut my jaw.
My quiz said I'd fuck you in front of others.
I hadn't expected him to say that. His voice was dark, deep, completely opposite of his hold, which was powerful and potent, possessive, all the P's. I looked up at him and blinked, melted a little.
If that was what you wanted,
he added. I remembered every single word. I don't want that, I admitted. Nothing about the idea of exhibitionism appealed to me, even with Mav. His dark eyes roved over my face.
Good, because I won't do it. That's why I'm not kissing you in the elevator. There are cameras and I don't let anyone see what's mine.
I didn't even think of them, but I melted a whole lot more at his protectiveness. No possessiveness. Which was it? Both? The elevator dinged and the doors opened. He took my hand again and led me down a long hallway. Pulling his wallet from his pants pocket, he pressed it against the lock sensor, then tucked it away again after it clicked unlocked. He held the door for me as I entered first. You live here? The question showed that while I had fallen for him hard and fast, trusted him so much, I didn't even know the basics about him. No, this is my suite. I studied it, took in the opulent living area with the views of the Rocky Mountains out the expansive windows. Through an open door I could see the bedroom. I had a queasy feeling about what he used this space for. Do you use it often? I asked, my voice a little weak. Mav was 37 years old. Of course he'd been with women before me. But was this his fuck pad? He shook his head. No, never. Well, once when there was an event here and I'd had too much to drink to drive home. I relaxed and he noticed. He stalked toward me, walked me backward into the nearest wall. His gaze pierced mine, then dropped to my mouth. It seemed he couldn't stop staring at it. This close, all I could see, all I could breathe in was him. Baby, do I need to spank you for what you're thinking? I nodded and replied with breathless anticipation. Yes, I think you do. He growled and studied me for one more brief moment, then grabbed my hip and spun me around, grabbed my wrists and slowly raised my arms so they were by my head. You need only what I can give you, he murmured. I nodded, pressed my cheek against the cool wall. That's right, baby. Holding me there, he leaned in and whispered, I respect you, but I'm going to fuck you like I don't. Oh, my God. All that melting I'd been doing had my panties drenched. He found that out when his hands slid down my arms, down my sides, down my thighs to the hem of the red dress, then worked their way back up, taking the material with it. It bunched at my waist, and then nothing else happened. I glanced at Mav over my shoulder to see what was the matter. He stared intently at my ass. His jaw was clenched, his cheeks flushed. Every line of his body was taut, as if he were about to pounce. Baby, you have a thing for lingerie? I swallowed hard and nodded. Felt ridiculously powerful because he was looking at me and was so aroused. Just pretty bras and panties, I admitted. I sleep in whatever. You won't sleep in anything when you're with me. That was an order, or a vow, or something. As for this... His fingers slid over the lacy edge of the red panties, the ones I wore since they matched the dress. I'm not sure what I'm going to do knowing you wear these little scraps under your clothes. I didn't get a chance to answer because his hand came down and spanked me. With a startled buck, I cried out. His palm only left a small sting behind, and I wiggled because I liked his control. When I call, you answer. When I text, you respond. When I try to tell you the truth, you listen, he murmured. I swallowed hard, knowing I could have spared us so much if I hadn't avoided him. Yes, Mav. He spanked me again on the other side, then tugged my panties down so they rested just below the curve of my bottom. How hard do I have to fuck you so you'll remember? So hard, I said on a little breathy moan. That was it, the end of his control. He dropped to his knees and nudged my feet wide. A hand banded around my waist and pulled my hips back. Then his mouth was on me. Oh my God! I cried as he licked right at my slit and zeroed in on my clit. My hips rolled back instinctively to give him better access, and his hands went to my butt, cupping the spots he'd heated with his palm. I missed your taste, he said, his hot breath fanning over my center. Missed your dripping cunt. My baby's so wet for me. Fingers slipped over me, then in, nice and deep. I went up on my toes and cried out. Before I could process, I was spun around, my hair whipping about as my back was against the wall once again. He pushed my panties down and off, then lifted a leg and hooked it over his shoulder. Positioned how he wanted me, he went back to his task of eating my pussy, this time with fingers and mouth. I moaned and rolled my hips into him, wanting more. That's it. Come all over my face. Get me nice and drenched. The wall had no purchase, so I grabbed Mav's head, tangled my fingers in his hair, pulled him into me, directed him on where I wanted his mouth. "Mav, I need it," I said, watching him between my thighs. I was lost to the pleasure he was pulling from me with every dirty lick. He didn't stop, but looked up, his dark eyes finding mine. His fingers curled in that place I hadn't even known existed until he found it last weekend. It was like a pleasure button because whenever he stroked over it, which he did now, it got me right to the brink of coming. Then he sucked on my clit, did something with his tongue, and I came on a scream. A flex of my muscles, a pull on my heel at his back, a hard tug on his hair. "Good girl," he said after giving me one final lick and standing. "Now you can take my dick." I leaned against the wall as if I had to hold it up, but he pulled me toward him and kissed me. His mouth and chin were wet and sticky from me. I tasted myself on his tongue. His hands reached behind me and found the zipper at the back of my dress and slid it down with expert and swift skill. "Yes," I said finally, processing his words slower than an 80s computer. "I need it." I said the same words again because I did. I needed. "Now, please." He wasn't the only one who couldn't hold back. Mav was wearing way too many clothes. While he looked amazing in his tuxedo, it was hiding his body. I wanted to touch him, kiss him, do everything I could to his body. His mouth was on mine, and I pushed at the lapels of his jacket. Without lifting his head, he shrugged it off, then tugged at his bow tie. Then his hands were on me, and my dress was pulled around my feet. Buttons went every which way when I ripped at his white shirt. We were breathing, frantic, wild. I didn't know how long we kissed, but somehow he'd moved us into the bedroom, and he turned me toward the bed and bent me over it. He leaned over me, setting a hand by my head and pressing into me. I felt every hard, hot inch of him. A foot kicked my legs wider, but since the bed was so high off the ground, my toes barely touched. His hand came down on my ass again. "That's for being a little cock-tease in those panties. Naughty girl." I clawed at the bedding and tried to catch my breath. He moved away and I heard the crinkle of a condom wrapper. I watched over my shoulder as he rolled the latex down his hard length. I didn't dare move, not because I was afraid, but because I didn't want to delay him getting inside me. He reached out and grabbed a pillow from the top of the bed, then lifted me up so it was propped under my hips. "Mav?" I breathed, never having done it in this position before. He stepped close and I felt his hard thighs against mine, then his tip at my entrance. "Shh, take my dick like a good girl." He pushed in, opening me up. "Mav!" I cried out, this time because he was so big. I'd never done it this way before, and it felt different. He felt bigger and went deeper. "Oh my God, yes!" He set his hand by my head again as he held himself impossibly deep. My pussy was still clenching and adjusting to taking all of him. He held still for a second, maybe two, then pulled back, thrust deep, again and again. I heard him groan, felt him swell inside me. It was a lot. He was a lot, bottoming out each time. "Mine." Thrust. "Don't doubt." Thrust. "All for you." He shifted, tangling his fingers in my hair and getting a firm hold. My head angled back and I could see us in the mirror over the dresser across the room. I couldn't believe my face, the desire, the wild need. My butt was elevated and I watched Mav's hips as he thrust into me. Then there was his torso, the play of his stomach muscles with his movements, his face. God, his face. His gaze was on where we were joined. His gaze was narrowed, his mouth open and slick. He was wild, feral, and fucking me. He wasn't being gentle, wasn't being careful. Possessive, definitely. His hand came out of my hair and slid down my spine to rest at the base. His thumb settled right over... "Mav!" "Shh," he said, soothing but not stopping. "Not today. I'll take you here sometime soon." He pressed just a little bit and circled gently, completely opposite of how hard he fucked me. "You'll love it." His eyes lifted, met mine in the mirror. "Holy fuck, look at you." It was too much. I never thought that ass play would be something I liked. I hadn't been aroused enough to come for another man, let alone be hot enough for something like that. But with Mav, that extra attention had me clenching, had me clawing at the sheets, made me wild. I loved it. The sensation was insane and I was going to come. I told him so. Good girl. He crooned, then spanked me once with his free hand, then pressed his thumb into me. That did it. I came on a gaspy breath, my body tensing and clenching around him. Fuck. Fuck. He chanted as I milked his dick, wanting it inside me, needing it. He thrust deep with a roar, held himself still, and I reveled in the feel. I'd never come like that before. I could barely catch my breath. Mav eventually moved, pulled out of me, and went to the bathroom. I heard water running. He came back and, with a gentle touch, wiped me with a warm washcloth. What's 463 cubed? He asked, lifting me up and settling us beneath the covers. I have no idea, I said, my voice slurred with satisfaction and sleepiness. Good. I did it right. By it, he meant fucking me into forgetting my own name. He settled on his back and pulled me on top of him, my legs straddling his waist. My head was on his chest, and I heard the beat of his heart beneath my ear. You're still hard? I asked. While he wasn't doing anything about it, I felt him pressing against my center. Mm-hmm, he replied. Always with you, baby. Where are your glasses? Contacts, I replied. I think I like the glasses better, and the pencil behind your ear. I lifted my head, set my chin on the back of my hand. You want me to be a nerd? With his head on the pillow, his dark eyes held mine. I want you. Nerdy, sexy. I love it all. I couldn't help but smile. This big man, who had everything he could ever want, money, a successful career, family, a dog, wanted me. Now what? I asked, my brain returning, and with it reality. I fuck you again. I mean after, I replied. I fuck you again. I laughed. Mav! He flipped us so I was beneath them. He was up on his elbow, head resting against his palm. His free hand began to roam over me again, something he seemed to like to do. We go back to Hunter Valley and do our thing. Do our thing? I asked, running my hand through his hair. Note the word our. That means together. No running. No more fake fiancés? I countered. No more Jake Ryans? He asked. I had to smile because, God, what insanity. You're my Jake Ryan, I assured him. That's right, baby. All yours. He was looking into my eyes as he said that. I twisted my lips to the side. We've only known each other a few days. He shrugged. I want all the days, Bridget. You, me, Scout. All the days. He lowered his head and kissed me. I didn't know it was possible to fall so hard, so fast, but it happened. I hadn't been looking, but I'd found him. Or he found me. No manhunt needed. Only an iced coffee and a sex quiz. I wanted all the days with him, too. No more running. It was time to stick and look to the future. This has been Manhunt, On a Manhunt Book 1. Written by Vanessa Vale. Narrated by Kylie Stewart. Copyright 2022 by Bridger Media. Production copyright 2023 by Bridger Media. Man Candy. On a Manhunt Book 2. Written by Vanessa Vale. Narrated by Kylie Stewart. Chapter 1. Lindy. It wasn't until Dex James that I started having sex dreams. I didn't want to open my eyes because this dream felt too good. A warm hand on my thigh held me open, the other cupped my breast, and a mouth, a wicked, talented mouth, was on my pussy. No, this wasn't a dream. This was sex reality. I practically purred, writhing with pleasure. Morning, sugar. That deep voice, the rasp. This was really happening. Dex James was having me for breakfast. Yes, yes. God, I love waking up like this. I said, rolling my hips, trying to get more contact with my clit and his mouth, although Dex never needed much help getting those two together. I love this pussy. He growled, then did some kind of swirly thing with his tongue. I smiled at his praise, tilted my head down, and opened my eyes for the perfect sight. A tanned, heavily veined forearm led to fingers that were tugging my sensitive nipple. God, arm porn. Lower still, Dex's head between my thighs. He glanced up and pierced me with those dark eyes as he gave me one full lick. I tilted my head back, stared at the vaulted ceiling. For a moment, I forgot where we were. Oh yeah, Las Vegas, the golf tournament, dinner, then Dex. I said, settling my hands on his head, tangling my fingers in his dark hair. Right there. Yes, right there. He asked. The vibrations right on my clit had me whimper. It was really hard to talk, and think, and get tongue-fucked. What happened last night? He lifted his head, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. His hair stuck up every which way. His eyes were heated but sleepy. Whiskers covered his square jaw. You don't remember? Don't stop while I think about it, I said, pushing his face beneath the edge of the sheet and back to my pussy. If you're thinking, I'm doing it wrong, he practically growled. With that statement, he added fingers inside me to the mix and got me from sleeping to screaming fast enough to make him always feel ridiculously proud of himself. He should be. When my screams turned to moans, and then to gasping breaths, he crawled up my body, kissing his favorite spots on the way. I don't remember how we got here, I said, with even more mental fog. Vegas or this suite? I pursed my lips, trying to think. It was pretty much impossible after what he just did. After dinner last night is all a blur. Yeah. We had a lot to drink. He shifted and flopped down beside me. I loaded us up on water and painkillers before we crashed. He tipped his chin toward the bedside table where the empty plastic bottles were. How are you feeling? Hopefully you aren't hungover. He stretched his arms overhead, and I watched every play of his muscles. He was hard beneath the low-slung sheet. The tenting was impossible to miss. I looked, and yes, it jumped. No, it grew, and grew some more. No, I'm okay, I told him, but I had a little headache, distracted. Good, pre-gaming's over. Come here, sugar. He tugged me toward him for a kiss. Gah, morning breath from hell, I said. My teeth felt furry. You know I need to brush my teeth. This time I'm saving you from roadkill breath. He grinned, clearly having no issue with bad breath. But he always humored me, because once the funk was replaced with minty freshness, he never let me up until we were both wilted and satisfied. He lay there as if he were in a sexy men's calendar, while I dashed to the bathroom in a pale blue nightie, the one I'd packed because he loved it. With the door firmly shut, I decided peeing came before toothpaste because my clit was no longer numb. I really had to go. I dashed for the toilet. I sighed as I went, closing my eyes with relief. I remembered dinner with some of Dex's hockey friends after the golf tournament. A football player, too. Drinking cranberry vodkas. Then, nothing. I didn't do that. Black out. Forgetting blocks of time. Not even in college. I should be thankful Dex loaded me up with water because, remarkably, other than the headache that was growing, I wasn't hungover. I had no memory, but I wasn't going to throw up. I reached for the toilet paper and froze. There on my left hand was a ring. Not just any ring, but one with a big-ass diamond in the center and a line of them that went all the way around the band. God, it was gorgeous. I blinked, then moved my hand as if it might go away if I shook it enough. What the fuck? I shouted. Like the ring, Mrs. James? Dex called from the other room. Mrs. James? I finished up and flushed, then flung the door open. Mrs. James! I practically yelled, waving my left hand around. Dex smiled as he raised his left hand, and I couldn't miss the simple platinum band that glittered in the Vegas sunlight. The suite had floor-to-ceiling windows, and it seemed we forgot to close the blinds before we went to sleep, among other things, like getting married.
Come back to bed, sugar. Since it seems we got married last night, let's have our honeymoon.
He pushed the sheet down, gripped the base of his insanely big, insanely perfect dick, and gave it a hard pump.
This is all for you, wife.
Holy shit! Holy shit! I married Dex James, and I don't remember a thing. Chapter 2. 2 weeks earlier. Lindy. His hand cupped the nape of her neck. He wrapped his fingers around the long length of her ponytail and gave a gentle tug.
Knees, sugar.
Celine's lips parted. She wanted to obey. The need to do as told had her legs bending. He guided her down until she was before him. He was so tall her head tipped back to hold his blue-eyed gaze.
Good girl. Now pull my dick out and show me how much you love to please me.
My fingers flew to his open jeans, and he quickly sprang free. Thick with a flared crown, I could only lick my lips at the need to taste, as I wondered how I might take it all. As if he could read my mind, he murmured,
It won't fit, but you'll try to get those lips around it, to take as much of it as you can, because you know your pussy will have the same struggle.
How's it coming? I startled at the voice that came through my laptop. I was on a video call with Lucy, an author friend in Arizona, although the little window showing her face was hidden behind the one with the book I was writing. Glancing at the clock in the corner of the screen, I realized the last 30 minutes had flown by. I didn't even notice the rev and noise of my neighbor's chainsaw until now, and God, it was loud. We were doing writing sprints, putting as many words down as we could in half-hour increments, and I really sank into that scene, even blocking out that awful noise. Using the mouse, I switched tabs so Lucy appeared in the small video chat window. I never met her in person, but she was a close friend. Besides my editor, one of the only people who knew I wrote romance, on the side, the far, far side of my regular job, meaning while the 2 books I'd published to date were starting to bring in a little money for me to buy a fancy coffee at Steaming Hotties, it was my 9-to-5 weekday job at a small accounting firm that still paid the bills. I tackled other people's taxes and general bookkeeping. Lots of numbers. Very dry, boring numbers. Unlike my sister Bridget, who was a human calculator, I found the profession boring as hell. It wasn't my dream career, that was for sure. The saying, everyone could rely on death and taxes, meant job security. I could agree. I was very familiar with both. These days, I spent my nights and weekends working on my stories in secret because I was confident not everyone in Hunter Valley would be okay with me writing smut. It was romance, but people would call it that, and I didn't think I could live it down. This was a small town. I couldn't leave the house without my hair done and my face made up because I always ran into someone I knew out and about. I wasn't sure I could deal with my neighbors if they read the sex scenes in my books, especially ones where I imagined myself as the heroine. God, like the one I was working on now.
Knees, sugar.
I scanned what I just finished typing. Yeah, that would go over well at yoga. And my chances in the dating pool, which was shallow enough already. Still, I was determined to make my writing a new career. It had been my plan when I got out of college, but then my parents died not long after graduation and it got put to the side. I'd needed a job that was reliable, that paid the bills, health insurance, all that grown-up stuff I'd had to take on at 23 because raising a 10-year-old sister became my priority. Being a bookkeeper had been the first available opportunity at the time, and I took it. All these years later, I was still there, but my role had advanced. Unlike my life. Bridget was grown and had Maverick James in her life, a real man who was blatantly committed after a ridiculously short time. No, I wasn't jealous. She had a gorgeous, successful, wealthy, kind boyfriend. Literally the only eligible guy in town my age. Yeah, my age. Although not eligible any longer. So no jealousy. Not at all. Because I just loved going on dates through the online singles sites and having every one of them be a dud, which made me one too. Me, Lindy Beckett, single, a dull accountant, a secret fledgling romance writer, 35 with a biological clock that wasn't just ticking, the alarm was going off. I rubbed my eyes and gave Lucy a smile. Sorry. Must have been a pretty good scene. Or are you thinking about the date you have tomorrow? Date? Hell no. I was to have dinner with another guy I met through a dating app. He looked attractive in his profile photo and seemed nice in our messaging, but like every man before him, he probably didn't check all the boxes on my man list, meaning he definitely wasn't the reason I'd totally gotten into the latest chapter. I didn't write just romance, I wrote steamy romance. In fact, I squirmed in my desk chair because I was aroused from what I'd written. Lately, the words came easier. It wasn't like I had a boyfriend that I could practice these sexy scenes with or plan to enact with Mr. Dinner tomorrow night. No, I pulled out my extensive collection of battery-powered boyfriends to get off. The difference now was that one specific man kept popping into my head. One dark-haired, dark-eyed, gorgeous man. I pulled my thoughts of him out late at night when I grabbed a toy from my bedside drawer. The past few times, it had been the big, vibrating dildo between my parted thighs. God forbid he, Dex James, heard me cry out his name as I came. I couldn't remember coming harder, and that was from only thinking about him. Or when I was writing the sexy scenes for my latest book. Because I definitely pictured him telling me his cock was going to be too big for me to handle. Big guy, big dick, right? That was what I envisioned. Except what if I was wrong? What if he had a tiny one? A little miniature hot dog? I shook my head and frowned at the ridiculousness of it. Dex James was one of Maverick's brothers. He, Dex, although probably Mav too, definitely did not have a cocktail weenie between his muscular thighs. The man exuded big dick energy. He also had an easygoing, quick to smile, quick for fun kind of way about him. Which was completely the opposite of me. I'd been called uptight, rigid, high maintenance. No doubt last weekend in Denver when I was super stressed, super annoyed, and super behind on my book. And I'd taken it out on Dex. And Mallory too, although she was used to me, as Bridget's best friend, of being a little crazy after all these years. I was working on the second sex scene. I told Lucy. I want to read it. She said, her voice eager, eyes lighting up with anticipation. God, what is that noise? Chainsaw. The guy next door is trimming trees, I think. Mr. Van Meyer had been running that machine for the past hour. Jump to page 32, I told her. We wrote in a word processing program that was shareable online, so she could toggle to my document and read what I wrote with ease, like right now where she opened it and went to that page. I grabbed the glass of iced tea from beside my laptop and took a big gulp while she read. It was a warm day, and I had all the windows open. Wow, Lind, that's super hot. And the little display on my screen, she fanned herself. I know, it's that guy, isn't it? She prodded with a sly smile. The one you and your sister went to Denver with last week. Whatever his name is, you've made him to be the hero of your book. What are you saying? That he's my muse? I shook my head with a little more vigor than the question deserved. If Lucy could pick up on it, I was worried. No, definitely not him. He's not a cowboy like in my stories. I couldn't imagine Dex James wearing a Stetson like the heroes I wrote. Sure, he'd look good in one, or a potato sack, but a cowboy wasn't his personality. So, I'm sure he'd love to put you on your knees. Her dark eyebrows went up and down, then she grinned. When's the last time you had a guy do that? Boss you around? Never. Still, my panties were wet from the possibility, and the top unchecked box on the man list. There were many things on that list I'd started with my mother when I was 14, and A.J. Alvarez asked me to go bowling. Back then, it had honest on it. Friendly, courteous. As I got older, I added more things like loyal and good with kids. The one I was thinking about now was sexually attentive. Guys in the past who I'd let into my bed hadn't been selfish, but they hadn't been attentive either, or bossy. An alarm came through the video call. Shit, I have to go, she said with a sigh as she swiped at her cell. Ariel will be off the bus in 10 minutes. Bye. The video call ended. I pushed back my chair from the kitchen table and grabbed my glass to refill it. The whirring of the chainsaw was incessant. I might have pushed through before, but I needed a break from the noise. Shutting the windows was only going to make the house stuffy and wouldn't block out Mr. Van Meyer's yard work completely. It was time to leave the house. I needed to get groceries anyway. I always went on Saturday afternoons, only today I'd stalled for a few hours as the words flowed from my fingertips. Thinking about sexy times with Dex. Bossy, me on my knees, sexy times. Gah! I said to the empty kitchen. Dex was all kinds of wrong. He lived in Denver, not Hunter Valley. He was young, 2 things that said not permanent, and that was what I was looking for. A permanent as in forever man, Mr. Right. I set my glass in the sink, then tore the list of what I needed at the store off the notepad next to the fridge. Going upstairs, I checked my face in the bathroom mirror, swiped on some colored lip gloss, and ran a brush through my hair. Outside, I stopped in my front lawn to see what Mr. Van Meyer was up to. We were in an older neighborhood in Hunter Valley, and the trees were large, the landscaping well established. There were shrubs separating our 2 yards, but he had a massive cottonwood that gave his backyard lovely shade all day, and mine later in the afternoon when it blocked the western late-day sun. It wasn't that one he was working on, though, which was good because I liked that shade, but a second tree that had been dead for a year or 2. He was finally trimming some of the lower branches he could reach from the ground. He wore his usual outfit of jeans and white t-shirt with suspenders. No matter the season, this was his outfit every day that I'd known him, which was my entire life, since he lived in his house when my parents bought ours after they were married. I came along 2 years later and had been here ever since. He saw me shut the chainsaw off and waved. "Hiya, Lindy," he called. He was a kind man, always happy but a little crazy. "Hey, Mr. Van Meyer, trimming the tree?" I asked. He rubbed his mostly bald head and grinned. "Chopping this sucker down." I looked up at the big bare tree and wasn't sure how he was going to do that. He liked to take on adventurous, do-it-yourself projects and then ended up calling in the professionals to finish up, like replacing the back steps off his deck, or when he decided to repave his driveway, or put in the new mailbox post. Careful on a ladder getting those low limbs. The tree was at least 30 feet tall with lots of long sweeping branches. There were a few small ones he'd already been able to cut off that were scattered around him in the grass. Shaking his head, he patted the handle of the chainsaw. "Oh, I'm not getting on a ladder." Good. I didn't want him to fall because it would definitely lead to him breaking something, and with a working chainsaw maybe cut something off. At least he called in the pros first thing this time. "Then there will be more for the tree trimming service. I'm off to Vans. Need anything?" "I'm not hiring a—" "Wait, you're going to Vans?" His eyes lit up like a kid on Christmas morning at the mention of the grocery store. "I like those brownies they have." I laughed. "I know you do. I'll get you some." He offered a thanks only after reminding me he liked the ones with nuts sprinkled on top, then pulled the cord to start the chainsaw again. Hopefully the brownies would be enough to lure him away from the chainsaw, and I could get 1,000 more words in before it got too late. I'd finish the sex scene with Dex, with the hero, before bed, and my date with my vibrator. Chapter 3. Dex. The music in grocery stores was the worst. No matter which one I went to, no matter which state, or hell, which country, it was all the same. Saxophone remakes that became permanently stuck in my head. I couldn't help but hum along to an Adele disaster. Sorry, Adele. When I brought my cart to a halt by the produce island of bananas. There, standing in front of the squash, was Lindy Beckett. God, I love small towns. I murmured to myself, tossing a bunch into my cart. They landed on top of a few peach yogurt containers. The chances of running into Lindy were greater here in Hunter Valley than in Denver, and worked to my advantage, especially with her, the woman of my dreams, and when I was awake. I pushed my cart with the rogue wheel over to her. I was famous for being a top scorer on the ice. Lately, for the one time I was called an enforcer off it when I beat up an asshole at a bar. Pro hockey enforcers were known for using their fists on the ice, not off. And me? I was the nice one, the one the enforcers protected. I was too valuable to get into ice fights, so when I took a guy down for being a dick to a woman, they made it into a big deal. Still, no matter how the media painted me with their ruthless brush, women literally tossed their panties at me. I handled puck bunnies like they were no big deal. To me, they weren't because I didn't want any of them. Not if they thought I was the good boy they wanted to tarnish or the bad boy they wanted to reform. Either way, they only wanted to fuck.
Sure, maybe back in my rookie season when I was first exposed to the insane lifestyle when I'd been up for a little casual fun, but only for a few months. It wore off quickly, especially when I caught on that me sleeping with those shallow women wasn't any better than my father working his way through the intern pool at the office. Meaningless, empty. He needed pussy to feel validated, to get off. No connection. Hell, I doubted he even knew any of the women's names he fucked. I sure as shit didn't remember the names of those women that first year. Of course they'd wanted to fuck a hockey player, so the quickies were evenly balanced, consensual anonymity. Since then I practiced and played, hard. As a kid, hockey was what got me out of the house, or in my case, dysfunctional mansion. I spent as much time as I could at the local rink for endless practices and games. Then when I got older and in the travel league, away games, even ones out of state, kept me sane. The sport had kept me away from joining James Corp, the family business, because we all knew I'd go pro. My brothers Mav, Silas, and Theo encouraged me to play my ass off because I was fucking good. It wasn't cocky to say, but the truth. But it was lonely. My life was fucking lonely. I was constantly surrounded by trainers and players and coaches. I shared rooms with teammates at the away game hotels. I was rarely alone. Yet I didn't have a family, a real family of my own to come home to play for, to have in the WAG section cheering me on. No wife, no girlfriend in the special box. Until now. Until Lindy, because I could picture her at my games. In our house. In our bed. She was why I was lingering here in Hunter Valley in the off-season. I didn't know what it was about her that had hearts throb out of my eyes like in cartoons. Why I was obsessed with her. The day we met, she wasn't the nicest. To others, she may be seen as a bitch or cranky. To me, it seemed standoffish. She didn't have to fly to Denver with us last weekend, but she had. Maybe she was worried about Bridget and how Mav had treated her. Maybe she was mad at him. Not maybe, probably. Maybe it was because she left town with 5 minutes' notice. Maybe. Well, who knew? There was more to Lindy than the one incident, and I wanted to figure her out. No, not just figure out. I was going to marry her. That had me walking toward her across the produce section with my heart rate double timing as if I were doing speed drills between the blue lines. She doesn't know you're obsessed. Obsessed. I had the wedding ring Mallory and I picked out for her tucked away. Dude, chill the fuck out. The obsessed guy versus the standoffish woman. Size isn't as important as what you do with it, I commented when I strolled up. Okay, maybe that was the dumbest thing in the world to say. Did a woman want a guy flinging innuendo about vegetables at them while grocery shopping? Fuck, probably not. Be cool. Be cool. Her blonde hair swirled around her shoulders as she looked my way and my dick got hard. Yeah, from the swing of her fucking hair. Surprise and awareness widened her blue eyes. She recognized me. Not from the sports channel because it was crystal clear Lindy had no clue I was a pro hockey player. She knew me from our little ride on the family's private jet to Denver with Bridget and Mallory. Since she didn't know I played hockey, she assumed I was a bored billionaire kicking back in Montana for the summer because the Azores or Boca Raton were dull. I could just tell her the truth, what I was, that I wasn't a slacker trust fund kid. That would change her opinion of me pretty fast, but I wasn't going to do it. I wanted her to be into me. Not because I was famous, not for my skill with a stick. Okay, one stick. The one getting hard for her right now. Fuck, she was pretty. Every time I got in front of her, it hit me. In my heart, in my dick. For a Saturday afternoon when most people went casual, especially grocery shopping, she was perfectly put together. A jean skirt, crisp blouse with cutouts around the neckline that hinted at tan skin beneath. The shoes were the same pale pink as her top, so were her glossy lips. Lips I wanted to kiss that sheen right off of. I had no idea how she and Bridget were sisters. Besides looking nothing alike, Lindy was clearly high maintenance while Bridget was no maintenance. I'd even seen the younger Beckett in only a sheet, and not in a good sexy times kind of way. "What did you say?" she asked, her words full of surprise at seeing me. I tipped my chin toward the yellow vegetable she held, which looked a fair amount like a dick. Yes, the thought made me somewhat of a perv, but I didn't want to talk to Lindy about the weather. Stir-fry? Shish kebab? It's what you do with it that makes it good. I commented as if I was a cooking channel host. What are you doing here? she asked, instead of telling me her plans for the veg. I glanced around, picking out dinner. Reaching out, she put the squash back in the pile with the rest in the display case. A rumble of fake thunder announced the imminent spray of water over the vegetables. I mean Hunter Valley. I shrugged. Don't you remember flying with me last week? Aren't I a little bit memorable? I held up my hand and set my pointer finger and thumb close together. She rolled her eyes. I mean, still, don't you have work in Denver? Yeah, she had no clue. On vacation. I shrugged, not telling her it was the off-season for the professional hockey league. I'm hiking, mountain biking. Did you know there's a waterfall up the canyon? Yes. I took a step toward her. You're lucky. You grew up here. I reached out, stroked her hair behind her ear. Aye, sugar. I murmured softly as if we were alone somewhere and not in the middle of a store. I hadn't seen her since we returned from the Bridget Maverick Popcorn Fest in Colorado. Fortunately, everything turned out and Mav and Bridge were back in town, hot and heavy and in love, after only 2 weeks. It was sickening, but I was right there with my brother. One look at a Beckett woman, and it was insta-love for me too. Lindy's eyes widened at the touch, but I couldn't resist. I wanted to put my hands on her, kiss her, lick her, because I knew she was going to be sweet like candy. In Denver, she was all kinds of wound up, and it wasn't worrying about Bridget. She didn't want to kick back and have some fun. New city, Saturday night. Yeah, no. She took her laptop and went to a hotel room and worked. Worked. Maybe that was the reason for her attitude that night. Work stress. She needed to wind down with a few orgasms, and I was going to give them to her. Except I had to approach this with the patience I struggled to find, because now that she was in front of me again, I wanted her. Now. Would anyone notice if I tossed her over my shoulder and carried her out of the store? Definitely. Dex James manhandling a woman buying groceries might be a dream for gossip sites, but it wouldn't go over with the team owners, or my agent, or that sponsor he was trying to land for me. I had to be good, in public. When I got her alone, though. Hey, Tex. She breathed as a flush spread across her cheeks. Look, I'm, sorry about how I acted in Denver. I was a little overwhelmed. So she had been off. The corner of my mouth tipped up, showing her I wasn't affected, even though I was dying to know if she flushed like that when she came. It was pretty spontaneous. I'd showed up on their doorstep, offering to fly them to Denver on the company jet for Bridget to confront Mav, and we were in the air within an hour. She nodded. Bridget was upset all week about Mav, plus she told me about her time in Boston and— You didn't know? I asked. Being kicked out of MIT for plagiarism was a big deal. So was the reason it happened. She frowned. You did? I scratched my cheek, slightly uncomfortable, because my answer was going to probably make Lindy feel worse. That was the last thing I wanted to do. I wasn't going to lie, though, so I said, Mav got it out of her the night before when we were at a bar. Figures, she muttered. I'd be upset, too, if one of my brothers kept something like that a secret. You two seem close. She nodded. We are. I'm more mother than sister. I guess I went all mama bear over her about the MIT thing and Mav being a dick. I wasn't going to remind her that Mav hadn't been a dick, but, well, he kind of had. He did some things wrong, but how they worked it out wasn't my business. Or Lindy's, no matter how protective she felt. Then you had to work, I get it. That's it? She eyed me as if debating whether I was being honest. For me, it was easy. She said she was sorry. It was done. I was taking the fact that she opened up as a win. Still, I couldn't help but mess with her a little. I glanced around and pointed. I could bend you over the kiwis and give you a spanking if that'd make you feel better for being a bad girl. 3 things happened simultaneously. Her eyes widened, her mouth dropped open, and she flushed bright red. I stepped close and whispered in her ear. You'd like that, wouldn't you? I sure as hell would. She shook herself as if flinging that idea off her body. You getting food for dinner? I asked, switching topics faster than getting whiplash on an amusement park ride. I couldn't spank her ass here no matter how much either of us liked the idea, so it was better to get us back to more appropriate grocery store topics. Otherwise, the squash in my pants was going to become apparent to all the shoppers. She nodded, and I didn't miss the way her gaze dropped to my lips. Yes, she wanted me, and that spanking. Or was I desperate to think that? Perhaps, but I considered it driven instead of desperate. Focused, single-minded. Whatever the term, that was me where Lindy was concerned. Good, we'll have it together. I said. I wasn't asking. She blinked and looked me in the eye. What? Us dinner? No. It's easier cooking for two. Besides, it'll make up for last week. I glanced down into her cart, which so far only had a few things. A head of lettuce, a jar of salsa, 2 loaves of bread, and, brownies. I reached into her cart for the plastic bakery container to see if that was fudge frosting on top. She slapped my hand. I pulled back, not the least bit contrite. Turned on definitely. Those are for my neighbor. A guy? I frowned at the possibility. The corner of her mouth tipped up as if she picked up on my cranky tone. Yes. I was suddenly wildly jealous. You're giving your brownies to other men. I took a step closer and touched her hair again. This close I could pick up her soft scent. I thought that sweetness was all for me. That hurt, sugar. Her mouth fell open and fuck yeah, she wasn't thinking about baked goods either. Then she rolled her eyes and tried not to smile. Failed. Mr. Van Meyer is in his late 60s. I might be hard up for finding eligible men around here, but not that hard up. I wasn't sure if I should be sympathetic or thrilled she hadn't found a guy. That meant the path was clear for me. I was used to taking out players left and right to get to the goal. I kept my hand on my chest. I'm eligible and I'm right fucking here. You're in your 20s. She reminded, saying it as if it was a huge deal, like you have a raging case of herpes. I couldn't change my age, but if that was all that was keeping her from becoming mine, I could work with it. I know what to do with squash, I reminded, trying to keep things light. That's what I did. Made people relaxed, comfortable. She looked at the pile of veg and grabbed one. A large one, held it between us and waved it back and forth. Sorry, I only like the big ones. She countered, finally setting it in her cart. I couldn't help but laugh. Well played. She wasn't going to make this easy, but it was going to be fun. She didn't have a clue about how much I liked to win. Trying to move around me, I stepped in, blocking her way. I looked left. I looked right. Then I leaned in close so her hair brushed my nose. Sugar, I assure you, I've got one you'll like just fine. It'll be the best thing you ever put in your mouth. Chapter 4. Lindy. Oh my God. Dex James was... wow. I'd never, ever gotten turned on in the grocery store before. Until now. Until him. About squash. Maybe because he was the man of my naughtiest fantasies, the man who I'd just written into my latest sex scene. I was attracted to him, and that was a huge problem. It'll be the best thing you ever put in your mouth. That was all I could think about, and putting his squash in my mouth as I pushed my cart out of the produce section and away from the sexy as sin Dex James. Would it be just like what I wrote earlier? That it would be really big? Too big for me to take it all? Would I have to grip the base and stroke it as I tried to take as much as I could? Would he hold my head in place as he came down my throat? I veered to the freezer section to cool off, but it wasn't going to help. Ever since I met him when he showed up on my doorstep to take Bridget to Denver, I'd been insanely aroused and obsessed with him, which was a big problem. I should have been excited about flying on a private jet. A private jet! Who had access to something like that? He did. He was a billionaire, the youngest of the James brothers. He may not run the family business, the Fortune whatever James Corporation, but he was loaded, enough spare cash to have a plane. I bought a new shade of lipstick or a pair of shoes with my spare cash. We had nothing in common. So what if I did a little menage a moi and got myself off while whispering, no, screaming his name even though I gave him a serious brush-off in Denver. Even after that, when I'd been really cranky, the guy still wanted to have dinner with me. Me! Like the crazy person I was, I pretty much told him off via vegetables and walked away. Why did I resist the man who had a bank account equivalent to the GDP of a few small countries? Why did I resist a guy who was 6'2", 200-plus pounds of solid muscle, who had chocolate-colored hair that needed a trim and a jaw that always had a 5 o'clock shadow,
who smelled like expensive soap in the rugged outdoors, whose smile made my panties melt and his remarkably dark eyes seemed to follow me whenever we were together, who called me sugar and made me want to do all kinds of dirty things with him, like stick my hand down the front of his jeans and feel how big and amazing his dick was instead of just imagining it. Yeah, him, because he was 27 years old, and I was 35. These days I tweaked my neck just sleeping weird. I tried so hard to find the one, Mr. Right. It irked me that Dex was an eager puppy, maybe a Rottweiler puppy, and into me when he was Mr. Wrong. Not a local, meaning he wasn't sticking around. He didn't seem to have any kind of job or ambition, wandering between Colorado and Montana checking out waterfalls. He didn't appreciate how hard it was to earn a living. He was young. Thinking of having sex with him, let alone actually doing it, was like robbing the cradle. Hot as hell, but he was too young. At his age, his stamina had to be impressive. God, he could probably go a second round without any recovery time. And he'd be eager to please like that Rottweiler puppy, I was sure. I didn't want a puppy, though. I wanted someone who knew what the hell he was doing and knew what I needed, like a mind or body reader, and gave it to me, multiple times, like a spanking bent over the kiwis. Gah! Stamina, youth, vigor, all of that was irrelevant because what guy his age wanted to settle down and immediately work on making babies? I knew what I wanted, and I wasn't going to waste time on fucking, even the hottest man on the planet if it didn't lead to marriage and kids. Dex was forward, direct, bold about what he wanted, and that appeared to be me, so I had to shield myself, push him and his squash away. My vagina didn't agree because it was crying right now in the checkout line. My panties were soaked. They had been ever since the squash dick conversation 10 minutes ago. I was thankful I'd made a shopping list because my brain was only thinking about getting in Dex's pants, not picking out ketchup and tampons. Have dinner with me. I turned as I was putting that box of tampons, which only reminded me I wasn't pregnant or getting that way anytime soon, on the conveyor belt. Dex stood in line behind me. He eyed the box, then me, without even a blink. Dinner? I questioned. We'll put your squash with my chicken. He held up a package of poultry thighs. And make something hot. Because he had a huge grin on his face, I couldn't help but smile at him. Total puppy. We don't need to have dinner together because our siblings are dating. His dark eyes held mine. I promise you, this isn't about them. I blinked, because his usual carefree and playful demeanor had been replaced by an intensity that wasn't exactly scary, but surprising and potent. I swallowed, grabbed the brownies, and put them on the conveyor belt. Seriously, have dinner. I make a really great pasta dish, and I want to share it with you. I turned my head and studied him. He wasn't fooling around, and he seemed earnest. Before I could answer, my cell rang. I pulled it from my purse, saw the name on the screen. Hi, Mr. Van Meyer. I responded in my usually bright voice when talking to the older man. He probably didn't want me to forget the brownies. I turned back to my cart to grab a carton of orange juice. There's been a little accident with the tree, he said in my ear. I froze, stared at the magazine display without seeing any of the covers. Oh my God, are you all right? Yes, but your house isn't. What? What do you mean my house isn't okay? The next thing I knew, Dex was standing beside me, really, really close, and he had his hand on my hip. I had to tip my chin up to meet his gaze. His concerned gaze. You'll see when you get here, Mr. Van Meyer said vaguely. You'll have to park down the block since the fire truck's in the way. Don't forget the brownies. Before I could question him further, he hung up. I stared at my phone, hoping it would give me answers. What's going on? Dex asked. His voice was gentle, the playfulness gone. My neighbor was chopping down a tree before I left, and now he's saying my house isn't okay, that a fire truck's out front. Did he set the tree and then my house on fire? His fingers squeezed gently, then slid to the small of my back to usher me through the checkout, abandoning our carts. Come on, I'll get you home. Chapter 5. Dex.
There was a tree in Lindy's house like her place was the film set for Jumanji. I stood beside her on the sidewalk and stared because I couldn't believe it any more than she could. Her next-door neighbor sat on his back deck with a chainsaw at his feet. He must not be the sharpest tack in the box because... fuck. He'd cut the huge tree at the base like he was a lumberjack in the woods. It had tipped over right onto her house. The main trunk fell into the side of it, and huge branches pierced the roof and the exterior of the second story in 4 or 5 places. A window was smashed in. Drywall and insulation dangled in the open gashes. The fire department was here because a tree limb had also taken out our gas line right at the meter. The power company had shut off electricity and got the gas capped, so it was no longer leaking. Lindy had been on the phone with her insurance company for the past 10 minutes. I didn't leave her side. Not sure what someone needed in a situation like this. No one was hurt, thankfully. The neighbor's pride was dented, because he'd come over to apologize to her. But he wasn't my problem right now. Lindy was. She ended the call and sighed. I didn't know what that sound meant in this case. Sure, I knew when a woman was frustrated or angry or just plain tired, but a sigh when your house had been damaged by a tree. I studied her closely to make sure she wasn't about to cry. I didn't blame her if she did. I had experience with women, but not crying ones. What did they say? If she had shitty insurance and wouldn't fix this, I would, after I cracked a few heads, starting with the guy next door. Now I knew why Mav was focused on destroying the professor who'd stolen Bridget's hard work and published it as his own, and got her kicked out of MIT. They'll send someone over to take a look and start the process, but I don't need an adjuster to tell me the house isn't livable. She glanced up at the clear sky. Hopefully it won't rain before they cover that hole. She pointed to the roof where a huge branch had poked through it. A huge skylight could be installed once it was removed. That wasn't the only hole that would let rain in. Pretty much the side of her house on the second story was wide open. Rain wasn't the only thing that could get in. Squirrels, raccoons, birds, hell around here, maybe even a bear. All of them could take up residence. Bridget hasn't stayed here all week since she's been back. She continued, meaning her return from Denver. So I assume she'll keep staying with Maverick. I can go to a hotel until it's all fixed. You'll stay with me, I told her. No way was she staying in a hotel. During the hockey season, I stayed in hotels more than in my own bed. It got old real fast. This was a big mess and wasn't going to be fixed quickly. It could be weeks before she was back in. I didn't know how long a construction project like this took, but Mav's James Inn project was behind schedule and he had a billion-dollar company pushing it to completion. When I first got here, I was going to stay with Mav, but that was before Bridget. The last thing I wanted was to be in his house when the two of them were most likely fucking on every horizontal and vertical surface. So with a quick call to Mav's assistant, the ever-efficient Bradley found me a place of my own. A 2-month rental right in town. A little old miner's house that had been overhauled and restored. It was perfect for one, or two who liked to be on top or underneath of each other. Yeah, Lindy could fucking stay with me. For the first time since we pulled up, she looked my way. Her usual bright gaze looked weary, but no tears. Still. Oh, sugar, come here. I took her hand and pulled her into me. Hugged her. I'd be lying if I was doing it solely to comfort her. Besides me tucking her hair behind her ear at the grocery store, this was the first time we touched. That I held her. That I felt every soft curve of her body. Got close enough to breathe in her soft scent. For a moment she was stiff, then gave over and sagged into me, which was the most incredible thing ever. She let go for me, even if for just these few short moments. I kissed the top of her head because, how could I not? This is a fucking mess, but it's fixable. I murmured, hoping I was being reassuring. She nodded against my chest. Yeah, I know. The house is turning into a money pit. Last winter it was the hot water heater. After that I had to replace the toilet in the powder room because it leaked. Then the fridge. The guy next door is paying for this clusterfuck, not you. I'm sure your insurance company will get in touch with his to cover it all. Probably. Not just probably. Definitely. It's a big house for just you. I turned my head and looked at the place. 2 stories painted white with ivy growing up trellises between the lower windows. Besides the tree in it, the house was well maintained, the yard perfect with mulched flower beds. Not a stray leaf dared to blow onto her recently cut grass. Meticulous, just like the owner herself. It was my parents' house. I inherited it. I stilled, stroked her hair, then gave it a slight tug so she'd look up at me. There in her blue eyes was a mix of emotions. She would be a horrible poker player. I saw weariness, surprise at the slightly controlling touch, and arousal. Was it how I firmly gripped the back of her neck, or the pull on her hair, or being in my arms? I was going to find out. I wanted to know this and everything else about her. While her lips were right fucking there, I wouldn't have our first kiss be in front of her damaged house with the fire crew milling about. What happened to them? Inherited meant they weren't alive. I had lunch with Bridget and my brothers last week, and we'd gotten to talking about our fathers. She mentioned hers had died but hadn't elaborated. She certainly didn't say anything about her mom being gone, too. Car accident when I was 23. She explained matter-of-factly. Bridget was with them, driving home from one of those princess shows on ice in Billings. She was in the back seat asleep. Not a scratch on her. Holy fuck. Lindy lost her parents in one go and almost her sister at the same time. No wonder she wasn't freaking out about the tree through her house. Worse things had happened to her. She knew true tragedy. Lived through something that wasn't fixable and could only move on as best one could. Oh, sugar. I kissed her head again and held her close. She didn't resist. We stood there until a fireman approached. He had on bunker pants and boots but skipped the jacket. He was totally ripped. Instead of wondering if Lindy found him attractive, I should be thankful the civil servants of the community were so fit. Still, telling him to fuck off, that Lindy Beckett was mine, was on the tip of my tongue. But he was doing his job, not proposing. Hey, Lind. He gave her a smile that screamed familiarity right along with how he shortened her name. Damned small town. Gant, Lindy said. She pulled back and I let her go, but I rested my hand on her shoulder. Gant noticed the placement. That's right, she's mine. You can go inside, but obviously you won't be living there. He glanced over his shoulder at the house for a moment, then back to Lindy. They won't turn the gas or electric back on until the tree's removed and the wiring's been inspected. Right, she replied. You got a place to stay? He asked. I wasn't sure if he was offering his bed or ensuring she was settled somewhere. Either way, it didn't matter. I took care of what was mine. With me, I told him. She looked at me with wide eyes because she hadn't said yes. I was taking her options away and speaking for her. But, well, I didn't give a shit. It's safe to go in and get some stuff, the guy continued. Clothes and whatever you might need. We'll board up that lower window that's damaged to keep people out, but there's not much we can do about the rest of the holes. Mr. Van Mayer called his insurance company and mine is sending someone, and said they'd connect with the tree service and contractors. Good. He tipped his head toward the house. Go on in. I followed her through the front door. From the entry, it didn't look like anything happened. The back of the house was where the extent of the damage became clear. The kitchen had a broken window, which was easily fixable, but there was a branch that came down through the ceiling and pierced the top of the stove. Upstairs, there was a tree branch that poked through the ceiling in the hallway and another through the bathroom. It was Lindy's bedroom that took the brunt. She stood in the doorway and stared. A big section of the exterior wall, along with a large picture window, were gone because the trunk of the tree was through it and across her bed. I could see where an offshoot branch went down into the kitchen. Holy shit. I muttered, what if she'd been home asleep? Lindy blinked, then started moving about. She went into her closet, which was unharmed, pulled out a bag, then started pulling clothes off hangers. I need clothes for work, yoga, toiletries. Bridget will want some things. I need to clean out the fridge as the food will spoil. She paused and ran a hand over her face, then continued. I need to make a list. Slow down, sugar. I reached out and took the bag from her. It was cloth and quilted or some shit with flowers on it. Slow down. She set her hands on her slim hips. You know what's worse than telling a woman to slow down? To calm down. I bit my lip and tried not to smile, but it was really fucking hard. I had work to do tonight, Dex, a schedule. I've barely talked to Mr. Van Mayer, the lumberjack next door. I think Mr. Van Mayer's been talked to. By the fire department, the police most likely, the gas and electric guy. His wife should have told him to slow the fuck down with that chainsaw. She shifted her gaze from the mess to me. He's not married. That's not a surprise, I said. I still need to make a list. It seemed that was something she did. That it helped her feel organized, in control, especially now when she definitely wasn't. I looked around her room for a pencil, but all I could find was a fucking tree. I pulled my cell from my pocket and pulled up the notes app. Okay, let's make a list. 10 minutes later, I walked out to the car with 2 bags slung over my shoulder and a list a mile long in my phone. The fire department had boarded the kitchen window and left. Mr. Van Meyer was nowhere to be seen. Lindy locked the front door behind her and followed me to my car. We'd left hers at the grocery store in our rush to get here. After tossing her bags in the back, I held the passenger door open for her. As she slid in, she looked up at me and said, "I can stay at a hotel." I took in the way her jeans skirt rode up her thighs, which made my one-word reply a little louder than it should have probably been. "No." "I need to go tell Bridget about this, then stay with them." I leaned on the open door so I could meet her gaze. "Call Bridget but sleep in Mav's guest room? Sugar, you really want to do that?" I didn't want to point out that her little sister was going to be busy having sex with my big brother. She quirked her lips, coming to that conclusion too. "You could stay at a hotel, but you're not," I told her. "You could stay with your sister, but you're definitely not. You'll stay with me where I know you're safe." "Safe? I can take care of myself." "I know you can. Besides, your list is in my phone." "Why?" I frowned, looking down at her in my car. "Why what?" "Why are you being so nice?" I squatted down in front of her. I didn't say a word because her question pissed me off. Did she actually think I was an asshole? I was the nice brother. Mav was all growly and huge, scaring people off with his size alone. Silas was quiet, which made people uncomfortable. Theo was always serious and intense. I was the chill one, laid back. Except when I wasn't. When someone fucked with those who couldn't defend themselves. Maybe it was my father who brought out the trait. No, it was definitely my father who'd done that. I hated the way he treated me, my mom, so I knew what it was like. I started a charity for kids to find safety in sports. A safe place to be, to grow, to become strong and confident. I protected people, even a woman who was being harassed at a bar by a drunk fucker and wouldn't take no for an answer. I gave the guy a few punches so he finally understood. Unfortunately, the incident had been recorded by a number of bar patrons and it went viral. Dex James beating up an innocent fan watching the playoffs since we'd lost that night. Yeah, we'd lost. That was true. But the rest of it? He wasn't innocent, and he hadn't been watching the game. I doubted the fucker even knew hockey was played on skates. It didn't matter. Social media had crowned me the on and off ice enforcer. Dex the Destroyer or some stupid name like that. That was why I'd originally come to Hunter Valley with Theo and Silas to check on Mav. To get the hell out of Denver and away from the limelight. To pretty much hide until things settled down. Lindy didn't even know I was a professional hockey player, let alone anything about that mess. It was a relief because how I was portrayed versus who I really was weren't the same. She was, hopefully, discovering the real me because if she heard the gossip, she might be afraid to stay with me. So back to her question. Why was I being so nice? It was because I was fucking nice. Honorable. Enough so to take care of those shitheads who weren't. No one messed with Lindy Beckett, even a stupid fucking tree. Without saying anything, I grabbed the seatbelt, reached across her and clicked it into place. Then I shut the door behind her, went around and climbed in beside her. I realized she asked because she was used to guys being dicks, or not helpful, or whatever. So I looked her way and told her the truth. I'm not being nice. I'm taking care of what's mine. She stared at me, blinked, stared some more. I could see her brain working like cogs on a gear. Finally, she asked, "What?" I couldn't miss the thrumming pulse at the base of her neck. I wanted to lick that spot, feel it throb against my tongue. See her subtle response to me had me pushing on with the truth. "I want you, Lindy Beckett, since the first time I saw you." Her mouth dropped open, then she snapped it shut. We barely know each other." "Mav and Bridget barely know each other," I countered. They hadn't even been together 2 weeks. "They're different," she countered. "How?" "Mav saw her and wanted her, like I saw you and wanted you." "So that's it? I'm yours now. I don't get a decision?" she asked, folding her arms across her chest. It should have made her look imperious or snooty, but it only made her look hot with those tits pushed up in her top. I learned from the slow-down talk that I shouldn't tell her exactly that she didn't have a decision, that she was going to be mine. I knew it and she'd catch up. So instead I said, "I'm patient. You'll want me back soon enough." Before she could debate the point, I started the car and pulled away from the curb. Let's get you home so you can start working on that list. Home. She may have thought staying with me was a temporary arrangement, but she was wrong.
Chapter 6. Lindy. Dex carried my bags inside. I followed and stopped just inside the door, setting my purse and laptop bag on the couch. "Make yourself at home," he said, cutting past the tiny dining table and down the short hallway to put my bags, I assumed, in the guest bedroom. The small house was in the oldest section of town, 2 blocks off of Main Street. Prime real estate, and even something so little was valuable. I stood in the main room with seating and eating areas separated from the small kitchen by a butcher block-topped peninsula. The house had been beautifully restored with crisp white walls and glossy refinished pine floors. It was minimally, but attractively furnished. Dex told me in the car Mav's assistant found the place for him. He wanted to stay in town for a few weeks and didn't like hotels. Besides, he didn't want to get in the way of our siblings' newfound togetherness. By togetherness, I meant sex. Lots of sex. I wasn't bitter that Bridget was getting some. Okay, probably a whole hell of a lot. From Maverick James. Hot billionaire who blatantly loved her after only a week. Bridget's happiness was hard to witness, which made me feel like a bitch after all I learned she went through recently. Maybe I wasn't bitter, but definitely jealous. I admitted it. Bridget was 22. 22! Younger than I was when our parents died, and she became more my child than little sister. And she found her forever guy in Mav, who was 37. She got her dream guy in me? At 35, I was still trying to find Mr. Right. I had the same job, the same house, the exact same life. Now the job was boring, the house had holes in it like a block of Swiss cheese. Dex leaned against the wall and crossed his arms over his broad, muscular chest. He had on a pair of gray pants and a t-shirt with University of Minnesota across the chest. He made looking hot effortless. "Since we abandoned our groceries at the store, how about we walk to the pizza place on Main? Their sauce rivals anything I've had in New York." "We should get the food in my fridge before it spoils," I replied, making sure I stayed on track. He pushed off the wall and came my way, stalked my way. I held my ground even when I wanted to retreat from his intensity. "That's number 19 or something on your list. As long as the fridge door isn't opened, it'll stay cool until tomorrow." He was probably right. He reached out, brushed my hair back just as he had at the store. "Pizza?" I didn't know what he had to eat in his kitchen, especially since he only moved in a few days ago. I wasn't going back to Van's to pick up the things to make. "I thought you wanted to do something with squash." I muttered, unsettled. A tree had fallen on my house. It was insane, surreal. Although with Mr. Van Mayer's craziness, not all that surprising. "I do. I so do. I told you it'll be the best thing you ever put in your mouth." His gaze dipped to my lips. Oh my God. I cleared my throat because it was suddenly quite dry. "I don't think you're quite ready to taste my squash. Remember, I'm patient. Pizza?" Like he suggested, pizza. Yes, excellent, because I definitely wasn't ready to taste any part of Dex, let alone his squash. Liar. "Sure." "Good, let's go." Give me a few minutes to clean up, and maybe make myself come." His gaze raked over me as he was clearly debating how I needed to do just that. "You look perfect." I rolled my eyes because that was such a guy thing to say. He held up his hands. "Okay, don't believe me? Go do what you need to do." "Bathroom?" I asked. He pointed over his shoulder. "First door on the right." I grabbed one of the bags from just inside a bedroom doorway, the blue one which I knew had my toiletries in it. The bathroom had a glass-enclosed shower with white tile that matched the flooring. A skylight brightened the space, along with a frosted glass window over the toilet. While the house was small, it was updated and well-appointed. It even had a heated towel rack. I pulled my toiletry case from my bag and grabbed everything I needed, set things on the marble-top vanity in a long line. I brushed my hair and touched up my makeup. When I was done, I came out and found Dex sprawled on the couch reading a book. His feet were up on the coffee table that was a solid chunk of wood. I needed to take a picture of it because I could make out one of those, or maybe 50, with the tree lodged in my house. "Did I take too long?" I asked, noticing how settled he was. He did that gaze-raking thing again as he set the book on the couch and stood. I felt seen. Too seen, as if he were doing an inventory of my body. I glanced down. Is there a stain on my shirt? A slow smile crept across his face as his eyes finally met mine. No, sugar. You look perfect. My cell chimed, prompting me to a text. That thing's been going off nonstop. I grabbed it from my purse, which was still on the couch, scrolled through the unread messages. Other neighbors about the house, my friend Molly, and leave them for now, he advised. He moved around the coffee table. But he set his hand over mine and I flicked my gaze to his. This close, I could see his eyes were more melted chocolate than the boring brown I thought. He hadn't shaved in a day or two, and I wanted to feel the soft rasp of his whiskers against my palm. Between my... They'll still be there after we eat, he added. They will be, along with a whole lot more. Then you'll work your way through them then. No one expects you to go hungry to get back to them. But, sugar, were you on the debate team in school? High school. Thought so. I pursed my lips but didn't say anything else, which made his mouth twitch with clear amusement. I huffed. He held the front door open for me as I stuck the cell back in my purse and slung it over my shoulder. I was hungry and people could wait. You sure you don't have something else to do? I asked as he locked the door. Running into me at the grocery store shouldn't turn into the rest of his day. I mean, you said you're here on vacation. Take worrying about me off your list. I'm good. I'm right where I want to be. Bridget told me you're an accountant. He said, switching topics as we went down the sidewalk, taking a turn toward Main. It was a gorgeous day, and the downtown area was busy. A couple riding bikes rolled past. That's right, I work for a local firm. I've been there for 12 years. God, that made me sound really boring. And old. Dex had been in high school 12 years ago. There must be a big demand for tax work around here. We made it quickly to the historic downtown area and walked side by side past the shops. Turning to look up at him, I asked, Oh? You work lots of hours. You took your laptop to Denver last week and had to work. You said you had more tonight. You even put it at the top of your list. I licked my lips. Dex was the last person I wanted to tell that I wasn't doing accounting all that time, but instead writing. It was my secret, my thing that made me happy. That gave me hope that I could finally become a successful author, the career I put on hold to raise Bridget. I didn't want him to laugh at me if he learned the truth. I wasn't sure how I'd feel if he thought it a joke, that my dream job was writing sex, that because of that I was pervy, that I was weird. I couldn't handle any of that. Yep, lots of work. After we eat, I need to respond to those texts. Bridget will need to know about the house. Then I have a few hours of work to do. I added, hoping I could somehow get a chapter written. I coordinated with an editor to read and proof my book for typos and grammar issues in 2 weeks. I could feel the pressure of getting it finished. A woman with a double-wide stroller came our way, and Dex took my hand and pulled me toward the buildings to let her by. Dex, I said, surprised by his quick move, pulling me off balance. He turned me into the picture window of a restaurant that was only open for breakfast and lunch. His hands rested on the glass on either side of my head. I blinked up at him. What are you... Shh, he said, resting a finger over my lips, his eyes focused on the action. I'm not going to tell you to slow down or calm down, but woman, the list can wait. Your boss will understand. His voice was deep and rumbly, and I felt controlled, but oddly protected. He pulled his finger away. That may be so, but it's all in my head, I told him. I can't stop thinking about... He put his finger over my lips again. I know what the problem is, he said. I frowned and grabbed his wrist to take his hand away. He was warm and I felt his strength even in his forearm. That my house has a few extra holes in it? He shook his head. That I have too much to do? He continued to shake his head. What then? You need someone to make you forget that list. And your name. I don't need... Yes, you do. Then he kissed me. Holy shit, Dex was kissing me. His mouth on mine wasn't anything like the playful, easygoing man I knew. No, this was a Dex that took what he wanted. He'd been patient, but no longer. I gasped in surprise, and he took advantage, angling his head and stroking his tongue to meet mine with long licks. Big hands cupped my face, held me where he wanted the kiss to go. I lost track of time, of where we were.
Fuck, sugar. Just as sweet as I imagined.
After a moment, I opened my eyes and stared up at him, wondering why he stopped. Oh yeah, Main Street, people. He kissed my forehead, and fuck me, if that wasn't hot in itself.
Well, I want to eat you for dinner, come on.
He took my hand and led me down the block. We followed the aroma of garlic to the pizza restaurant. I was in a kiss-fueled daze. My lips tingled and my pussy ached to be eaten like he wanted. Dex didn't let go of my hand as he held the door for me, and while we stood at the counter to order, there was a large menu on the wall over the industrial oven, but I didn't need to look at it. It was a great pizza place, and I got takeout often enough to know what I liked. "Hi, Otis," I said to the owner. He was sliding a pizza into a to-go box, closing the lid and handing it off to one of the teenagers who did bike deliveries for him during summer break. Otis turned with a smile, but it slipped when he saw me.
"Lindy, man, I heard about your house. I'm glad you're okay."
He came over to stand behind the counter right in front of us. Dex gave my hand a squeeze. I wasn't sure if it was in comfort or because he didn't like a guy talking to me. He'd made that obvious with Grant from the fire crew. "Yeah, I'm fine," I told Otis. He was the first in a long line of people I was going to have to tell, so I needed to work on what I'd say. "The insurance company's on it." They weren't. Not yet, but they would. I'd get it figured out, just like I did everything else. I wished the fixes could move as quickly as the news about what happened spread across Hunter Valley. I hadn't called Bridget yet. I didn't want to think of what she and Mav were up to where they didn't know. Good. Otis was a few years younger than me, but I knew him because his sister was my yoga instructor. Her studio was on the second floor of this old building. His gaze shifted from me to Dex, who stood to my right. "This is Dex. Bridget's boyfriend's
Wow, yeah, I know who Dex is."
Otis reached out his hand for Dex to shake and introduced himself, which he finally let go of mine to do.
"Good to meet you,"
Dex offered. Otis stared at him the same way Dex sometimes, most of the time, stared at me, in awe, like he couldn't tear his gaze away. Weird, and still weird as he kept right on staring.
"Wow, yeah, what can I get for you two?"
he finally asked.
"You like mushrooms and sausage, sugar?"
Dex asked, looking down at me with that look. I nodded.
"Great. A large with mushrooms and sausage and a Greek salad,"
Dex requested. My cell rang as Otis entered the order into the point-of-service system. I pulled it from my purse. I held up the screen so Dex could see it was Bridget. One call I couldn't ignore.
"Make that 2 larges and box it to go,"
I heard Dex tell Otis as I answered the call. Chapter 7. Lindy. Mav and Bridget were sitting on the stoop of Dex's house when we walked up with our carryout order. I only ended our call at the pizza place less than 10 minutes earlier, or whatever it was to walk back to Dex's house, so they must have been close by. My guess checking out our house, which was less than a mile away. Bridget popped to her feet and came over, giving me a fierce hug. Scout, Mav's dog that he adopted from the local shelter after the pet parade on the 4th of July, joined her. His little nose bumped my bare calf, and his tail waggled so hard the back half of his short body wiggled. She had on a pair of cut-off jean shorts and a green tank top. Her hair was up in a sloppy bun. If I looked like that, it meant I was cleaning behind the furnace in the basement. For Bridget, it was her usual look, one Mav didn't seem to mind. Over her shoulder, I watched Mav rise to his full lumberjack-sized height. Dex was a big guy, but Mav was bigger. He eyed me with a look that was all, "Are you okay?" without saying a word. I offered him a small smile as I had the air squeezed from my lungs. His gaze shifted to Bridget, and it was clear he was worried about her. It wasn't every day a house was damaged like ours had been. Fire, maybe. Too much snow and the roof collapsed under the weight, definitely. But a fallen tree in Montana? A very rare occurrence. When I heard what happened, I freaked. Bridget said, letting me go but not stepping back. "What if you'd been inside?" "I wasn't," I reassured, reaching down and giving Scout a pet. His tongue hung out of his mouth and he smiled up at me. Or it looked like he did. "I was at the store getting groceries and Mr. Van Mayer those brownies he likes." She sighed. "You were lucky then." I didn't want to tell her I was working at the kitchen table, right where the tree came through before I left. "We drove by the house and I can't believe it. Well, I can with the things Mr. Van Mayer does. What was he thinking? She ran a hand over her hair and blew out a breath. I mean, there's only one outcome with the physics behind where he cut the tree, falling right on our house. I was sure she studied what he'd done as well as the damage. Take pictures, I said. Share them with your science class this fall. That'll grab their attention more than anything else will. She rolled her eyes, then pushed her glasses up. I'd been telling her since 11th grade to get contacts, but she always refused. Physics isn't that boring. Yes, it so was. Besides, I only turned in my application. She continued. Who knows if I'll get the job? Mallory had been pushing Bridget to apply for a long-term substitute position at the high school for teaching physics. She consistently downplayed her interest in it, but I secretly believed she was excited about the opportunity. She'd be really good at it, and the kids would respond to her well, especially if she shared pics of our personal physics in action lesson. The school district would have to tell her soon since school started in about 6 weeks. In the meantime, she was working with Mav on the James Inn project where they met. You're redirecting, Lind. Why didn't you call and tell me what happened? I was totally redirecting, but unfortunately she was too smart for her own good. Or not 10 any longer. I let out a sigh because really I needed to. That's what Aspen, my yoga teacher, would have me do. Breathe. I was dealing with the fire department and the insurance company, and there was no reason for you to have to deal with any of that. She gave me a look, the same one I saw every time I told her something she didn't like, which, when she was 13, was everything out of my mouth. So you were just going to hide the fact that our house got taken out by a tree to protect me? Bridge, yeah, you should have called. It's my house, too. I can deal with the insurance company for you. She pushed her glasses up her nose. My boss will give me all the time I need to help out. Her boss was Mav, and he'd give her anything. Yes, you can, but you don't need to. I'm sorry I didn't call you right away. I frowned and thought for a moment. Wait, how did you find out anyway? Dex texted Mav. Now I really frowned, and turned to look at Dex, who was looking at me. I narrowed my eyes at the guy who was, butting in, being helpful? Don't give him that look, she said, tugging on my arm so I'd spin back around. He told Mav you were fine, the house was damaged, but it's fixable, that you'd call me when you could. I was surprised. That was exactly the right thing to say. But I couldn't wait, she added. Thus the call at the pizza place. Well, good then. I'm, glad he texted Mav. It's been crazy, obviously. Dex and I got some of my things since my room is missing a wall and a ceiling, and there's a branch in my bed. Then we came here, and then food, and... She spun about, noticed the guys were talking by the front door, then took my wrist and tugged me across the small front yard to the sidewalk. What's up with you and Dex? She whispered when we were another 20 feet away from Dex and Mav. Nothing, I whispered back. I ran into him at the grocery store, and he was behind me in the checkout line when Mr. Van Mayer called about the house. He drove me home and, helped. She glanced at the guys again. Scout abandoned us, ran over, and plopped to his butt beside Mav. Helped? Helped you out of your panties, you mean? My flush was instant. And hot. It was my turn to tug her further away from the guys. Bridget Beckett! What? I'm not 10. It's okay to talk about sex. Yes, we could talk about sex, but what do you mean, me and Dex? It's not like that. I didn't mention the kiss. No way. And I wasn't going to mention I was attracted to Dex. That I thought about him in the biblical sense, if the Bible was filled with naughty, filthy things. Really? She cocked her head to the side to sneak a peek over my shoulder. Then why is he staring at you the way Mav stares at me when he wants to get his hands on me? I swiveled around, feeling like I was being watched. There was Dex, eyeing me like he really did want to get his hands on me. Again, he winked. See? She hisses. He wants you. Because he winked? Because he hasn't stopped looking at you since I pulled you away. Since he's practically licking his lips like he's a tiger and you're a piece of meat. I couldn't help but laugh because she was insane. I didn't know how to respond because I wasn't used to a guy thinking I was that edible. Then my brain returned to the kiss. Yeah, he wanted me. I felt every hard inch of him as he pressed me into the glass. It doesn't matter. Nothing's going to happen. Except for kissing on Main Street. Why not? She asked, looking as confused as I'd be if she showed me one of those big math problems she worked on at MIT. He's great. I'm almost 10 years older than he is. You say that as if you're menopausal and going off on field trips with the senior center. I was 13 years older than Bridget. Sometimes with her, I felt that old. Fine, I countered. I'll spin it around the other way. He's almost 10 years younger than me. Whatever. She waved her hand through the air. You've been looking for Mr. Right. Maybe he's right here right now. Mr. Right now. I highly doubted that. All I knew from being with Dex was that my libido was in working order. If my panties didn't get wet looking at, let alone kissing Dex James, then I'd need to go to the doctor. I don't want Mr. Right now, I countered. I can't waste my time on that. I want a solid relationship, a husband, kids. You know all of this. Dex barely checks off any of the boxes on my man list. The one you have taped to the bottom of the toaster? Yes, that one. I crossed my arms over my chest, feeling attacked. I made that list with Mom, things I wanted in a man, values. I know all about this, Lind. Sheesh. You made me make one when I was 14. And did it work with Mav? I countered, cocking an eyebrow. Definitely. But I never taped mine to a kitchen appliance. Mom wanted to put it on the fridge so I'd always see it. I thought I'd die of embarrassment, so I stuck it to the bottom of the toaster instead. That's kind of cute, she replied with a sappy smile. Don't mock me, or the list, or the toaster. I have standards. This time she set her hand on my arm and gave me a soft smile. I'm not mocking you. I'm proud of you for holding out for Mr. Right, okay? But I've seen that list. Dex seems to have everything on it, and he's sexy. Don't tell Mav I think his brother's hot. Her words placated me a little. Not the part about how she thought Dex was sexy. She got Mav. She couldn't have Dex too. I have a date tomorrow night with hopefully Mr. Right. She frowned. But there's Dex pretty much eye-fucking you from across the yard. Maybe it's okay to have a little fun with Mr. Right now. Her eyebrows went up and down behind her glasses, and she offered a sly smile. She wanted me to sleep with Dex, regardless of the fact that he would be a fling. Same went with Lucy on our writing sprint video call earlier. She wanted me to use him as my muse. I had to admit my scenes were hotter and getting down onto the page faster than ever since I met him. Still, I wasn't one to fucking forget, and I had a feeling sleeping with Dex was something I definitely would never forget. Let's go have some pizza, I said, cutting her off. Discussion about my dating life and anything that she saw happening between me and Dex was over. Sure, okay, fine. There are 4 guest rooms at Mav's place. You can pick any one you want. I'm staying here. She stared at me wide-eyed. Here? With Dex? I nodded, and a slow grin spread across her face. Ha! You do want him. I put my hand over her mouth and stepped in close. Shh! I really don't want to be in the same house with you and Mav. You want to talk about sex? Fine. I just don't need to hear it. That gave Bridget pause, and I dropped my hand. She nodded. Yeah, you're probably right. Dex offered, and his guest bedroom is better than a hotel. She studied me some more, then shook her head in a sad, sorry manner. If all you've got to say about staying with the sexy Dex James is that he's only better than a hotel, then there's no hope for you. She tugged my hand again, this time back toward the guys. Come on, old lady. Let's get some pizza before your 8 o'clock bedtime.
Chapter 8. Dex. Bridget will stay with me, but Lindy won't be back in that house for a while, Mav said as I watched Lindy. She seemed to be fine, but her house had been seriously damaged. That was stressful and heartbreaking since she said she grew up in the place. It was literally the only home she ever knew. There had been no tears, only a spine of steel as she tackled the fire department, the utilities guy, and an insurance call like a general leading her troops. Her list, which she always seemed to have from the sound of it, just got a hell of a lot longer. That was why she needed a distraction. And not just from this, but from life. Everyone needed to shut their shit down every once in a while. Some went running, or to yoga, or skydiving, a cruise, sex. I wasn't sure what Lindy did, but I didn't think she was getting many orgasms. I didn't even want to think about who'd be giving them to her. No fucking way was another guy pleasuring her, and if she took things into her own hands, well, that was fine, but it didn't seem to be enough. From what I could tell, and I'd been observing really fucking closely, Lindy Beckett was a straight-laced perfectionist who needed to be kissed and touched, licked and fucked. Nothing would help with a tree falling through her house more than my dick and her pussy. Because that kiss, foreplay. She'd been surprised at first. Then she'd let go. The second she melted, against that window, fuck, it had been incredible. The fight, every thought in her head just vanished. If a kiss did that, then getting her beneath me would make her forget her own name. Every woman deserved that kind of pleasure. Mav and I watched as Bridget tugged Lindy across the yard, and were now in a deep conversation in hushed voices. I assumed it was about the house, but who knew with women? "She's staying here," I finally told Mav. I held the pizza boxes and shifted it so the side of them rested against my hip. The to-go container of salad sat on top. "Here? With you?" He sounded surprised. "With me." He was quiet as Lindy whipped her head around and gave me a death glare. I winked in return. They definitely weren't talking about the house if I got that look. And I definitely needed to get my hands and mouth and other things on her so her entire attitude changed. She would soon be begging me to do things to her. I'd get her to burn for me, turning that list to ash. I had a list of my own with everything I planned on doing to and with her. It was really fucking long. Longer than the one I had in my phone. She spun back around and returned to their conversation and slapped her hand over her sister's mouth. "It's like that?" he asked. "She's mine." That kiss proved it. Clinched it. No tradebacks. Lindy Beckett? I finally looked away from my woman and at Mav. "Say her name that way again and I'll rip your head off. I may not be as big as you, but I'm younger and can fight dirty, even on ice." His eyebrows went up at my "I'm not fucking around" tone. He held up his hands as if to keep me from jumping him. "I'm just surprised. She's a lot older than you." "That's what you're going with?" I asked, surprised. Good point. He was almost 15 years older than Bridget. An age gap should be the last thing he considered an issue. "You're right. She's just high maintenance and high strung. Didn't picture you with her, that's all." I couldn't argue with either of those observations. Standing side by side, one sister looked like she was ready for a summer picnic at the lake. The other looked like she was ready for the interview portion of the Miss America pageant. One dark, the other fair. One petite, the other tall. "Yeah, well, you haven't seen a picture of me with anyone. Except in that bar fight," he reminded, much to my annoyance. I clenched my jaw. Nothing came from the incident. No issues with the team or the league because they knew the truth. That the guy had been drunk, handsy, and an asshole. Team players who'd witnessed it backed me. Even the woman I'd protected had spoken out in my favor. Except the media didn't care about that. Only clickbait. The media will find something else to report about soon enough. I'm just a hockey player. He tilted his head and gave me a serious look. "You're just a hockey player? Right. That's what Lindy thinks?" I flicked my gaze to Lindy, then back to him. "She doesn't know I play hockey." He laughed once, probably surprising himself. "What do you mean she doesn't know? How is that possible?" I shrugged. "She doesn't watch sports. Not everyone recognizes me." I thought of Otis at the pizza place, who did not even an hour ago. "Aren't you going to tell her? I mean, that's not just your job, it's your life." "Sure. Eventually. I like being just Dex with her." "Well, just Dex, if she looks you up or someone tells her about you, which you know is going to happen, she'll find everything about the bar fight from the tabloid's perspective." That was completely true, which was why I wanted as much time as possible with her before she found out who I really was, before having to slog through media lies. Maybe then she'd doubt what she found. The guy deserved it. The media can suck my dick, I said. "Sounds like you've already got someone else you want doing that." "Careful," I warned again. I got myself off thinking about Lindy's mouth around me, but that didn't mean I wanted Mav to talk about her that way. "That shit show aside, you don't see me online with women. Haven't in years." He rubbed the back of his neck as he validated what I just said. "It's rare to see you on social media with a woman, but in any I've seen it's easy to tell you're not into her." After a game, the team went out to dinner as a group. Sometimes we continued on to a bar or two. It was impossible to avoid clingy puck bunnies and being photographed and ending up online. A photo didn't tell the truth, though, just like with the bar fight. I wasn't aware you even knew how to use social media, I countered. If I said Bridget shows me, that'll make me sound really fucking old. So I'll say Bradley does and gives me the highlights of anything important. Mav was CEO of James Corp and had too much to do to tackle apps. The fact that he was reorging his schedule to stay here in Hunter Valley with Bridget said plenty about the seriousness of their relationship. Silas was picking up the slack at corporate. Well, he's really good at his job because I'm not into any of those women, I insisted. You think I want to be like Dad? Fuck him and leave him? His face went hard, then he took a small step closer, leaned in. That's what you think. That if you want to get your dick wet, that means you're like him. I shook my head, although I did. A little. A lot. He'd drop me off at the rink and find a willing mom and fuck her while I had practice. Caught him once coming out of a supply closet, zipping up his pants, followed by one of the snack bar attendants, then learned the signs. The messed up hair, a smudge of lipstick on his neck, the way Mrs. Troncher gave us a finger wave after the state Pee-wee championships in 6th grade. His jaw clenched so tightly the muscle ticked. He ran a hand over his hair. Fuck, I didn't know that. I'd been 12 when he fucked a teammate's mother. Mav had been 22 and already out of college. He hadn't lived at home in 4 years at that point. I had a lot of stories he didn't know about. So you associate hockey with him, being a man-whore asshole, and since you play, you're one too? I shook my head. Oh, Jesus, you sound like a therapist. He's everything I don't want to be. He's my role model for how not to live. I steer clear of flings not because I'm afraid I'll be a man-whore, but because I don't want meaningless. Nothing had held value to the man. Not his marriage vows, not his kids, not even his company. He used the money he made to fund his never-ending shallow fun. I do think I associate him with assholes and will defend women who have to deal with them. Like the woman at that Denver bar. You're nothing like him. Nothing. His voice is low but deadly. Neither am I. Even though Bridget's so fucking young and Dad liked them that way, it's not the same. He pointed to himself, then me. We're not the same. I only nodded, because the last thing either of us wanted to talk about anymore was that asshole. Lindy will be lucky to have you, brother. She's smart. She'll see the real you no matter what she reads. Scout barked in what I assumed was agreement. I glanced down at him. I offered him a smile at his encouragement, although I had no idea how he knew what we were talking about. Bridget and Lindy started to come our way. Mav leaned in. Wait, how could she stay here if you only have furniture in one bedroom? When I decided to relocate from Mav and Bridget's supersized fuck pad, Bradley had it furnished enough only for me to live in, meaning the second bedroom was completely empty because it hadn't been necessary. It still wasn't. I gave him a look that told him everything without saying a word. When it came to making Lindy mine, I'd take whatever advantage I could. I planned to get her on my bed sooner than later. I wouldn't say the tree falling on her house was a good thing, but it definitely moved things along. He slapped me on the shoulder and grinned. She doesn't know about this either? Not yet. She also didn't know I bought a ring in Denver. Mav only shook his head and went inside, Scout hot on his heels. The ladies caught up to us. I took the rear, carrying the pizza and salad. Lindy was staying with me. She just didn't know she'd be sharing my bed. Chapter 9. Dex. By the time Mav and Bridge left, it was after 8. Lindy had stood in the middle of the small living area, lost as to what to do. I knew her list, and most of it couldn't be accomplished before tomorrow. But I knew she had to work. She mentioned it more than once. So I'd snagged her laptop from her and set her up at the dining table, plugging the power cord into the wall by the medium-sized houseplant Bradley had included when he'd had the place furnished. A houseplant. Whatever. Lindy had settled into her work, typing with the speed of a 60 steno pool. I grabbed the book I'd been reading earlier and flopped down on the sectional. With my feet propped up on the coffee table, I read the same chapter about 40 times as I watched her work. I didn't know her job requirements or anything about the environment of an accounting firm, but she worked too many extra hours. Was it tax season? Were reports or special filings due? I had no clue since I had Yep, an accountant to take care of it for me. Still, it was Saturday night, like last weekend in Denver, and she had been at it for almost 2 hours. At this point, I wanted to take the laptop and run it over with my car, but I didn't think that would go over well. But working after 10 on a weekend was where I drew the line. I stuck the bookmark between the unread pages and stood. She looked up, blinked, then slammed the lid shut when I approached. For some reason, she looked panicked, almost guilty-looking, as if I would find porn on her screen. I didn't have an issue with her watching porn. I wanted to know what kind, watch it with her, and then reenact every one of those fantasies. Except if it involved a threesome. I wasn't sharing her with another man or woman. All done? I asked. Almost. Do you always work this much? I wondered, carrying the empty glass she'd had beside her to the sink. She licked her lips with a flick of her pink tongue, and I felt that in my dick. Usually. Is there a shortage of people at your office or something? Or something. She gave me a small shrug to go with it. I didn't know why she was being evasive about bookkeeping and taxes, but now wasn't the time to push. Time for bed, sugar. Enough for one night. She nodded. I'll take the bathroom first while you finish up. I pointed at her laptop. Be done when I get out. She gave me a look that screamed I should try and separate her from her laptop and see what happened. But there was no way in hell I was letting her keep on working like this. She deserved a break, some fun. I wanted to have a little talk with her boss. I doubted the person was working right now. I stripped in the bathroom, noticing all the lotions and bottles of stuff on the vanity, and smiled. I liked seeing her things mixed with mine. Our toothbrushes were side by side in the little holder. I picked up a bottle. A serum, the label read, Truth Serum? I took a quick shower, brushed my teeth, and settled into bed with the book I was only pretending to read. To wait for Lindy, because the only place she was sleeping tonight was beside me.
Chapter 10. Lindy. Since my blue bag was still in the bathroom, I changed into my nightie in there. The space was humid from Dex's earlier shower. I'd heard the water turn on and imagined him naked and soaping himself up. Imagine the spray washing away all those bubbles that ran over all of his hard muscles. I didn't get any more words down from then on, only fantasizing while waiting for him to finish up and go into his bedroom. Then I took my turn. Brushed my teeth, flossed, washed my face, moisturized, plucked stray eyebrow hairs, put on lip balm, smoothed on lotion to my heels and legs. I was finally ready to climb into bed and forgot all about the house problems, until tomorrow when they would be waiting for me. I started thinking of what I had to do as I left the bathroom. Get the food out of the fridge and bring it here first thing. Then hopefully connect with the tree service, answer all the messages I hadn't gotten back to from friends and neighbors who heard what happened. It wasn't as if it was big news, but it wasn't too often a tree fell on a house. Word spread in Hunter Valley. I had a feeling everyone in town would drive by to check it out like it was December, and it was the annual Holiday Lights Tour. I patted down the short hallway and opened the guest bedroom door, flipped the switch and stared. The room was empty. Not one piece of furniture. Only bare white walls and pine floors. Not even curtains on the windows. Turning around, I crossed the hall to the other bedroom. There's no furniture, I said, stepping into the room. Then my mind blanked out. Because there Dex was, lying on the bed propped up with only a few pillows behind his back, reading, in only a pair of very snug black boxer briefs. Holy shit. Those thighs bulging with muscle. Then there was his abs. A six-pack. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He had an 8-pack? An arm porn. The sinewy and corded muscles and bulging veins that made my ovaries pop out eggs spontaneously. He was literally the epitome of a romance book hero. Tall, dark, handsome, muscled, those big hands and even bigger squash. Oh, fuck. He murmured, which had me giving his body a break from ogling, and I worked my way up to his face. His eyes were heated, dark, intense, and they weren't meeting mine. No, they raked over my body and... Oh, fuck was right, because when I looked down at myself, I remembered what I was wearing. My tiny pale blue nightie that didn't hide how hard my nipples were, or most of my body. I always wore nighties to bed, short ones because the long ones tangled around my legs and woke me up. I crossed my arms over my chest, which only made him growl. Yeah, he growled. For some reason, he looked angry. No, he looked intensely aroused, and maybe hating himself for it. "There's only one bed," I commented, stating the obvious. With his gaze on my bare thighs, he patted the space beside him. "We're sharing." "What?" "One bed." "Why isn't the other room furnished?" Out of all the questions to ask, like, "Why didn't you tell me this before so I could have stayed in a hotel?" Or, "Where are your pajamas?" Or, "Can I feel all of those muscles?" That was what came out. "Because Bradley found this place. It was unfurnished, and since it was just me, he only had the bare essentials delivered." It must have been pretty nice having an assistant to do all kinds of things for you. I could only imagine having one. He'd take my list and have everything accomplished before lunch, or maybe before I had my coffee in the morning if he was as good as Bradley seemed. Like the snap of my fingers, done. I needed one of those. I'd add it to my list. "There's a plant in the living room," I prompted, because the man's priorities were skewed. Bradley's, although maybe Dex's too. "That's more essential than a guest bed." I didn't know the assistant, but he needed a talking to. "Seems that way." "I'll just take the couch." I thumbed over my shoulder. It was a leather sectional. It was big enough, but it would be slippery and chilly. "Not happening." "I'll go to a hotel." "Definitely not happening." "I'm not sharing that bed." I pointed at it as if I were a prudish maiden, or a nun, or prudish maiden nun. "Come to bed, sugar. To sleep." He added. It was an important clarification, for my brain and my vagina, because my vagina liked the come to bed sugar part and my brain snagged on to sleep like a fish on a hook. "You sure about that?" I pointed at him again, this time at the front of his boxer briefs and the thick, very thick outline of his dick pressed against the fabric. I couldn't believe that was real. If it didn't just pulse and... Did it just grow larger? Beneath the cotton, I'd have wondered. He must have inwardly laughed when I mocked the size of it in the produce section earlier, because boxer briefs left no one wondering. About anything dick-related. "You're wearing a little scrap of nightgown, and it's more of a tease than if you were naked. I'd have to turn in my man card if I didn't get hard seeing you like that." "What?" I wasn't pretending to be that prudish nun, but a guy hadn't seen me undressed in a long time, and a guy like Dex found me hot? "Fuck, woman, you're gorgeous. Now come to bed, no funny business." I gave him a look. I wanted funny business. All kinds of it. I owed it to myself and women the world over to have every kind of funny business that existed with Dex James, who was aroused because of me. Maybe it was the hit of power I felt at learning that, but I went around to the far side of the queen-sized bed. I tugged the quilted sheet back, then grabbed a pillow and shoved it in the center against Dex's hip. Then I climbed in, pulled the blankets over me. "What the hell is this?" he asked, propping himself up on an elbow and looking at me over the hump between the quilt. "A berm." "A berm." He stared at the pillow as if it was offending him. "We might be sharing a bed, but that's all we're sharing." Because I was looking for Mr. Right. "Mr. Right, where the hell were you? I only had so much willpower to find you when I had to share a queen-sized bed with Dex." "What about that kiss earlier?" he asked. "I'd like to do it again. And again." Yeah, that kiss. The berm was in place because of that smoldering kiss. Maybe a second pillow was needed for fortification. The kiss had melted my panties, and I knew what would happen if there was another. If I was wearing panties... Shit! I was in bed with Dex without panties. I won't say it was a mistake, but it shouldn't have happened. I told him, climbing beneath the covers. And myself, because I was barely controlling myself where an almost naked Dex was concerned. I had good reasons to avoid him, although staying here was making that really difficult. "Because," he prompted, "you're too young." He rolled his eyes. "Not that again." "And you're on vacation." I turned onto my side to face him. "You live in Denver, I won't be a vacation fuck." His jaw clenched.
You're not a vacation fuck.
Or a pity fuck because my house got destroyed.
Pity fuck? Are you serious right now?
Fine, a fling. I don't want to be a fling. You don't even have guest bedroom furniture. If that doesn't say temporary, I don't know what does. He studied me for a moment, then waited until I met his dark eyes.
I told you in the car, I don't want temporary with you.
I blinked, not understanding. What? I whispered, thinking earlier he was all talk, or something, or I'd been in shock from the whole tree thing, but now I was hearing and seeing him clearly.
I don't want temporary. I want to see where this goes.
This? Where it goes? It goes nowhere, or back to Denver. I'm 35 years old, Dex. I want to get married, have kids, the picket fence, a house without holes in it.
Good, because I want that too. With you.
I couldn't help but laugh because he was clearly insane. We barely know each other. He shrugged his shoulder.
So, Mav and Bridget barely know each other and they're in it for the long haul.
You don't live here. I said, enunciating each and every word clearly and concisely so he understood. It's pretty hard to make babies if you live in a different state.
It's also hard with this berm,
he grumbled, eyeing the offending hump. I'm dating local guys my age, I added.
How's that working for you?
I narrowed my eyes because that felt like a cheap shot, then rolled over to face away from him, tugged the blankets up to my chin and said, Good night, Dex. Barely breathing. I held myself still because I wasn't talking to him anymore. Yeah, local dating was shit. He knew how bad it was because I was lying in bed with him with a berm between us, not getting all hot and sweaty with a boyfriend or lover or husband. No, I got hot and heavy kissing him on the street. Inwardly, I screamed. Ugh! My life plans went to hell when my parents died. I'd been a mess and so had Bridget, and we'd made do as best we could. Days turned into months, and months turned into years. Bridget grew up, went off to college, was now living her life. I was living my life too, but not the one I dreamed of. I was exactly where I was when I was 23. Nothing ever went as planned, even when I had a master plan.
Chapter 11. Dex. I hadn't thought my idea through very well. I pictured Lindy in bed with me, but I didn't picture a pillow between us. A fucking berm. That was a surmountable problem. But I hadn't imagined Lindy coming to bed in a tiny baby blue nightgown that barely covered her. It wasn't lingerie because it had no lace or silk or cutouts or anything sexy. No. It had little spaghetti straps that showed off her slim shoulders, a rounded neckline cut low enough that it showed off the top swells of her perfect tits, and the rest of them because the cotton was thin enough I couldn't miss her nipples. Even those little dots that circled the hard tips were highlighted. And the length of the fucking thing, mid-thigh. And it had, for no fucking reason, a little slit on the right leg. Was she wearing panties beneath it because I sure as hell couldn't see any panty lines? No, I saw the fullness of her tits, the tapered waist, the flare of her hips. Her ass, her legs. Every fucking inch of her was either exposed or outlined. Except for her pussy, which I was sure was as perfect as the rest of her. When she pointed out that I was hard, yeah, well, no shit. I had to be dead not to be hard seeing her in those little pajamas or whatever the hell they were called. All I knew was now I was in bed with Lindy, who was sexier than ever. I was rock hard, sweating, and probably going to succumb from blue balls by midnight. I wanted to yank that pillow away, tug her to me, and settle the panty question once and for all. Instead, I had to lie here and listen to her even breathing, while I couldn't do a thing about my raging hard-on.
Chapter 12. Lindy. This bed was so cozy. I rubbed my face against my pillow. My oddly warm, slightly hairy, and very firm pillow. My eyes popped open the second I remembered where I was. In bed with Dex. Not with him. On him. I was sprawled across his bare chest like a human blanket, one of my legs nestled between his. My head was tucked into the crook of his shoulder. One of Dex's hands was on my thigh. The other was...
Don't move, sugar. You were doing just fine.
Your hand is on my butt. That hand gave my bare ass a gentle squeeze. Oh my God.
Sure is.
Why is it on my butt?
Woke up with it there. Why aren't you wearing panties?
I'm of the gotta let things air out camp. He growled.
Fuck, I didn't know there were options.
Panties or no panties to bed. I'm for no panties, I explained.
Me too. Fuck, me too.
I wasn't going to keep on this topic, especially since he wasn't moving. His hand, his body, or me. Why am I on top of you?
No idea.
His voice was rough from sleep.
You snuggled up to me in the middle of the night, then settled right on me.
Well, fuck. I always moved around in my sleep, but never climbed on top of someone.
Not that I'm complaining,
he added. How did I get over the berm? I practically snapped.
Don't know. It's not on the floor over here, so I think you moved it in the middle of the night.
I wouldn't have taken that pillow away because it was there for just this reason.
Maybe you want me in your sleep more than when you're awake,
he said as if that made complete sense.
You are on my side of the bed.
The jerk just had to point that out. Why do you sound so happy about a woman drawn to you when she's unconscious?
Because it means if you stop thinking so damned hard, maybe we'll both get what we want.
Let me up, I say with a morning breath growl.
Just a little longer.
If your dick gets a little longer, then we're going to have a different kind of problem, I said, hoping he'd pick up that my voice was full of sass and sarcasm.
Don't worry. We're not having sex. Not now, at least.
I stiffened and made a move to get off him, but he gave my butt a little swat. I gasped, then stilled. He spanked me. Sure, it wasn't a serious spank or anything, but no one, ever, had done that. I couldn't help but squirm just a little because it tingled. There and other places. He groaned.
You want me?
Right, I huffed.
Sugar, if you didn't, you'd have jumped off of me within a few seconds of waking up. I'd have let you up. Then or now, I'm not holding you here.
You spanked me.
I gave you a swat, and you liked it.
Shit.
I want you wet and willing, Sugar.
I was getting wetter by the second and my willpower was struggling. I felt how big he was, how muscly, how warm, how hard. He made other men seem scrawny, weak, small. That was because Dex James was huge and had pheromones pumping off him in waves.
You know what I've thought about since I woke up and discovered you don't wear panties to bed?
I stayed quiet because I had a feeling he was going to tell me. And I, and my hormones, were going to like it.
How soft and plush your pussy would feel against my fingertips.
Oh my God. He was a talking romance hero. The words and tone and feel and scent and everything about him went right to my vagina. If we stayed like this too much longer, my arousal would be coating his thigh. I had to clear my throat because it was bone dry all of a sudden. All moisture in my body relocated to my pussy. Is going to be a problem. I wasn't relaxed any longer, but tense and, well, never so aroused in my life, because Dex and his big dick energy felt good. Soft skin over hard muscles. He was big and even sprawled across him, I felt small. And while his hand was on my butt, I felt protected, like the world outside of this bed could wait. Which was a big problem, because he wasn't permanent. This wasn't going anywhere.
You call it a problem. I call it something else.
He followed that path with another roll of his hips. While he was pretty amazing, the weakest adjective to describe Dex ever, in the fling category, I didn't want one. God, all I had to do was sit up, tug down those boxer briefs, and take him for a ride. No. It would be a quickie, although maybe quickie wasn't the right word with Dex. I had a feeling he had a lot of endurance. When he was done with me, I'd probably be sore in a lot of delicious ways and walk funny for a few days, and I'd want more. I wasn't an idiot. One time wasn't going to be enough of Dex James. I was more aroused from his dirty talk and his hand on my ass than I had been with any man before him. If I did it again and again, I'd get attached. Then he'd leave. I'd be exactly where I was now, not literally, and with a broken heart, and ruined for all other men, including Mr. Wright. I have to get up, I said.
No, you don't. Dex. Lindy. I have a list, I know. He murmured. I'll help. I lifted my head, met his dark eyes. You will? His hair was sleep-tousled, and just waking up he looked younger, softer, although that sounded ridiculous when describing him. It's in my phone. Your list. We'll work our way through it. I frowned down at him. Don't you want to, go mountain biking or something? I'm not leaving you with the treehouse to go off and play. Dex. Sugar. He gave my butt another little swat, this one more of a reminder than sexy times fun. Either way, I liked it, and the way his eyes were studying me so closely, he knew. You're killing me here, Sugar. What am I doing? Besides now knowing you like your ass spanked, your nipples are hard little points against my chest. I pushed up, and that only gave him a view of my breasts down the front of my skimpy nightgown. He growled, gaze snagging on my chest. Dex, I said, shifting off him. Sugar. He sounded so sad, like a little boy who'd had his favorite toy taken from him. I was his toy and I wanted him to play. So bad, but it wasn't enough. He wasn't Mr. Right. His hands dropped from me and I pushed up, climbing from the bed. I wasn't sure if I was making a smart decision, or the dumbest one ever. Chapter 13. Dex. I need you back here, my agent Scott Smith said. He was as straight-laced as his name. I didn't tease him much about it because I paid him to represent me. He was the one who crafted the contract with my team, ensuring I stayed in Colorado near my family. It was his talent that got me sponsorship deals. Of course, the more money he made off me, the more he made. He wasn't complaining, although I was right now. Not happening this week. I was up and ready in 10 minutes to go, coffee mug in hand, to drive Lindy back to her house to meet with the insurance adjuster, but she moved into my bathroom and took 45 minutes to come out. I, though, only ran a hand through my tousled hair, threw on clean clothes, and brushed my teeth. Lindy had showered. I'd heard it come on, which had me fantasizing about her in there naked, then done other female magic so she looked perfect in a pair of tan shorts and a Hunter Valley ski resort t-shirt. We were on her front lawn, and she was talking with the adjuster, who kept staring at her tits. I was giving her room to handle the guy, but I was seconds away from poking his eyes out from a stick I ripped off the tree he was going to get removed from her house. It's outdoor now. I closed my eyes, pumped my fist. Fuck yes. I'd had my eyes on working with them for 2 years. They were in every mall selling outdoor gear from puffy coats to ice picks. The only ice I tackled was beneath my skates. They were also hardcore philanthropists. A large chunk of their profits went back into communities, getting kids outside, which matched my charity's focus. Hockey saved me, and if I could turn around and help some other kid to be saved in a similar way, I was all for it. Working with Outdoor Now would make that even more possible. But they want to meet with you on Tuesday. I watched as the adjuster took a step closer to Lindy. She retreated and then pointed to the house. The guy's eyes didn't follow. I was a second away from killing him. If the insurance guy was an asshole, then what would the contractors be like? I wasn't going to stand for anyone giving her shit. It was her fucking house that got destroyed. This wasn't a singles bar. She needed me here. Hang on. I told Scott, then stalked across the front yard to the adjuster, gripped my cell hard enough that I wouldn't be surprised if it cracked. Look, asshole. It's pretty hard to assess the damage to the house when you're ogling her tits. The guy clenched his jaw in anger and flushed a tomato red at being called out. Then awareness lit his eyes. You're... Shit, he knew who I was. The man who's going to punch your face in if you don't treat this woman with some respect. She's your client and her house is a fucking block of Swiss cheese. Now he turned even redder and took a step back. Lindy crossed her arms over her chest and frowned. I wasn't sure if it was because I stepped in or because the guy was a creep. Either way, it didn't matter. He was going to do his job or end up unemployed. Right, sorry. He stuttered, then glanced at Lindy for the briefest of seconds, then back at me as if I was much more interesting than Lindy's tits. Think you can handle that? I pushed. Right, yes, definitely. He looked down at the grass at his feet. I glanced at Lindy, who offered me, finally, a small smile. I've got a tree trimming service and a contractor coming later this week, so you'll need to move your belongings either to the front side of the house away from the damage, or get one of those pods to store everything. The man's voice was all professional, and his gaze was on the house, not on Lindy. I had a feeling he wasn't going to look at her again. The insurance should cover movers tackling this effort, I said. Not 2 women who weigh 200 pounds combined. No way should Lindy or Bridget have to lift a finger. Lindy turned to me with that one and whispered, I don't want some random movers tackling my underwear drawer. Fair point. They can tackle the big things then. She nodded in agreement. Your neighbor's insurance needs to pay for all this. It's his tree. Oh, I hated this guy. When I was about to let into him again, Lindy held up her hand. I agree with you completely, but from the moment the damage was made, you are responsible for immediate assistance. It's your job to tackle being reimbursed by not only workmen but other insurance companies. Isn't that correct? Lindy looked down her nose at the guy in the same way she did me in Denver, as if she were too good for everyone else. Now I saw it as a protective measure, a way to be seen and heard. Yes, ma'am. The guy refused to meet her gaze. Then stop being passive-aggressive about what you have to do. Just get it done. He gave me a glance to see if I was going to shut the little woman up. Hell the fuck no. I kissed her temple and stepped away. She was good. Amazing. And I might just let her boss me around when we climbed in bed tonight. I forgot about Scott. Still there? I asked, putting the phone to my ear. Yep, what the hell's going on up there? He asked. I thought Montana was all big sky and cows. Haven't seen a cow, but you're right about the sky. I glanced up and appreciated how blue it was, how perfect the weather was, which was good since Lindy's roof had a few holes in it. So Tuesday, not happening. I told him, even though the sponsorship opportunity was what I was waiting for. I belonged here, with Lindy. This about the woman with the tits? He asked. I growled. Don't fire me, he said, verbally backpedaling. All women have tits. I'm marrying those tits, I told him. He was quiet for a moment. Whoa, wow, okay, you've been there. What, about a week? Want to tell me her name? Lindy. Lindy, congratulations. Don't send place settings of China just yet. He returned to business. So I'll tell Outdoor Now no to Tuesday. You have that exhibition game in Finland Sunday. I'll route your flights through Chicago on Friday and you can meet them then. But you might miss a warm-up practice or two. Combine 2 trips into one. I hadn't forgotten about the exhibition game, but I'd put it to the back of my mind since I met Lindy. The best players in the league were handpicked to play a game there. The best of the best faced off, in Helsinki. I'd known about it for 6 months, and it was in my contract that I attended this one and any others I was chosen for, plus charity events any time of the year. Sounds good, thanks. I appreciated his adjustment for me, and I was fine with missing a practice if it meant staying here a little longer. I'll email you all the details. He ended the call and I sighed. Finland, next weekend. I glanced over at Lindy. The adjuster was cutting across the lawn toward the neighbor's house, my guess to get his insurance company's name to ensure they were working to cover the claim, which should be the whole thing. Lindy was standing at her open mailbox flipping through some letters. It was Sunday, but she must not have collected it the day before. I took in every inch of her. I knew what her curves felt like, what her mouth tasted like, what that toned ass felt like bare. I wanted her more than ever. Not just her body, but her. To stand beside her and help her deal with her problems, which today were many, and leering men. She'd handled herself fine, but why should she have to deal with sketchy dudes like that one when she was somewhat at his mercy? He could be a dick and deny her claim or lowball her reimbursement or anything. Shit. I didn't want to leave her next week, and this was for one game, 5 days away. What was it going to be like when I had to return to Denver for training? For the entire season? It was going to fucking suck.
Chapter 14. Lindy. I was emptying my fridge into reusable grocery bags when Bridget came through the front door. It was wide open since it was futile to try to keep any bugs out. The open exterior wall behind me would do that easily enough. "Lind, back here," I called after pulling my head out of the crisper drawer, a bunch of cilantro in my hand I didn't remember buying. Dex was at his house stowing the frozen items safely in his freezer right now. As she came to the doorway, a chainsaw revved to life. My eyes widened in fear of what our neighbor might be up to. Bridge held up her hand as Scout ran up to me, tongue hanging out and tail wagging. Since I was squatting, I was right at his short height, and gave him a good pet as he sniffed the cilantro. "It's not Mr. Van Meyer. The tree service is here," Bridget explained. I frowned, thought of what time it was. It couldn't be much past 9. The adjuster said later in the week. I guess Dex scared him into action. Scout licked my hand when I stopped giving him attention. "Mav called them," she replied. Now my eyes widened even more. Mav? Scout nudged me with his nose, and I gave him a little more attention, then stood. I cut past her, cilantro in hand, and went out onto the front lawn, Scout on my heels. Parked at the curb were 2 big tree trimming trucks, one towing a chipper. The guy with the dark green t-shirt, jeans, and work boots cut off the chainsaw's motor. He had on a yellow safety hat with an eye-protecting visor on the front that was tipped up in the air. He had on what looked like chaps over his jeans, but I assumed they were some kind of safety gear so he didn't chop a leg off. Beside him were 3 other guys pulling out rope and whatever they needed to get to work on removing the tree. Mav was coming up the walk holding a compostable tray with 4 coffees. Between the script on the cups and the pink t-shirt he wore with steaming hotties across his massive chest, I knew where they'd just been. Scout ran over and settled beside him, knowing who his person was. If Mav put on a flannel and grabbed the chainsaw from the tree guy, he could pose for a lumberjack calendar. Maybe he'd grow a beard this winter, and then the look would be complete. The fact that he had a little mutt as a sidekick was endearing and amusing. "We were over here early this morning," he said, glancing about at the mess, then meeting my eyes with his dark ones. "Bridget was up for her run." I looked him over in his jeans and ridiculous pink t-shirt, one which he seemed confident in wearing. I didn't see him as a runner, although I'd been mistaken about the man more than once. But he knew her routine and wasn't fazed by her early hours. But being a CEO of a huge corporation, I didn't expect him to sleep in. "We decided to get this project moving along," he continued, grabbing a coffee and handing it to me. "I guess Bridget went to school with this guy?" He angled his head toward the man with the chainsaw, and I gave him a second look. Wow, yeah. I didn't recognize him with the facial hair. I hadn't seen many of her friends since they graduated, 4 years ago. His father isn't much older than me. Had him, Daniel, right out of high school. If Daniel was 22, then Case was around 40. I do their business taxes. Mav ran his free hand over the back of his neck, and I could tell he was feeling old. Bridget was friends with the guy whose dad was about the same age as him. "Bridget suggested the company, and I gave them a call. They, along with probably everyone else in town, heard all about it," Mav said. "Decided to put your project to the top of their list." I wasn't sure how that had been accomplished. If the Pearson Tree Service didn't have many customers, which seemed unlikely in July, or if they felt ridiculously sorry for us and considered our project an emergency, like triaging patients in a major pileup. The Becketts were the worst of the worst when it came to tree problems and got taken care of first. I hadn't heard of any other tree destroying a house, so that was probably accurate. "You're not mad, are you?" Bridget asked, setting one of the filled reusable grocery bags at her feet. She must have finished refilling it. "Daniel's dad, the man who ran Pearson's tree service, said all we have to do is give him the insurance guy's info and he'll send him the bill directly." God, that made it simple and one less conversation with the sleazy adjuster. "Mad? That you did this?" I asked. "Of course not. One thing off my list, thank you." Dex pulled up and parked across the street. When he climbed out, I couldn't help but stare. "I know how you like your lists and all, doing things a certain way." Mav's words startled me from checking out the way Dex's leg muscles flexed as he walked, or the way his hair glinted in the morning sun, or... Shit. I was looking at him like he was James Bond coming out of the sea in sexy little swim trunks. He was in nylon gym shorts instead, but those things should be illegal. They were the summertime version of winter's gray sweatpants, where while everything was covered, nothing was hidden because bulging. I licked my lips, worried I had drooled. Who knew a hint of a bulging dick would be mesmerizing? Earth to Lind. Dex winked. Sorry, what? Lists. Right. My face was flaming with embarrassment. Perishable food first. We then need to move things out of the rooms with the tree in it so they can chop it all up without anything else breaking. The adjuster said we can either move it to the undamaged part of the house or we have to get a pod. The tree guys will start with the part in Mr. Van Meyer's backyard. We'll do the rest of the food from the fridge, and you can start on your bedroom. Bridget offered, pushing her glasses up her nose. I think it took the worst of it, besides the kitchen. When Mav and I get back, we can start in there on emptying the cabinets. She glanced from me to Dex. Didn't you have that date tonight? I closed my eyes and took a breath, let the soft morning air try to calm me along with a few deep yoga breaths. A date. Fuck. Yes, I wanted to meet Mr. Right, but God. On top of everything else, I had to go meet a stranger and hope for the best. Then there was Dex, whose hand had been on my bare ass this morning and now knew the idea of me being bent over his knee was a turn-on. I flicked my gaze toward him. He said nothing, but I couldn't miss the clenched jaw or the way his broad shoulders tensed. Yep, Alan, a dentist who lives by the ski resort. I tried to sound upbeat because the guy had a job, one that wasn't ever going to run out of clients. He was solid, sturdy. Then there was Dex, who was only physically solid and sturdy. He was temporary, a roamer. Neither man said anything. Mav traded Dex the coffees for the empty reusable shopping bags and headed for the kitchen, Scout sticking close. Bridget twisted her lips into something like a fucked-up smile and followed. I'll help you with your room. Dex offered, then stomped inside. I followed, not sure if he was mad or not. How could he be? I made it more than clear where I stood with him. Glancing over his shoulder, he said, I call dibs on your panty drawer. He dashed up the stairs, and I sprinted after him, because knowing Dex, he was serious.
Chapter 15. Dex.
How's the whole get Lindy to marry me thing going?
Mallory asked, coming in through the wide-open front door. She was one of many who'd been in and out. I set down the chair I carried in the corner of the living room. I flipped the coffee table onto the couch to make room for the relocated furniture, which already included the kitchen table and the other 3 chairs that went with it. This was the last one, and then the kitchen would be done. After a debate, everything in the cabinet stayed in place, but things on the counters were moved out and anything breakable was wrapped in towels and sheets from the linen closet and stored in laundry baskets. I had no idea how 2 women could have so many linens, but they fucking did. Mallory plopped down on the arm of the couch and waited for me to respond. Glancing at the ceiling as if I could see Lindy through it, I put my finger to my lips to shush her. Jesus, she's upstairs and could hear you, I whispered. The last thing I wanted to do was have Lindy learn how obsessed I was from Mallory's loud mouth. I told her I wanted her. I put it out there more than once, followed it up with a kiss. I made myself clear, although I didn't mention marriage. Mallory rolled her eyes. Please, you should thank me for moving things along. Her dark eyes raked over me as if inspecting a Christmas tree in a lot. From the looks of it, you haven't gotten very far. Definitely didn't get lucky. I wanted to put my hand over her mouth to shut her up, but instead gently took hold of her wrist and tugged her outside. Since Lindy had worked the night we were in Denver, Mallory and I had gone out to dinner and for drinks. I considered her a friend, especially since she was the one who helped pick out the wedding ring that was ready and waiting for Lindy. She was on Team Dex, but perhaps a little too enthusiastically. Hey, don't worry, she can't hear you, she said. She's in her room boxing up all her sex toys. That stopped me in my tracks and I tugged her around to face me. Say what? My dick was instantly hard discovering Lindy had sex toys and enough to fill a box. Sex toys, you know, the things that look like huge purple magical dicks. She glanced down at my crotch and I immediately shifted to hide my own. I'm sure yours is huge, but I doubt it's purple or vibrates. Purple, no, but I'd been sporting some blue balls for over a week and a half. She won't need those toys any longer, I practically growled. You just got here. How the hell do you know what she's up to?
She shrugged. Every woman's got a drawer of toys. Knowing Lindy, she's not going to leave them anywhere a bunch of tree guys or contractors can find. Besides, she might want them if you're not going to satisfy her.
I'm definitely going to satisfy her, I confirmed, just not yet. She won't need toys with me. She held up a hand.
Okay, caveman, I might be a first-grade teacher, but I know future tense when I hear it. I'm guessing then that you've never had a little three-way fun with a woman and her toys before.
Do you really want to talk about my sex life?
Yes, she replied immediately. I definitely want to know about a gorgeous professional hockey player's sex life.
Jesus. She was just like every other woman in America, the world, who read those trashy magazines. Fine. My sex life? It's me and my hand until Lindy decides otherwise. She frowned and I could have sworn I saw a tear in her eye.
That's so sad.
She didn't have to tell me that.
Okay, so how can I help? She asked.
Mallory was pretty, in an overly perky, extroverted way. I wouldn't consider her subtle. She had long dark hair pulled up in a ponytail, cut-off jean shorts, and a steaming hotties t-shirt like Mav's, only hers was pale blue. After the fiasco where Bridget accidentally sent Mav her answers to a sex quiz, Mallory made up for a girls' night. I knew to be cautious with her. She took things far. Maybe too far. And when it came to sex, not interested, but thanks for the offer.
I'm not offering to help you get off. She rolled her eyes. I mean with Lindy.
Mav also wanted to help with Lindy, but in a more hands-off sort of way. Guys didn't actually help each other when it came to being a wingman. We more or less sat around and watched it all play out. To be there with a bottle of tequila if shit went south. She's in my bed, which is a start.
Mallory's eyes widened and she clapped her hands with an odd sort of glee. I knew you were a stud.
There's only one bed in the house, I clarified. She made it clear where we stand, or lay. There's a pillow berm down the middle. Her glee disappeared as if I told her there was no such thing as the Easter Bunny.
Oh.
She says I'm too young.
I can't help with that.
She doesn't know what I do for a living. I say, pushing on.
That's easy, tell her.
I shook my head. I like her seeing me as just a guy, nothing more. Besides, if I do tell her, she'll look me up online and see all the bad press from the bar fight that went viral. She knew all about it.
She's no dummy. She'll see how you protected that woman.
I shrugged. I don't want to risk it.
If she sees you the way the tabloids picture you, then she's not the Lindy I know.
With her hands tucked on her hips, Mallory looked a little fierce, as if she wanted to storm over to Lindy and set her straight for something she didn't even know about. That's not all. She stared up at me all blinky-eyed and waited. She has a date tonight, with another guy. I kissed her on the street and she's in my bed, and yet she's...
You kissed?
She practically screeched. Once. It was fuck. Yeah, but even with that and us living together and sharing a bed, she's going out with someone else. A dentist. It was my turn to frown. Mallory perked back up and waved her hand through the air.
Forget about him.
The woman I'm going to marry is going out with another man.
He's a dentist? No offense to dentists, but they're too stable for her. If there's a picture of stable and consistent in the dictionary, Lindy's photo would be next to it. There are never couples photos in the dictionary because that relationship would be boring as hell.
I couldn't argue with that.
She doesn't want a stable guy no matter how much she thinks so. She needs someone who's exciting, who'll take her out for fun, go crazy. Hell, get her to move away from home for the first time in her life, meaning you.
That's all fine and good, but she's still going out with the guy.
Let her.
My mind was boggled. Let her. She nodded, her ponytail swinging.
Let her go. Let her learn for herself the guy is a dud. If I tell her, or Bridget, or you, she'll push back and probably sleep with the loser just to prove a point.
I practically growled at the idea of Lindy fucking some other man.
So let her, she forged on. Tell her she's pretty and send her on her way to the date. She's coming home to you in your pillow berm. Trust me. A Hunter Valley dentist versus you? There's no competition.
I scratched the back of my neck and glanced down at the grass. What if you're wrong?
Then you can kidnap Lindy and her sex toys and show her who's boss.
My dick and I both liked that idea. I looked to Mallory and asked with words full of hope. Can't I just do that and skip the rest? She pursed her lips and thought for a moment.
Make that plan B.
Plan B. Fuck it, I liked Plan B a hell of a lot better than Plan A. But I wanted Lindy to want me, to beg me to fuck her, to tell me about why she never moved out of the house she grew up in, or why she let her boss give her ridiculous amounts of work, or why she was so hell-bent on finding a man when I was right in front of her. I didn't want her orgasms because I kidnapped her and her battery-operated boyfriends. I wanted her heart, freely given and nothing else. Fine. I grumbled like a grouchy teenager. A date with the dentist it is.
Fuck. Chapter 16. Lindy.
Before we even got out the drill, we got the dental dam in to expose only the back molar and...
Alan Isaacson was handsome, well-dressed, attentive, but boring as hell. He started on about his top 3 craziest patients right after we placed our order and hadn't stopped. His long-windedness was partially my fault, me learning more than I ever wanted about halitosis and gum grafts, because I hadn't shared much myself. He was holding up first date small talk on his own, because I'd been distracted ever since I left the house. Dex's house. After we finished moving things around at the house, mine and Bridget's, the 4 of us sat on the front yard and watched the tree trimmers invade the only home I'd ever known with revving chainsaws. They'd gone after the branches inside, slicing them into manageable chunks and tossing them out the jagged openings the tree had made. Piece by piece, they dismantled the entire thing into nothing but a big pile. Scout had grabbed a stick from it and kept it in his mouth. Dex and I didn't linger when they powered up the wood chipper, but Bridget and Mav did. I should have been the one to stay and ensure everything was done right, but they promised they'd see it done. Mav had his arm around Bridget's waist, and the one thing I'd learned about the guy, and appreciated, was that he took care of what was his. Bridget was his. Maybe I left because I felt the same reoccurring bout of envy whenever I saw the 2 of them together. Mav took care of Bridget, shouldered her problems. A tree fell on her house, he'd move mountains, or a dead cottonwood to make her happy. I wanted that, for someone to take care of things with me, for me. Ever since our parents were killed, I'd been the one taking care of everything, putting my life plans on hold, raising Bridget. Today, for once, I walked away. Why? Because I had this date with Alan the dentist, hoping he might be Mr. Right. Clearly he wasn't. That didn't bother me that much. I was used to man after man not being the guy for me. What irked me was Dex, the frustrating man. Gah! He didn't say one word about the date, only settled on the couch with that book of his and started reading. He'd even let me take over his bathroom for an hour to get ready. Then when it was time to leave to meet Alan at the restaurant, he told me I looked pretty, waved me off with his quick grin and a light and breezy, "Have fun." Have fun? It made no sense. I was staying in his house, in his bed. I woke up on top of him. His hand had been on my bare butt, and his response was have fun? I was filling the needle with a Novocaine, and he took one look at it and bolted from the chair as if he'd been shocked by a cattle prod. Alan laughed at the memory and pushed on, straightening his silverware on the white cloth as he did so. Ran from the building as if it was on fire, dental dam still in his mouth. I offered him a smile and swallowed a big sip of white wine. I took a deep breath and pushed thoughts of Dex in his athletic shorts and snug t-shirt to the side. Or up. I imagined pushing that t-shirt up, seeing his steely abs, feeling the ridges of his hard muscles with my palms, licking each one. Shit, I had more wine. So, Alan, tell me what you like to do when you aren't working. Hopefully he'd talk about something else besides oral hygiene, because it was far from interesting. Or sexy. I'm in a pickleball league on Tuesdays, he replied. The community center has courts and everything. Next week is the championships for the summer season. Sundays I meal prep for the week. He patted his flat stomach beneath the blue button-up he wore. He probably had toned abs, but I didn't have any interest in licking them. I eat keto, but I'm also gluten-free. Do you have celiac disease? I wondered. It was a horrible thing to have and made contact with any kind of wheat product life-threatening. He shook his head. No, it gives my meals boundaries when I don't include wheat products. Oh. I finished my wine, wondering what food boundaries were.
I have a cabin on the far side of Hunter Mountain and go there for a week every Memorial Day and Labor Day. 4th of July is spent at the lake.
And Christmas? I asked.
10 o'clock present opening at my parents' house in Missoula.
I wasn't sure if he was serious about the precise timing, but I didn't push for the answer because the waitress arrived with our entrees. His plate was Spartan with a piece of grilled chicken, steamed vegetables, and a small side salad. He'd had to special request the lettuce mix, no dressing, instead of whipped potatoes. Oh, and no marsala sauce either. In front of me, I had the chicken piccata, loaded with lemony butter goodness, and a side of pasta, a big, huge wheat-filled plate of it. My food boundaries were the size of the plate. "What about you?" he asked, picking up his silverware. I glanced up at him from how I was twirling pasta on my fork. "What about me?"
"You're an accountant. Very structured."
Meaning boring. He probably found my job as dull as I found his. I dealt with calculators in the IRS. He dealt in spit.
"What do you do for fun?" he asked.
I raised my fork, and before I shoved the saucy noodles into my mouth, I said, "I eat gluten." Petty? Maybe. But looking at Alan, with his crisp clothes, perfectly combed hair, and exacting dinner, I felt like I was staring at myself, a male version of Lindy Beckett. As I chewed on the tangy bite, I realized Alan was me. He had a boring job that never changed. Mouth after mouth of teeth, day in and day out until retirement. If the only excitement from his work was scaring a patient out the door, then it had to be monotonous. Specifically and consistently, planned vacations to do the same place year after year, traditions down to an exact time. Me. While I didn't cook all my meals on Sunday, Saturday was my shopping day. Sunday I did laundry and ensured my clothes were ready for the week. I cut the grass on Monday nights because it was cooler and I liked being outdoors after a day at the office. Yoga was Tuesday and Thursday mornings. I kept lists, even pulled Dex into making one. Who was I to judge Alan when I was the female version of him? Except he met every single requirement on my man list that I'd taped on the bottom side of the toaster. Employed, well-mannered, well-kept, solid family. It was eye-opening and depressing. Was this how everyone saw me? Bland and boring as a keto gluten-free meal? Was this how Dex saw me? Was he humoring me by keeping track of all my to-dos? Was my man list bad? Suddenly the pasta in my mouth tasted like dust. No wonder Dex had been happy to wave me off on my date. He wasn't interested. Sure, he'd kissed me, but, well, that made no sense. And the waking up on top of him thing? He hadn't initiated it. I'd gotten past the berm and ended up on top of him on his side of the bed. I'd practically molested him. "Those capers will get stuck in your teeth." Alan pointed to the little green bits of tangy yumminess on my plate. "Be sure to floss later, and use a different spot on the thread with each tooth so you don't spread bacteria." I swallowed, wiped my lips, then stood. "Alan, I have to go. I had to get away from him, from this, from me, from being so consistent in my life that it was comforting. I wondered how Alan had sex, with his socks on, scheduled. Did he count in and out strokes and ensure he was consistent each time? 3 minutes of foreplay, 37 missionary-style thrusts and a mediocre orgasm? No sweaty rolling around, no wet spot. God, did he use a dental dam for oral? I wasn't being all that nice to Alan because he was a perfectly nice guy. I didn't want nice. I didn't want to be a dull, boring accountant any longer. I wanted to be a romance writer, and I was just floundering. I wanted fun and excitement and to be kissed because a guy couldn't resist. I wanted more than what I was living now. He stared up at me, a piece of steamed zucchini jabbed onto his fork. "What?" "I'm sorry, this isn't going to work. Good luck with your pickleball. I'm sure your team will destroy the others next week."
Chapter 17. Dex. "What the fuck is going on up there?" Theo asked. "Something about a tree in a house?" I lay sideways on the couch, a decorative throw pillow propped behind my head. While I was holding the paperback, I hadn't read more than 3 pages since Lindy and I got back from her house. That had been 2 hours ago. In fact, I hadn't read any of it since running into Lindy the day before. When Theo called, I was thrilled for the interruption into my insanity. I was remaining on the couch solely because of Mallory's advice, to let Lindy go on the date and discover I was what she wanted. I wasn't sure how that was going to work, but Mallory was a woman and knew Lindy. Two things I wasn't: female and knowledgeable about my girl. Yeah, Lindy's house got taken out with a tree by a crazy neighbor and a chainsaw. She's staying with me until it's fixed. I stuck my arm out and dropped the neglected paperback on the coffee table. Jesus. Mav left a text and said everyone was okay, but something like that usually involves me patching up a few patients. He was a trauma surgeon, so he wasn't joking. Not that he did much of that joke. Ever. Out of the four of us, he was the most serious. That said a lot since Mav wasn't all rainbows and unicorns. Until he met Bridget, he was a workaholic. Silas worked beside him and wasn't far behind, but at least he had some work-life boundaries. But in less than 2 weeks, Mav's whole perspective changed. He had a different focus now. Bridget and her problems. He told me his focus, probably besides satisfying her with as many orgasms as possible, was to nail the MIT professor who had screwed her over. Now it was also to get their house back together. Both redirected his time away from James Corp. I had to wonder if Mav would ever go back to his corner office in Denver. He'd probably stay in Hunter Valley and run the James Inn that was under construction if I had my guess, or retire and have lots of lumberjack-sized babies with nerdy glasses. No one was home, I told him. The thought of Lindy being inside when that tree came down made me feel slightly panicky, that she chose to go to the grocery store then. The house is in rough shape, but fixable. Good. What's this I hear about you and Bridget's sister? You don't want to know about how they dismantled an entire tree from their house and shoved it all on a wood chipper? I think Mav took photos for the insurance company. You won't believe how dangerous those fuckers are, he murmured. I could imagine him rubbing his brow and envisioning all the missing limbs. Do you analyze everything you see and hear based on some kind of life threat scale? I wondered, getting up and heading into the kitchen for a drink. I mean, how do you even get in a car or get near the shallow end of a pool? What about a hairdryer in the bathroom? Do you freak every time you see me in a pair of skates because those things are fucking sharp? Fuck off, Dex. For some reason, his voice was more growl than grumpy. I grabbed a glass from the cabinet and filled it with water from the faucet. Whoa, dude, you need to get laid. Maud too busy looking at other men's bunions to be hot for yours? His girlfriend was a podiatrist who worked at the same hospital. I had met her once at a charity event he'd brought her to, but she hadn't wowed me. That was being generous. She was beautiful in a frosty, stick-up-the-ass kind of way. I had no idea what Theo saw in her besides a banging body and perhaps the ability for quickies in the doctor's break room. Something like that. Huh? I asked, then took a big gulp. I found her foot-fucking one of the colorectal residents. I almost spit the water out across the counter. Foot-fucking? I don't even know what that means. She had her feet on his dick, like a hand job but with her feet. I couldn't help the laugh that escaped and wiped my mouth with the back of my hand. That's a thing? I wondered. I knew everyone had their kink and fantasies, and I had plenty of them, especially with Lindy in mind. Not that, though. Hell no. I didn't want Lindy's feet on my dick. Her hands, sure. Her mouth, definitely. Her pussy? Abso-fucking-lutely. If she was as naughty as I thought, maybe even her ass. For her it is, he finally replied. I figured the guy'd be more into anal. That had Theo finally lighting up. I may have even heard a chuckle. You're right. Fuck. While he sounded more pissed off than sad about the situation, I was fucking thrilled. Bye-bye Maud and her foot obsession. I had a feeling Silas and Mav wouldn't be sad to see her go either. Look, take some time off, I advised. Get away from the footsie action at work. Come back to Hunter Valley. I glanced out the window over the sink that overlooked the backyard. Since this was the older section of town, the houses were close together, but the landscaping was old and well established. A large shrub blocked out the back fence with its thick greenery and a shocking display of bright pink flowers. I cut him off before he gave me any of his usual excuses about saving lives. Don't tell me you can't. I poured the rest of the water into the sink and opened the dishwasher to put the glass in the top rack. I might be a bachelor, but I wasn't a slob. You're the attending or lead fellow trauma surgeon or whatever the hell your title is. But you must have like 3 months or something. A punch card like at a smoothie shop. 10 lives saved, get a day off. You're an idiot, he said, although without any heat behind it. I'll think about it. Usually he said no and that was it. Any other answer, especially I'll think about it, meant he'd already been considering the possibility himself. Now let's circle back to you and Bridget's sister. Her name's Lindy. A lipstick of hers was on the counter and I picked it up and twisted it up so I could see the color. Imagined it smeared on her face and around my dick. I'm going to marry her. There was a pause and I wondered if he got disconnected. Say that again? I'm going to marry her. I put the top back on and set it down. She know that? Working on it. I wasn't going to tell him that I went and bought a ring for her in Denver. Mallory and I had gone after I split from him and Silas after Mav's fake wedding. Saying I was marrying a woman I just met was one thing. Getting a ring, he might send a psych resident or something up to evaluate me. Although not very well since she's out on a date with some dentist right now. I grumbled. Let me get this straight. Lindy, the woman you want to marry, is staying in your house since hers got destroyed by a fallen tree and is out on a date with another man. Yes. You let her go out with a dentist? Did they take your fucking man card away? It felt like it. I ran a hand over my face. Mallory said I should. Mallory, Bridget's friend. They'd met when we, me, Silas, and Theo, flew up to Hunter Valley to check on Mav because he was being weird about a woman. Go figure. Yes. Explain. So I did. I told him about Lindy and her need for consistency, for solving her own problems. That if I pushed her not to go on the date, she'd dig in those sexy-as-fuck heels and I'd never get her. I guess that makes sense. The little teacher is pretty smart. It sucks, I admitted. I want to go to that restaurant, toss her over my shoulder, and drag her the hell out of there, growling mine as I go. Ah, there's your man card. Be sure to whip out your dick to ensure yours is bigger than the dentist's, then pee on her. And do it without drawing anyone's attention and going viral on social media. The fucker. Just wait. You find a woman who's not into cheating and foot fetishes, and you'll turn into fucking cavemen like me and Mav. He mumbled about something in the water at Hunter Valley, then said, You're right. This I have to see. I'll be there soon. He hung up, and not 30 seconds later, Lindy stormed in the front door.
Chapter 18. Lindy.
You okay?
Dex asked as I set my purse down on the small dining table. My keys landed beside it with a clatter. I sighed, feeling confused, frustrated, and annoyed, and, well, horny. Great, I muttered. Another date, another dud.
That doesn't sound like you're great, he replied.
He took a step back as if he was scared of me. Or scared he may have said the wrong thing, and I might attack like a viral plague. Do you eat wheat? I asked. He frowned.
You mean like from the stalk?
The stalk? No, like pasta, bread, gluten.
Yes.
He answered that slowly, indicating he was still wary. What about flossing? Do you floss?
Sugar, what's this all about?
Do you? He shrugged.
Sometimes.
Yesterday on the street, why did you kiss me? I asked, moving on to what I wanted to know. His broad shoulders rolled back, and it seemed as if he grew an inch or two before my eyes. It was as if the first two questions baffled him, but this one he was confident in answering.
Because I wanted to ever since I met you last week.
Why? I pushed. I had the entire drive back from the restaurant for my thoughts to stew.
Why?
He repeated. I nodded. Reaching down, I undid the clasp on the strap of my heeled sandal, kicking it off, then removed the other. Dex didn't say anything as I did so, just watched.
Because I wanted to know how soft your lips are, how you taste. Because I couldn't help myself.
Butterflies swirled in my stomach at his answer because it was a good one, but it made me doubt. Look at you. I waved my hand in his direction, and he glanced down at himself. Big, hard body, gorgeous face, hair, sturdy thighs. I didn't know what he did for exercise, but it was working.
Okay.
You can't be that hard up that you settle for me. I set my hand on my chest. His eyes narrowed and a stillness fell over him. Then he moved with a swiftness that caught me by surprise. I was spun about and bent over the table before I could blink. One big hand pressed into my upper back, holding me down, while the other flipped the hem of my sundress over my waist. His hand came down on my ass with a loud crack. It took a second, and the sting followed. Dex! My fingers scrabbled for purchase on the wood, but he wasn't letting me up.
I'm starting to learn all kinds of things about you, like how you don't wear panties to bed, but I didn't realize until now that you love to get your ass spanked.
I don't.
You do.
He said, his voice low and calm. His palm against my back was warm, unyielding but oddly reassuring.
Because you wouldn't be talking shit about yourself like that otherwise.
He was spanking me because I put myself down? His palm came down again, this time to the other side. Since I was wearing a thong, there wasn't even lace or satin to soften the sting. He yanked me back up with a pull of my elbow, and I looked up into Dex's dark gaze. My dress fell back over my thighs, but my butt was stinging and hot. I was breathing hard, and I was so very confused. Not sure if I was aroused or mad at him for manhandling me. I'd never ever been touched like that. Okay, I was aroused, really aroused. I was wet, and there was no doubt he probably saw a little wet spot on my panties, but he wasn't doing anything about it. Or the hard-on I couldn't miss that was practically tenting his shorts. You're being an overbearing Neanderthal, I countered. He shrugged, the stupid calm asshole.
I'm taking care of what's mine.
He studied me, his dark eyes raking over my flushed cheeks and wild hair, my green dress, my bare feet. Yours! Lifting his hand, he ran a knuckle down my cheek.
I now see why you were so angry in Denver.
I set my hands on my hips. Oh, tell me.
Things were out of control. There's a new normal with Bridget, one that doesn't include you.
I hated that his words hit right on target, perhaps picking up on it even better than me. New, Bridget was away at school for almost 4 years. I countered.
That's different.
His knuckles slid over my shoulder and down my bare arm as if trying to calm me.
You always knew she was going to college, had it in your head and were prepared for it. But Mav, her falling for a guy, let alone one like Mav, is a big change. Came out of nowhere.
He's 37. I stepped back and began to pace. Pretty much my age. She's 22. It's not fair she found a guy and I was mortified that I admitted that aloud. I spun around, turned away from Dex.
I get that your life is busy, that you have to work ridiculous hours. I get that the tree really fucked up the only place you've ever lived, that Bridget is doing a happily ever after with my brother, but that doesn't mean you're not perfect, sugar.
Perfect? I don't want to be perfect. I admitted, thinking of Alan and his neat and tidy life, about how I was just like him. It's really boring.
Fine, not perfect. But I see why you make lists and crave structure. I'll help give that to you.
You will? I turned back around, stunned. By spanking me.
He nodded once. Absolutely. Now you know I won't stand for that shit. My dad used to put down my mom and me. We could never be good enough no matter what we did. Then I started to believe his words and I thought shit about myself. I snapped out of it once I was old enough to see the man for what he was. An asshole and a bully. You're my woman and no one disrespects you. Even you.
My mouth fell open. I didn't like the idea of him having a dick for a father or being treated badly, but I'd have to question him about that later. It was what else he said that had me a little stunned. I'm your woman.
I told you that yesterday in the car, that I want more than temporary with you.
You kissed me once. You had me bent over the table. I pointed to the dinette where I was always going to remember where I got spanked. I'm not 22. I'm not a good little girl you have to be careful with. You could have fucked me this morning in bed, but you didn't. I'm not talking bad about myself, but that explains a hell of a lot. You don't really want me. I went off on a date with another man, and you only said have fun. He crossed his arms over his chest, which was disappointing, because I wanted them around me, his hands on me, touching me, hell, even spanking me again.
Exactly. I've made myself clear. I want you. You, Lindy Beckett. But like you said, you just came back from a date with another man. I'll share a bed with you and spank your ass if needed, but you're not getting my mouth or my dick until you beg.
Beg?
Beg. I've never treated you like a little girl, but I take care of what's mine.
He stepped close, stroked a hand over my hair, and leaned down to murmur in my ear. His breath fanned my neck and I shivered.
I need to know you're all in. No more dates with dentists or whoever else you swipe right on in those dating apps. That you know it's my dick you're riding. That it's my name you're screaming when you come. I promise you, I won't be careful with you. I'll be as rough and as wild as you need. Chapter 19. Dex. Mallory was right. The date didn't go well, and Lindy was back within an hour. She didn't jump in my arms and proclaim her undying love for me. Instead, she came back with a doggy bag of low self-esteem and weird questions about wheat. I didn't know if I should go visit every dentist's office in town to find the asshole for making her feel like shit, or if I should be thanking him for being Mr. Wrong. Hearing her talk shit about herself pissed me off. No way was I letting that fly. While I couldn't picture Lindy with Mav, I understood how an eligible, similarly aged bachelor choosing her sister over her would be tough to handle. So she went on another failed date and was disappointed. But I was her man. Her Mr. Right. I'd stood in front of her and she couldn't see what was happening. Hell, right now I was literally right in fucking front of her. At 3:32 in the morning, I knew the exact time because I'd slept like shit. Lindy had pushed away the fucking pillow berm she'd put back in place and cuddled up behind me, because in her sleep she was drawn to me, felt safe, protected, desired. She'd flung her arm over my waist and her hand settled on my lower belly, her fingertips brushing the top of my dick. That had been 3 hours ago, and I was in heaven and the worst hell ever. My woman was a cuddler. I was still the little spoon in the drawer, and she was still touching my dick. If those fingers encircling the sensitive ridge without doing a fucking thing wasn't torture enough, I loved the feel of her pressed against my back. Every soft, plush inch of her. Her little nightie, this one was yellow cotton with white lace edging, was clumped about her waist. I felt the material against my back, which meant her bare pussy was pressed against my ass. God bless airing things out, whatever the hell that meant. She started to stir, and I knew the second she came awake because she tensed. That had her fingers gripping the head of my dick. Pre-cum spurted and wet my boxers. She let go because she probably felt it. I took hold of her wrist and kept her from rolling away. Wanted to feel her against me just a minute longer. Morning, sugar.
Dex, oh my God.
Her breath heated my back and made even more pre-cum escape. You crave a big dick, don't you? Is that why you're over here gripping me? Wanna bury deep? Remember, gotta beg. With that, I raised her knuckles to my mouth, kissed them, then reluctantly, perhaps the hardest thing I've ever done, climbed from bed, not looking back. If I did, I would have gotten her beneath me and given her everything she needed, because Lindy was so fucking hard to resist.
Chapter 20. Lindy. I was at work. I had been for 2 hours. I'd accomplished nothing except open a client's files on my computer and stare at them. All I could think about was Dex's dick. How big it had been in my hand. How hard it was. How much I wanted it. Squash had nothing on Dex. That was for fucking sure. God, I'd never been so horny in my life. Alan the dentist never stood a chance with Dex in the picture. With me in Dex's house, his bed, with my hand on Dex's dick. I jumped the berm, snuggled up behind Dex, and accosted him, again. I hopped from my desk chair, paced and made a cross between a groan and a screech of frustration. What was I going to do? I wanted Dex. Clearly, since I kept mounting him like a fucking stallion in my sleep, he wanted it and I knew it firsthand, literally. We kissed, once. That had been a teaser, a cruel, sweet reminder of what I could have if I just begged. Begged! How could he be so calm, so unbothered? Yes, he wanted me. He said as much. I'd felt as much. I wasn't sure if I wanted to rip his clothes off or strangle him or... Lindy, good, you're here. I spun about at my friend's harried voice. It was Aspen. Hey, what's the matter? I don't think there's any issue with your bookkeeping this month. She was practically vibrating as if fueled by too much caffeine, although I knew she stuck to green tea since she didn't drink stimulants. She owned the town's only yoga studio and was dressed as if she'd just come from leading a class. She waved a hand and gave me a look like she didn't care about her finances. Do you think your boyfriend would coach Sierra's Pee-wee team this week? The regular coach is in Florida because his mother fell and broke her hip. I frowned, then tried to imagine Alan on skates. That date didn't go well, and I really don't think Alan plays hockey, let alone knows where the rink is. Maybe that was harsh, but from what he said the night before, a trip to the winter sports complex wasn't on his schedule. Who's Alan? She did the arm thing again, as if swatting away a fly, or the idea of Alan being my boyfriend. I mean Dex James. At the mention of him, my heart flip-flopped and my ovaries perked up. He's not my boyfriend, I stated clearly. You're living with him. My house got taken out by a tree. You're living with him. That sentence proved that small-town life was sometimes, a lot of the time, really annoying. The yoga class I always attended was tomorrow morning, so she hadn't heard anything from me about the tree fiasco and my living arrangements. Bridget hated yoga, called it boring and too zen for her, so she wasn't the source. But in Hunter Valley, everyone was the source. Otis at the pizza place, Mr. Van Mayer, any other neighbor who dropped in to watch the tree removal spectacle yesterday, anyone walking on Main Street and saw us kissing. She studied me as if trying to read my chakras, or if I was doing proper 3-part breathing, then stepped into my office and shut the door. Please tell me you're doing all naked kinds of things with that huge piece of man candy. Oh, I was doing all kinds of things with him, like climbing him like a tree in my sleep. I wasn't telling her that because how could I explain I did it while I was unconscious? Obviously, she hadn't heard about the street makeout session. Why would he coach Sarah's team? I asked. Aspen's daughter was 9 and she played ice hockey at the winter complex up by the ski resort. Besides several hockey rinks, it had indoor turf fields. Why wouldn't he? Is he an asshole? She whispered, appearing equally curious and horrified. That would be a shame. I frowned and dropped into my chair, feeling defeated. No, he's not an asshole. The opposite, really, in every way. Then he might do it. Ask him. Now hope shone in her gaze, but it made no sense. I stared at her, completely confused. Why? Why? Why what? Why ask him specifically? I know he's here on vacation and all, I said. Because he's a professional hockey player with the Colorado silver mines. My mouth fell open as I put together what Aspen said with what I knew about Dex. I spun my chair around so I faced my desk, went to a browser on my computer and typed in his name. A flood of photos and articles came up. Holy shit, over 1 million. She gasped. You didn't know? Aspen wondered, stepping close and leaning over my shoulder. While she was a single mom whose daughter was obsessed with ice hockey, which meant Aspen knew tons about the sport, I was clueless. He's one of the best players in the league, highest paid and in an 8-year contract. I mean, he's on the first line and is a top scorer, not just for his team, but the entire league. I'd say he's the most well-rounded player we've seen in a long time, even with all the attention that bar fight got. His stats alone. I tuned Aspen out because I was a little cranky that she knew more about Dex than I did. Hell, the entire world knew more about him than me, and I was in his bed every night. I grabbed my cell off the desk and pulled up his number, the one he'd given me in Denver last weekend so we could coordinate the return trip on his private jet. Hey, sugar. The sound of his deep, smooth voice had me heating up like a menopausal woman. I'm at Steaming Hotties with Mav. Want me to pick you up a drink? I can swing it by and... You are a professional hockey player, I said, cutting him off because he was being all nice and stuff. There was a slight pause.
Yes.
You play for the Colorado Silver Mines.
Yes.
He should have said duh, since it seemed I was the only one who didn't know. I glanced over my shoulder at Aspen, whose eyes were bugging out of her head. You really didn't know? She mouthed. I clicked on the link for the Silver Mines webpage. Front and center was Dex in full uniform. The site was practically sparkling with green and blue, clearly the team's colors, with his name in fancy lettering and a cool logo of a minecart with hockey pucks piled in it. My friend Aspen wants to know if you'll coach her daughter's peewee hockey team while the coach is out of town.
Sure, I have to go out of town this weekend, but I can until then and then when I'm back. What time today?
Holy shit. Dex wasn't unemployed like I thought. He wasn't a slacker playboy. He wasn't living off a trust fund or hiking his summer away. He was hot as hell in a hockey uniform. All that padding, the skates, the helmet. Aspen was right. He was the most amazing piece of man candy ever. Which was really bad for my willpower because I was going to break down and beg. It was only a matter of time. Chapter 21. Lindy. I can't believe you didn't tell me you were a hockey player, I said, dropping onto the metal bench beside Dex. We sat just outside one of the indoor rinks at the winter complex. He was leaning down and lacing up his skates. His professional hockey skates he told me he brought with him to Montana, because supposedly professional hockey players didn't leave home without them. Even on a vacation. No rentals for him. I didn't linger at work like I normally would. I held no illusion of accomplishing anything whatsoever after Aspen and I got off the phone with Dex this morning, so I cut out early and showed up for Sierra's team practice, to see Dex, to confront him as to why he hadn't told me about his job. No, it wasn't just a job. A job was me being an accountant, making money to pay the bills. The contract he had was public knowledge, and for the sum he was making, he didn't play hockey to pay his electric bill. They gave him millions. Hundreds of millions because of talent, a skill only a few had. It was blowing my mind. He angled his head and looked up at me, kept tugging on the long laces.
You never asked.
I sputtered. Didn't ask? You could have shared it. I mean, it's a big deal. Something like, by the way, Lindy, I'm a professional hockey player, the best in the league. He finished the lace, then sat up, eyed me with a smirk.
Is it a big deal?
Yes! I thought you were a lazy trust fund kid. I looked away because it was the truth that didn't sit well now. I had made assumptions about him that clearly weren't accurate. If what I found online about him, he didn't need the James billions. He was a self-made man, wealthy on his own. His contract with the silver mines was astronomical. I'm sorry about that. He leaned in, even though there was music playing and sticks slapping. All kinds of noise, but he didn't want anyone else to hear.
I'm not a kid. You know I'm all man from when you had your hand wrapped around my dick this morning.
I blushed, and there was no way he could miss it beneath the harsh lighting. I thought...
I know what you thought, sugar.
Why didn't you correct me? I was hurtful to you.
I can't control what people think of me. Of what's on social media. I'm sure you learned all kinds of things about me, didn't you?
I had, and he was right. What I knew of Dex James from the past 2 days and what was written about him weren't the same. The photos didn't match either. There were images of him during a game, before or after a game in a suit. I needed to see him dressed up so bad. Out partying, years ago when he was younger. Even photos of him playing as a kid. It was all up on the internet. Even the bar fight earlier in the summer when they said he was going to play enforcer off the ice. He should take on that role too. It wasn't the real Dex at all.
Because I want you to see me.
He admitted, then set his hand on his chest.
Dex James, the man, not the famous hockey player.
It made sense. If I knew who he was by what I read online before getting to know him, I'd have had completely different assumptions about him. A brawler, cocky, an asshole even. But here in Hunter Valley, with me at least, he was just Dex. It was simple. Little kids cut past us in their hockey gear and started to skate. Moms and a few dads filled the stands around us doing whatever parents did, wading through a sports practice. What does it matter? I asked. With me, I mean.
His dark gaze raked over me, then settled on my mouth. Often when I'm out with the team, a woman, whose name I don't even know, will give me her panties along with a phone number written on a napkin. She's down for giving me a BJ in a bar bathroom just to say she's been with a pro player. I scrunched up my nose. Lovely. I can't tell when a woman's being real. I never thought about that aspect. I struggled with men liking me for what I was without being famous. Having the media add their own spin would make it so hard for him. He stood and with his skates on towered over me. With you though, sugar, I know it's real. For some reason those words seemed important, as if he'd been testing me and now had his answer. How? He bent down, extra low because the skates gave him a few extra inches. Because you'd have ridden my dick by now. Even if you're playing the long game, you'd want a piece of me like everyone else. Instead, you've been flaunting that hot little body of yours and those sweet-as-sin nighties, and climbing all over me in bed and yet date other men. You've got the dentist. The dentist. Alan, the perfect man list man. Except I had zero, less than zero, interest in him. I don't want the dentist. I bit my lip, realizing I was about to say I wanted him. What, sugar? He took my hand and tugged me to my feet, put his hand on my hip and squeezed with an urgency that had me meeting his gaze. What do you want? He's here! It's really him! I'm going to marry him. Do you think he'll sign my helmet? He's going to sign my forehead. We were interrupted as a gaggle of giggling and squealing little girls in head-to-toe hockey gear surrounded decks. Skates, pads, uniform, helmets, and they were oohing and eyeing over him like they were in the presence of a famous movie star. They reminded me of Bridget and her friends when she was that age, which was right before our parents died. Hey, girls, Dex said. He raised a hand, and impressively they quieted right down. Warm-up is 2 laps, and I'll bring out the cones to do drills. On 3, say polar bears. 1, 2, 3, polar bears! The girls shouted in unison, then poured onto the ice and began their laps, clearly not wanting to let Dex down. He turned back to me. Am I the only one who doesn't know who you are? I asked, seeing adults in the stands aiming their cell phones our way, taking photos of Dex, of course, because they definitely weren't taking any of me. He took my chin and lifted it with his fingers so I had to meet his gaze. I felt like an idiot for being so clueless. Sugar, I think you're the only one who really knows who I am. With that, he grabbed a helmet and mini cones that were stacked on the half wall and stepped onto the rink. He skated off in an effortless way that showed he was almost more comfortable on the ice than off. Flustered and confused, I watched him drop cones onto the ice in 2 long lines before I spun around and looked for Aspen in the stands. She waved and I saw Bridget was beside her. Good. I didn't have to wait to yell at my sister. I climbed up the bleachers to join them. I flopped down onto the cold metal as the clack of skates and sticks on the ice rang through the lofty arena. It was chilly in here, 20 or more degrees colder than outside. Dex was doing the second lap with the girls but going backwards. Show off. What are you doing here? I asked Bridget, keeping my eyes on Dex. Dex talked to Mav earlier and told him about coaching. I thought I would come and watch because Mav's doing CEO stuff. And before you ask, the contractors are busy at the house and have my number, and Mav's. She thought of everything and shut down every option of more questions, except one. I can't believe you didn't tell me Dex played hockey. How could you? I asked even when I could tear my eyes away from the man in question. You didn't know? She asked, leaning around Aspen to stare at me wide-eyed. She pushed her glasses up. Everyone knows Dex James, Aspen added, making me feel even more of an idiot. Well, I don't. I don't follow hockey. Or any sports. He's been in People's Sexiest Men list 3 years in a row. Sports Illustrated, ESPN. I mean, how could you not? Bridget asked. Did you seriously know before you met Mav? I asked her. You know as much about sports as me. She looked away guiltily. Well, I did, Aspen said. Dex pointed to the girls and they formed 2 lines. Then he demonstrated what he wanted them to do, barring a stick that looked much too small for him. He moved with such precision through the drill, he made it look easy. If I got out there, I'd look like Bambi on ice. I don't follow hockey. I don't read People or Sports Illustrated, okay? But he's been around almost as long as Mav, and there's been ample time to spill. Why do you keep the important things from me? Bridget winced, then took a deep breath and stood. Aspen trade spots.
They did a little shuffle and swapped seats so Bridget was right next to me. Her dark hair was back in the usual ponytail and she had on jeans and a hoodie. "You're still mad about MIT." She didn't make it a question, but fact. She only told me last week that she hadn't dropped out but had actually been expelled from the university for plagiarism, when in fact her professor had seduced her to steal her notes in rough draft and used them to publish a paper as his own. For 6 months, I thought she just gave up, which was how she explained her return. That had me making assumptions of her, wrong ones, just like Dex, and not giving me the full picture. I made bad assumptions with him too. I'm mad that no one thinks to share things with me. Bridget cocked her head and gave me a smile that screamed pity, a pity smile. "I'm sorry I didn't tell you about MIT," she admitted. "I am, but this was a problem I brought on myself. Men are assholes. You didn't have to do it alone." On the ice, the girls ran the drill, weaving around the cones, pushing a puck with their stick. "I'm not. Mav is helping. He's got a private investigator and a lawyer all over the situation like a bad rash. Mav, she was sharing her problems with her man. Shit. You were home for 6 months before you met him. I know, and I said I was sorry. And doing it alone? Hello, pot, kettle, or whatever that saying is," she said, sarcasm lacing her words. "What are you talking about?" I wondered. Aspen sputtered out a laugh, but she was watching the girls practice, or Dex. "You." Bridget poked me in the shoulder. "You do everything alone. You didn't call me about the tree falling on the house. You took on the insurance company on your own. You were going to do it all by yourself as if it's only your problem. If you had your way, the place would have been fixed before you even told me about it. It's my house." When Bridget gave me another look, I added, "It's your house too, but I'm the grown-up. I'm the one who takes care of stuff like that. I'm not 10 any longer." I pursed my lips, but she wasn't done. "The broken toilet earlier in the year? I could have looked up online how to fix it just as easily as you did. The groceries? I know how to shop for food. Do you really want me to go backwards and list it all?" "Definitely not." I crossed my arms over my chest, which screamed defensive posture, which I couldn't help. "You're not cranky right now because of me," she pushed on. "You're mad at Dex for not telling you he plays pro hockey. His job explains why his butt is so fucking perfect," Aspen added wistfully. She raised her hands and made a squeezing gesture, which I assumed meant she was grabbing his butt, which I knew was perfect, and those thighs like steel. "Did he say why he didn't tell you?" Bridget pushed on after laughing at Aspen. "He wants me to like him for him not being famous." Aspen turned to look at me, and she and Bridget shared matching expressions of awe and lust. Bridget sighed. "Don't tell Mav, but Dex is pretty much perfect." "This is maybe the 3rd time you've started a sentence with 'don't tell Mav.' That's because we're talking about his hot brother." We were all quiet for a moment as Dex set one of the cones on his head and led the girls on some kind of follow the leader, where he did a few S-turns, spun backwards, and circled the net and kept going. I could hear their squeals and giggles from here as they tried to keep up. "Speaking of not doing things alone," Bridget began, "it's time you got laid." "Totally," Aspen agreed. I glanced around in panic, hoping no other moms heard that. I saw that Dex had rearranged the cones, and the girls had moved onto a new drill. "I don't need—" "Yes, you do," they said in unison. "A vibrator is no substitute for Dex James," Bridget said. "God, no," Aspen added. "Here's the problem. He has a job," I pointed out. "No, a career in Denver. That starts up again soon, in Denver. I don't need to know anything about the sport to know that teams travel to games all the time. Away from Denver. I told you the other night he was temporary when I didn't even know what he did. Now? It's official. He's definitely not permanent, not even in Denver," Bridget finished. So, I'm looking for permanent. "Girlfriend, you should be looking for orgasms," Aspen said. "And with Dex James. You literally owe it to me to fuck that man, and all women in the world." I had to laugh at Aspen. She'd been divorced for a few years, and as long as I'd been taking her classes, hadn't been in a serious relationship. "You have him." As soon as I said that, I wanted to yank the words back because of a fierce need to keep Dex as all mine. "He wants you," Aspen pointed out. Bridget nodded. "He does, and don't tell me he hasn't made that clear." I nodded. "He has." "You're my woman."
I'll share a bed with you and spank your ass if needed, but you're not getting my mouth or my dick until you beg." I squirmed on the hard metal bleachers at the thought of Dex bending me over that table again and spanking me some more, then tugging down my thong and thrusting into me so. "And you've turned him down? What is wrong with you?" Bridget winced again. Sorry, that was insensitive. There is nothing wrong with you, but why, Lind, are you holding him off? He's nice, sweet, gorgeous, successful, everything you have on your man list." It was true. He did fit everything on the list. "I don't know what this man list is, but he can probably go all night, and go at it hard, rough, whatever you want." I did want it hard and rough. Gah! "He's not staying in town." I tossed my hands up. Why should I waste time with Dex when he's not Mr. Right? I raised my voice and knew it was filled with frustration. "Forget about Mr. Right. Go for Mr. Right now," Bridget advised. "Seriously, if he wants you and you want him, do him. Every which way. Have a fling, Lind. Have fun. You've earned it." "Hell yes. You've totally earned Dex James and his magical dick." Aspen sighed. "I know it's magical. It has to be." I felt it just this morning. It was. It so was. Did I go for it? Go for Dex? I was sleeping in his bed, so why not have a fling? I could have the full Dex James experience, and when he left, I'd be a few dozen, most likely, hopefully, orgasms richer. I could handle that, right? But what about online when I saw him in the winter with other women? Could I handle it? Could I give up that magical dick? I had to. So sex and lots of it for the next few weeks. I could do it. I wanted to so bad. I looked to Aspen and Bridget, who nodded. Okay, I could do this. I wanted to. I needed to. It was time to fuck Mr. Right now.
Chapter 22. Dex. Word traveled that I was at the rink because after the girls' practice, a bantam team had the ice next. The coach asked if I would stay and run their practice as well. I couldn't turn down a group of 14-year-old boys. I remembered when I was that age, and I was always up for giving back. One of them may be drafted in a few years, and if I could help with that, I was all in. Besides, it was fun to be on the ice again. No one commented on the bar fight or anything about it playing out in the media. People took photos with me, and I signed jerseys, helmets, and even the back of a grocery store receipt before I was allowed off the ice where Lindy was waiting for me. I tried to keep track of her throughout the 2 practices, seeing her first with her sister and another woman during the girls' practice, then alone in the stands for the boys. While I watched the kids run through drills and scrimmage, I wondered if she was still mad. If she would leave the house and go stay with Mav and Bridget, or even a hotel. If all the time we'd spent together meant nothing. If I'd blown everything. Except when I skated off the ice into her, where she stood at the opening in the boards. She didn't knee me in the balls or tell me to fuck off. Instead, she went up on her tiptoes, since I was in my skates, and whispered in my ear, "I'm ready to beg." Holy fuck, what? My dick went instantly hard, and I pulled back enough to meet her eyes. There. Holy shit, I didn't see anger. They held heat, need. Her cheeks weren't flushed from the cold. No, she wanted me. Us. "I hear you, but I need you to spell it out for me so I'm clear," I murmured. She swallowed, and I watched her throat work. I immediately thought of her doing that because my dick was so fucking deep. "I want you to fuck me, Dex. All the ways you imagined." I set my hand on her hip and pulled her close. Not as close as I wanted, which was with her legs wrapped around my waist and my dick buried deep, because the next group of kids had taken the ice for their practice time. Staring at her, there were no parents killing time in the bleachers. No sense of popcorn and hot dogs coming from the food stand. No whistles or slapping sticks. No buzzers or cold air. All I could see and feel was Lindy. Those blue eyes. That fuckable mouth. Her soft curves. Jesus. I murmured. That word coming out of your mouth. It's like the good girl got tarnished. She glanced away as if ashamed. I pushed on. No. I have a feeling that you, sugar, beneath that perfect exterior in your pretty dresses and matching shoes, are actually a bad girl. I got a glimpse of her last night bent over the table, skirt flipped up and showing me how pretty my handprint looks on your ass.
A very, very bad girl. And she was sharing her with me. Her eyes returned to mine, her lips parted in surprise. Maybe she never thought about it before. Maybe I scandalized her. Maybe your pussy was soaked. Are you a bad girl? She sucked in a breath and her breasts bumped my chest. Yes, she whispered back. Fuck me. I knew she was perfect.
Chapter 23. Lindy. Dex had his skates off and tossed over his shoulder in record time. He was nice to anyone who approached us on the way out for an autograph. Now I knew why Otis looked so smitten with him the other day, but didn't linger as we cut through the building and to his car. He held my hand, practically pulling me along in his eagerness. He wanted me, and he wanted me right now. Now that I finally said yes, I was just as eager. Lindy! Dex stopped at my name being called, because it had been his and only his up until now, and I bumped into him before turning. Who's that? He asked, leaning down to murmur in my ear. Panic flared because it was Claudia. Shit. My boss, I said back, pasting a smile on my face. She was really great, but that wasn't why I was freaking out. I dropped off Justin for his practice, and he heard through whatever ways kids do these days that Dex James was here. She said all that, but ignored me and looked over my shoulder at Dex. Which he is. Dex shifted slightly so he wasn't completely behind me, dropped my hand and held it out for Claudia to take. Claudia Crummer. Nice to meet you. I didn't know you knew each other. Claudia didn't miss the way Dex's hand settled on my shoulder. Yes, Bridget is dating his brother. We're dating. Dex and I spoke at the same time but said two completely different things. She looked between us and gave a little laugh, clearly amused. Lindy must be an invaluable employee working all those hours. Dex continued. That right there was why I was concerned. Dex let me think he was a slacker billionaire, and I let him think this woman had me working 60 hours a week. Claudia frowned slightly, but her smile didn't slip at Dex's comment. Shit, this was bad. It was time to go. Claudia didn't know I was writing romance on the side. Not that she'd have a problem with it. I worked for her, and her father before her, for a decade, and I considered her a friend. They ran a casual, relaxed office, which had worked well for me when Bridget was younger, and I had to work my schedule around hers. Claudia had 3 kids. Justin was her oldest and played hockey, and she did the same. But I pretty much lied to Dex about my writing time at night, letting him think I was doing accounting work when I wasn't. I was just about to have sex with Dex. A fling. I didn't want to know what he would think about me if he found out I wrote word porn on the side. Not that it mattered since he was leaving soon, but still. This was supposed to be fun, dirty, wild sex. That was what Bridget and Aspen said I was to have with him. It was what I wanted. I didn't need to share all my secrets, including this one. So I had to separate these two pronto. She is, Claudia agreed. We balance work and family life, so we stick to normal business hours. Really? Dex commented, as if what she was saying was fascinating. We should go. We have that thing you wanted to do. I said, shifting and turning toward the door, making it very clear I was ready to leave and end this conversation. So, no taxis in Crush right now? Dex asked Claudia. She sighed and offered a relieved smile. After June 15th, it's quiet for the rest of the summer. Dex, you didn't want to be late. I urged, taking his hand and practically tugging. Is that so? He asked Claudia, not budging and pretty much ignoring me and everyone around us. We were in the middle of the complex's large, busy lobby with kids lugging sports equipment followed by harried parents. Claudia took in our joined hands and said, I don't mean to keep you, and I've got to stop at the store while Justin's in practice. Nice meeting you, Dex. She strode past us toward the exit, weaving around a woman with a screaming toddler. I tugged on his hand once more to go. Not so fast, sugar. Please. I was begging, but for a completely different reason than a few minutes earlier. He pulled me close, stroked my hair. What are you working on at night, His words were gentle and curious, not angry. You want to talk about work? Now? I set my hand on his rock-hard chest and leaned in. met his gaze squarely with mine. I just told you I wanted you to fuck me, and you want to talk about accounting. He studied my face and probably saw the hint of desperation, and not for his dick.
Good point. Fuck first, talk later. Chapter 24. Dex. I spent about 30 seconds on the way back to the house wondering what Lindy was up to at night if it wasn't for her accounting job. The past 2 nights, she typed non-stop on her laptop. Her fingers had flown over the keys at an impressive pace, and she'd been so focused. I doubted if I'd cut past her naked to get a drink from the fridge, she would have noticed. What she was up to wasn't phone sex or video porn. She kept her clothes on, didn't talk, only typed. A lot. The idea of either only made me harder, except for if she was doing it with someone else. If she was into either of those things, I'd do them with her, gladly. But that wasn't it. While I said Lindy wanted to be a bad girl, she really was good. So it couldn't be awful like organizing a drug ring. My mind was going crazy places with the possibilities. Whatever it was, she was serious about it, and nervous about me knowing what it was. So I'd get the info out of her, but like she said, later. Because the second we were in the house and the front door was closed and locked, I wasn't thinking of anything except seeing Lindy bare, feeling her and being inside of her for the first time. I took her hand and pulled her close, leaned down and kissed her. It had been 2 days since I had my mouth on her last. 2 days. That was too fucking long. I wasn't the only one feeling the need because Lindy was right there with me, kissing me right back. Her fingers were in my shirt holding on. One of my hands slid down her back to cup her perfect ass, as the other tangled in her hair at her nape and tugged. She gasped, and I deepened the kiss, my tongue finding hers. Like that? I breathed against her lips, pulling her hair a little harder. Yes, she said, dragging the one word out like a hiss of satisfaction. I spun us both to press her into the door, and wedged a leg between hers. Lifted. I felt all of her, soft and perfect. I couldn't not touch her, so I let my hands roam. Thank fuck for your little dresses, I said, my fingers catching on the hem of her work outfit. It was an accounting office-appropriate dress with short sleeves and little buttons running down the front. It hit her just above the knee, the perfect length for me to snag and lift. Higher and higher until I pushed back enough to get it up and over her head. She helped by raising her arms. I tossed it over my shoulder and took in my woman in her matching bra and panties. I stared and stared some more, just memorizing her. The set was pale yellow lace and small. The bra was one of those half ones, whatever they were called, where the lace was only on the bottom half of her perfect tits, leaving the tops of the soft swells bare. The lacy edge barely covered her nipples. I cocked my head to the side and took in the panties, or what there was of them. A little wispy triangle of lace in the front and nothing but bare-ass cheeks in the back, a little line of yellow lace disappearing between them. You wear this for me? I asked, unable to resist running a finger along the soft swells of her tits. Her breath came in short little pants, pushing her warm flesh against my fingertip with each inhale. She nodded, and I had to adjust my dick in my track pants. Thank fuck the fabric was loose. Her small hand settled over me, feeling me through my pants. Fuck. I growled, rolling my hips into her, but immediately took her hand away. She frowned. You do that and this will be over too fucking soon. You still good with me fucking you all the ways I've imagined? She put her palm on my dick voluntarily just now, so I'd say that was a green light. But I wanted to check. I needed to know she was right here with me. Please. I took her hand and guided her to the couch. I dropped down on it, then pulled her onto my lap so she straddled me. Her tits jiggled with the motion and a dainty strap slipped from her shoulder. I couldn't wait a second longer to get my mouth on her, so I tucked my finger into the lacy edging, pulling down and her nipple popped free. I took it in my mouth and sucked, feeling the tip go hard against my tongue. Dex, she cried, her fingers tangling in my hair. I shifted from one nipple to the other, her bra tucked beneath those soft swells. Her skin was like silk as I gripped her hips, her skin warm and fragrant, She began to writhe on my lap, her pussy rubbing right over my dick. Fuck, she was responsive. Look at you, so fucking perfect. Her lipstick was smeared, her hair tousled. Her bra was askew, and her tits were lifted with hard little tips, all red and shiny from my mouth. She rolled her hips again. I lifted my head, took in her blue eyes, blurry with need. Got a needy pussy? You are a bad girl rubbing it all over my dick. Oh my God, you're a dirty talker. She said like it was a revelation, that it was something she liked and never got before. I shifted my hips and fell back, so I laid sideways on the couch with her still over me. I stroked her hips, her waist, cupped her tits, then moved back down. I know a way you can get me to stop talking. Sit on my face, sugar.
Chapter 25. Lindy. What? Without any effort, Dex lifted me up and over his face. Over his face! He might call me a bad girl, but I'd never done this. My knees settled on either side of his head, but I sat back on his chest because this was a whole new level of naughty.
Sit on my face, he repeated.
Holy shit, Dex, I've never done that before, ever. Dex sprawled on the couch, dressed, was hot as hell. His chest was so broad, my knees barely touched the couch. His hair was tousled, his eyes hooded. The way he moved me, his strength was obvious, but his touch was gentle. Reverent, even, which was odd considering this encounter was far from sweet. There were no rose petals or champagne, not even a bed. We'd barely made it 10 feet in the door because he wanted me that much. Why was I pausing? Why was I even thinking right now?
I love that you're just bad for me, he said, his voice somehow deeper than usual. Sugar, if you don't...
No, I did. I wasn't going to hold back now. I couldn't. Like Aspen said, I owed it to women everywhere. No, forget that, I owed it to myself. Dex wanted me to sit on his face. So I was going to sit on his gorgeous face. I lifted up onto my knees and looked straight down at him. My bra was tucked under my breasts, and I looked at him past my hard nipples. You're right. You need to stop talking. Setting my hands on the arm of the couch above his head, I shifted forward and then did as he requested. I settled right over Dex James's mouth. He groaned, I moaned. His hot breath fanned my pussy even through the lace panties. His nose slid up and down as if he was breathing in my scent. Please smell good, please smell good. As a woman, I had a moment of panic. He lifted me slightly, used a finger to slide my thong to the side. There wasn't much to it, so it was easy for him to bear me.
Fuck, you're gorgeous. So pink, so wet.
His fingers tightened as he pulled me down and went to town. As in downtown. Right downtown. The man didn't need directions, or a map, no compass. His sense of direction on finding my clit was perfect. Oh, fuck! I cried when he did this suction kind of tugging thing. Then a swirl. Was that a twist of his tongue? I couldn't hold myself up and dropped my weight to my forearms on the armrest. That angle shift had his mouth focused solely on my clit as he slid his fingers through my folds, then into me. I arched my back and moaned. No, it was a cry, a gasp. It probably sounded like a sick whale who'd beached itself, but I'd make that sound all day long if he kept going. Don't stop. Don't stop, Dex. Don't you fucking dare stop. Did I feel his lips shift into a smile as he mouth and finger fucked me? He should because he was skilled. So skilled that when he did some kind of rubbing thing with his fingers along with a twirly, licky, swirling thing with his tongue, I came. I screamed, shook, clenched, went completely and totally blank. I wasn't sure how long it took before I realized I might be smothering him, because not only was my pussy in his face, but my thighs were clamped tight against his ears. I scooched back and down his chest with zero finesse. He licked his lips and smiled, then reached up and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. I had no idea why that was such a turn-on, but even though I just came, I was ready for more. I was energized for round 2. Sliding back even further, I moved below his hips and started tugging on his track pants.
Condom, sugar.
I looked up his fully clothed body. Why was he still dressed? And shook my head. Not for what I have in mind. His fingers slipped into my hair and held me in place when I tried to get my mouth on him in return. His dark eyes met mine. Held, pierced.
The first time I come, it's going to be in that sweet pussy. and I know how sweet it is." I clenched down on nothing at his words and replied with a breathy, "Hurry." Closing his eyes for a moment, he groaned. Then I was lifted again and set on my feet between the couch and the coffee table. Dex sat up, leaned forward, and tossed me over his shoulder. I bounced as he strode into the bedroom and dropped me on the bed. "Dex!" I said, laughing. With one hand behind his neck, he pulled off his long-sleeved shirt, at the same time as he toed off his running shoes. I stared at the expanse of perfect muscular chest. "Condom, sugar, in the drawer." He tipped his head in that direction. As I crawled across the bed and opened the drawer, I realized he'd done this before. Here in this little house he just rented. If he kept condoms in the drawer, where all the guys kept them for easy access, then I wasn't his first on this vacation of his. I didn't like that sick feeling, but this was a fling. A fling. I should be thankful he was prepared because I hadn't even considered condoms. With the drawer opened, I expected to see a few stray condom packets, but there was a box, still wrapped in plastic. I pulled it out, then sat on the bed. "Are all these for me?" I asked. He winked and pushed down his pants and boxers at the same time. He stepped out of them and toed off his socks quickly, then rose to his full height. Gripping the base of his dick, he gave it a slow pump. I blinked and stared, and watched the sight before me. His long fingers wrapped around his impressive length. The flared head was a plum color, and with each stroke a bead of cum seeped from the slit at the top. "I got them after I met you. Hoping. No one else, sugar." His gaze raked me over. "The sight of you in my bed, that bra barely on and those panties pulled to the side so I can see how pink and eager you are for me, is hot as fuck. I can jack off to it, but I'd rather you get that box open and you protected so I can fuck you like we both need." "Oh," I said, then worked the plastic from the package. I tore one wrapper from the long strip, then crawled across the bed. He tipped his head. "Put it on me." With my teeth, I ripped the condom open and he moved his hand away. Instead of sliding it on, I leaned forward and took the flared crown into my mouth. "Fuck!" he shouted, his hand going immediately into my hair. He pushed me onto him, so I took him deep into my mouth, then pulled me off. His breathing was ragged, and his cheeks were flushed. "Holy shit, you're a bad girl," he growled. I smiled triumphantly because I'd made the big, brawny Dex James lose control. He took the condom from me and quickly slid it on. Then he studied me for less than a second before he grabbed me and moved me as he wanted, this time over the edge of the bed. I was stomach down, my toes touching the wood floor. He wasn't too rough, but he sure as hell wasn't gentle. Mr. Man Candy liked to manhandle. "You're going to get fucked good and hard." Setting a hand by my head on the bed, he leaned over me. "You want that?" I nodded against the blanket. "I need to hear the words, sugar," he said as he nudged my legs wider with a knee. "Yes," I replied, squirming. I couldn't see, but I felt his knuckles and the latex-covered tip of his dick as he slid it up and down through my folds. "Yes, what? Tell me how my bad girl wants me to fuck her for the first time." Oh God, his dirty talk had me close to coming again. He was dominant, bossy, and a little bit of a tease. "Why don't you just fuck me?" I whined. He pulled his dick away and spanked me. The crack of it was loud, but it wasn't too hard, just enough to feel a sting and to make my clit throb. "Those aren't the right words. Say them and you'll get every inch crammed deep." "Oh, fuck," I whispered. My pussy ached for him. I tried to catch my breath, but it was no use. "Please, Dex, I need it. Hard." "My dick?" "Yes, your dick. All of it in me. So deep. Hurry." I squirmed some more until I felt him nudging my entrance. His hand went to my hip and gripped tight as he thrust deep. So deep. "Dex!" I cried. If the windows were open anywhere in the house, people walking by would know exactly what was going on in here. Dex growled and held himself still. I wiggled, trying to adjust to being so full. It didn't hurt, but he was big. Like, really big. He was right. I was crammed deep. He pulled back, then started to fuck me. In, out. His hips slapped into mine. His hand slid down my thigh and grabbed my knee, brought it up so I had one leg on the bed, one foot on the floor, completely wide open. As he took me, he didn't stop talking. "Good girls don't get fucked like this. Daylight ass up. My handprint looks like I claimed you. Such a tight pussy, squeezing me and trying to keep me deep in you. That's right, scream my name. This naughty body was made just for me. Didn't even get your panties off and you needed me in you. He pulled out, flipped me over, grabbed my ankles and set them on his shoulders. God, he was moving me around as he wanted, and I loved it. I had to come, so I reached down to rub my clit. It was slick with my arousal and so swollen. He batted my hand away. Bad girl, you didn't ask. My eyes flared. There's no fucking way you're coming with your fingers if you're with me. You need to come? I nodded, clenched down. He pulled out, bent down so my legs stayed over his shoulders and his mouth latched onto my clit. Oh my God! The fact that I was empty after being so thoroughly pummeled was a tease, and the heat of his mouth on my clit was so intense I came on a scream. He stood and filled me again as I kept right on coming, fucking me hard so that I slid back across the bed. Fuck, Lindy. Sugar, fuck. He thrust deep and came, a guttural sound escaping his chest. Wow. Holy wow. That had been intense, insane, crazy good my body was humming. Dex caught his breath and pulled out, shifting me so I was fully on the bed. Don't go anywhere, sugar, he said as he strode to the bathroom to take care of the condom. That was just pre-gaming. I licked my dry lips. Pre-gaming? I called, staring at the ceiling. We've barely touched that box of condoms, and all the things I have planned. Chapter 26. Dex. How come you never married one of the women in the photos? She asked. We were in bed eating pizza directly from the box. Well, we got it from the amazing place on Main Street. We had it delivered this time. Lindy was in one of my t-shirts nibbling on a crust. If she stayed naked, I was going to fuck her again. We did it twice back to back, and I was sure her pussy needed a break. A short one because I had plenty on my own special list to check off. You looked me up. It wasn't a question. It was only a matter of time before she did. When we talked at the rink, I knew she'd learned some things about me. But the gossip photos, yeah, a sore spot. When Aspen told me who you are, I set my hand on her bare calf. Sugar, you know who I am. She cocked her head and smiled. What you do, that you're a hockey player. She was so surprised I had no clue. You don't follow sports, it's okay. She was surprised not because I live in a sports-free bubble, but because you're so popular, so good at what you do. It takes an entire team to win a game, I said. Sure, I was good, but the league was filled with talented athletes. I wasn't going to start spouting things like, there is no I in team or inspirational shit like that, but hockey was a team sport. I'm sure the entire team then has social media followings like yours. Game photos, locker room shots, interviews, magazine covers. I didn't even know you were one of the sexiest men of the year. As long as you think I'm sexy. She looked me over where I was sprawled on the bed, propped up on my elbow in just my boxers. You'll do. I leaned forward and gave her bare ass, which was only partially covered by my shirt the way she was sitting a playful swat. She giggled. I smiled, loving her this way. Relaxed. Smiling. Bare except an article of my clothing. Her hair wild and messy. Nothing happened with any of those women. Her smile slipped and she tossed the crust onto the open box between us. It's none of my business. Just like any man in her life who came before me. Lindy wasn't young like her sister, who didn't have a long history of lovers. She was 35. I wasn't naive to think she hadn't had her fair share of guys in her bed. It is. I want you to know the truth, not what you read or see online. She studied me. Okay, tell me. I'm not sure if you heard anything from Bridget, but my father, Mav's father too, was an asshole. If cheating was a sport, he'd be an Olympic champion. My brothers are close in age. Then there's me, a few years younger even than Theo. He left for college when I was in 6th grade. I was the only child really for years. I wanted my dad's attention, his affection. When he took me to my hockey practices or games, instead of the family driver, I was thrilled, thinking this would be it. Dad wants to be with me. That'll cheer me on like the other parents. I ran my fingers over the pattern in the blanket, remembering clearly everything I was sharing, how pleased and special I felt, then hurt. He'd drop me off and disappear, from the bench or sometimes even from the ice. I'd see him flirting with women, young ones. Not illegal or anything, but not his age. When I got older, I realized he was going off somewhere in the building and fucking them. He used the rink as his prowling area. She crinkled her nose. That's pretty gross. Why didn't your mom divorce him? I shrugged. I don't know the answer to that. He died a few years ago. I don't miss him. Neither do my brothers. I don't think my mom does either. But none of us have asked her why she stayed. It's not our business. I'm sorry he was a jerk. I chuckled. Aki was my escape from the house. Silas took me with him one time to free skate just for fun. I was 6. I saw kids playing hockey and I wanted to do it too. So I started. Then it became my life. On the rink I could leave my life behind. I just skated, played. People said I was dedicated, but I only wanted to forget. I got a full ride to play in Minnesota, but I wasn't there a semester before I was drafted. At 18, I wasn't prepared for the life. The games, the drinking, on the road all the time, partying, women. It's exactly what you think, and it didn't make a difference I was so young. The only thing I was used to was the money. Some guys get money blind or spend like crazy, but I came from it so I didn't lose my shit. I won't lie and say I didn't party or work my way through a lot of hockey bunnies, but I quickly started seeing my dad in me, being at a rink or a bar and not even getting a name. You were a teenager. I'd be surprised if you didn't want to sleep around. And if women were throwing themselves at you, how could they resist? I grinned. I stopped, cold turkey. I always wanted a family, a real family, wife, kids, everything I didn't get growing up. Then I met you, the only woman who didn't throw herself at me. In fact, the only woman who built a pillow berm in bed to keep me away. She flushed and glanced away, but the corner of her mouth turned up. I want a family too, she admitted. I've been dating. A lot. Like the dentist. The guy she left to come home to me. She nodded. No serious relationships at all. I found that surprising. She was gorgeous, smart, funny, sexy as hell. I had a serious boyfriend the last year of college. She admitted. I did the math. That was over 10 years ago. He was also from the area, and I thought he was the one. What happened? Her mouth turned down. My parents died. I became Bridget's guardian. Overnight. I became a parent of a 10-year-old girl. Carpool, swimming lessons, homework, chore charts. I took the job at the accounting office because bills had to be paid. Brandon didn't want any of that. I frowned, flipped the lid closed on the pizza box, took her hand and pulled her into me so I had her, albeit awkwardly in my arms. He ditched you when your parents died. Yeah. You were 24? 23. A 23-year-old losing both her parents and having to raise a little girl on her own. And he was asshole enough to abandon her? He's a loser, I said. Give me his name and the fourth line enforcers will take care of him. She laughed and I couldn't help but smile. I don't know what a fourth line is, but thank you. So you've never moved away from home? She snuggled into me. I went to college in Missoula, but that's not very far. I guess, no. Same house, same job. I thought of bumping into her boss at the rink earlier and learning she wasn't spending extra hours on work, but something else. My little bad girl was up to something. It couldn't be all that sinister, but she was keeping it a secret, and she was serious about it with the amount of time she put in. Speaking of, your job. She stiffened, then pulled away. I let her go. I'm an accountant. Yep, that's great. You're not doing people's taxes at night. What are you doing? Moonlighting for another company? No! She looked at me with such horror like I asked her if she was running a prostitution ring out of her kitchen. It was definitely a touchy subject, something she didn't want to share. Tough. Then what? You had your laptop in Denver, worked instead of going out with me and Mallory? Then the past 2 nights, what are you working on? Nothing. Nothing? She finally glanced my way. Nothing. Then I'll ask Claudia. Launching herself, she jumped me, pinned my shoulders down. I was so stunned I laughed. Moving her would be easy. She found that out when I bent her over the bed, then flipped her around like she was my little fuck doll. But I stayed still. She held me down for a reason, and I wanted to find out what it was. Don't ask Claudia, she doesn't know. She sounded panicked, frightened even. Know what, sugar? I asked, my voice soft. Whatever it was big, important. Are you in trouble? I asked, setting my hands on her hips. Her pussy was right over my dick. Only my boxers separated us, and I felt the heat of her. But if she was caught in a difficult situation, I needed to know. No, she said. It's embarrassing. I frowned and looked up at her, studied her. She tucked her tangled hair behind her ear, wouldn't look my way. Embarrassing. Sugar, does someone have something on you? Are you— What? Why would you— Oh, you're famous and people spin things around. Has that happened to you? Not me, but another player. It's not like that. Then tell me. I'd had enough. It was time to pull out the big threat. Do you want me to spank it out of you? Her eyes flared. You wouldn't. I would, even though I can tell that you would like it. She sighed, heavily, glanced around the room as if it was fascinating. Ugh, fine. I'm a romance author, or I'm trying to be. I blinked, processed, grinned. Yeah? Her eyes met mine, but warily. Yeah. You have anything published? She nodded. I self-publish, so it's not through a big publisher or anything. Holy shit, Sugar, that's awesome. I jackknifed up so she was still in my lap, but I could kiss her. You think so? She sounded so unsure. Why keep it a secret? I think it's awesome. Because I write steamy stuff. How steamy? Steamy. She didn't clarify, and I used my imagination. People will think it's word porn, and I'll be that pervy woman in Hunter Valley. You are a pervy woman in Hunter Valley. My pervy woman. In private, if people found out, it would be like you on the social media sites, people making their own opinions. Like I said, I don't care what other people think. That's because you don't live in a small town where everyone knows your business. You're a big-time hockey player with probably a PR company. I do have a PR company, but Sugar, I'm just a guy. I have feelings. If I let it get to me, I'd never be able to leave the house. But you? This is really cool. She rolled her eyes, but her blush gave away that she liked the praise. I don't want to be an accountant. Never have. But there wasn't a chance to do anything else with Bridget and all. Imagine what her classmates or their mothers would say. So I waited until she was at college. It's an after-hours thing. My thing. What does Bridget think? She doesn't know. No one knows. I understand your feelings on this. I do. More than anyone, probably. Yeah, maybe you do. Then you understand why I want it a secret? Okay, it can be a secret, but not from me. No secrets for us. Can I read it? Her eyes flared. No! No. You are a bad girl. You're corrupting me, you know. I'm young and impressionable. Now she rolled her eyes. She shifted and I let her go. Picking up the pizza box, she turned and set it on the floor on the side of the bed. Then she came back to me, leaned down, kissed me. I want to corrupt you some more then. She bit her lip and her eyes took on a playful look. Yes, ma'am. I grabbed her and pulled her beneath me. I'd learn more about this romance writing thing. Not now. She wanted to corrupt me. Game fucking on.
Chapter 27. Lindy. I didn't build a berm when we went to sleep. If I was a more fanciful, complicated writer, I'd think of the berm as some kind of metaphor for my resistance to Dex. As soon as I gave in to the idea of a fling, the berm disappeared. My emotional berm was gone. It was oddly liberating. Had I been so controlling over what I wanted that I ignored the here and now? Was I looking to the future and not enjoying the present? The answer was definitely yes, but with a big asterisk. I was enjoying the now, knowing that it was temporary, that I'd deal with the emotional fallout later because there would be one. I'd been able to miss everything about the hockey world until now, but I had a feeling I'd be seeing Dex everywhere. With a town like Hunter Valley thinking we were dating or even living together, as Aspen mentioned, there were going to be questions. I wasn't the only one who was going to be disappointed Dex left. The entire flipping town was going to miss him. But that was later. I was in fling time and people in flings were carefree and orgasm-sated. That was me. All week. Tuesday morning, I woke on top of Dex. Then I was on top of Dex, riding him. I skipped my yoga workout for a much more pleasurable kind. There was still a lot of deep breathing and panting, and sweating.
and being bent into lots of weird positions. Wednesday morning, I woke with Dex's head between my thighs, licking me to orgasm. I was late for work, and I didn't even panic because I was too satisfied to really care. Thursday morning, I woke to him behind me, but he pushed me onto my stomach and took me from behind. I skipped yoga again. Aspen would understand. Friday morning, I woke to him packing. "Where are you going?" I asked, my voice soft as I wrapped my arms around my pillow. "Finland," he said, tossing some gym socks into a duffel. I sat up, adjusting the strap on my nightie. For some reason, Dex didn't want me naked in his bed while we slept. He liked the little outfits I wore, found them sexy. He didn't take them off me when he fucked me, and I felt ravaged. At first, I felt like he didn't want to see me naked, but he saw everything anyway. It was often gathered around my waist as we fucked, as if he couldn't wait another second for me to take it off for him to be in me. "Finland? Why?" "Exhibition game on Sunday." "Exhibition game? That means you're playing a hockey game for fun? In Finland?" He looked up, gave me a smile. Outside of the photos online, he was dressed in the nicest clothes yet. Dress pants and a button-up shirt. He looked hot. Or I was in withdrawal from lack of morning sex. Pretty much. In Finland. Can't you do it somewhere closer? He shrugged. "I've done one in Orlando, Edmonton, Stockholm. The best players in the league are invited to play. It's a special game that fans love, especially in the off-season. The advertisers do too because it makes them a lot of money. It's in all players' contracts to participate if chosen." "From all the fans." "Right. The league is showing you off." He full out grinned now. "Pretty much." "That's cool if you're invited. You're special." He came around the bed, sat on the edge, stroked my hair back. "All I care about is if you think I'm special." When he said things like that, when he touched me gently and almost reverently, it made that berm I carefully built around my heart begin to weaken. "How long will you be gone?" Did I sound needy and clingy because I felt it? A few days in his bed without a berm and I craved him. This was a problem. "I have a meeting later this morning with a potential sponsor in Chicago. Outdoor Now wants me to be their spokesperson." Outdoor Now? Wow. It was the biggest outdoor company around. That they wanted Dex to represent them was really cool. Daunting. A little crazy. I could feel the excitement in him for it. "Do they want you to model in your underwear?" I teased. "Only for you, sugar. I don't have the deal yet. After the meeting, I'm on the overnight flight to Finland. I'll be back on Monday night." Monday, as in 3 days from now. I felt a pang of loneliness, of missing him, and he was right here. He was leaving, just as I told Bridget and Aspen he would. "Why didn't you tell me about this sooner?" "Sugar, in the mornings, you've had my mouth too busy to tell you. Then you work all day, and I've been coaching while you're writing at night." It was true. We've been busy. Once word spread that Dex had coached Aspen's Polar Bears and had been swayed to help with the boys' team after, all the kid teams wanted him to help out, and he didn't say no. He was there from 3 until after 9 ever since. "This isn't me giving you updates on my house construction," I reminded. "It's Finland, not Fargo." His shoulders drooped, and he gave me a slightly sheepish look. "Okay, right, I'm sorry. I pushed it off because I wanted to be here with you with nothing else in the way. Besides, you're keeping your writing a secret." "I told you about it," I countered. "And I don't do that work from Finland." He gave me a look for that added sass on the end. "You're still not letting me read it?" "No way." The latest book was hotter and more intense than the others I wrote. I was happy with what I typed, but what would Dex think? He said I was a bad girl, but that was all part of sexy times. I was so far from bad that it was ridiculous. Besides, it didn't matter if I shared my latest story with him or not. He was going to Finland, and then back to Denver and all the trips that went with the hockey season. Why should I show him my story if he wasn't sticking? "You'll be back in Hunter Valley on Tuesday or Denver?" "Here, in this bed with you." He patted the empty spot beside me. I flushed, thinking of all the things we've done in this bed. He sighed. "I've got to go. Plane's waiting. It's still early, so go back to sleep." He leaned in, kissed me, but I turned my head. "Dex, no, I've got horrible morning breath," while his smelled minty fresh. He laughed and kissed my forehead. I'll call you from Finland. Be good. You can be bad when I get back. Chapter 28. Dex.
For the past year, we've thought you'd be a great fit with our company.
Ellen Masters, the CEO of Outdoor Now, sat across from me at a huge conference table in the corporate office in Chicago. 3 colleagues sat with her along one side, and I was on the other. My agent Scott was beside me. The high-rise view out the wall-to-wall windows was pretty spectacular. After spending over a week in Montana, I missed all the green, the open spaces, the lack of people. Hunter Valley was changing my perspective. For a business that built their brand on adventure, they looked far from outdoorsy in their crisp corporate attire. I didn't look much like a hockey player in my own suit. This was business, though. Big business. The number they were proposing in the contract would be greater than the one I had with the silver mines. I sat up straighter and adjusted my suit at her words.
But the bar incident in June really had us thinking twice.
She glanced at the others who nodded. I looked to Scott, who didn't even blink. He told me in the elevator that I'd have to withstand their thoughts and opinions on the fight to get through the meeting. While I'd like to apologize for what happened, I won't, I said. One of the women to Ellen's right sucked in a breath, clearly surprised. I held up my hand, hoping they'd let me finish what I had to say on the topic. I'm not denying responsibility or diminishing what happened, but the unvarnished truth, without any kind of media spin, is that a woman was being bullied and harassed. Verbally, but the words were sexually threatening. I won't stand by and let this happen. The man refused to back down or listen to reason, which I tried first. He threw the first punch, and I threw the second. I paused and out of the corner watched Scott's jaw clench. His commission was on the line.
You're saying you condone violence?
Ellen stated, her words spoken carefully. I shook my head. No, I defend myself if attacked, and I defend those who are not as strong as me. Note I didn't say weak. The woman at the center of this isn't weak. She was being threatened by someone bigger and a danger to her. I stood up to her bully for her. There's nothing I can do about how it went viral on social media, without context, I might add, and how I was turned into an enforcer off the ice.
Which is why we question you for a partnership. You'd be joining our family, and our customers will believe what they see online and in the media.
I won't stop protecting others, sponsorship or not. You should respect that about me. My teammates and others who were there do. I held my breath because this was the moment. Ellen took a moment, as if she was making her final decision or just torturing me.
Which is why the latest round of news about you is what we feel is the actual Dex James.
I frowned and glanced at Scott, giving him a "what is she talking about?" look.
Haven't seen the latest?
Ellen asked, sounding amused. I've been in Montana. I made it seem like the state had no internet or social media access. Scott pulled out his cell, swiped on it a few times, then handed it to me. He must have screen-captured articles and posts, because one after the other were photos of me on the ice with the kids at the winter complex. In one, I had a cone on my head and led the girls through a fun skating drill. I couldn't help but smile at the photo. Another was where I was high-fiving a line of boys as they left the ice at the end of practice. Fuck yeah, that'd have been a good time.
Yes, we know,
Ellen added. I kept scrolling. Oh shit. There were the ones of me and Lindy. Nothing racy at all because we'd never once kissed in public. There was one where we were holding hands outside the complex, another with us sitting on the bench together by the rink. I was smiling at her in a way anyone could see meant I was into her. I scanned the headlines.
Does Dex have a dame? Sexy Dexy in the Montana Mystery Woman. Dex James, brawler or boyfriend.
Sexy Dexy? Fuck, I hated that. It sounded like I was a porn star or in an all-male review. Besides that, I was fine being plastered all over social media, but Lindy wasn't. It was to be expected, though. People speculating about a woman in my life. I didn't imagine it would happen this fast or without me even realizing. Paparazzi hadn't swarmed us. I hadn't even seen one flash, but that meant nothing these days. I should have known. I'd been in bed with Lindy this morning and she hadn't known anything about this then, because she totally would have said something. So it was either new or she didn't do much social media, maybe both. Except Mallory did, and I had no doubt knew all about this. I had to wonder why she'd stayed quiet, giving me a chance with Lindy, perhaps. What was she going to think when she saw it? Panic, get angry, hide? She didn't want anyone to know she was a romance author, and now her life was going to be splashed all over the world. If the media went digging...
It seems you've turned your image around, Ellen added. A special woman.
I didn't even take a breath before responding. Yes, I have a special woman in my life now. Hopefully she wants to keep me because I sure as hell plan to keep her. Ellen, I'm the same person I've always been, girlfriend or not. I countered, then set the phone down and looked at the 4 across the table. I want to work with Outdoor now. I have for a long time. Your business and philanthropic goals align with mine, and I see a long-term future together. One where we can hopefully make some kids' lives better. I hope you do too. Ellen finally smiled.
We do as well. I understand you were off to Finland for an exhibition game. We don't want you to miss your flight. We'll work the details out with Scott.
That was it. Grill, and then go? She'd already made up her mind about me, but seemed to want to hear what I had to say. A reasonable action, although she could have said we were a go before the cross-examination. I stood, buttoned my suit jacket.
Welcome to the team,
she said, standing as well and holding out her hand. Reaching across the table, I shook it and grinned, finally at ease. Except, what about Lindy and the media? I couldn't return to Montana and shield her. I was off to fucking Finland.
Chapter 29. Lindy. I knocked on the door of Mav's rental house. Bridget texted mid-afternoon telling me to come over for dinner, and if I didn't show up, they'd send Scout out to find me. I laughed at my desk because Scout was so smart he'd definitely find me. But with his little dog legs, he might take a while. Mav opened the door, dish towel slung over his shoulder. He had on the Steaming Hotties t-shirt, again. I think you have a thing for pink, I said as I stepped past him into the house. Scout appeared with too much speed and slid into my calves. I gave him a pet.
I have a thing for your sister, and this shirt reminds me of her.
I glanced up at him from my crouch. Seriously?
I lost a bet with Theo.
He admitted, a soft smile turning up the corner of his mouth. The place was massive, probably 3 times the size of my little house. While Mav was built like a TV wrestler and needed things supersized, no one person needed 6 or 7 bedrooms, even temporarily. But I didn't have a house either at the moment, so I wasn't one to say anything about temporary housing. I followed voices into the kitchen while Mav and Scout veered toward open French doors and a patio beyond. The scent of grilled meat made my mouth water, so I assumed he was grill master. Bridget was at the center island slicing tomatoes, and a man was settled on a stool across from her. He was attractive with light brown hair and fair eyes. There was a half-finished glass of beer in front of him, which meant he'd been here for a bit. "Hey!" Bridget said, turning her brilliant smile on me. She used the back of her hand to push her glasses up. "This is Theo, one of Mav's other brothers." Theo stood, nodded in greeting.
"Hi.
This is Lindy, my sister," Bridget said, making introductions. "The doctor," I said as if I could tell the 4 apart by their professions. "Nice to meet you." Theo looked nothing like Dex or Mav. He was tall, over 6 feet, and solid. He didn't have the bulk of the other 2. I knew there was one more brother, Silas, but hadn't met or seen a photo of him. He studied me, and I tried not to squirm. Was he always this intense?
Lindy. Aha, it all makes sense now.
I frowned because I had no idea what that meant. "You mean her and Dex? I know, right?" Bridget said, putting the slices on a plate. "Know what?" I asked, glancing between them. Bridget set the knife down and turned to lean a hip against the counter and put a hand on her hip. "Know that you and Dex have been very busy this week. That's why I didn't even text you. You should be proud I showed such restraint." I hadn't even thought about it, or much else, since we'd been busy. Yes, I had work and Dex got roped into coaching every kid's hockey team in town. "Not that." She rolled her eyes, then waggled them. "I mean, you took my advice." I blushed, remembering what she and Aspen had pushed for on Monday during Sierra's practice. It was impossible not to. The things that Dex and I did since I told him I wanted him to fuck me were naughty and extensive. "And what I said stands too. He's temporary," I reminded her again. "On his way to Finland right now." Finland! I mean, I'm sure it's a lovely country and all, but that proves my point even more.
Finland's great, though. Amazing saunas. Ever been?
Theo asked. To a sauna or Finland? No to both, I replied. I wanted to travel, but that country wasn't that high on my list. You could have gone with him, Bridget prodded. To Finland? I asked, a little surprised. He told me this morning about 3 minutes before he left.
No kidding. I came up to hang with him and he never told me he was headed out of town. I can see why now.
I frowned and pushed on. I have a job. I can't just go to Finland. How many times did I say Finland? Bridget narrowed her eyes. He's coming back Sunday? Monday. Even longer. He only left this morning and I was counting the hours. This feeling I had, longing, was a big problem. I wasn't supposed to be so needy with a fling. Still, he has training camp or preseason or whatever in September, I told her, pointing out his upcoming schedule. It's July, Bridget said as if I needed a reminder. It's not Hunter Valley. He meets everything under the toaster. She reminded, referring to my man list. Except he won't be here.
Toaster? Are you talking in girl code?
Theo asked. We turned to look at him. I wasn't sure if the guy was aloof or serious or intense or what. I thought Mav was like a block of ice, keeping his emotions and words in check. But Mav was a stand-up comedian in comparison to his brother. Bridget glanced at me, then gave Theo a smile. Yes. I was relieved she wasn't going to tell him that I was fucking the cum from his little brother's balls. God, I was starting to think like I wrote in my books. Cum from Dex's balls? I should write that down for later.
Dex told me you're an accountant.
I came out of my sexy story thoughts and stared at Theo. Yes, that's right. Bridget went to the fridge and pulled out a bottle of wine. What else did he say about me?
I'd tell you, but it was all in boy code.
Bridget put a glass of wine in my hand as I smirked at Theo. He smirked back. So he did smile. Barely. I'm here! Mallory's shout was followed by a door slam. Scout dashed from the patio across the living room into the front room and followed it with a loud bark. Who's a good boy? Mallory crooned, praising Scout. Oh, yes, you are. You are such a good boy. You want scratches? Right there? Oh, you like that, don't you? Then she laughed. You're such a good licker. God, Scout, that tongue is insane. Theo cleared his throat and I glanced at Bridget, who rolled her eyes at the way her best friend was talking to a dog. It almost sounded naughty. Bridge, I've been keeping tabs on all the articles about your sister and Mallory finally gave up on petting Scout and came into the kitchen. Froze. So did her words. It was clear she wasn't expecting me, but the way she was staring at Theo, he was a bigger surprise than the one to shut her up. As a first-grade teacher, she had her summers off and definitely made the most of them. I'd known her since she and Bridget met in kindergarten, and she was the most outgoing, extroverted person I knew. It was good because Bridget was the opposite, and after our parents died, she'd really helped Bridget. I loved her like she was a second little sister. Except now when she was keeping tabs on me and Dex, as in together. Theo, she whispered, and a flush crept up her neck as she patted her hair. I glanced at Bridget again and she gave me a wink.
Mallory,
Theo replied. The look in his eyes was subdued, because the guy was super chill, but I couldn't miss the way he took in every inch of her. I didn't know you were in town, Mallory said, bouncing back from her surprise and settling into a stool next to Theo, right next to him.
Yes, took the weekend off. Dex has been telling me on the phone how amazing things are up here, and I had to see for myself.
But you were just here, what, last week? Theo flicked his gaze to me and Mallory tracked it. Oh, how's everything going with the house, Lindy? Have to stay with Dex for much longer? Mav got Bixby as contractor. Bridget explained, even though Mallory's question was directed at me. He's been working the James Inn job, but since all that's happening there right now is the last of the framing, he's taking care of our house, coordinating with the roofers and whoever else needs to be involved. I nodded because on Monday, Mav had offered his person's services and I had no intention of turning him down. I had to admit to myself that having someone else take care of this problem was a relief, especially since my free time, which wasn't much, was spent in bed with Dex. Yes, he calls me with daily updates, I said. Progress was being made. Power and gas were turned back on and the framing to the hole in the roof was complete. Shingles were next, and then they'd move on to the holes in the side of the house, which were boarded up. A new stove was on order, along with replacement windows. So you're doing okay out of the house? She prodded. Managing, I replied neutrally. She arched a brow, then pulled out her cell. Well, it seems you're managing really well. She turned her phone around to face us, but neither Bridget nor I could read it. I went around the expansive counter to take it from her. I set an alert for Dex's name. I scrolled through the latest, and there I was, on social media and a sports website, and I'm in Right Now magazine? I leafed through a copy at the hairdresser, and now I was in it? Mallory clapped her hands with glee. It's insane, right? I'd say Dex is in a relationship. I glanced at Bridget. Did you know about this? She smiled. Only after Mallory pointed it out. But it's all good, cute. He's not my boyfriend, I said, scanning one of the articles. Mav came in with a platter of burgers, set them on the island next to a bag of rolls. You sure about that? He asked. Dex seems to think you're special, Theo added. I stared at all of them, and they were eyeing me with expectation. How many times do I have to say the same thing? I asked no one in particular. No, to all of them, because I felt ganged up on. His age shouldn't matter, Mallory pointed out. I waved her off. Yeah, I've let that one go. That happened when he had the endurance to fuck me 3 different ways before he came that first time. But can I just narrow down my issues to say he travels for work? I can't be in a relationship with a man who's never around. I want kids. It's pretty hard to get pregnant when you're 3,000 miles apart. You're trying to get pregnant with Dex? That was fast. Can I be Auntie Mallory? I spun around and glared at Mallory. It was the mother death ray glare she was very familiar with. From times like when she and Bridget cut each other's bangs in 5th grade to the time they walked home from a 10th grade party drunk. I hadn't even thought about kids with Dex. My children were non-existent, amorphous blobs of my future. Seeing Dex with the hockey kids, I knew he'd be good with them, but I was sticking with what I said. Dex wasn't in the running because he was a fling, and I didn't have children with a fling, especially when his dick was 4,000 miles away. Sure, I could get off with one of my sex toys, but the last I heard, they didn't inseminate you. What did I tell you, Mallory Mornier, about this when you and Bridget were 14? She rolled her eyes. You never want to be a baby mama. She and Bridget said at the same time. I pointed at her and kept the glare. Exactly. Babies aside, if you want to be together, you make it work, Mav said. He gave Bridget a sweet glance. I frowned. He's on a plane to Finland right now. It's not like he can quit the silver mines, move to Hunter Valley, and coach kids hockey. He has a contract. And I wouldn't want him to quit for me anyway. It's his thing, his passion. I would never expect him to choose. Just like I had to give up my dream when our parents died. I'd given up the idea of being an author because it wasn't stable. There was no guaranteed income, no health benefits or retirement plan. I had to let it go for a stable job, and while I never regretted taking care of Bridget, I put my life on hold. Only now was I starting to get it back, and with this latest book, with how the words were really coming out, and I was excited about the story, I understood what it was like to have a thing. You could quit, Theo tossed out there. Quit my job, I asked. How am I going to pay my bills? I didn't have a James fortune or a contract with a professional hockey team. Sure, I wanted to become successful enough with my writing to quit, but that didn't seem like it was going to happen anytime soon, no matter how fast I typed. Bridget gave me a soft smile and nodded. She understood, even though she was living in this big fancy house now. Mav would take care of her financially, no question. She wanted to work, to make her mark. She was still waiting to hear about the long-term sub-job at the high school. She wanted to work no matter how many zeros she'd have in her bank account when she and Mav married. Because they were going to. I knew it. They knew it. Scout probably even knew it. Mallory frowned. Well, that sucks, but please tell me you're having one hell of a fling with Dex and his hockey stick. That he's scored, again and again. Maybe he's been rough and you've allowed him into your penalty box. Okay, then, Theo said, hopping to his feet. Hamburger, anyone? Chapter 30. Dex. The time difference between Finland and Montana was a bitch. When I arrived, Lindy was asleep, in my bed. I didn't text because I didn't want to wake her. I went right to the rink where the exhibition game was going to happen, and I connected with my team. We had hours of practice before media time.
Lined up outside the boards were news outlets from all over the world, ready to interview players. It was like a receiving line at a wedding, but we were hockey players in our home team's uniforms and skates. Sports Now was first. "How's the off-season going?" the guy asked. He was American and had on jeans and a t-shirt with his company's logo on it. It reminded me of Mav in the coffee shop shirt. "It's great to be here with so many talented players," I said. "Back in June, you were keeping that right hook warmed up for the ice." "You mean the incident that spread across social media?" I was being clear on what he was talking about. "That's right. I made my statement after it happened, and I stand by it. I wasn't giving him anything new. I protected a woman, and she didn't need to be dragged back into the spotlight over something so minor as a douchebag's broken nose. If I wasn't Dex James, the incident would have been nothing more than a little action for the bar's bouncers instead of making sports news. You must be feeling pretty lucky your girlfriend, the one we've all seen you with in Montana of all places, doesn't mind you're an enforcer off the ice." Enforcers were usually fourth line and took care of any opposing team players who wanted to fuck with the first or even second line guy like me or the goalie. They were the ones who had the on-the-ice fights. I never got into them because no one wanted risking me getting hurt by a sucker punch or a broken hand. My job was to score, not fight. But off ice? The guy's question was a double middle finger to me. He was calling out my personal life and the bullshit spin the media put on the bar fight. I bristled, but I was being filmed. Every nuance of my demeanor, my tone, my words were going to be scrutinized. He was trying to stir up shit because there was nothing else on me. He knew it. I did interviews all the time during the season. There was a Silvermines PR person who worked with all the players on how to talk to the press, and I used everything I'd learned over the years. Stay calm, stay positive, be brief, don't rant, tell the truth. I grinned and pointed at myself. My woman lucky. Hell, I'm the lucky one. It's better than the draft, being a first-round pick by someone as perfect as she is.
Chapter 31. Lindy. I spent all Saturday writing. I even put on my noise-canceling headphones to block out the world. While Dex's neighbors didn't have any tall trees, I wasn't taking any chances with any kind of distraction. I hadn't gotten as far as I wanted in my story this week, and I needed to get through as much as I could. Since Dex now knew what I was up to, I'd been waiting for him to somehow read my draft. But other than him mentioning it once in bed, he hadn't pushed it. With Dex away, I got into the zone and wrote, although my muse was with me and telling me all the naughty things to add. I didn't even go to the grocery store with my list, just ate leftover pizza from the other night. On Sunday, Lucy joined me in a writing sprint on the video chat after she dropped off her daughter at a birthday party. "Top of the hour, share." She set her face in a little window in the bottom corner of my laptop. We wrote in 30-minute intervals, then took a break. I sat back, rubbed my eyes. "Chapter 14, I told her. "I'm getting a snack." Climbing from the chair, I stretched and went to the counter and grabbed a banana from the bunch in a bowl. "Holy shit, Lind! Wow, so good. I'm loving this story, and it's hot as hell." I dropped into the seat. Her praise meant so much because our author friend rule had always been to be brutally honest. There were so many chapters and scenes we'd tweaked or cut entirely because of each other's advice. "Thanks," I said, peeling the banana. "It's been quick to write. I'll definitely be able to finish for the editor in time, and I don't have to panic about the pre-order." "You've definitely gotten the words in since last week. But I can't believe all that's happened. I mean, right after we talked, that tree fell on your house." While we hadn't video chatted or written together since last Saturday, we emailed and I told her about the house. "Yeah, God, it's crazy. Mav, that's Bridget's boyfriend, has pretty much taken over getting everything fixed. He seems like a really great guy, but I don't want to hear about him. I want to hear about this brother. I told you he was your muse. The guy who put that smile on your face and inspiration to write the sexiest scene in the West." She fanned herself and laughed. "He's inspirational," I said, choosing my words carefully. "Tell me his dick's bigger than that banana." I glanced at the just-peeled fruit, waved it in front of the camera. "It is." "And you've gotten your face that close to it?" I grinned. "I have." "Then get off the computer and go get that big banana." "That big banana is in Finland." I took a bite of the one in my hand. Definitely smaller in my mouth than Dex's. That thought made me feel happy, excited, and aroused all at once. I was having a fling with a fun, hot man. I knew what his dick felt like in my mouth, and that made me hot. And lonely. For an exhibition hockey game. I added because clearly Lucy didn't follow hockey any more than I did. I glanced at the clock on my screen. Which is tonight, or soon since they're ahead 9 hours. Yeah, I checked the time difference. Oh, then get off the phone and go watch your man in action. He's my fling, not my man, I clarified, making sure she knew it couldn't get serious. I was making sure I knew it wasn't getting serious. Although I was sitting in his house, my bathroom products mixed in with his, our laundry was piled together in the hamper. Right. A knock on the door had me looking up. Bridget and Mallory came in, arms loaded down with reusable grocery bags. Mallory, as usual, was dressed in cute shorts with a striped shirt. Her hair was half up, half down, and she had on makeup. Bridget was in cut-off jean shorts, a white tank top, and her hair was piled on top of her head in a messy bun. I went shopping more with Mallory when the girls were young than Bridget. We brought snacks for the hockey game, Bridget announced. Gotta watch Sexy Dexy in action, Mallory added. God, that nickname was awful. But he was sexy. I glanced at Lucy on the screen. Mallory and Bridget are here to do that. Gotta go. Lucy waved at me and I slammed the lid shut on my laptop. I popped the last piece of banana in my mouth as they put the bags on the kitchen counter. Chips and salsa, hummus, spicy barbecue chips. Mallory listed as she pulled things out. Guac? I asked. Bridget pulled 2 avocados from her bag. Happening. I've never watched a game knowing a player before. This is so exciting, Mallory said. Where are the guys? I asked, pulling flavored seltzers from the fridge. Mav wasn't usually far from Bridget these days. In the week I'd been living with Dex, living in Dex's house, I learned he was a partial health nut. Of course he exercised. He didn't need to be on a pro hockey team for me to know that. I only had to get him naked and touch every inch of that hard-muscled body. He didn't like gratuitous sugar, his words, and things like soda, and his idea of a snack was fruit. So I'd compromise on that, having guac and seltzer with my spicy chips. Avocado was a fruit. Went for a hike, Mallory said. They've seen Dex play before. Have you talked to him since he left? Bridget asked. I shook my head. Just a few texts, but not back and forth. He said they're on a crazy schedule. Did you watch his interview? Bridget asked. No, why? He didn't tell you about it? She glanced at Mallory, just like when they were little and had a shared secret. Out with it. I curled my fingers in a gimme gesture. Mallory pulled out her phone and did some swiping. Here. She thrust it at me. It was a sports website and I clicked on the video. A sportscaster was asking Dex a question. He was in his Silvermines uniform, helmet on his head, hockey stick in hand. He was sweaty and flushed. From playing hockey, not sex with me. Although I'd seen that sweaty and flushed look before when he was naked. You must be feeling pretty lucky your girlfriend, the one we've all seen you with in Montana of all places, doesn't mind you're an enforcer off the ice. I sucked in a breath and flicked my gaze at the girls. Her lucky? Hell, I'm the lucky one. It's better than the draft being a first-round pick by someone as perfect as she is. Oh my God. Oh my God. You sure it's a fling? Bridget whispered when I handed the phone back to Mallory. I didn't answer, just went over his words again and again as I grabbed some of the snacks and settled on the couch. I busied myself by pulling up the game on a satellite sports channel while the girls finished making the guac and set the spread on the coffee table. The game started after a bunch of fancy pregame stuff, including national anthems. God, he's hot. Mallory said at least 17 times through the first and second periods. In my mind, I said it every time Dex was on the ice. I didn't know skating was sexy, but the way he moved was effortless. Like at the kids' practices, but with intensity. He shoved a guy into the boards, then he got taken out but popped right back up. Even watching him guzzle from a water bottle on the bench was hot. He was in his element playing hockey, especially when he scored the third time, which was something called a hat trick per the announcer. Please tell me you offered him some kind of sex motivation to score 3 goals. Mallory urged, staring at the TV and watching Dex skate down the boards and getting gloved high fives from his teammates for the latest goal. What? I asked on a laugh. Does he get a BJ for every goal? Mallory asked. For the hat trick, does he get anal? Bridget was taking a sip of her drink and spit it all over Mallory. I don't want to know about Lindy and anal, okay? Bridget said, glancing at her BFF. Please, you totally gave up that hole for Mav. I stared at Mallory wide-eyed. While I knew Bridget wasn't a virgin, it was hard for me to separate the little girl I raised with the woman who might be having anal sex. You need to get laid instead of thinking about Lindy's sex life, Bridget told her. Mallory nodded. I do. I so do. I'm waiting for Theo, obviously. If he can perform surgery on a brain or spleen or something, imagine what those hands can do with a G-spot. Bridget looked at me. I looked at Bridget. We laughed and laughed. What? I'm not wrong, Mallory added. I didn't think she was, but Theo seemed to be a tough nut to crack, but if anyone could do it, it'd be her. When I was wiping my eyes with a napkin, Mallory piped up again. Just because he's away doesn't mean you can't do sexy times. I bet you haven't had phone sex or video chat sex. She's been in his bed, so why does she need to phone it in? Bridget asked, taking another sip of her drink. He's in Finland. Mallory turned to face me. I'm not getting any, Lindy. It's clear since I'm all up in your sex life. So please have video chat sex with that man later. He's earned it. She was right. The idea was hot and would be amazing in my book. I wasn't telling either of them I was game. I shrugged, playing it cool. I'm so impressed with you, Lindy Beckett, Mallory gushed. Why? I scooped some guac onto a chip. Bagging a professional hockey player, he's gorgeous, nice, talented, and he's so into you. Plus he has a magical dick, Mallory added. I didn't say that, Aspen did. I clarified while crunching on the chip. But it's true. He so did. Chapter 32. Dex. I dropped onto the edge of my bed with a heavy sigh as I tugged on my tie to loosen it. The organizers had us play busy nonstop. We weren't in the country as tourists. Even game day, we were up early and at the rink practicing. After, there was another media gauntlet. I knew most of the other players from games, some even from the silver mines, but were traded. We were all here to give the fans a good time, and the competitive level of the game was lower. We played hard. By the time it was all over and I finally got to my hotel room, I was exhausted. Lindy and I had texted but never connecting. When I was on the ice, she was sleeping. When I was sleeping, she was up. It sucked. I knew being away from her was going to be tough, but for some reason I felt it this trip. While playing hockey was my life, for the first time I felt like I left something behind, that I was being pulled. It was going to be worse during the regular season, but there was no option. Every player who had a spouse or significant other were separated for stretches. It was part of the game, but the main reason Lindy didn't want to get serious. She was in my house, in my bed. But that was as far as it went. She wanted permanent, forever, the picket fence and kids in Hunter Valley. I respected her decision, and she had been honest about it from the start. But I felt like we were doomed, and being so far away, I couldn't do anything to sway her. In fact, it was only proving her point. Even in the few months I had off, I still had commitments to the team and my contract. I couldn't break my deal with the silver mines even if I wanted to. I'd never even considered the possibility until now. I felt like I was being forced to choose between hockey and Lindy. The legalese of my contract and Lindy herself said I couldn't have both. Lindy wasn't going to leave Montana. Hell, I didn't think she'd ever leave her house. When my cell chimed, I nabbed it. My heart raced as if I got a breakaway with the puck. Sugar. Great game. I smiled. No fuck, I all out grinned. My brothers watched some of my games. Not all because there were 82 in a season. Plus exhibition games like the one I just played, and playoffs. They didn't stay CEOs or become doctors by sitting around watching hockey all the time. But Lindy. It felt different, this satisfaction knowing she'd watched. Me. Thanks, it was fun. I wasn't banged up and bruised like a regular season game. This one didn't count toward a team's record since it was just for fun. While it was for the league and advertisers to make money, the players got to do what we all loved. Play. No pressure. There were less hits, no fights. Sugar. Did I wake you? Me. I'm amped from the game. And her texts. Sugar. I have something for you when you get home. A present for your hat trick. Now I was intrigued. Me. What is it? There was no response right away, and just when I was about to type back some question marks, a photo appeared.
Holy fuck. I was instantly hard. It was a selfie of Lindy kneeling on our bed in a turquoise nightie. It had sexy little cutouts that hinted at her bare skin, including the bottom curves of her breasts. I pressed my hand against my dick to calm it down. Me. Now. I want my present now. Sugar. You're not here. For once, I was homesick. My dick and I agreed there was no fucking way we were waiting until we got back to Montana to unwrap that present. Me. I'm opening a video chat. Answer. I hit the little movie camera icon and waited 5 seconds for her face to appear. Her blonde hair was down and tousled as if she'd fluffed it with her fingers. I could see the headboard behind her and the light comforter beneath her. I longed to be there with her, make her grip that headboard as I took her from behind. Sugar. I practically growled. Dex? What's my present exactly? The nightie or you? She put her finger to her mouth and bit down on the tip as if playing coy. Oh, she was so fucking bad. I learned a hat trick is a big deal. That means you get whatever you want. Holy fuck. I whispered again. This woman. I was close to coming and we hadn't done anything. Hell, just that photo and her words had pre-cum spurting into my boxers. With my pants too tight, I opened them and pulled out my dick. Sighed. Then gripped the base and slowly stroked it with my free hand. Whatever I want, I repeated. She nodded. Prop the phone against the lamp so I can see my present. Her hand covered the camera and the sound of fumbling came through the speaker as she did as I said. Then she appeared again, shifting backward on the bed so she was facing the side table where she'd positioned her phone. She was on her knees in nothing but that sexy as fuck nightie. Do you want me to take it off? She asked, reaching up to slide one thin strap off her shoulder. It drooped along her arm, the deep silk falling low on one tit. I shook my head. No, stay just like that. A little frown formed on her pretty brow. You don't want me bare? I love your little nightgowns. The way they cover you like a big fucking tease. I pointed toward her, but she probably couldn't see my arm, let alone my hand. I can see the swells of those perfect tits, the hard nipples poking out. And you're bare beneath, right? She nodded. You said I can have anything I want? I asked again. I wasn't in the same country, and I was still checking to make sure she was right there with me. Her hand settled on her thighs, drawing my eyes down her body. Anything. Her voice was breathy, and even through the phone's tiny screen I could see the way her cheeks flushed. Your pussy wet? I stroked up my dick, thumbed the crown. Yes. Show me. Coming up off her heels, she knelt high in the bed. With one hand she pulled up the hem of her nightie just enough for me to get a glimpse of her pussy. But her free hand hid it as she touched herself. Then the hem dropped and she raised her fingers up for me to see. They were glistening. Taste yourself. Was that my voice? It sounded like I was gargling pebbles. I was full out stroking my dick now, each time I squeezed the base to slow things down a bit. But I could do nothing about the constant stream of pre-cum I smeared down my length. Watching her suck her fingers coated in her pussy juices was the sexiest thing I'd ever seen. Got that box of toys, sugar? Her fingers froze by her mouth and her eyes widened. How do you know about that? Her words were soft and I barely heard them. So Mallory had been right. Lindy did have sex toys, although she'd said every woman had them, but no one else mattered. A horny single woman like you must have a bedside drawer full of them. Dex, she breathed, dropping back onto her heels. What? You are horny. I know how much firsthand. Show me what you've got. I doubt you left them at your house. Her bedroom had been the first hit by the tree. Branches came through the ceiling and one exterior wall. I'd helped her pack and move her things to the other bedrooms. Even though I'd said I'd move her panty drawer, I hadn't touched it. I definitely hadn't seen her toys. I went back and got one. The fact that she made a special trip just to pick up a sex toy meant she was really horny. It was my job now to satisfy her, and I wasn't there to do it. That fucking sucked. How many do you have? I wondered. What kind of hardware did a single woman need? 4. I took a second to think about that. 4. She nodded, finally loosening up from the initial embarrassment of her stash being called out. One's got suction, one's a lipstick-sized one for travel, another is just big, and the last one is a combo. Combo? Like fries and a drink with your vibrator? She laughed. No, like clit and G-spot stimulation at the same time. Toss that one out. I do that for you now.
She looked at me with a sly smile. You do, but you're not here. So that's the one you got from your house? She nodded. Show me. The toy? I shook my head. No, you using it. This is what I want for my hat trick. Watching you come with your toy. Her mouth fell open. I definitely surprised her. Don't go shy on me now, sugar. You know I'll talk you through it. Go get it. I'll wait. Chapter 33. Lindy. I was embarrassed, nervous, and aroused all at the same time. Excited because I'd never been like this with a man before. Naughty, fun, intimate. And yes, this was intimate even though he was in a different country. But this was Dex, and he made me feel pretty, wanted, needed. So I dashed off the bed and went into the bathroom where I left the toy tucked in a drawer. I ran back into the bedroom and crawled across the bed. Okay, I said, catching my breath. Lie back and show me your pussy. Oh my God. I flopped onto my back and looked to the phone. Tilt me down a little, sugar. I want to see everything. I shifted, reached out to the phone and adjusted it, then settled onto the bed. That's perfect. I stared at the ceiling, had a moment of panic. I lifted my head, looked at Dex. You're not recording this, are you? He crooked a finger and I moved again, back to the phone. Sugar, I never share, and I protect what's mine. Yeah, he probably did. Trust me? He murmured. His hair was tousled, his shirt rumpled, the top button undone. His tie was loose and askew. It was really late there, but he was right here with me. I nodded. Is this one-sided? He laughed. Hell no. The camera shifted down his body and, oh! There he was, rubbing one out. The camera distorted him a little, but he was big and hard and, God, that was hot. Seeing him all dressed up except for his dick out, which he was stroking because of me. I didn't say anything else, just fell back so he could see, grabbed the toy and flipped it on. Legs wider, sugar. Fuck. He growled when I set my feet on the bed and moved them nice and wide. My nightie slid up so I was bare from the waist down. Uncover those gorgeous tits for me. I tucked my fingers under the edging and pulled the turquoise material beneath my breasts. Fuck, look at you. Show me how you play with yourself. I put the toy between my thighs and slid it up and down my center. It was shaped like a U, and half of it I slid inside me. I was so wet it went in easily. The vibration had me moan. Pillow under your hips, now. Reaching out, I grabbed a pillow and tucked it beneath me. Fuck, look at how pink and wet you are. You got me so hard, sugar. I pushed it in and out until I found the spot I liked, then shifted my hand so the little suction part settled over my clit. Wiggling my hips, it latched on. Oh, that thing have vibration settings? He asked. Yes. My eyes were closed, and I was rolling my hips to chase the pleasure. Go through them. I licked my lips. They're slow and a weird rhythm like slow, slow, slow pulses, then a buzz. Faster. I gasped. All pulses and fast. Oh. Which one is a tease? He asked. The mix one. Set it to that. Dex. I whined. I love the fast speed and having a little of it, and then switching it to the one that kept me hanging over and over was cruel. I haven't seen you or my pussy in days. I'm not ending this in 30 seconds, he said. Is it like my fingers in you, playing and then pulling out? Yes. And my tongue on your clit and then I switch it up? Stop being mean, I told him. I was getting into this now, settling into what he was saying as the toy buzzed and throbbed against my G-spot and clit. Oh, sugar, you're over there in that sexy little nightie, legs open and showing me how good you take a vibrator and I'm mean? I whimpered. My dick has never been this hard. I've never craved something so much as you, sugar. I can practically taste that pussy, feel you clenching around my fingers, that clit getting big and hard against my tongue. Dex, I'm getting close. Sweat misted my skin and I was writhing on the pillow. I used my hand to move the toy in a rhythm that mimicked the thrusts of Dex's huge magical dick. Me too. I'm going to make a mess of myself as I listen and watch you play. Give it to me, sugar. Give me my present. Oh, fuck. My hips lifted off the bed as I clenched, the vibrations making me come so hard it almost hurt. I couldn't get this kind of orgasm with Dex. His dick didn't vibrate like this, and while his mouth was perfection, the suction was powerful. Ah, Lindy, fuck. He came on a deep growl. I looked at my phone and saw that the screen was black, his hand dropping, and the camera covered as he came undone. It wasn't the same. I didn't feel the hard press of his body, the heat of him, the thick feel of him between my thighs, his breath on my neck as he said all kinds of dirty things. The way I could watch him as he came, lost in the pleasure he found in my body. When I became too sensitive, I pulled the toy from me, tossed it aside, sat up. His face filled the phone again. Fuck, that was intense. His gaze was softer, his voice relaxed, soothed by a powerful release. Thank you for the present. Be prepared for when I get back tomorrow. Prepared? With me, once isn't enough. I already want you again. He tipped the camera down to his still hard dick, then back to his face. This was pre-gaming, remember? Pre-gaming. If that was a warm-up, then I was in trouble. And I wanted it. All the trouble I could get. Chapter 34. Dex. I returned to Hunter Valley as if I belonged there, now my big, lonely penthouse in Denver. It was late when I dropped my bags at the door of the small rental and shucked my clothes as I went, climbing naked into bed with the sleeping Lindy. This was what I'd been longing for ever since we ended our video call the night before. 4,000 miles of flying later, and I was where I wanted to be. Almost. She was warm and in another one of her sexy fucking nighties. You're home, she murmured as I wrapped my arm around her from behind. I missed her soft scent, the feel of her. The video sex had been insane, but it would never compare to touching, kissing, licking, and fucking Lindy's perfect body. I'd warned her, but knowing she was here waiting for me, that she was mine, that had me feeling longing, contentment, satisfaction. It ran deeper than the instant attraction and need I felt for her when I first saw her. It wasn't insta-love like in the romances. I knew what that meant because I'd snagged a paperback at the Helsinki airport and made my way through it on the flight home. I fell. That's what I did. I fell for her. I didn't care that she wasn't in the same place as me. I was patient and, well, she was in my bed. This for me, sugar? I asked, sliding my hand over the silky material. Mm-hmm. You said you liked them. On you, I added. The feel of her, the scent of her, the way she was warm beneath the covers had me so fucking hard. I'm sorry I fell asleep, she murmured. I didn't know when you'd be back. You waited up. She rubbed her cheek into the pillow, then her butt into my hard dick. Not very well. I missed you. I missed you. Fuck. I'm here. Dex. She breathed, shifting beneath the sheets. I nuzzled into the crook of her neck. What do you need? You. I reveled in her words, that all she needed was me. In me. Fuck yes. I slipped my hand under her skimpy little nightgown and cupped her breast. Plumped it, felt the nipple go hard against my palm. I saw these last night and my fingers ached to do this. Then I switched directions and slid down her thigh, lifting it up and over mine, opening her. I loved how you spread your thighs so nice and wide to show me my pussy. You wet for me? I asked while I discovered for myself. Her pussy was warm and soft, dripping, just like it had been the night before. It had been days since I had my hands on her and I couldn't get enough. Couldn't wait another fucking second. Shifting, I lined up at her slick opening and entered her. From this angle, it was a slow go and I stopped when I had her crammed full. Dex, she breathed, wriggling her butt against me. We hadn't even kissed and I was deep inside her. Her nutty was around her waist, and I tugged a strap off her shoulder, baring one breast. Fuck, I loved her like this, naughtily exposed as I took her from behind. Dex, she cried when I began to move. Harder. In this position, I couldn't go deep or hard, so I scooped her up and rolled so she was face down. Then I lifted her so her knees were beneath her. Her head was still on the warm bed as I began to take her as she wanted. I needed it hard, too. Like that. I asked, gripping her hips and taking her roughly. Yes? It was so good, too good. She was hot and slick and bare.
Fuck, I groaned. Never forgoing a condom before, she felt amazing. Skin on skin was wet and like heaven. The idea of taking her bare had my balls drawing up, my orgasm building the base of my spine. The lady always came first, so I needed to get her there. Now. Licking my thumb, I reached around and worked her clit. Oh God, Dex, I need... More? Yes. Her fingers curled into the bedding. Setting my other hand at the base of her spine, my thumb slipped down into the crack of her ass and found that spot we hadn't played with yet. With only a brush of my thumb, she tensed, and I felt the rosette clench from the contact. Dex! Her pussy milked my dick, and I was so close. Too close. Come for me, my sweet bad girl. Fucked from behind in that little teasing outfit. Clit all hard in your ass. Yeah, my girl loved dirty talk. I just called the plays as I saw them, and it made her come on a breathy cry as her pussy milked my bare dick. I thrust deep once, then so fucking reluctantly pulled out, spurting cum all over her ass and back, painting her in thick stripes. Fuck sugar, I said when I finally caught my breath. Best welcome home I've ever had. Chapter 35, Dex. When my phone woke me, I was sprawled diagonally across the bed. Sunlight poured through the window. Lindy was gone. When I saw that it was 10:30, I knew why. It was Tuesday. She was at work and I was jet-lagged. What? I said, grabbing the cell off the nightstand where I'd set it when I crawled in bed. They're sending through the contract on Monday. It was Scott. I rolled over, stared at the ceiling. I was naked and I had morning wood. Fuck, I needed Lindy again. Yeah, why the delay? I hadn't had much time to think about outdoor now once I left the meeting in Chicago, but it had been 4 days. Image, but I repeated everything you told them. They went with the amount we thought. He shared it and I was pleased. Not that I needed any more fucking money, but I knew my value. And the youth program add-on? I asked. This was the important part. In there. I sat up, planted my feet on the floor. Yes. Ellen's a shrewd woman. I guess she wanted to see if the story stayed the same. Ultimately, she was pleased. Between all the work you've done in the past and the new leaf you've turned. New leaf. Having a girlfriend. I tossed that in there when Ellen waffled. Plus, I pushed how you were doing volunteer coaching in your off-season. I rubbed a hand over my face. Lindy's not a stunt. Doesn't matter. They love you and that you met a small-town girl and fell in love. It was accurate, but what did Scott actually tell her? Was he spouting romance stories better than Lindy? It does matter. I'm not with her for this contract. Fine, whatever you say. Still a stroke of genius. I frowned, wondering if I liked him being my agent. He was mercenary, and this deal made him a shit ton of money. I wouldn't put it past him to pay Lindy's neighbor to drop his dead tree on her house just to get us together. Hell, Mallory might even do it. Send the contract to me and my lawyer to review. I told him. Will do. You'll get it after Vegas this weekend. Vegas? I'm in Montana. I rubbed my eyes and looked out the window. No skyscrapers, no car horns or millions of people. Fuck, I really liked it in Hunter Valley. There was an opening at the Golf Invitational. Players from all sports playing for their favorite charities. This weekend. I just got back last night. So, you travel like this all season. It's off-season. It's for charity. He countered, knowing that would get me to Nevada more than any other reason. Guaranteed donation. If you win or place, even more. Fuck. He knew how to snag me. I loved opportunities to make money to my charity of choice. This was definitely one. A sports star-studded weekend in Vegas and money went to those in need. I couldn't turn it down. He knew. Okay, fine. I'll get you booked out on Friday. I stood, scratched my balls, and headed to the shower. I'll get there on my own. Now I had to tell Lindy I was leaving again. Chapter 36, Lindy. I had to admit, Mav got shit done. Maybe it was his size that intimidated people into getting stuff done, or maybe it was his money that moved things along. Maybe it was both or neither. Whatever. I didn't really care because the tree was long gone and the house was enclosed. The roof and exterior walls were fixed. I'd left work to check it out. Standing in the backyard, I could see the hole was gone in the roof and the shingles were on.
The replaced section of siding was up, but it hadn't been painted yet. Replacement windows were installed in my bedroom and kitchen. I went inside through the back door. The kitchen stove was missing, and the table and chairs were still in the living room. I went up the steps. The hall ceiling still had a hole, and I could see where a truss needed to be replaced in the attic. In my bedroom, a new mattress had been delivered. The interior walls needed installation and drywall, and the hole in the floor between my bedroom and the kitchen below was covered with a piece of plywood. Still, it was a major difference. Repairs would continue, but I could now live in the house. I dropped onto the mattress, tag still attached. The house was quiet, no chainsaws. Just the familiar scent and stillness that I'd known my entire life. When Bixby called me at the office to give me my daily update, I was thrilled. Then not thrilled. The only time I hadn't lived in that house was when I was at college. Even then I came home often on the weekends and every summer. This place was my home, where I'd grown up with my parents, where I'd raised Bridget. But I spent over a week with Dex, or at least in Dex's house. My ordered life shifted. I still had my list, but new things were added. I liked the new things, a lot. Like sex. I even laughed at myself thinking a stupid pillow burn was going to keep us apart. I glanced around, took in pale yellow paint color. It had taken me 2 years to take over the master bedroom after my parents died, stripping off their blue-striped wallpaper and painting. That transition had been hard. But moving in with Dex, once I gave in to being with him, hadn't been. The way he got home from his trip, climbed in bed and greeted me last night. I wanted him to do that every night. God, that had been hot. That reminded me to collect some things. More nighties, which he strangely loved so much. I smiled, wondering which one I'd wear tonight. I opened the closet door, and something leaped out at me. I screamed.
Chapter 37. Dex. Lindy was late. She was never late. While I didn't have too much data to trend since she'd only been in my house 6 days before I left for the exhibition game, I knew she was a stickler for routine, and it was 5:30 and she wasn't back. I wasn't worried. She said she could take care of herself, and I knew it. This was Hunter Valley. The most exciting thing that happened around here was a tree falling on a house. And me. And both happened to Lindy. So if something was going to go sideways, I believed it might happen to her. More importantly, I missed her. I didn't wake up to my head between her thighs as I'd hoped. I'd had to rub one out in the shower so my dick went down. I was at the winter complex between 2 practice sessions and staring at my phone. No calls, no texts. Fuck, I was whipped. I set the phone back in my bag and turned back to the ice. It rang. I spun back, snagged it up, and couldn't help the grin as I saw Sugar appear on the screen. Totally whipped. I was just thinking about you. Dex, oh my God! Her voice was shrill and shaky. What's the matter? I asked, gripping the phone. I was attacked. I jolted and spun in a circle, then dropped onto the bench and tugged at the laces of one of my skates. Are you okay? Is he still there? Where are you? I got one skate off and moved on to the next. I could run in skates, but I sure as shit couldn't drive in them. Well, maybe I could. No, God, I'm okay. It was... She laughed. God, Dex, I was just attacked by a squirrel. I stilled, bent over, and my fingers tangled in the laces. Say what? I was attacked by a squirrel. It was in my closet, and I opened the door to get some more of the nighties you like, and I guess it came through one of the holes in the house, and it got in my closet, and one of the workers shut the door, and then when I opened it... Whoa, Sugar, take a breath. I needed one, too. Holy shit, my adrenaline was pumping harder than when I scored the winning goal for the championship. I could hear her breathing hard. I'm sorry. God, it scared the shit out of me. You're not the only one. Wait, are you hurt? Did it bite you? Is it still on the house? I'm fine, really. I just got scratched. It bounced off my legs, and I'm wearing pants today, but it jumped onto my arm, which is bare, before launching itself across the room. I have little claw marks. Claw marks. I huffed out a laugh and ran a hand down my face. Okay, you're at your house now? Yes. I'll be there in a few minutes. Don't move, and don't open any more doors. Chapter 38. Dex. When you said I should take some time off and come hang out with you and meet Lindy, this wasn't the way I expected. I stood, feet spread, arms over my chest, as Theo dabbed antibiotic ointment on the thin cuts on Lindy's arm. I didn't like seeing anyone else touching my woman, especially my brother. But his gaze held zero interest, only bewilderment and amusement. In my panic, I called Theo from the car as I raced from the rink to Lindy's house. He texted when he got to town, but I'd been in Finland. We hadn't caught up since I'd been back, and he fortunately was still here hanging with Mav. He must have had more punch cards saved up than I expected. The conversation had been, looking back, a little ridiculous. Lindy might have the plague, I told him, turning out of the parking lot almost on 2 wheels. Sexual plague or just the flu? What? I shouted, gunning it through a yellow light. What the hell is a sexual plague? He didn't answer, but instead said, So, the flu then. I haven't heard of many cases lately, but I don't follow Montana's health department reports. What? No, she doesn't have the flu. I mean the actual plague. Are you drunk? I ran a hand through my hair. Fuck, Theo, get to Lindy's house. I'm driving there now. I slammed on my brakes and honked my horn at a car that cut me off. Because she might have the plague. He'd repeated, as if saying it again would make me realize I meant plaque. But her fucking dentist date could take care of that, not Theo. Yes! I yelled, death gripping the steering wheel. I was losing my mind. She needs medical help. The plague. How many times are you going to say that? Once more. The plague. It's not 1350. Why the hell do you think she has the plague? She was attacked by a squirrel. Say that again? A squirrel. They carry the plague, don't they? He paused. It's possible. Around here, Yersinia pestis is more likely in prairie dogs. Had it been a prairie dog in her closet? Fuck. She said it was a squirrel, but maybe she didn't see it right. Maybe it was a prairie dog in her closet. Her closet. Are you a doctor or a parrot? Get to Lindy's house, stat, or whatever you doctors say. Mav hovered beside me, watching with less concern and more amusement. Theo had been with him and Bridget, and they'd all driven over together. Stat. Bridget was on the arm of the couch, since the coffee table was still turned over the main part of it, wiping her eyes because she'd been laughing so hard. I'm fine, Dex, Lindy said, reaching out and taking my hand in a motherly squeeze. You can see the fucker's little nail marks, I said, pointing to her forearm and biceps. 4 little red lines cut along her skin. They're called scratches. Theo clarified in his usual deadpan voice. You watched me clean them with soap and water, and this antibiotic ointment will help. Help? Why would it need to help? Theo glanced at Lindy. You sure you want this one? I think he got hit by a slap shot or 2 in Finland. Lindy squeezed my hand again, sighed. Now that the exterior is closed up, I was going to stay here, but I know what I don't want as a roommate, a squirrel. What the fuck? She was going to move out of my little rental? Why? When did she decide this? Why didn't we talk about it? You're staying with me until it's found, I said, putting my proverbial foot down. I didn't give a shit about a fucking squirrel, but he was my new best friend for giving her a reason not to come back to her house. I'd make him a little nest, track down some acorns and shit. He could move his furry ass right on in if that kept Lindy out, and scratch-free. The front and back doors are open, Mav said, pointing to the front door. The little guy will run out on his own. She can't keep the doors open all night. A bear could walk in, mountain lion, raccoon. It's good you know your Montana wildlife, Bridget said, amusement lacing her words. I'll stay here. Theo offered, probably so I didn't stroke out on him. He screwed the top on the little tube of ointment and glanced at Mav and Bridget. I'll chance a squirrel attack over listening to you two for another night. Bridget laughed some more. Mav puffed his chest out but said nothing. Good, it's settled, I said with a slash of my hand through the air. Was I being irrational? Yes. Did I care? No. Theo will stay here, ensure the squirrel is gone and no others move in. You're with me. I took Lindy's hand, tugged her to her feet and out the open door, laughter following us. 5 minutes later, I broke just as many traffic laws as I did earlier. I had Lindy in my house, the door closed, and her bent over the kitchen table. Dex! She cried as I worked her pants and panties down. I got my jeans open and dick out, pumped it once, eyeing her perfect upturned ass. I need you, sugar. I aged 10 years when you called. I kicked her legs apart, then slapped my hand on the table beside her head. This was the position she was in when I spanked her the week before. It was a squirrel, she cried. I spanked her. You were bad. Tex, I'm okay. I slammed into her, growled. Fuck, she felt so fucking good. Mine. You were going to move out. Tex, she hissed. I pulled back, rolled my hips and fucked her deep. I spanked her again. She moaned and squirmed as much as she could, pinned to the dining table. You weren't going to tell me. My house is fixed, she cried. It's infested. One squirrel. You wouldn't get this, though. I rolled my hips, shifted so the angle took me even deeper. We were arguing and fucking. I'd never done them at the same time before, but I knew I was going to win. Because when my dick was deep inside Lindy, she was compliant. If that made me a caveman, I didn't care. In, out, I wasn't gentle. But she didn't want gentle, and I couldn't give it to her right now. I was fucking frantic that she would just up and go. Tex! This time when she said my name, it was on a breathy whimper, because I reached around, found her clit, and pinched it. Bad girls get fucked hard and fast. They come that way, too. She was so wet it coated my fingers as I worked her clit. That one pinch was followed by a little tug, and just as I expected, she came, screamed. She was milking my dick so hard as if her pussy wanted me to stay as deep as possible, which reminded me I forgot a condom, again. I pulled out, stroked myself, which was slick from her arousal, and made myself come. It spurted all over her upturned ass, marked her. Stay with me. Lindy didn't move from her bent-over position, but turned her head to meet my gaze with her own blurry one. Okay. I wasn't sure if she really was afraid of a rodent, or if she wanted to be here with me. Leaning down, I kissed her. Sweet and gentle, completely opposite of how I just took her. I didn't care what the reason was. It didn't matter. I was too far gone with this woman for it to make a difference. I just yanked her out of her own house to get her alone to fuck her bent over a table. I just knew from being in fucking Finland that I was going to be leaving in a few weeks. Hell, in 2 days for Vegas. Even a squirrel attack, or love, could keep me.
Chapter 39. Lindy. After having sex on Dex's dinette, I spent the rest of the night working on my story. My little claw-shaped scratches didn't hurt, but whenever Dex saw them, he glared. I pitied any squirrel that got near him in the future. This time when Dex read the same paperback sprawled on the couch, I wasn't panicked. He knew the truth and didn't really seem to care. All he did was ask how it was going every once in a while and set a can of seltzer on the table beside me. He didn't try to look at the screen, only pretended to once with a wink. He wasn't prying or teasing or anything. He made it out to be normal. That's why it took me a little bit to get into the words, but I did, and eventually I stopped. I'm done. Dex looked up from his book. Good. I can't wait to see what nightie you wear tonight. I gave him a goofy smile. You know I don't wear a different one every single night. I do run out and repeat. What's a big hockey contract good for if it can't buy you an endless supply of nighties? Dex, I said on a sigh. My cheeks flushed because he was praising me, and my sleepwear. But the word endless meant this wasn't going to stop, and it was. I pushed that thought to the side because I was living in the here and now. No, I mean the book's done. I finished. Fuck yes. He said, hopping to his feet and giving me a huge smile. Way to go, sugar. I grinned. It felt good. Really good. He clapped his hands together. Let's celebrate. Now I really grinned. What did you have in mind? Vegas. I blinked. Vegas? Hell yes. I'm going this weekend for a charity golf tournament, and you should come with me. I laughed. I thought you wanted to do something fun and different in bed. I wasn't expecting Vegas. His eyes narrowed, and he tipped my chin up, kissed me. We're totally going to do something fun and different in bed, but we're also going to Vegas. When were you going to tell me about this trip?
I only found out about it this morning. My agent signed me up. There was an opening.
You have to go?
It's to raise money for a bunch of charities. Each participant has one they play for. If I go, my own charity gets a bunch of it.
Your own charity? He had a charity? I had a set of glasses from Dairy Queen. He nodded and told me about the programs for kids, connecting them with safe places that were enriching, through educational support and sports offerings. He shared the amount he'd get for showing up, not even if he won the event, and I was a little stunned. Not because he was so philanthropic, which he seemed to be, but the amount of money a simple golf tournament would shell out. That's a lot of sports gear for kids.
Exactly. I have to go.
I nodded. Yeah, you do.
So come with me.
Instantly, I shook my head. I can't go with you to Vegas. I have work, grocery shopping, the house, a squirrel. He pulled out a chair, dropped in it, then pulled me from mine and onto his lap.
Listen to yourself, Sugar. You don't work on the weekend. I'm sure Claudia will let you take a day off if you ask. She'll definitely let you take a day off if I ask.
Sadly, that was probably true.
Next one. Groceries? Please, lame excuse. The house? Theo's there, so is the squirrel. They'll keep watch together.
But he was being ridiculous, but probably so was I. He stroked my hair back, tipped my chin up again.
What's the real reason you're saying no?
I blinked, thought about it. Expensive plane ticket. He gave me a look that screamed, try harder.
I'm not going to boast, but do you know how much money I make? A ticket to Vegas isn't an issue. Besides, I'm taking the jet.
The James Corp jet I went on to Denver with Bridget and Mallory. It was so much better than any commercial flight. Of course you are.
I was going to take it so I could get back to you faster, but now. Mile High Club, Sugar.
He waggled his eyebrows, and I couldn't help but laugh. When I didn't give him an answer, he pushed on.
It's not that funny of an idea. We don't have to fuck on the jet. Making out would be good. Heavy petting.
Why was I arguing about going away for the weekend? It was Vegas, not Finland. I was having a fling with Dex, and going to Vegas screamed fling. I didn't have to work on my story. It would be with the editor.
We're celebrating you finishing your book in Vegas. Leaving Friday morning.
He was no longer asking. He was telling. I was a little stunned, overwhelmed, but happy. Okay. He stared at me in surprise, as if he never expected me to give in.
Okay.
I nodded. Oh my God, I was going to Las Vegas. With Dex. He stood, carried me into the bedroom.
Now, about those fun and different things in bed. What are your thoughts on toys and my dick? Chapter 40. Dex. And he did it without any pants. The entire table broke out in laughter, at my expense. I was used to the ribbing. Teammates always screwed around and took pot shots at each other. We might be adults, but we behaved like children more often than not. Whatever. It was the way of being on a team, which was like being part of a huge hockey stick-wielding family. Totally dysfunctional and had each other's backs. You know what they say. I began and everyone looked to me. You gotta let things air out. More laughter and a blush to Lindy's pretty cheeks. I leaned toward her, cupped her nape and gave her long hair a gentle tug, then a kiss. The tournament finished 3 hours ago. The only thing hotter than playing golf in Vegas in July was Lindy in her pretty sundress. The organizers had ensured the players were well hydrated, water and alcohol. And after, a few of us ended up at a restaurant on the Strip, totally buzzed. The place was well known and popular, tables hard to come by. Not for us. A perk behind being a celebrity sports figure was this kind of access. Steak was the specialty, and they delivered perfectly grilled cuts of meat, but it was the drinks they ensured remained full. Around the long rectangular table was me and Lindy, Max Johansson, a former Silvermine who now played for Nashville, and his wife, Tori Ameno, a Silvermine defenseman, Ethan Grime, the only other hockey player at the tournament. He played for Miami. Somehow, Lamar Krapik, a football left tackle the size of a VW bug, got pulled into our group. We were working our way through a 3rd or 4th round of drinks, maybe 5th. I wasn't keeping track. No one was. I'd never seen Lindy drink anything but iced tea or water. Seltzer was fancy for her, but tonight she was keeping up with the rest of us, and it was fun to watch. We'd arrived in Vegas the day before, but I was immediately pulled into another press gauntlet. Lindy had steered well clear of that, and after, we decided to do room service and fuck instead of gambling. We stayed in the suite until a car was waiting for me to go to the tournament this morning. Golf was a hard sport to spectate. It wasn't like there wasn't assigned seat in an arena, so I pampered her with a spa day while I played as a reward for finishing her book. I wanted to read it, but I wasn't going to push her. She'd share it, eventually. It didn't matter that she didn't trust me with it. Okay, it did a little. But while I was balls to the wall for her, we'd only known each other 2 weeks. Only a rogue squirrel kept her from leaving my bed. I had to be patient. She was here in Vegas with me and having fun. For now, that was enough. Air out! I can't believe you said that. Lindy whispered to me, although it wasn't a whisper at all, then tipped back her vodka cranberry, the ice rattling around in the glass. Not sure why your balls need to air out. Lamar added, as if the topic wasn't a little intimate for a table in the middle of a busy restaurant. But a lady's got delicate parts, and my 4 sisters all told me they need some air at night. Ethan piped up. Why do you know so much about your sister's pussies? Lindy bit her lip to keep from smiling. Lamar gave Ethan a scary look, but Ethan was his teammate's enforcer and not intimidated, or he was too drunk to notice. Growing up with 4 older sisters, and I'm a pussy genius. I know all the things. Yet you're single, Tori pointed out. Tori was short for Salvatore, so the guy was pure Italian. He had the tall, dark, ripped, and handsome thing down. He was single, too, but I knew he loved all women and wasn't ready to settle down with just one. And you're not, Lamar countered. Tori winked. They all love me. I can't make any of them sad by picking just one. The strip clubs here are famous for the pretty ladies. Let's go there next. Max Johansson and his wife glanced at each other. The kids are staying with my parents this weekend. The only tits I'm looking at are my wife's. Max looked at Mia as if he wanted to bend her over the table or push her to her knees beneath it. Mia fiddled with the top button on her dress, totally teasing him, and Max popped to his feet. His chair slid across the floor in his haste. He grabbed his wallet, tossed a bunch of bills on the table. We're out. Mia stood as well, barely gave us a wave before Max tugged her out of the building. I'm game for a strip club, Ethan said, finishing the last of his drink. You two in? Ladies get in for free. I didn't need photos of me outside a strip club. Outdoor Now wouldn't be too thrilled if there was some kind of repeat of the bar brawl, or me anywhere near bare tits in public, and they weren't sending the contract for me to review until Monday. Another incident and they could change their minds. Lindy would be with me at the club, but was that any better? They have back entrances for celebrities, Tori added. Obviously he'd been before, which meant the place was used to men wanting some privacy, and they kept the photographers away. Looking to Lindy, I figured she'd say no, which made it easy. No way in hell would she want to... Sure! Chapter 41. Lindy. I stared at the ring on my finger and tried so fucking hard to remember how it got there. Like the ring, Mrs. James? Dex called from the other room. Mrs. James. I flung open the bathroom door of the impressive hotel suite. If I wasn't so freaked or confused, I'd have taken a spin in the huge jacuzzi tub, big enough to fit the Silvermine's bench. Mrs. James? I practically yelled, waving my hand around and storming to the side of the bed. Dex raised his hand, and I couldn't miss the simple platinum band that glinted in the Vegas sunlight. Come back to bed, sugar. Since it seems we got married last night, let's have our honeymoon. He pushed the sheet down, gripped the base of his insanely big, insanely perfect dick and gave it a hard pump. This is all for you, wife. Dex had zero modesty, and I couldn't say I wasn't affected. I just came all over his face not 5 minutes ago, but I'd been too sleepy to notice the rock that weighed down my hand. Put the thing away, I shouted, waving the heavy hand about. He didn't stop working his dick. Not a chance. You don't remember the strip club? Or the wedding chapel? No! I've got a few pictures on my phone. Climb on, sugar, and I'll tell you all about it. I ignored him and the ride he offered and snagged his phone off the bedside table, yanking the power cord from the bottom. Pin number, I said when it didn't like my fingerprint.
2449. He abandoned his masturbation session and shifted, so he sat on the side of the bed, feet on the floor. His fingers grabbed the hem of my nightie and pulled me between his parted knees. I didn't pay him any attention, just searched through the icons for his photos. Here, sugar. I fought him for the phone. I'm not keeping them from you. I'll show you the folder. I sighed and relented. You kept being married from me. He swiped a few times, then handed it back. His hands circled around and cupped the backs of my bare thighs. You were right there with me, sugar. I was drunk. The first photo was of the two of us, heads close together, smiling at the camera. A selfie somewhere that had black leather booths. So was I. I swiped. The next photo was of me sitting on Dex's lap, arms slung around his neck. He was kissing my neck. It wasn't inappropriate, more like extremely affectionate. We shouldn't have done it. A photo of the two of us in the back of a limo. Our heads were together, holding our hands up to the camera to show off our rings. To the right of Dex's head was a man sticking his head out what looked like a fast food drive-thru window. He held up a small placard that said "Just Married" with "Best Little Wedding Chapel" in fancy script beneath it. Holy shit! We got married at a McDonald's drive-thru? He set his forehead against my stomach and laughed. We got that after. This place offers interior weddings or drive-ups. I grabbed the sides of his head and pushed it back, probably jamming the phone into an ear. Are you serious? It was pretty crowded since it was a Saturday night. Didn't want anyone to recognize me and ruin how special it was. Special? This guy looks like Elvis. I pull the phone back, hold it up, and point to the officiant. He had the audacity to grin. It's fun. Lowering my arm, he turned my wrist over so my ring sparkled between us. Seeing my ring on your finger gets me hard. I looked down and yep, he was hard. Really hard. Dex, why? His eyes meet mine. That playfulness from a moment ago was replaced by a searing intensity. Because I want you. I can see that, I replied, eyeing how much he really wanted me between his legs. God, I was suddenly nervous. This thing between us shifted us into completely different territory. He was a fling. A fling! Not a husband I didn't remember marrying. I told you that from the start, that you were my woman. This just proves it. The cell rang in my hand. Dex took it, accepted the call, and put the phone to his ear. What, Scott? I'm kind of busy right now, he whispered to me, my agent. I bet, he said. I don't want to interrupt you on your honeymoon and all, but I wanted to say congratulations. The contract coming early? Dex asked, although he was studying me in a way that made it seem like he was giving the guy only half his attention. His hand slid up and down the back of my thigh. No, I meant getting married. The photo you posted on your social media has gone viral. A stroke of genius. Chapter 42. Dex. What? She gasped. Lindy tried to step back, but my hand shifted to her bare butt and held her in place. Shit. The angry and freaked out look on Lindy's face proved this wasn't going as expected and that she could hear every word. I figured she'd see the ring, she'd love it. We'd have married sex until it was time to fly back to Hunter Valley, then live happily ever after. Thanks, I muttered. While I wasn't officially hungover, thank God for late-night water and pain pills, but a headache threatened. Look, it's not really a good time. I just wanted to say that Outdoor Now saw the photo and sends their best wishes along with the contract. Pure genius. It's one thing me telling them about a new girlfriend, but nothing's better for clearing up a bad boy image than a quickie wedding. That's not... Lindy snagged the phone from my hand, disconnected the call, and flung it across the room. Since the suite had thick carpeting, it barely made a sound. You want me? You mean you want me to get that contract? She spat. I shook my head. No. Fuck no. She pulled back and I let her go. That's not what happened at all. You got your contract. It's coming on Monday, but I don't give a shit about the contract. She spun around. No? You told me it was something you'd hoped for a long time. You went to Chicago to meet with them. It would grow your charity. Yes, but tell me, was this your plan all along? My mouth dropped open and I stared at her as she paced in front of the huge window. What? What the hell are you talking about? Your bad boy image needs to be cleaned up. One punch at a bar and you almost lose your chances for sponsorship. You find me in Hunter Valley on vacation, boring Lindy Beckett, a woman who can easily make you look good. My social media involves photos of my garden and slow cooker recipes. A dull accountant who can't even find a man through online dating. My eyes narrowed and I was getting pissed. The shit she was saying. You're itching for another spanking, sugar. She spun about, glared. I'm just telling the truth. You saw it, what I'm like that day in Denver. Used it to your gain. I strode to her, not giving a shit I was bare-assed naked. Getting married. Yes, it's my gain because I get you. A hand shot up to keep me away. I stopped in the middle of the huge bedroom. This was a fling, just sex, fun, not a marriage. I won't marry a man who won't stick. I stilled, winced. My father hadn't stuck. He'd been a husband on paper only. But I wanted to be there for Lindy. I was all in, except for the silver mines, my job, my career, my life. I want to stick, sugar. I can't. Tears overflowed now. Fuck. So you get what you want, the sponsorship, but you don't get me. Lindy. She tugged on the ring I picked out in Denver, on the one Mallory said she'd love, which looked perfect on her finger. Although I'd be fine with a piece of tied string as an outward sign that she was mine. You never had me. On paper, maybe. I got a bunch of orgasms. You got your deal. It's over, Dex. With a quick shove, she pushed the ring at me, and I took it. It was that or let it fall to the floor. I shook my head. No. She ran to her open suitcase, grabbed a pair of jeans and tugged them on, skipping underwear. Yes, I want a divorce. What? I want a family, kids, a man who can be a partner in life. You knew what I wanted all along. I'm married to the one person who can't give me what I've always wanted. Now I'm stuck because I can't marry anyone else. Fuck. I ran a hand through my hair, tugged on the strands. Wait, where are you going? Home. Instead of taking off her nightie, she tucked it into her jeans, then grabbed a t-shirt, threw it over her head. Dollar store flip-flops went on her feet. Snagging her purse, she headed for the door, ditching her suitcase. Her hair was a mess. The t-shirt was wrinkled, and thin enough that it was obvious she wasn't wearing a bra. The only makeup on her face was smeared remains from the night before. I'd never seen her like this, and I knew her intimately, and she was leaving, going out in public. I was so fucked. Lindy, please, let's talk. I'm sorry, She opened the door, glanced at me over her shoulder. For what exactly? I wasn't sorry I married her. I wanted her to be mine. Seeing that ring on her finger was the best moment of my life. Having her smile and laugh and kiss in the back of the hired car after we'd said our vows. Amazing. I wasn't sorry about the sponsorship either. I worked hard to get it and the partnership would help so many kids. But I'd hurt her without even trying. Except I hadn't done anything wrong. She'd been all in for getting married. She'd been the one who'd wanted to go to the strip club, where we'd had even more drinks. In the VIP section, they'd been heavy-handed with the liquor, and it showed since, we fucking got married. In the middle of the night, I posted the wedding photo because Lamar had shared some images of all of us at a strip club. There hadn't been any naked chicks or tits in the images, but it was clear we were out on the town. Wild. Either his football team didn't give a shit what he did off-season, or who the hell knew what. But I had to counter that image with something wholesome and good. So I posted the wedding selfie. I was fiercely proud of that image, and I wanted to share it with everyone. Maybe I was a little drunk and hadn't thought it through, but neither was Lindy. Until now. I wasn't sorry for showing off my new bride in the best night of my life. For everything. She closed her eyes, a tear dripping off her chin. Not good enough. Then she was gone, the door clicking shut behind her. Chapter 43. Lindy. I flew home on the first flight I could get out of Las Vegas that was headed toward Hunter Valley. I didn't care that it flew through Salt Lake or Denver or even Seattle. I just wanted away from Dex, away from how I felt, because Dex had made me feel way too much. I couldn't go back to the house. I had no idea if Theo was staying there still or the squirrel. But it would be the first place Dex would look for me. I didn't want to see him. I couldn't. I couldn't stay at Dex's rental, obviously. I also didn't want to stay at Mav's place with Bridget because the sight of the two of them together was nauseating and heartbreaking. Dex would go there too. So I went to the one person who had no choice but to hide me. Mallory. She owed me for years of shit she put me through growing up. She couldn't say no. And if she did, I wasn't above blackmail. I knew she stole her parents' car and lost her virginity in the back seat to a kid named Zach, who now played jazz flute in L.A. I knew lots of things.
Chapter 44. Dex. Where is she? I asked, storming into Mav's huge house and out the open back patio doors. Scout barked and circled my legs. Absently, I gave him a pet and glared at my brothers, the two that I didn't expect. What are you doing here? Theo and Silas. Theo was still around, obviously, but Silas had shown up too. Great. They were on the outdoor couches, drinks in hand. Dirty dishes were strewn across the glass coffee table in the center. The scent of grilled meat lingered on the air. This place had an amazing view of the entire valley, and they were enjoying it. What are you doing here? Silas countered. I thought you were in Vegas.
With my sister,
Bridget added, sitting up out of Mav's hold. I looked around, no Lindy, unless she was in the house. Is she here? I ran a hand through my hair and turned toward the door. No, what happened? Mav asked, and I spun back around.
Is she okay?
Bridget added, looking worried. Why are you wearing a wedding ring? Silas put in. Lindy and I got married.
What?
Bridget practically screeched. Birds startled and flew off. Theo laughed, which I didn't even know was possible these days. Then where's your wife? Mav wondered, his voice low. I don't know, we had a fight and she ran off. I began to pace. You left her in Vegas? Silas asked, eyes wide. I set my hands on my hips. Of course not, you fucker. She stormed out of our suite. All she took was her purse, and I texted her like a stalker. After a few hours, she never answered. I called Bradley because, well, he takes care of fucking everything. Eventually, he confirmed she got a commercial flight back to Missoula and was already halfway to Salt Lake. I had no idea how he had access to flight records, but I got the info I wanted and didn't really give a shit. I finally took the jet back. Bridget was on her phone, hopefully texting Lindy to find out where the fuck she was. You already got in a fight. Nice going, dumbass, Silas added. Why the fuck are you here? I countered. Because Theo told me the shit that was going down, and I had to see it for myself. He turned to Theo, who was sitting next to him. They fist bumped. You're right, this place is better than any of those reality shows. Why are you married? Mav asked. Because I love her.
And she loves you back? Bridget winced. Sorry, I'm just surprised. She popped to her feet and came over and hugged me. I'm happy for you.
I didn't hug her back because there was nothing to celebrate. Don't be. It was a drunk mistake. You love her, and you think it's a mistake? Mav asked. I shook my head. No, not me. Lindy. I'm a fling. I'm not Mr. Right. Bridget stepped back and studied me. You're Mr. Right now. I blinked at her. What? You're only here temporarily, Dex. Why does everyone keep telling me that? I shouted. Mav took Bridget's hand and tugged her back and onto his lap. I began to pace some more. Yes, I'm not living in Hunter Valley. I have a job, a career that keeps me from that. I travel, a lot. The Silver Mines is pretty much your wife, Dex, Theo said. You know this. I want Lindy as my wife. I tugged on my hair. You can't have both, he added. I spun about, glared. Why the hell not? At least half the players in the team are married. A bunch more have girlfriends. They make it work. Why not me? Because you can't give the woman you actually want everything she needs, Silas added. All earlier kidding was gone. He was dead serious. I'll give her anything, I said, dropping into a chair, propping my elbows on my knees and holding my head. Everyone was quiet for a minute. You can't. You literally and legally can't. Not with the Silver Mines. Maybe in a few years after you retire, maybe. The only thing you can give her now, Dex? Bridget said, her voice soft and cautious.
is a divorce so she can find Mr. Right. I had enough money to give Lindy anything she wanted. Anything, a plane, a small island, except the man she deserved. Chapter 45. Lindy. A week went by and I didn't leave Mallory's couch. She made me food, set it on the coffee table, but didn't say anything other than offered me a shoulder to cry on. I don't remember showering. Bridget stopped by every day, then left. So did Aspen. Neither mentioned Dex or any of the James brothers. I didn't care what happened with the house or that I wasn't getting updates. I didn't go to work calling in sick. I didn't check my email for the book back from the editor. I didn't touch my phone or watch TV as I had no interest in anything beyond this living room. I sat and stared at movie after movie on Netflix and the other streaming services Mallory had. I didn't even have a list. In her usual flurry of energy, Mallory came through her front door, Bridget and Aspen right behind. "Okay, time's up," Mallory said, dropping beside me on the couch. Aspen went to the front window and opened the blinds, letting the sunlight stream in. Bridget settled into the chair beside the couch. Scout, who I hadn't seen, hopped up beside me and licked my face. I laughed and gave him a pet. "Time's up for what?" I asked. "Moping. We gave you room to wallow in your own filth. God, you smell. It's time to spill," Bridget said. "You have to admit, Mallory's been really good at holding off the interrogation this long." The corner of my mouth tipped up. It was impressive. "Fine." Mallory turned, brought her leg up, and bent her knee to face me. "What happened? You don't know?" "We heard Dex's side of it, but not yours," Bridget said. She saw Dex. I thought my tears had dried up, but they welled once again. "Tell us, Lind, what happened?" "Like a lot of other people in Vegas, we got drunk and got married. I'm sure you've seen the pictures by now." "He didn't make you?" Bridget asked. "Get married? Too much alcohol did that. I don't even remember." "This is so not like you," Mallory said. "I love it." "Mal," Aspen scolded. "You obviously don't want to be married to him. What did he do wrong?" Bridget prodded. "Outdoor now wants him as sponsor, but they were hesitant because of the bad boy image from that bar fight that went viral." Mallory huffed. She knew what I was talking about. "I guess they saw the photos of us at the rink last week and of Dex volunteer coaching. Both are a better image for them. They ultimately decided to send the contract after his agent showed the wedding photo. A happily ever after Vegas style for their new face." "You mean he married you as a publicity stunt?" Aspen asked, her eyes wide as if she couldn't believe it. I shrugged. "Why else would he marry me?" I asked, petting Scout. "Because he loves you," Mallory said. I swallowed hard, shook my head. "He's never once said that. Besides, he was a fling and now I'm married to a man who used me. I can't even marry anyone else." "If this was just a fling, Lind, then why are you so upset?" "Because my heart got involved," I shouted. "Why do you think I fought it? Argued with you two about sleeping with him because I knew it couldn't just be sex. Not for me. I knew it would be hard to see him leave to go back to preseason training. But he married you, a guy you care about, for the wrong reasons." Aspen clarified for me. Thank God, because it hurts saying it. "Do you really think Dex is that shady?" Mallory asked, her voice soft. "I mean..." Her doorbell rang. Mallory stood to answer it. "I'm looking for Belinda Beckett. Is she here?" I didn't recognize the voice. I stood, went to the door. "That's me." "You've been served." The guy handed me a large envelope, then disappeared. I turned around and the girls huddled me into a circle. On the front of the return address was a lawyer's office in Denver. Opening it, I pulled out a few pieces of paper. At the top, in big bold letters, "Colorado petition for dissolution of marriage." Mallory gasped as she leaned in. "This makes no sense." Bridget wrapped an arm around my waist, set her head on my shoulder. "He's giving her what she wants, the chance for someone else."
Chapter 46. Dex. "I'm not sure if I can keep up with your workouts," Silas said, breathing hard and wiping his face with the hem of his t-shirt as we finished our run around Washington Park, just south of downtown Denver. I walked beside him for our cool-down. Then I guess you'll never be drafted, although you can't even skate. Maybe Mom still has that skate trainer from when we were little. He punched my shoulder because he knew what I was talking about. The pipe framing, which looked quite a bit like a walker, was used by little kids to hold on to as they skated. I ditched it when I was maybe 4. Silas used one until he was 10 and then gave up. Whatever. At least I'm not dealing with the broken heart by running my brother into cardiac arrest. Fucker. How's it going? He asked. Like shit, I replied. It's been 2 weeks, nothing. I lingered in Hunter Valley for 3 days and didn't hear from Lindy or knew where she was. Bridget had confirmed she'd heard from her and that she was okay. Well, safe. I wanted to shake Bridget until she told me where her sister was, but Mav would have beaten the shit out of me, and it wouldn't have made a difference. Lindy didn't want me. After that, I gave up and returned to Colorado. It was over. I'd fucked up. That night in Vegas, she'd said we should round out our wild Vegas night of drinks and strip clubs by getting married, doing all the infamous activities. I'd immediately agreed because I wanted Lindy as my wife. I had the fucking ring the entire time, even carried it with me just in case. Well, just in case happened. She didn't even remember being the one to suggest it. Maybe I'd been stupid to go along with a shallow, empty wedding, but it was a wedding. We were legally married. I didn't care if we got married at a drive-thru or a $1 million affair at the James Hotel. All I wanted was Lindy to be Mrs. Dexter James. Did it ever occur to you that she's hurt because you two married for the wrong reasons? I married her because I love her. That's the only reason to do so. News spread of the nuptials like it always did when Dex James was involved. Like wildfire. Scott had fielded calls and interviews, and besides a few crazy women, the comments were all positive. Dex James was off the market. Did you tell her that? He asked, walking beside me as we did another loop. He never joined me in any of my off-season workouts, but now he was blatantly checking on me. Theo was back to work at the hospital and hadn't seen him since Hunter Valley. Something was up his ass besides Maud cheating on him. He was usually quiet and surly and up to his elbows in guts and brains, so he'd get around to telling us eventually. We shifted to the side to let a woman with a double-wide stroller walk past us. No. All she knows is that Outdoor Now gave you the sponsorship deal because of your relationship. She overheard what my agent said. I fired him, the fucker. He spun this all around. Did you tell that to Outdoor Now? I stopped, turned to face him. I told them point blank at the meeting in Chicago. So you let perception and assumption win. I ran a hand over the back of my sweaty neck. What the fuck does that even mean? A guy in a bike whizzed by and a dog barked in the distance. It was a busy day at the park. It means Outdoor Now doubted you for the role because of that bar fight. The media spun the shit out of that to make money. Tell me something I don't know. I kicked a pebble on the path and sent it flying. Then Outdoor Now made assumptions about you and Lindy that swayed them the other way. Right, but I set them straight that Lindy wasn't part of the deal. Did you set them straight about the wedding? No, because it's none of their fucking business. You could have turned down the deal. If they only make assumptions about you, then why would you want it? 1, because if I keep correcting people on how they perceive me, then I'll never do anything else. 2, because it's tens of millions of dollars. I've already told them to donate it all to my charity. I don't want the fucking money. If I didn't sign, they'd get someone else and then the charity wouldn't get a dime. Lindy's made assumptions about you. Why would you want her? Because I love her! I shouted. A breeze kicked up and helped dry the sweat clinging to my skin. And all she wanted was a marriage based on love, which is actually what's going on. I ran a hand through my sweaty hair, getting more frustrated the longer he talked. Christ, you're not fucking helping. You think I don't know this? That I'm not losing my shit every moment of every day? I love her and am married to the woman I want, but I can't give her what she needs. Me being around. I can't commute from Hunter Valley to the practice rink every morning. I can't wake up with her day in and day out. Solve shit like a tree in her house. I can't do anything about it for a couple of years unless I get injured. Don't even mention that. I'm just saying. I replied, letting him know I wasn't going to get myself injured to get out of my Silvermines contract. But telling my lawyer to send her divorce papers to make her happy didn't fucking kill me? Sigh, I had the fucking ring all along. What? He asked wide-eyed. Right after Farrah's wedding. Remember I brought Bridget from Hunter Valley to confront him at the hotel? He nodded. Lindy and Mallory were with me. Lindy had to work. On her romance book. I told Mallory then and there I was going to marry Lindy. You're shitting me. I shook my head. She went with me to help pick out a ring. I always knew. He shook his head, started walking. Tell Lindy this. Why, I'm just a fling. She made that clear all along and I still can't be permanent. Then why was she so upset? He asked. If all you were was a quick fuck or two, then why did she freak? Why did she stay at Mallory's and cry the entire week? I winced. She did. I didn't know anything about that. No one told me shit once I got back to Denver or before. He nodded. She has feelings for you too. I'd say she even loves you. I shook my head, even though his words gave me hope. Hope that hurt like fucking hell. No. She was mad because I was only Mr. Right now, and being married to her keeps her from nabbing Mr. Right. I'm legally keeping her from the one thing she wants. No guy is going to date a married woman, even if it was because we were drunk. He stopped again, set his hand on my shoulder. You are right, Mr. Right, you dumbass. You've been Mr. Right all along. Show her that.
Chapter 47. Lindy. I stared at the book revisions my editor sent me. The markups were like the last 2 books she'd done, finding typos and grammar issues that were always there no matter how much I searched. But there was a note at the end that I couldn't get past. This is the steamiest book yet. The plot is good. The characters are good. But there's something missing. It's hot, but it lacks feeling. Something's off and I can't put my finger on it. I knew exactly what she meant. Those sex scenes I wrote and Lucy loved made my panties wet. But they were only sexy. Word porn to tantalize the readers. But the hero and heroine didn't gel. It lacked feeling, as she said. I couldn't even blame it on my mood because I sent her the file before I went to Las Vegas. Fuck, I said, resting my elbows on the table and setting my head in my hands. Why are you swearing at your computer? Bridget called. I can't believe bookkeeping is that frustrating. She was in the laundry room folding towels. While she still stayed at Mav's, she popped in every day to check on me. She didn't say it, but I knew. She never folded towels voluntarily. The fixes from the tree were done. Drywall replaced, paint completed. Even the new stove was in. There was no outward or inward sign that a tree ever fell on the house. I realized she was used to me working after hours, thought Claudia was a slave driver, just like Dex had. I took a breath, let it out. Just thinking about him still hurt, but I'd survived so far. Bridget, come here. She stuck her head out of the laundry room. What's the matter? Nothing, just come here. She set the folded towel on the table and settled into a chair across from me. I have something to tell you. The look of panic stole over her face. Sorry, nothing bad, but, well, I've been keeping a big secret. Okay, she said slowly, pushing her glasses up. I know I said I've been working at night here on my laptop. I tilted my head to the screen. But it's not work, not accounting work. Okay, she said again. I'm writing romance books. There, I said it. My heart was in my throat with panic at what she was going to say. A slow smile crept across her face. Really? I nodded. That's so cool. Can I read it? Are you published? What's your pen name? Do you have those hot man covers that are so sexy? Is it pirates? I love pirate romance. I stared at her and blinked a few times. You like pirate romance? She nodded avidly. I mean, is there a better example of ravishment than a woman captured by a high-seas pirate with the body of a calendar model? I burst out laughing. I laughed and laughed until I cried. Oh, Lind, I'm sorry. Whatever I said, I'm sorry. She came around and hugged me. I never knew you read romance, I said, wiping my eyes and sniffling. Who doesn't? Wait, how long have you been doing it? 2 years. 2 years? She said, her voice rising. Belinda Joan Beckett, I'm mad at you. How dare you get on your huffy bike about me not telling you about MIT and you kept this a secret? Your professor seduced you, Bridget, and stole your notes. There is no comparison. This is huge. Why would you not tell me? I don't want anyone to think I'm a perv, pretty much. I haven't told anyone except Dex. He knows? Her eyes widened in surprise about that one. I nodded. That must have been hot. I told him about it, and then he asked if he could read the story I was working on, and I told him no. He didn't ask again. Speaking of Dex, she said, using this as a segue to him. Did you sign the papers? It had been a week and I hadn't touched the documents from his lawyers. Stared, yes. Signed, no. I shook my head. Why not? Because you love him? I sighed. Yeah, and if I sign, then it's over. I looked down, felt miserable all over again. He can't stop playing hockey, she said. I know, that's why this won't work. She shook her head. Do you love him? Yes, I repeated. Then be with him. Where, in Denver, Finland, Vegas? Denver, yes. Vegas, yes. Finland, maybe. My job is here. Your accounting job, which you don't even like. You just admitted you're writing romance. You went to school for creative writing. This is what you've always wanted to do, isn't it? Yeah. Then do it! Go to Denver, be with Dex and write romance. I have this house. I glanced up at the ceiling, waved an arm in the air. So it's not going anywhere. Or sell it. Sell Mom and Dad's house? The idea seemed insane and scary. She softened, hugged me again. Mom and Dad never expected you to stay in this house. It was their house. They wanted you to go have a life of your own. I have a life, I countered quickly. You do, but you love someone not from Hunter Valley. You can move away from home, Lindy. But Dex can't leave Denver, you know it. But he's not going to skate forever. I mean, he's got maybe 5 years left. I never thought about that. Never really considered that his career had a time limit. He was big and strong, and the way he played in that exhibition game, I couldn't imagine him having to retire. Besides, he was young. It's not him here in Hunter Valley or nothing. He's Mr. Right, you know it. Aspen and I only said make him Mr. Right now to get you to give him a chance. But he can be both, Mr. Right and Mr. Right now. He's everything. Her words made me feel something besides heartache. They stirred excitement, hope, scariness. She stood, went to the counter, picked up a toaster and tipped it so we could both see the list I taped there when I was 14. He's everything on this list, and more. Then she turned, pulled on the plug, then brought the toaster over. Mr. Right is portable and nowhere on it does it say he has to be all those things plus being from here. She shoved the appliance at me and I grabbed it, full of surprise. Take your emotional support toaster, the list of everything that's right about Dex, and move away from home. Chapter 48. Lindy. It was the middle of the night and I stared at the ceiling in my bedroom. The moon was bright and the glow came through the brand new window. The hole was gone and Bixby's team did such a good job with the repairs. I couldn't even tell a tree was ever in here. A month ago, Dex had never been in my life. He barreled into it like the tree through the house. And then, just as quickly, he was gone. Unlike the house, I was still damaged. On the outside, I was back to work, back to yoga, groceries on Saturday, mowing the lawn Monday nights. My lists were back in place. Nothing changed except me. I wanted to be a romance author, and I was just starting to accomplish it. 2 books. But I was doing it in secret, hiding my dream from everyone because of what they'd think. I kicked the covers down, sat up. Ugh! I shouted. Dex was ridiculously famous and always in the spotlight. No matter how diligent and behaved like a Boy Scout, his life was shared like it was an open book for the world. Yet he didn't care what people thought. No, he did, but only when it hurt others. He didn't like that woman he protected at the bar to be cast in a bad light. He wanted the sponsorship with Outdoor Now to grow his charity, not because he wanted the spotlight. He shared our wedding photo, albeit a selfie in the back of a hired car, because he wanted the world to know in his goofy way that I was his wife. He was out there, one of the best hockey players today, or if the sports sites were correct, of this generation. He was proud of it, lived it. Then there was me. I'd taken on raising Bridget when our parents died. I kept a safe, consistent life for her in this house, found a job that allowed that to happen. When had I gone astray? Was it when Brandon dumped me because he didn't want an adult life raising a 10-year-old? Overnight, I went from a dreaming 23-year-old to acting like a middle-aged woman with a kid and a boring job. Now I really was a middle-aged woman with a boring job. The kid had moved on like she was supposed to. I never did. What was I waiting for? Why was I hiding my dreams? Why was I worried what others thought? If I was holding off until I got the go-ahead from the world, I'd be right here with my list and my emotional support toaster. God, I hated Bridget's words for the rest of my life. This was my parents' house, and it was time to go. Time to live my dream. I climbed from bed, went downstairs and into the kitchen. I flipped on the light and lifted the lid on my laptop. It flickered to life on my story and the editor's final comment. Something was missing, all right. Me. All of me. I could write in all kinds of sexy scenes, but like my relationship with Dex, if I didn't give over my heart completely, the romance would fall flat. Which it had. I loved Dex, and he tried so fucking hard for me to see he was the one for me. My heart got involved, but I never gave it to him. Just like my characters. I was holding back. Dex put it all out there, and the only thing that kept him from being perfect was that he didn't live in Hunter Valley and traveled for most of the hockey season. That was a pillow berm I put in place. I dropped into the chair, bent one knee, and set my foot on the seat. I grabbed the envelope with the divorce papers in them, tossed it aside. Grabbing my cell, I texted Bridget, even though she wouldn't get it until morning. Me. I never imagined saying this, but think Mav will let me borrow his jet? Then I dropped it on the table, pulled my laptop closer. It's time to move away from home, I said to my kitchen and all the ghosts that lived in it. Then I went to work.
Chapter 49. Dex. Mr. James, there's someone here to see you. It was the concierge from the lobby on the house phone. I rarely had guests besides my brothers, and they were on a list to be allowed up without a call. I didn't imagine myself to be fancy enough to need someone to clear visitors, but after a crazy woman broke in and got into my bed at my old place, I changed my mind. Who? I asked. I finished my afternoon workout an hour ago, showered, and was debating what to make for dinner. I wasn't in a mood to see anyone. When was I these days? She says she's your wife. Adrenaline pumped through my veins as if it was right before a puck drop at a playoff event. Lindy was here. I didn't even know she knew where here was. That meant someone had to have told her. Mav, Silas, Theo. I could imagine why the guy sounded wary. Most married people live together. Please send her up, I said finally. I stood in the hallway and waited for the elevator doors to open. They did. Fuck, it was like at her house when she'd answered my knock the first time I saw her. Breathtaking. Beautiful. She was perfectly styled but simply dressed. Her hair was up in a loose ponytail, soft wisps falling around her face. Her makeup was subtle and her lips glossy and fucking kissable. Damn it. She was in a steaming hotties t-shirt and a pair of jeans. With sneakers on her feet, she looked more casual than I'd ever seen her, besides in her nighties or when she'd fled the hotel room in Vegas. Today she was definitely wearing a bra. A big purse was slung over her arm and tucked beneath it was a toaster. Her eyes met mine and she swallowed hard. A smile tugged at her lips, but she squashed it. Her nerves were obvious. I was fucking coming out of my skin. Why was she here? What did she want? Could I press her into the wall and kiss the hell out of her? What was up with the toaster? If you stay in there much longer, you'll be on your way back to the lobby, I said. That got her out of the elevator. Hey, sugar. Hi, she said on a whisper. I raised my arm indicating she was welcome in my apartment. I'd imagined her in my apartment many times, but now I was wary. Was this a final goodbye? I realized how much hope I clung to these past few weeks, and now... Fuck. I closed the door behind her. Wow, great place. Thanks. Drink or bread to make toast? She blinked. Oh, no, She closed her eyes, took a breath, probably imagining she was in her yoga class or something. Then she lifted her chin, looked me in the eye and said, I have something for you. You've been wanting it for a while. Fuck. I looked at the floor, held out my hand. Right, the divorce papers. You could have done us both a favor and stuck them in the mail. Nice knowing you, Lindy.
Chapter 50. Lindy. What? I gasped, saw the way he wouldn't look at me, processed the harsh tone he'd given to those words. I was just inside his doorway and I'd already fucked up. Again. No, Dex, not the divorce papers. He finally looked up, eyes wide and full of surprise. He'd been expecting the worst. Here. I shoved the toaster at him so I could pull my laptop from my bag. A toaster? He asked, holding it out in front of him as if it was a bomb. I huffed out a laugh because I was so nervous. I hadn't seen him in so long and he looked so good. Smelled good. His hair was a little longer, but he looked weary. As weary as I felt, probably. No. I grabbed the laptop and held it up. This. Can I put it down somewhere? He nodded and I followed him through the beautiful penthouse apartment and to the kitchen. The huge, modern and sleek kitchen, completely different from mine. There wasn't a takeout menu or a magnet in sight. No appliances besides a coffee maker. Did he even eat here? I set it on the center island, opened the lid and pointed at it. Here. He frowned. What? My story. You said you want me to read it? I nodded, bit my lip. He was the first person I knew, besides Lucy and my editor, to read anything I wrote. I had some sales, so readers had bought the first 2 books, but they were under a pen name. They had no idea who I really was. Lind, I know where I stand. Me letting you in is because I'm a gentleman, but I'm not a masochist. I can't read your book and send you on your way. I can't do this. My eyes widened, then I wilted. Hurt shot through me because I had done this to him. Please? I begged. Now? Oh, I'm sorry. You might have plans and I barged in and... I don't have plans, but fine. He set the toaster on the marble, pulled out the stool and sat down, and started to read.
Chapter 51. Dex. The only other time I read a romance was on the flight back from Finland. Then I had hours to kill and nowhere to go. Now I had Lindy in my apartment, and she wanted me to read her book. I asked her more than once, and every time, she'd said no faster than a mom scolding a 2-year-old. She'd come to Denver and wanted me to read it. So I did. I was definitely an idiot for doing it. A dumbass. A sucker for anything Lindy wanted. The first chapter was catchy or whatever and pulled me right in. At first, she'd loomed in the kitchen. Then I settled into the story and pretty much ignored her. It took me 2 hours. I saw the time on the microwave when I closed the lid and stood, stretched. Fuck, I just gave her 2 more hours of my life. Now she was going to leave and I'd be fucked all over again. I went in search of Lindy to get this over with. I found her on my couch, asleep. I exhaled, died a little inside. Fuck, she was so pretty. Sleeping, she wasn't sassy or contrary or sweet or anything. She was perfect, at least to me. And she was here. Why? Why did she want me to read it after all this time? I hadn't heard a thing from her, and now she was in Colorado. I sat at her hip, ran a hand over her arm. She stirred, blinked. Sorry, I fell asleep. It's fine, I said, giving her a soft smile. I couldn't help it. Pushing up to sitting, she rubbed an eye. What did you think? I love it. I gave her a sly smile. I really like the part where she's bent over the bed, and she's being called a bad girl. I remembered those events very well. She blushed just how I loved. You were my muse. My eyes widened. Did you fuck me for research, sugar? Her eyes widened, and I couldn't help but laugh. You did. My writing friend said you were my muse, and well, yes. She tipped her chin up, owning her words. I love it, I replied. I love you. It's not done, though. I thought you said you finished it. With a nod, she said, I did. Or I thought I did. It needed to be reworked. What happens? Do they get their happily ever after? She licked her lips and glanced at her hands. which she was wringing in her lap, then at me. That depends. On what? Our voices had gone soft, as if we didn't want anyone to overhear us, which was crazy since there wasn't anything else on this entire floor of the building. On you. Her blue eyes slowly lifted to mine. And me. She stood and went around the coffee table. I'll be right back. I nodded and watched as she went to the kitchen and returned carrying the toaster. When I was 14, I got asked out on a date, to the bowling alley, and the boy's parents were driving us. I imagined pretty Lindy at that age. How shy she must have been, nervous. Bridget was 4, if that gives you any perspective. Mom and I talked about boys and what I wanted from them. My eyebrows rose, thinking that had to have been an interesting talk. Not sex, because I was a late bloomer and didn't really think much of it then. It wasn't like she tucked condoms in my little purse along with my strawberry lip gloss. More like since boys were now interested in me, I should decide what I expected from them. She told me I shouldn't sacrifice on anything I was looking for in a boy, that he should be all the things I wanted from him instead of being all the things I thought a boy wanted from me. Like they needed to be nice. Okay, I said, not because I understood, but I wanted to keep her going. And why the hell was the toaster so important? And why I spent 2 hours reading her book? We made a list. Things I thought at 14 that a boy should be. She handed me the toaster and I frowned, completely confused. Flip it over. There was a piece of paper taped to the bottom. It was old with wrinkled edges, lavender in color, and had a handwritten list. I glanced at Lindy. This is the list. Why is it on a toaster? My mom wanted it on the fridge so I could always see it and be reminded. Like any other 14-year-old girl, that idea was mortifying, especially since my dad would see it, or anyone else who ever came to the house, like boys or my friends. Anyone. That made sense. In a teenage girl's snit, I taped it to the bottom of the toaster, which was right next to the fridge. I could look at it whenever I wanted, but who else would pick up a toaster and snoop? I smiled, imagining the whole thing. It's been there ever since. Through the first bowling date to the others that followed. Through my parents' deaths and as an adult. All this time. I looked down at the list. Kind, smart, doesn't smell bad, chews with his mouth closed, doesn't go to other girls if he's talking to me, isn't ashamed of me, will stand by me, protective, likes ketchup and mayonnaise on fries. Ketchup and mayonnaise on fries? I asked. She smiled and rolled her eyes. I was 14. Then I added more when I was 17, then in college, and after. The handwriting changed a little along with the color of the ink. Doesn't kiss other girls. Asks permission. I didn't want to even wonder why she put that down. Supports my ideas, handles the bad stuff with me, loves me no matter what. Handsome, witty. Then the pen color changed once more. Has a job, doesn't live with his mother, isn't an asshole, likes kids, wants kids of his own, committed, needs me. I was always looking for a man to meet this list. Your man list, I stated. She nodded. That dentist, the date I went on, remember? I frowned and even growled a little. Oh yeah, you came back all bent out of shape about wheat. He met everything on this list. That was definitely not what I wanted to hear. Oh. She wrung her hands. But I didn't want him. I didn't even really like him. I felt better hearing that. You meet everything on this list, Dex, and a few things I didn't even put. I smiled, pleased with myself, but it didn't matter. Nothing had changed in the time she'd been in my apartment, except I longed for her even more, and it would hurt like a skate to the jugular when she walked right back out. Except it turns out I wasn't, for you, all the things listed in return. Oh? I was still fucking confused. In a way, I still live with my mother and father, and, well, I never really grew up. I set the toaster on the coffee table and held out my hand. I wasn't sure if she was going to take it, but I needed to have her close. If this was the last time I could touch her, so be it. She was sharing a lot, so much more than she'd ever really given me before. But why? When she set her fingers in mine, I felt the heat of them and something soothed. I settled back into the couch and pulled her into my lap. She straddled me, and I set my hands on her hips. Her eyes met mine. She didn't complain or pull away. You grew up, I disagreed. All at once. She shook her head. I stayed. At home. I didn't realize how afraid I was to change anything after they died. I mean, I have a toaster with a list. I gave her a small smile. I love your list. And the toaster. What are you trying to tell me? I was afraid of her answer. So fucking afraid. I don't think I can be a good romance writer until I have one of my own. A new toaster. A romance, she clarified. Our story. God, it's the perfect romance, but it's not finished. Oh yeah? I asked, barely breathing. It's not finished. It's not finished. I want a happily ever after, Dex. With you. God, the words I wanted to hear. Fuck, my heart was beating frantically, desperate for her. Nothing's changed, I reminded. I've got preseason training in a few weeks. I'll be traveling. A lot. Just as you've said all along, I can't be in Hunter Valley. Probably not for any length of time until June. I quit my job, she said, ignoring my words. My eyebrows went up. What? She licked her lips, met my gaze. And I'm moving away from home. Oh? She nodded. Denver. With, hopefully, my husband. Chapter 52. Lindy. His eyes widened at my words. You mean it? God, the hope I saw there was just like I felt. I nodded. If you'll have me. I don't want a divorce. His hand cut my nape and he pulled me in for a kiss. A kiss that wasn't passionate but fierce, as if he never expected to have his mouth on mine again. He rested his forehead against mine. I'm so sorry, Sugar. For everything. Now he called me Sugar again. God, I loved it when he called me that. You didn't do anything wrong, I told him. It was the truth. He'd done every single thing right, and I'd been stubborn even when I didn't know it. I told you you were my woman, that I wanted you. I even married you. But I never told you I loved you. It's on your list, and I didn't say it even though I knew it from when you opened your front door that day. I love you, Lindy Beckett. I sucked in a breath and pulled back, just a little so I could see his eyes. Tears welled in mine, and he became blurry. I love you too. All I told him was fling, fling, fling. I needed him to know how I really felt. He kissed me again and again. When we stopped, I was on my back on the couch, and he was looming over me. Your ring? Mallory helped me pick it out in Denver that day, he said. I blinked up at him. What? I told my brothers. I was going to marry you. Ask them. Ask Mallory. I believe you. I did, especially looking back at everything he did. He'd asked me out, been sexy and silly, protected me and stood by me with the tree mess, helped me, made my problems his. The list went on and on. He hadn't been on vacation in Montana. He'd been there for me. I wanted you before the Outdoor Now deal, before the photos of us at the rink spread, or the wedding one I posted. I was so fucking proud that you were mine that I wanted to share you and show you off. That I got to put up the truth for once before anyone else had the chance to fuck it all up. You're not a publicity stunt or a way to close a deal. You carried the ring around? Just in case. Just in case. God, he was more romantic than me. Tears slid down my temples. I know. Not about the ring. Mallory didn't say a word, which is ridiculous because sometimes you can't get her to shut up. He grinned. She was on Team Dex all along. He told me. Team Dex? He nodded. Instead of the dentist. I had to laugh. I sat there and listened to him talk about gum bacteria, and all I could think about was our first kiss. Even if you move in with me, I still have to travel, he warned. I'll be gone a lot. That hasn't changed. I nodded. I know, but I hear you have lots of money. I figure you can buy me a plane ticket to join you sometimes. Besides, you might not be old now, but you'll get there. And work. You just quit. I called Claudia and told her. She laughed and said she expected it, especially after she saw the wedding photo online. And she said if I didn't quit, she'd have fired me. I can't put my dream on the side any longer. I'll sell the house and... No, he said firmly. No? No, you're not selling that house. That's where we're going to settle. Off-season, holidays. After I retire. I want our kids to grow up there just like you and Bridget did. I couldn't help but blink. Really, kids? Isn't that moving really fast? We're already married, sugar. We do this together. Your dream and mine. I swallowed hard and couldn't help but smile. Fuck, you're beautiful. His hand slid through my hair. I should have added reverent to the toaster list. How does your story end? He wondered. They tell each other how in love they are. Done. Sex, always sex. I can make that happen. And our story? I guess we'll have to wait 50 years to find out. You're definitely a romance writer. I'm just the muse, so. He didn't say more. Just stood, yanked me up and tossed me over his shoulder, carried me through the apartment and dropped me on a big bed. Chapter 53. Dex. Wait. I was about to get naked and show her what a cowboy can do with an 8-inch dick. If I was her muse for her book's Western, rope-tossing hero, then I could think like one. When I remembered the most important thing. I left Lindy on the bed and went to the side table, picked up her ring, the one I bought with Mallory, the one she'd married me with. Here, sugar. She sat up, held out her hand. We're sober now, so you know what I'm going to say is real. I said, taking her fingers in mine. I love you, Lindy Beckett. Will you be my wife? Will you let me be your book muse while I let you be my stick handler? I will, but I'm not sure if stick handler is a euphemism or not. I laughed. Hockey stick, dick. You can handle any stick of mine you want. Her fingers brushed over the platinum band I never took off. I love you, Dex James. I want to be your wife. I do. I want to fuck you for story ideas and sometimes soon a baby, and be your #1 puck bunny. I slid the ring on her finger, then pushed her back on the bed. I've never fucked a wife before, I said, pushing my pants down, my boxers with them. He paused. That came out weird. I've never fucked you as my wife before. Her eyes dropped to my stick. And, wife, you're wearing too many clothes. All you should have on is my ring. She crawled off the bed and I helped her strip bare, except for her wedding ring. Fuck woman. I'll never get enough. I couldn't believe it. Couldn't even understand the happiness I felt in this moment. It was me and Lindy, bare except for our rings. We were starting from scratch, from a list on the back of a toaster. We completed each other, and I was going to spend the rest of my life proving it to her.
This has been Man Candy, on a Manhunt Book 2. Written by Vanessa Vale, narrated by Kylie Stewart. Copyright 2023 by Bridger Media. Production copyright 2023 by Bridger Media.